Blue Planet, 2007. June. Kyoto. Inside the gymnasium, the atmosphere was both tense and electrifying. Screech. The sharp sound of sneakers fiercely scraping against the floor filled the air, piercing yet brimming with energy. Bang! Wang Li, number 9 on the red team, pounced like a ferocious lion, attempting a layup. In a flash, Gu Bai arrived like a streak of lightning, delivering a commanding block that sent the ball flying out of bounds. Landing firmly on the ground, Gu Bai glanced disdainfully at Wang Li, who had fallen to the floor, a smirk curling on his lips. Too weak. I didn't even use my full strength. Oh, what a killer block. That vertical leap is insane. My God, his shoulders nearly reached the rim. A monster. Basketball professionals and journalists on the sidelines gasped in amazement, their eyes fervent with excitement. It was the peak of summer, and with less than a month before the U19 Men's World Youth Basketball Championship kicked off, the passion was palpable. This year's World Youth Championship would be held in Serbia, a highly anticipated event that occurred every 2 years. The players were giving it their all in preparation. As a young team, inspired by the examples of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, their enthusiasm was through the roof. Everyone understood that playing well would make them heroes. Playing poorly? Sorry, they'd be trampled. The players who made the roster, along with the coaching staff, were under immense pressure, relying solely on grueling practice to find relief. China's basketball team had high hopes for the Olympics next year, a shared expectation of both the media and the fans. Li Chunjiang, the head coach for this year's youth team, stood solemnly on the sidelines, his gaze sharp and full of determination. This was the final scrimmage before they set out, an open practice game with the media present. A youth team composed of 10 Cuba players had been specially invited to warm up the crowd, injecting fans with a dose of confidence. Reporters on the sidelines were brimming with excitement. Media outlets like UC, TX, Sina, and Tieba were all gathered, ready to craft their future prospects' pieces. WC and MMD. Wang Li, who had just climbed to his feet, roared in fury, glaring at Wu Peng, who stood frozen nearby. Do you even know how to play basketball? Why didn't you pass me the ball earlier during the fast break? None of the other players dared to speak, afraid to provoke this prince of the team. After all, Wang Li was a direct relative of a certain leader, and his domineering presence was suffocating. Brother Wang, I saw that guy behind you just now, so One timid teammate tried to explain, while the others looked on gleefully, enjoying the drama. Still making excuses, huh? It's because you passed late that I got blocked. Get it? You idiot, consider this your official notice, go warm the bench. Wang Li squinted slightly, his face full of disdain. Time out. As the situation started spiraling out of control, the referee hastily signaled for a timeout. Li Chunjiang wisely chose not to intervene, crossing his arms and observing silently. The media, in unspoken agreement, directed their cameras elsewhere. As the reprimanded player trudged to the bench, the assistant coach quickly signaled for another substitute, who eagerly jumped up to take the court. Watching the imposing Wang Li, the assistant coach turned to the trainer beside him with a smile. Young Master Wang really looks like a leader today. That roar just now, he could totally be the captain of the national team. At that moment, the new substitute scrambled over to Wang Li, his grin stretching nearly to his ears. Brother Wang, that Wu guy clearly doesn't know what he's doing. Let me pass to you next time. I'll make sure every assist is perfect and delicious, so you'll be fully satisfied. Hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Wang Li's eyes. He chuckled, at least you know your place. Perform well later, and the starting point guard spot is yours. With these words, Su Su redoubled his efforts to curry favor. Meanwhile, on the bench, Wang Li barked out orders. Later, stick to that Gu Bai like glue. Don't let him score again. This guy's stealing all the spotlight from me. Got it, Brother Wang. Su Su nodded eagerly, brimming with confidence. Leave it to me. Wang Li shot Gu Bai a venomous glare, his thoughts stewing. Today's open scrimmage cannot let Gu Bai steal the limelight. I must become the rightful captain. But plans never keep up with reality. Gu Bai had emerged out of nowhere, completely disrupting the agenda. What infuriated Wang Li even more was that the media lenses seemed to be fixated on Gu Bai, as if trying to turn him into a star. This only fueled Wang Li's rage further. Outside the training court, Wang Feng clenched his fists in frustration. Originally, today's game was meant to boost his son's profile, paving the way for him to be hailed as the future successor of the national team. Instead, this little punk named Gu Bai had ruined everything. One bad apple spoils the bunch, it was a bitter truth. This guy had zero tact, dominating the youth team's players so thoroughly in the first half that they were utterly humiliated. It was a complete mismatch. On the sidelines, reporters were furiously snapping photos of Gubai, the rapid clicks of their cameras echoing non-stop, as if commemorating a historic moment. At this moment, a young secretary hurried over to Li Chunjiang, whispering a few words while gesturing toward the leadership's direction, then glancing at Gubai. As a seasoned veteran, Coach Li immediately understood the implication. But with so many reporters present, he couldn't just bench Gubai outright. Nodding, he replied, "Understood. Please relay that to the leadership." After the assistant left, Li Chunjiang's gaze returned to Gubai, and a pang of regret struck him. This young man was still too young. Tonight's game had been a surprise. He had stumbled upon such a promising talent among the college players, someone he'd hoped to recommend. But now, things had gotten awkward. Offending senior leadership right at the start of his career? What's the use of being good at basketball if you don't know how to curry favor? Even Stephen Curry would need to send a calendar to avoid warming the bench. Li Chunjiang exchanged a glance with the head coach of Gubai's white team, who immediately got the message. The white team's coach was already drenched in sweat. Glancing at Gubai, who sat on the bench casually, he inwardly cursed his assistant coach. "Weren't we told tonight's scrimmage was against pushovers? What's the deal with this Gubai? He's already racked up 31 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, and it's not even halftime. You dare call a player who scores 31 points in a half a pushover? This isn't just basketball, it's his future he's playing for." On the white team's bench. "Whoa, damn. Brother Bai is too insane. 31 points in less than half a game, he completely stunned the opposing team's World Youth Championship starters. I've been annoyed by that Prince Wangley for ages. That block from Brother Bai just now almost turned his face green with anger. I'm so satisfied right now." The white team's players were cheering enthusiastically, the atmosphere electric. Gubai glanced disdainfully at Wangley on the opposing team and snorted inwardly. "Even pulling strings can get you onto the front lines where blood and sweat flow, huh?" He had long heard of phrases like talent pool, developing rookies, and selecting the best. Yet they bypassed players averaging 15.7 points and 6.7 rebounds to train these potential players, who were practically half-buried already, averaging 2.1 points and 1.7 rebounds. What potential could they possibly have left to dig up? Thinking about this, Gubai's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. In his last life, Gubai was idly lounging at home, scrolling on his phone, when a video about the FIBA Basketball World Cup suddenly popped up. On the screen, tiny little Philippines, led by Jordan Clarkson, dropped 24 points in a single quarter, completely crushing the Chinese team and shattering their Olympic dreams. The same old formula: opening game, do-or-die game, honor game, Kyoto West Station. Clarkson, in just 4 minutes, made Chinese basketball wait another 4 years. The more Gubai watched, the angrier he got. He couldn't help but curse, 13 billion people, and you can't find 5 who can play basketball? What a disgrace. To vent his frustration, Gubai booted up his computer and launched NBA 2K. After picking his team, he specifically chose a matchup against Clarkson and mercilessly crushed him in the game. Watching his control player repeatedly posterizing Clarkson and nailing three-pointers in his face, Gubai finally felt a bit of relief from the frustration in his chest. "Humph, serves you right for being arrogant," Gubai muttered, satisfied, as he prepared to exit the game. Suddenly, a prompt popped up on the screen. "Do you desire the opportunity to play in the NBA?" "Of course I do," Gubai thought to himself, but without hesitation, he clicked No. After all, such messages usually screamed scam. However, the moment Gubai clicked No, everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar world. Luckily, this world was almost identical to the Earth he knew in his previous life. The only difference? This place was called Blue Star. Gubai felt like crying but had no tears, grumbling internally, "This is outright robbery. My hard drive, with tens of gigs of, important files, hasn't even been wiped yet. It's all over now." Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! "Congratulations, host, on binding the NBA 2K Attributes Upgrade System. Attribute rarities range from lowest to highest as follows: white, 60 to 69, purple, 70 to 79, gold, 80 to 89, red, 90 to 100. Ding! Detecting host's physical attributes are too poor, initiating upgrade." As the voice faded, Gubai felt a wave of tingling and numbness wash over his entire body, an indescribable sensation of euphoria, as if he'd ascended to paradise. Ding! Opening beginner's gift pack for host. Congratulations! You've obtained Dribbling Veteran, Purple Attribute, Amen Thompson Physical Talent, Gold Attribute, Flexible Shooter, Purple Attribute. As the radiant light dissipated, Gubai opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Gubai. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 92 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Speed, 89. Strength, 69. Vertical, 89. Stamina, 89. Ball handling, 79. Passing, 71. Layups, 70. Dunking, 85. Mid-range, 73. Three-point shooting, 72. Stealing, 71. Blocking, 65. Rebounding, 69. Defense, 74. Overall rating, 75. NBA Top 5 Draft Pick, Green Room Caliber. Note, the host can further improve attributes by completing system tasks, acquiring system items, or through training and competition. Note, attribute upgrades have a chance of failure, with increasing difficulty as levels rise. Note, purple attributes require purple upgrade cards, gold attributes require gold upgrade cards. While upgrading Gubai, the system had already arranged a legitimate identity for him, a freshman in the Cuba League, labeled as a future basketball star. However, the system had overhyped his stats, averaging 2.1 points, 1.7 rebounds, 0.7 assists, and 0.5 steals per game. At the time, Gubai wanted to roast the system. Are you serious? But soon, he understood. The next day, he received an invitation to this exhibition match. What happened next led to Gubai's participation in this unique training game. The opposing team initially thought they were here to crush some nobodies, only to discover the clown was themselves. An NBA-caliber rookie against a group of U19 rich kids? It was a massacre. Is that guy on the college team really just a college player? He's terrifying. I feel like he's more professional than actual pros. The journalist's chatter yanked Gubai's thoughts back to reality. Gotta wrap this up and leave. These clowns calling themselves captains? What a joke. Gubai thought, determined not to go easy on them. Social niceties? Screw that. Beep. The timeout ended, and play resumed. Gubai shot a cold glance at Wan Li. Prince Wan? Don't blame me, this is for your own development. On domestic courts, nepotism might work. On international courts? No one gives a damn about your connections. On the other side, Wan Li, freshly back on the court, suddenly felt a chill. Weird, why does it feel colder all of a sudden? The AC isn't broken, is it? The red team attacked. Their absolute core player, hailed as Yi Jianlian's successor, Xu Yon, caught the ball in the paint and unleashed a thunderous two-handed slam, instantly reigniting his team's morale. The red team players seemed revitalized, their form quickly improving. While they were just a bunch of rich kids, their overall ability was indeed far superior to the makeshift squad of leftovers from the college league. Sue easily scored a hook shot in the paint. Xu Yon knocked down a smooth mid-range jumper. A 12-3 offensive run brought the score to 45-48, with the red team trailing by just 3 points. The white team attacked. As soon as Gubai crossed half-court, he was triple-teamed. Calmly assessing the situation, Gubai quickly passed to Xiao Ding on the perimeter. Facing Wang Li's defense, Xiao Ding prepared to drive but suddenly heard Wang Li mutter something in his ear. Xiao Ding froze, looking like a lost lamb, and fumbled the ball straight into Wang Li's hands. Watching this unfold, Gubai felt like 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Hollywood actors have nothing on you. Not getting an Oscar would be a travesty. Clearly, his teammate had switched sides. After stealing the ball, Wang Li couldn't resist showing off his skills, blatantly taking 4 steps under the baseline referee's nose before finishing a layup. Red team, 47, white team, 48. Gubai gestured to the referee, signaling the blatant traveling, but the referee turned a blind eye. At this point, only 23 seconds remained in the half. With this basket, Wang Li finally scored his first field goal of the game. After the shot, Wang Li flipped his hair dramatically, waved at Gubai provocatively, and taunted, "Kid, now you see how great I am? Getting past you is easier than crossing an empty street at midnight. A's." At that moment, Gubai felt his intelligence being insulted like never before. "Honestly, my 40-meter-long blade almost came out swinging at your face." The white team launches an attack. There are only 23 seconds left in the first half. Gubai holds the ball on the perimeter, utilizing 2 consecutive screens to create a mismatch against Wang Li. Logically speaking, the 2.01-meter-tall small forward Wang Li should be able to fight back against the 1.98-meter guard Gubai. However, Wang Li, the privileged son of a wealthy family whose body has long been hollowed out by overindulgence. Gubai was done pretending, time to reveal his true self. Thump, thump, thump. With the buff from the purple dribbling veteran badge, Gubai's fake moves and crossover dribbles on the perimeter dazzled Wang Li, leaving his vision spinning. After a series of silky smooth combos, Wang Li felt as though he was seeing multiple basketballs at once. Whoosh! Gubai executed a fake drive before stepping back to pull the ball away. Thud! Wang Li stumbled and fell flat to the floor. Wow! The crowd erupted in gasps of disbelief. Ankle breaker. Gubai took a step back, standing calmly beyond the three-point line, glancing briefly at the fallen Wang Li. Then, without hesitation, he released a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! Straight into the net, the shot hit perfectly. The scoreboard showed red team 47, white team 51. As the ball dropped in, the halftime buzzer sounded. Gubai looked at the collapsed Wang Li and made a bold throat-slitting gesture, instantly becoming the center of attention. The reporters on site couldn't help but smile. This performance was far beyond what an ordinary college player could achieve. Some of them were even shocked, thinking, could this young man be the future of China's perimeter game? On the sidelines, Wang Li's father, Wang Feng, flushed with anger, looked as though he was ready to explode. His son had just been utterly humiliated, reduced to a mere background prop. In a corner, unnoticed by all, Wang Li, whose mentality had completely collapsed, could no longer hold back. Damn it, you son of a... Suddenly, Wang Li sprang to his feet and charged toward Gubai, swinging a fist in his direction. Watch out! Whoa! This scene left the reporters on the sidelines utterly dumbfounded. Was this basketball or boxing? Many reporters, keen to avoid trouble, quickly turned off their cameras to stop recording. Of course, Gubai saw Wang Li's desperate attack. In his previous life, if nothing else, he was a first-rate fighter. Gubai launched himself like a hungry tiger descending from the mountain. A flash of white streaked across the court. Dodging the hollow, rage-fueled punch of Wang Li, the privileged weakling, Gubai landed a straight punch squarely on his face. Bam! A loud, resounding thud echoed through the gym as Gubai's punch knocked Wang Li out cold, to the collective gasps of the audience. However, Gubai had no intention of stopping there. Without hesitation, he aimed a kick at the downed Wang Li. Wang Li was left sprawled on the floor like a lifeless pig. Many teammates, who had long resented Wang Li's arrogant behavior, silently cheered for Gubai. Even as Wang Li was beaten, no one stepped forward to intervene. Are you blind? Get in there and save my son. On the sidelines, Wang Feng completely lost his composure. His face was flushed, veins bulging. How dare nobody lay a hand on his precious son? This was outright rebellion. Furious, Wang Feng, his large belly jiggling, charged onto the court. His secretary tried to stop him, but Wang Feng had already reached the front line. You've hit the son, and now the father's here to die too. Gubai's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he looked at the corpulent office warrior, Wang Feng. Bang, bang, bang. The scene turned into utter chaos, like a clash of titans. In the corner, some fearless small-time reporters snapped away furiously, capturing every moment. The white team's coach watched in horror, feeling as though his career was over. This is the end of my coaching days. Perhaps exhausted from the brawl, Gubai eventually grew tired of dealing with these two scumbags. He stood up, spat on the ground near them, and didn't even bother to look at the father and son, who were now beaten into pig-like shapes. The players and assistant coaches on the sidelines were utterly dumbfounded. This was WWE on a basketball court. Some lackeys trying to curry favor with Wang Feng and his son threatened to have Gubai arrested and locked up. Idiots, Gubai muttered under his breath. He rose and walked toward the exit of the gymnasium, his menacing aura causing onlookers to instinctively step aside. Behind him, Wang Feng, his face swollen like a balloon and being supported by an assistant, glared at Gubai's retreating figure and shouted venomously, "You're done for, Gubai. You're done for. How dare you assault a member of the national youth team in public? You're completely blacklisted. If you ever step foot in a basketball team again, I'll write my name backward. The CBA's doors will never open for you again." Hearing the leader's harsh words, everyone shuddered. This was a complete ban, ruthless beyond measure. Li Chunjian watched Gubai's distant figure, feeling a pang of regret in his heart. This kid is truly a rare talent, gifted beyond belief, but his temper is a real problem. In a professional club, this kind of attitude just won't do. Originally, he had intended to approach Gubai after the game to see if he could recruit him for his club. But considering the consequences of offending such a big shot, he quickly abandoned the idea. A blacklist? Gubai couldn't help but chuckle coldly at the familiar words, his heart filled with disdain. If this place doesn't want me, I'll find my own stage. With the system backing him now, what did he have to fear from a blacklist? Reborn into this life, why should he live under anyone's thumb? The darkness of the basketball world filled him with rage. This incident was the perfect opportunity to punish the wicked and uphold justice. Exiting the gymnasium, Gubai looked up at the sky, feeling a twinge of regret for not beating the two of them even harder. But then, he felt another pang of regret. What a shame, I missed out on the system reward I was so close to earning. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden reward, standing up for justice. Rewarding host with the combat module of the world's strongest man, iron-blooded Ngannou, red level. Buff maximized. Gubai froze for a moment, then a grin spread across his face. In an instant, he felt as though his fists were infused with limitless power, his physical capabilities greatly enhanced, a tremendous upgrade. At this moment, he could easily shatter Wang Li's kneecap with a single kick. The regret he felt earlier vanished instantly, and Gubai even considered going back to test his newfound strength. However, rationality prevailed, and he suppressed the urge. There was no need to escalate things further, enjoying the moment was enough. He muttered under his breath, a sly glint in his eye, system, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I'd known beating those two would earn me a reward, I would have hit them even harder. Well, this turned out to be quite the jackpot. With a light chuckle, Gubai walked out of the gymnasium, humming a tune, his mood soaring. Tonight, he decided, he would treat himself to 2 extra drumsticks. Under the setting sun, Gubai's tall silhouette stretched longer and longer, as if foreshadowing the brilliance that awaited him. Behind him, a young reporter clutching footage of the entire gymnasium brawl stared at Gubai's retreating figure with excitement gleaming in their eyes, sensing the extraordinary future awaiting this young player. Late at night, a report titled National Youth Training Match Turns into WWE on the Court suddenly took the internet by storm. The image of Gubai, exuding an aura of dominance while throwing a punch, became the center of attention. The news quickly ignited a fervor across major forums and websites. With its popularity skyrocketing, it was an explosion. Such bold and unique players were rare in the country. Gubai, with his refined and elegant appearance, seemed gentle as jade. Yet beneath that exterior lay a strength that could inspire fear. What shocked everyone even more was that a small media outlet somehow released photos of the Wang father and son duo lying defeated on the ground. Talk about adding fuel to the fire. That small outlet sure packs a punch. Opportunistic journalists eager for clicks jumped on the bandwagon, writing articles with a no-regard-for-facts approach, portraying Gubai as a rebellious, ill-tempered bad boy. Coupled with the online trolls hired by the Wang family, Gubai instantly became a public enemy, a byword for disgrace in the basketball world. He was painted as China's version of Dennis Rodman. Countless netizens, transforming into keyboard warriors, united in condemning Gubai's actions. This Gubai is too arrogant, absolutely lawless, he must be severely punished. This is an insult to the sport of basketball. Unacceptable, he must be expelled. Does this guy even play basketball? Or is he just here to pick fights? Terrifying, court bullying. Only knows how to throw his weight around, despicable. This kind of player should be banned outright. He should never set foot on a basketball court again. Imagine the trauma Wang Li suffered. Under the relentless criticism from netizens, the incident continued to escalate. The sheer force of public opinion suffocated anyone in its path. Overnight, Gubai became a player infamous for all the wrong reasons. Good news turned into bad publicity, perfectly embodying the old saying, good news goes unnoticed, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Of course, a small number of rational fans left comments online defending Gubai, trying to reveal the truth to others, but their voices were soon drowned in the tidal wave of outrage. Even a few journalists who knew the real story chose silence. In such circumstances, the choice between truth and their livelihoods forced their hands. Ultimately, everyone tacitly made their decision. Gubai, however, did not blame them. After all, who among them didn't have their own struggles to contend with? That very night, the relevant authorities promptly issued a ban. In light of Gubai's heinous behavior, he was permanently expelled and barred from entering the CBA or any basketball team. Schools and organizations affiliated with him quickly severed ties, outright expelling him as well. In a luxurious mansion in the capital, Wang Li lay wrapped in bandages on a sofa, savoring fresh grapes fed to him by a young maid. Watching the news reports on TV, a smug grin spread across his face. Gubai, you idiot, what do you have to fight me with? I'd love to see that fool's expression right now, it must be priceless. A grand divider. Los Angeles, USA. Rumble. With a thunderous roar, a plane from the capital of China landed smoothly on the runway, its engine noise echoing across the tarmac. Inside the cabin, passengers unbuckled their seatbelts and began gathering their belongings. A strikingly handsome young man, so attractive that he caught the lingering stares of foreign women sitting nearby, slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his deep gaze. He tilted his head slightly, looking out the window at the scenery outside. A confident smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Los Angeles, NBA, here I come. This striking young man was none other than Gu Bai. After that infamous altercation, without hesitation, he had booked a ticket to the United States. Gu Bai knew that after taking down such a big shot, he could no longer find a foothold in his homeland. In such a situation, the only logical move was to escape abroad. After all, his original plan was to come here to chase his dream. With his system already in place, why waste time languishing back home? Though he was somewhat of a slacker, he was a slacker with ambition. Moreover, the US was home to basketball's ultimate stage, the NBA, the dream arena for every basketball enthusiast. Instead of waiting for doom back home, it was far better to venture out and create his own glory. With enough skill, the future would naturally fall into place. Gu Bai believed that the truth would eventually come to light and that the Wang family's misdeeds would be exposed sooner or later. In a five-star hotel, Gu Bai lounged lazily on a plush sofa, his fingers sliding across the screen of his phone as he continued browsing domestic forums, a sense of anticipation building within him for the storm about to unfold. Sure enough, the media coverage of him was utterly ruthless and merciless. Gu Bai scrolled further, seeing the official statement about his expulsion. Reading through the flood of online criticism against him, a fiery determination surged in his chest, as though a blazing inferno had been ignited. I choose to lie low. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, who says I can't stage a comeback against all odds? Exiting the forum, Gu Bai immediately dialed the number of his agent contact in the US. Dan, I've arrived in Los Angeles. Oh, that's fantastic, Gu. On the other end of the call, Dan Fagan's voice practically leaped with excitement, brimming with eagerness and anticipation. Through some connections, I've secured you an opportunity to try out for the Los Angeles Lakers Summer League roster. I'll take you there tomorrow. Dan's voice was like a battle cry, instantly igniting Gu Bai's fighting spirit. Okay. Gu Bai's voice was firm and resolute, as though he could already see himself shining brilliantly on the court. The two of them discussed a few key points to remember for the tryout before hanging up. Setting his phone aside, Gu Bai gazed out at the dazzling Los Angeles nightscape, already beginning to envision the possibilities of his new career in the US. Choosing Dan Fagan as his agent was a calculated decision on Gu Bai's part. Fagan's negotiation skills were top-notch, and he excelled at securing maximum benefits for his clients. He had managed stars like Yi Jianlian and Gilbert Arenas, boasting an impressive track record. The famous 1+1 contract was crafted by Fagan himself. Naturally, Gu Bai had no intention of being taken advantage of. As for how he managed to connect with Fagan, well, one particular videotape had completely changed the course of his life. When Fagan received Gu Bai's highlight reel, he was utterly captivated by his talent. If the draft hadn't already concluded, Fagan was confident he could market Gu Bai as the next Michael Jordan. After all, this cunning fox had once used a clever ploy to turn Yi Jianlian into the 6th overall pick that year. But to Fagan, the draft didn't matter anymore. He already had a plan to make teams willingly offer millions to sign Gu Bai. Fagan was confident he could secure a contract for Gu Bai that rivaled a first overall pick, while also maximizing his potential by negotiating a short, one-year deal. Height, 198 centimeters, a wingspan, 214 centimeters. My God, this is Jordan's mold. Fagan thought to himself with glee. With physical attributes like this, how could he not succeed? His eyes sparkled with unshakable confidence. Meanwhile, Gu Bai, adjusting to the time difference, had gone to bed early, silently vowing to himself, tomorrow's tryout will mark the beginning of my rise. Everything now waited for the dawn of that pivotal day. The next day. On the bustling streets of Los Angeles, a black sedan gleamed under the sunlight as it steadily made its way toward the Lakers' training facility. Inside the car, Dan Fagan cast an encouraging glance at Gu Bai, speaking with firm confidence, Gu, when you get up there, just make an impression. Leave the rest to me. I'll secure a spot for you in the Summer League roster. Thank you, Dan. Gu Bai smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with confidence. Since I'm here, I want to give it my all and test my strength properly. Dan Fagan couldn't help but laugh. Gu, I didn't expect you to be this confident. Apologies for not realizing earlier that you could fully showcase yourself. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Gu Bai's mind. Ding! Detection, host is about to participate in the Lakers tryouts. Mission issued, secure a spot on the Summer League roster. Mission details, pass the tryouts and successfully join the Lakers Summer League lineup. Reward, 1 gold trait, 1 white trait. Gubai's lips curled into a smile as he thought to himself, what a great opportunity. Looks like I'll have to give it everything I've got today. He also recalled that Sun Yu was one of the Lakers' rookies this year. The thought of meeting a fellow compatriot filled him with anticipation. It would be a tremendous surprise. Inside the Lakers' training facility, the atmosphere was tense and charged. General Manager Mitch Kupchak, head coach Phil Jackson, and the assistant coaching staff had all gathered to assess the incoming talent. Today was the reporting day for new players and the selection process for the Summer League roster. Mitch, I heard there's a newcomer today? Jackson's voice carried a hint of curiosity. That's right, Phil, Kupchak nodded. Dan Fagan recommended a player from China. He claims this kid has Jordan-level talent. I figured we could at least give Dan the courtesy. Jordan? A nostalgic glint appeared in Jackson's eyes, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. That brings back some exciting memories. As time passed, players gradually assembled. Jackson, unwilling to delay further, gave his assistant coach a signal to start the physical evaluations. All right, gentlemen, the selection process for the Summer League roster begins now. The assistant coach's whistle cut through the air, his voice firm and commanding. I hope everyone cooperates fully with the testing procedures. The players nodded earnestly, each one harboring the same thought. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could secure a contract, it would be a dream come true. Soon, guided by the trainers, the players began a series of basic measurements: height, weight, wingspan, and so on. As one player after another completed their evaluations, the room started to quiet down. Most of the players, however, seemed rather ordinary, their potential seemingly eroded by time. Jackson frowned as he reviewed the physical data in his hands. Doesn't seem like there's much talent this year, he muttered. The team was gunning for a championship this season, and depth in the rotation was more crucial than ever. Mitch, looks like we'll need to work harder in the free agency market this July, Jackson remarked, a note of disappointment in his voice. Kupchak nodded resolutely. Don't worry. I'll get you every piece you need. After all, our goal is singular, the O'Brien Trophy. As the trainers efficiently completed the evaluations, the number of players on the court dwindled, with many being eliminated outright. The harsh reality of professional basketball was on full display. Has that rookie arrived yet? Jackson yawned, his patience wearing thin. I'll check. Based on the time, he should be here by now. Kupchak stood up, ready to call Dan Fagan. That kid better not stand us up. Bang! At that moment, the doors to the training facility were flung open with force. Apologies for being late. We got stuck in traffic, Gubai announced as he walked in, a confident smile on his face. Thank you for waiting. Dan Fagan hurried in first, rushing to shake Kupchak's hand, his eyes filled with anticipation. Kupchak nodded, then turned his gaze to the young man standing behind Fagan. Is this the rookie you said has Jordan-level talent? Gubai approached calmly, extending his hand with a smile. Nice to meet you, Mr. Kupchak. As Kupchak shook Gubai's hand, he was immediately struck by the width of his palm. An involuntary thought crossed his mind, this hand size, there's definitely something special about this kid. Phil Jackson also took note of Gubai, giving him a second, closer look. A thought flickered through his mind, this kid looks like he belongs in Hollywood, but there's something about his aura that I can't ignore. After a brief and cordial exchange, Gubai followed the trainers to the testing equipment to begin his evaluations. By now, murmurs had started to ripple through the gym. Is that the kid from China? Looks like he's from the same country as Yao. Come on, how many Yao Mings can there be? It's taking years just to get one, and Yao's a center. This guy's a guard. I've never seen a yellow-skinned superstar guard before. I bet he's just some rich kid here to fool around and polish his resume. The chatter of skepticism and dissatisfaction among the other players began to grow louder. Under the trainer's guidance, Gubai began his physical evaluations. As his data emerged one by one, the tension in the gym spiked dramatically. All eyes turned toward him. Height, 198 centimeters. Barefoot. Weight, 94 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Hand width, 29 centimeters. Oh God! The staff conducting the measurements let out a gasp. Good Lord, this static profile is incredible. Hearing the commotion, everyone in the gym turned their attention to Gubai, their gazes locked on him. Even Phil Jackson, intrigued by the noise, walked over to take the data sheet and review it carefully. What the fuck? For a moment, the usually composed Zen master lost his cool. This is Jordan's build. Seeing Jackson's reaction, Kupchak couldn't hold back his own curiosity. He walked over to check the numbers himself, only to exclaim, fuck. This kid is unreal. In an instant, all eyes in the facility were on Gubai. He shone like a dazzling star, illuminating the world of basketball. The next tests were set to be standing reach, vertical jump, and strength evaluations. Both Jackson and Kupchak, unable to contain their excitement, personally approached the court, their eyes filled with heightened anticipation. "Are you ready, Gu?" one of the trainers asked politely, his previous aloofness now replaced with respect. Gubai nodded confidently. "Okay. Time to put on a little show." His eyes burned with unwavering determination, as if silently vowing to shine brightly on this stage. Standing reach test. Gubai raised his arm. 2.69 meters. This is already a top-level talent. Even Michael Jordan's standing reach was only 2.69 meters. Vertical jump height, 95.4 centimeters, compared to Kobe's 92 centimeters. After these numbers were measured, Gubai began his running approach, jumping, and reaching in one seamless motion. Bang! With a crisp sound echoing through the gym. An astonishing number appeared in everyone's sight, 3.74 meters. Kobe Bryant's running reach was 3.72 meters. Simultaneously, data showed that Gubai's running vertical jump height reached an astounding 108.9 centimeters. Even NBA star Kobe Bryant's running vertical jump was only 108 centimeters. Michael Jordan's running vertical jump was 121 centimeters, and it could be said that Gubai's physical talent was on par with Jordan's. In reality, Amen Thompson's athletic talent is also top tier. Once his attributes max out, unlocking a 121 centimeters vertical jump to rival or even surpass Jordan is not just a dream. OMG. The next Jordan Air? Unbelievable. Oh God, I feel like he hasn't even gone all out yet. He just soared into the air in a flash. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. This was an absolutely terrifying jumping ability. Some of the fringe players were nearly in tears. Damn it, with such talent, why isn't he entering the draft? Why come here to fight us for a job? Gubai, of course, was internally helpless. He didn't want this situation either. But he had already missed the draft when he arrived. Coach Phil Jackson stared at Gubai with fiery eyes. His heart was ablaze with excitement. This level of historic talent, God, we've struck gold. At this moment, even the slowest players around understood one thing clearly: Gubai had real strength. In this world where respect is earned through power, the way everyone looked at Gubai changed. It was a look of reverence for the strong. In this world, strength speaks louder than words. General Manager Mitch Kupchak gazed intently at Gubai and smiled at the agent Dan Fagan beside him. "Dan, you've truly given me a huge surprise." Dan Fagan smiled without saying much. Honestly, he was a little stunned himself. At the same time, he was more shocked by Gubai's performance. This kid is even more mind-blowing in person than on tape. But this is a good thing. It means I can help him secure an even better contract. Although the draft is an opportunity to secure contracts, unrestricted free agent signings are not limited by contract terms, making them even more valuable. Next came the sprint test. 100-meter dash, 11.8 seconds. Kevin Durant's 100-meter dash was 12.1 seconds. Once again, Gubai shattered everyone's perceptions. F***K, this guy is even more freakish than this year's second overall pick, Kevin. A wave of groans erupted from the players on the sidelines. What else was there to test? Unsurprisingly, Mitch Kupchak personally stepped forward to greet Gubai, nearly desperate to offer him a 2-year, $5 million contract on the spot. But Fagan declined. A 2-year, $5 million deal? What, are you the Lakers made of gold? Every player has to sacrifice their youth for you? Later, they organized a simple scrimmage. Gubai continued to dominate. With an incredibly flashy dribble, he drove into the paint and finished with an effortless acrobatic layup for a 2+1. Gubai's athleticism was on a different level compared to this group of players consisting of undrafted rookies, G League players, and other newcomers. It was like putting Mario Shepard in the G League to drop 49 points, 5 assists, 6 rebounds, and 3 steals, then coming back to the Rockets as a bench warmer. On the sidelines. Wow! The crowd roared in amazement. Mitch Kupchak clapped until his hands turned red. After that, Gubai showcased his court vision. A 1.98-meter tall point guard, how could you not be afraid? Phil Jackson turned to Kupchak and said, "Mitch, I need him in my lineup. I'm sure Kobe would be very interested in him." Mitch Kupchak nodded but sighed internally. Dan Fagan is no ordinary negotiator. A man who won't act without guarantees. It's going to take some serious effort to land Gubai. Finally, Gubai put up a near triple-double performance with 28 points, 11 assists, 8 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block, easily earning a spot on the Lakers' Summer League roster. After that, contract negotiations would be up to Fagan. Summer League invitation contract. Players earn no salary, only a $125 daily meal allowance. The team covers accommodation, transportation, and jerseys during the contract period. Players must prepare their own shoes. Contract duration, 10 days to 2 weeks. For the next period, Gubai had nothing else to do but focus entirely on preparing for the Summer League. After leaving the training facility, Gubai hailed a Ford cab and easily returned to the hotel without any delay. Inside his hotel room, Gubai opened his system, filled with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of entering the Lakers Summer League roster. Rewards granted for this task: 1 golden attribute, random, 1 white attribute, random. Would the host like to draw now? Without hesitation, Gubai excitedly said, "Of course, draw now." As his voice fell, the wheel began spinning rapidly. Various cool attribute talents flashed before his eyes, like Kyrie Irving's dribble package, Jordan's fadeaway, Iverson's crossover. Each one made Gubai's heart race. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white attribute, Chris Paul's pickpocketing ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden attribute, Stephen Curry's three-point shooting. Stephen Curry's three-point shooting? Gubai's eyes lit up instantly. This was an absolute treasure. As the system notification faded, Gubai's three-point shooting ability skyrocketed from 72 to 80. In the NBA, Nikola Jokic's three-point rating is 80, and Devin Booker's is 87. An 80 rating is already excellent. Now, Gubai could nail spectacular threes on the NBA stage, hitting open shots with unwavering confidence. Of course, there was still a gap between him and peak-level shooters like Curry, 99, and Durant, 92, but Gubai was filled with confidence. The other white attribute, Chris Paul's pickpocketing ability, also improved Gubai's stealing skills. Everyone knows Paul is a master of sneaky defensive moves. With this skill, Gubai's defense would become even sharper. After upgrading, Gubai eagerly opened his attribute page. Name, Gubai. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 94 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Speed, 89. Strength, 69. Vertical, 89. Stamina, 89. Ball handling, 79. Passing, 71. Layups, 70. Dunking, 85. Mid-range, 73. Three-point shooting, 80. Steals, 71. Blocks, 61. Rebounding, 69. Defense, 74. Overall rating, 76. This meant he was already a qualified NBA starter. On some leaker teams, he could absolutely secure a starting role. After receiving his rewards, the system promptly released his Summer League mission. Ding! Summer League mission released. Stand out in the Summer League and win the Summer League MVP. Reward, 1 golden attribute upgrade card. Looking at this enticing reward, Gubai silently vowed, "I have to win this Summer League." A golden attribute upgrade card was a rare item. If things went smoothly, this Summer League would feature Kevin Durant just entering the league, Greg Oden, who dominated Joakim Noah with one hand, and Yi Jianlian, familiar to Chinese audiences. Relax, just chew gum, score 2 points, grab 1 rebound, and smile, you'll earn the coach's trust. Sorry, KD. Sorry, E. Sorry, Greg Oden. This year's Summer League, Gubai, have it in the bag. Not even Jesus can stop me. Gubai's heart burned with determination, ready to shine brightly on this stage. At 4 a.m., on a Los Angeles beach. The night remained deep and profound, with only the distant murmur of the waves and the occasional whisper of the sea breeze breaking the silence. On the sandy shore, a lone figure had already begun his morning training run. The camera slowly zooms in. Kobe Bryant, dressed in his signature Mamba training gear, was drenched in sweat, his shirt clinging to his body. Even though it was the off-season, Kobe's dedication to training and his hunger for victory had never waned. "Hey, Kobe!" A few excited shouts broke the tranquility of the early morning. A handful of early-rising fans had been waiting by the beach, waving excitedly when they spotted Kobe. Kobe smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, but his pace didn't falter. As Kobe briefly interacted with his fans, a shadow suddenly sped past him like the wind. The person wore a black training outfit and moved at an astonishing speed. Kobe was momentarily stunned, his gaze following the fleeting figure, and he couldn't help but think, that guy is fast. The young man who had sped past Kobe was none other than Gubai. Gubai had recognized Kobe from a distance but didn't deliberately stop to greet him. His mind was singularly focused: train, improve, prove himself. In this world, only strength earned recognition, not flattery or sycophancy. When Gubai eventually turned back, the two finally crossed paths head-on. This time, Kobe also recognized Gubai. Just a few days ago, Phil Jackson, the Zen master, had sent him a dossier on Gubai. Kobe had only skimmed through it back then, but Gubai's physical stats had left an impression on him. The thought that someone could surpass him in physical prowess had sparked Kobe's competitive spirit. He was already itching to challenge this newcomer. Unexpectedly, today, fate had brought them to the same beach. "This guy's interesting," Kobe murmured, watching Gubai's retreating figure. Without hesitation, Kobe quickened his pace to catch up. Closing the distance, Kobe turned to Gubai and flashed his iconic smile. "Hey, you're Gu, right?" Hearing Kobe's voice, Gubai politely replied, "Hello, Kobe." "Gu, training this early?" Kobe asked with a smile, a hint of admiration in his tone. "Yes, Kobe," Gubai nodded. "I'm preparing for the Summer League, hoping to secure an official NBA contract." Kobe nodded in return, his eyes glinting with approval. He had seen many young players, but few were as disciplined as Gubai. "Phil and Mitch mentioned you," Kobe said. "They said you're an interesting kid." "Thank you." Kobe studied Gubai for a moment before suddenly asking, "Gu, have you considered staying with the Lakers and playing by my side?" Gubai paused his steps, his gaze sharpening slightly as he looked directly at Kobe. "Kobe, if I'm not mistaken, you've already submitted a trade request, haven't you? Your future with the team isn't exactly certain right now. Are you inviting me to join you in Dallas, San Antonio, or Chicago?" Kobe froze momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. He hadn't expected Gubai to be so blunt, but this straightforwardness only piqued his interest further. "This guy really is different from those players who just suck up for a contract," Kobe thought to himself. Most players would have jumped at the chance to flatter him, hoping to secure an opportunity, but not Gubai. "You're right," Kobe admitted, his laughter subsiding as his tone grew serious. "My future is uncertain. But that's exactly why I'd like to see players like you join the Lakers. The team needs fresh blood. It needs players with potential like you." Gubai didn't reply immediately. Instead, he kept running forward, his pace steady. Kobe followed suit, running alongside him. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Gubai glanced sideways at Kobe, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Kobe, so I take it this is your way of recruiting me?" Kobe couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, you cheeky kid." Surprisingly, Kobe wasn't annoyed. In fact, he found Gubai's directness somewhat endearing. "If you can beat me, I might just consider it," Kobe said half-jokingly, a glint of challenge flashing in his eyes. Gubai chuckled but didn't respond. Instead, he picked up his pace. Not to be outdone, Kobe accelerated as well, keeping close behind. The two figures stretched out under the morning light, engaged in a silent battle of wills, neither willing to back down. At Rogers Park, one of Los Angeles' street basketball courts. Thud, thud, thud. Several early bird streetball players were already immersed in their games. Kobe and Gubai sat side by side on a park bench, taking a short break. "Wanna go one-on-one?" Kobe asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, a sly smile tugging at his lips as he awaited Gubai's reaction. Gubai met Kobe's gaze with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He had already seen through Kobe's intentions. "Sure, Kobe. But shouldn't we add a little wager?" "Oh?" Kobe's eyes lit up with excitement. Gubai smirked. "If I win, you're buying dinner tonight." "Deal." Kobe agreed without hesitation. A single dinner bill was nothing to him. Just then, a system notification sounded in Gubai's mind. Ding! Temporary mission released. "Hey, man, have you seen the 4 a.m. sun? Defeat 4 a.m. Kobe, reward, 1 white attribute tag, $1 million cash." Considering Kobe is at his peak, the system has activated the random skill plundering mode. Congratulations! You have successfully plundered Kobe's peak pull-up jump shot skill. Duration, 10 minutes. Skill will automatically be returned after use. Wow! I underestimated the system, Gubai thought smugly. Not only can it grant me skills, but it can also plunder them from others. 10 minutes is more than enough. Tonight, he was determined to let the Black Mamba experience the real deal. Gubai versus Kobe. This one-on-one showdown was bound to be thrilling. With the system's boost, Gubai was brimming with confidence, while Kobe remained completely unaware of the advantage. If Gubai could catch him off guard and quickly dominate, victory would be his. As Kobe and Gubai squared off, a crowd began to gather. Kobe, as a Los Angeles legend, naturally drew attention, while Gubai's identity remained a mystery, adding intrigue to the scene. Rules: 10-minute time limit or first to 11 points wins. The game began with a jump ball. An enthusiastic spectator tossed the basketball into the air. Smack! Gubai leaped effortlessly, snatching the ball right over Kobe's head and seizing the first advantage. With the ball in hand, Gubai moved nimbly beyond the three-point line, shaking off Kobe's defense with ease and driving straight to the basket. Zoom! Gubai shot forward like an arrow, his speed breathtaking. In midair, he palmed the ball with one hand, soaring gracefully before slamming it down with authority. Boom! The rim reverberated loudly under the force. 1-0. Wow! Did you see that? This guy just outjumped Kobe for the ball. The crowd erupted in cheers, the atmosphere instantly electrified. Interesting, goo. Come on, one more. Kobe's eyes burned with fighting spirit, showing no frustration despite being behind. Gubai smiled faintly, a hint of confidence flashing in his gaze. Kobe, this is just the beginning. The second round began. Under Kobe's relentless pressure, Gubai moved constantly, nearing the corner of the court. But he did not give up. Utilizing the peak Black Mamba's jump shot skill he had acquired, he leaped high, abruptly stopping midair, and shot the ball with a form that seemed as if Kobe himself had possessed him. Even though Kobe had closed in right in front of him, the basketball still soared towards the hoop. Swish! Nothing but net. Immediately after, Gubai made an effortless layup under the basket. Kobe countered by stealing the ball and slamming home a ferocious dunk in response. The match entered an intense phase, with the score constantly alternating. The crowd watching grew larger and larger, captivated by the thrilling showdown. Today was truly an eye-opener. A relatively unknown rookie was holding his own against Kobe in a neck-and-neck battle. The only thing that left the onlookers utterly baffled was that Kobe's signature pull-up jumpers kept clanging off the rim. Have you ever seen the blacksmith's forge at 4 a.m.? However, fans familiar with Kobe weren't surprised by this at all. Before long, the score reached 9-10. The match entered the critical moment of a one-point winner-takes-all showdown. Pop! Gubai's whiteword attribute, Paul's thieving skill, was pushed to its limit, instantly snatching away Kobe Bryant's dribble. Beyond the three-point line, facing Kobe's intense defense, Gubai felt a rush of heat in his chest. In a flash of inspiration, he executed an unexpected explosive step-back three-pointer. WTF? Kobe didn't even have time to react. It was Gubai's first three-point attempt of the game. Kobe's attention was entirely on Gubai's fake moves meant to break through. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Swish! A dagger to the heart, the ball sailed cleanly through the net. At the final moment, Gubai hit an ultra-long three-pointer, freezing the score at 11-10. The atmosphere on the court instantly boiled over. After the shot, Gubai confidently raised three fingers, forming them into the shape of a handgun. He blew on them lightly as if extinguishing the smoldering smoke of his fiery shot, a signature celebration of Kobe himself. Wow! The crowd erupted instantly, everyone shocked by the game-winning shot. It was as if time had frozen in that moment. Oh my god! That guy just beat Kobe in a one-on-one. Unbelievable! This is insane! The surrounding fans swarmed Gubai, surrounding him completely. Cheers, applause, and screams echoed nonstop, like waves crashing against the shore, unstoppable. Kobe, however, showed no trace of anger. Instead, he wore a slight smile as he walked up to Gubai, extended his hand, and gave him a high five. You won, Gu. You're impressive. Gubai teased, Kobe, you almost stopped me, though. Ha ha. The two exchanged a smile, as if, in that moment, they had found a mutual understanding between rivals and friends. Ding. Task completed. Rewards issued, white word attribute *1, cash $1 million. Congratulations, host. Luck is on your side, you've obtained the white word attribute Mamba Mentality *1. Looking at the system notification, Gubai was thrilled. Mamba Mentality? Now that's a treasure. Kobe threw an arm around Gubai's shoulder, as if they had been friends for years. Gu, skip the hotel tonight. Come to my place. We're hosting a party at my house, and my wife can whip up some dishes for you. Gubai was taken aback and hadn't even responded when Kobe added with a grin, and maybe my wife can introduce you to some of Hollywood's finest ladies. You know, here in LA, the one thing we have in abundance is celebrities. Hearing Kobe's warm invitation, Gubai nodded, unable to refuse the kindness. But in his heart, he muttered, I'm obviously going for the food, not the ladies. Who cares about women, right? System, sure, we understand. As the two left the court with their arms around each other, a paparazzi hiding in the shadows finally stepped out. He glanced down at the video he had just captured and smirked with satisfaction. Today's headline is secured. My boss better treat me to something nice for this. He had already come up with the title in his mind. Shocking. The Black Mamba Kobe Bryant gets streetball 3-point buzzer beater by a random stranger at 4 a.m. This was going to be explosive news. Meanwhile, on the way to Kobe's villa, Kobe couldn't help but mumble, "Weird. My pull-up jump shots are usually rock solid. Why was I bricking everything this morning?" Hearing this, Gubai almost burst out laughing but held it back, secretly thinking, looks like the system's attribute steal is working wonders. Too bad it only lasts 3 seconds. System's inner thoughts, who are you calling 3 seconds? Next time, I'll make you permanently irrelevant. Night fell over Newport Beach. A gentle breeze caressed the coastline as stars dotted the sky. The lights of a luxurious villa shone brightly in the night, like a pearl embedded in the shoreline. Inside the villa, laughter echoed endlessly. The air was filled with the aromas of fine food and wine, and guests gathered in small groups, enjoying this beautiful evening. Gubai was playing with Kobe's 2 daughters, Natalia Diamante Bryant and Gianna Maria Honor Bryant, their laughter ringing out joyfully, full of childlike innocence. Meanwhile, Vanessa, clearly pregnant and nearing her due date, watched from the side. Her noticeable baby bump drew admiration from all present for Kobe's productive abilities. However, the lack of a son continued to leave countless fans anxious. Fans around the world hoped Kobe would one day have a son to carry on his basketball legacy, just as they wished Yao Ming would have a son to lead Chinese basketball to new heights. "Big brother, you're so handsome." 5-year-old Natalia clung to Gubai's hand and asked innocently, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Vanessa, carrying a tray of fruit, approached with a gentle smile and reminded her, "Natalia, little kids shouldn't talk like that." Kobe affectionately patted his eldest daughter's head and chuckled, "Come on, Vanessa, Natalia's just a kid. Don't take her too seriously." Gubai was amused by Natalia's sudden question. He squatted down, gently pinched her chubby cheeks, and looked at her with doting eyes. "Little one, your big brother is still single." Natalia's eyes lit up with excitement and she declared, "Then when I grow up, I'm going to marry you, big brother." Her innocent proclamation left Kobe, Vanessa, and Gubai momentarily stunned before they all burst into laughter. Vanessa couldn't help but glance at Gubai and think to herself, "I have to admit, this young man is quite handsome, almost as dreamy as a young Leonardo DiCaprio. Of course, minus the squirt gun games." Kobe laughed heartily and clapped Gubai on the shoulder, teasing, "Gu, looks like we might end up as in-laws someday." Gubai helplessly shrugged and replied with a smile, "Kobe, stop messing with me." The little drama was quickly brushed aside. After all, children's words are innocent. But Natalia puffed up her cheeks and secretly made up her mind, "When I grow up, I'll definitely win over big brother Gubai." Kobe, still laughing, patted Natalia's head and said half-jokingly, "Well, you better work hard then. Gu is quite the catch." Kobe knew full well that Gubai was no ordinary person. He was like a hidden dragon waiting for the right wind and cloud to soar. Though he seemed down and out now, his discipline and determination promised an extraordinary future. Time passed quickly, and the party officially began. As the host, Kobe stood in the center of the courtyard, raised his glass, and gave a speech to thank everyone for coming. His gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Gubai. Smiling faintly, he said, "Tonight, I want to introduce a young man I greatly admire, Gubai." All eyes turned toward Gubai, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Gubai smiled modestly, raised his glass, and nodded in acknowledgement. Though most attendees didn't know him, Kobe's endorsement was enough to leave a lasting impression. After the speech, the party transitioned into free mingling. Gubai, holding a glass of wine, wandered through the crowd, his eyes scanning the faces of Hollywood stars. It was his first time seeing so many A-list celebrities, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and novelty. Like Granny Lou visiting the Grandview Garden. Meanwhile, Gubai couldn't resist fantasizing. If he could get every star here to sign an autograph, would his future self be set for life? System, host's temperament still needs work. Gubai, who are you calling a loser? System, no names mentioned, but if the shoe fits. Gubai. In that moment, a fire lit in Gubai's heart. He knew his future was destined to be anything but ordinary. By the poolside of the lively party, the atmosphere was electric and full of energy. Vin Diesel and Paul Walker stood side by side, chatting in low voices. Occasionally, hearty laughter could be heard, making the mood light and delightful. Not far away stood Gubai, his gaze fixed on this legendary duo, admiration welling up in his heart. "Boss Van." Vin Diesel suddenly noticed Gubai and waved at him with a smile. "Hello, Boss Van," Gubai replied with a slight smile, secretly thrilled. Being able to converse with these legendary figures filled him with pride. "Boss Van?" Vin Diesel raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by the nickname. Beside him, Paul Walker also nodded with a smile. "Hello, Gu." "Hi, Paul." Gubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he was about to continue the conversation, his attention was caught by a stunning figure. Megan Fox, wearing a cropped low-cut tank top paired with a small jacket and tight shorts that accentuated her sizzling figure, appeared like a goddess who could captivate anyone. No wonder she's the original Foxy Beauty, the queen of seduction. Gubai thought fervently to himself. This is a rare opportunity. Seductive goddess? Let's test the waters and see how deep they go. Determined, he picked up his drink and walked toward Megan Fox. Hello, is this seat taken? Can I sit here? Gubai asked, brimming with confidence. Megan turned her head, their eyes meeting. Instantly drawn to Gubai's charisma, she exclaimed in surprise, "What the fuck, such a handsome guy." "Hello. Of course, you can," Megan replied with a gentle smile, her tone polite. After sitting down, they introduced themselves. As the conversation deepened, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Gubai's humor and wit made Megan laugh uncontrollably, her laughter ringing out continuously. "Let's go over to that bonfire party and have some fun," Gubai suggested, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Megan hesitated for a moment but was eventually moved by Gubai's sincere smile. She nodded and agreed, "All right." Gubai let out a sigh of relief, feeling secretly pleased. Being good-looking does have its perks, he mused. Around the bonfire, the crowd sat together sharing stories, their laughter filling the air. Megan's radiant smile stood out, as if she lit up the entire world. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Gubai's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for earning Megan's favor. You've unlocked the attribute Sam Smith's singing talent, grade, gold. A pleasant surprise. Gubai rejoiced inwardly. Even though it's not a basketball-related talent, free rewards are always sweet. He immediately decided to showcase his skills during the talent performance segment, choosing a classic song, Love Story. Picking up the microphone, Gubai's gentle and magnetic voice filled the air. "We were both young when I first saw you." His singing resonated through the night, mesmerizing everyone. As he sang, Gubai didn't forget to exchange tender glances with Megan, making her heart race uncontrollably. When the song ended, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. "Wow, that was amazing. I thought the original artist was here," someone exclaimed in awe. Megan looked at the cheerful, tall, and handsome young man before her, her heart stirred. At that moment, director Catherine Hardwicke squinted slightly and suddenly slapped her thigh. "That's the voice. This is it. Maybe I just found the lead singer for my Twilight soundtrack." At the Los Angeles Chronicle newsroom, a reporter's phone rang. "Boss, I've got something you'll definitely be interested in," a reporter gasped into the phone, clutching a freshly made tape, his eyes gleaming with excitement. On the other end of the line, a chubby, balding man was barking orders at his secretary, his tone arrogant and overbearing. Anderson Cooper clenched his teeth in frustration but roared into the phone, "Anderson, if you don't deliver a good story soon, you're fired today. Fat pig, fooling around with women again." Anderson cursed silently but dutifully reported, "Boss, I followed Kobe this morning. Guess what happened?" "Kobe beat the crap out of you," the boss retorted impatiently. Anderson chuckled mysteriously, "Boss, Kobe actually lost a one-on-one game to an utterly unknown kid." "WTF?" The voice on the other end immediately perked up. "Send me the video now." Got it. After hanging up, Anderson smirked to himself. "Fat pig, just wait until I become chief editor. Then you'll be the one serving tea and running errands." The next day, as the sun rose, inside the Lakers' training facility, thump, 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 the rhythmic sound of basketballs echoed. Kobe, as usual, was the first to arrive, puzzled. Could it be a thief today? Bang! The training facility doors swung open, and Kobe exclaimed, "WTF? Goo, you're a monster." Last night, he had seen Gubai holding hands with Megan, and yet here he was, drenched in sweat, training hard at the facility this morning. Swish! Gubai shot ball after ball, each one cleanly sinking into the hoop. System daily training task, 500 three-pointers, completion rate, 47%. Seeing Kobe approach, Gubai grinned and said, "Kobe, I don't like the feeling of losing." Kobe nodded, deeply agreeing. "Then let's grind together." "It's not grinding, it's training." The two joked as they threw themselves into practice, drenched in sweat and immersed in the fervent atmosphere. Meanwhile, the internet was already abuzz. A video titled "Breaking News. Unknown rookie's three-point buzzer beater defeats the King of Los Angeles" had gone viral on American social platforms, sparking endless discussions and shares. Everyone eagerly anticipated the next dazzling performance from this mysterious newcomer. WTF? Countless fans who clicked on the video were stunned and left speechless by Gubai's performance. The first shot, Gubai's slam dunk, completely broke the norm, leaving the spectators and even some professional media and scouts astonished. People started posting, calling for a search for this mysterious genius. NBA's various scouting departments were also stunned by this video, as if Columbus had discovered a new continent. Checked the records, but nothing was found. This is no surprise to the media. The Lakers haven't released their Summer League roster yet, which usually happens in July. So at this moment, Gubai is like a blank sheet of paper. However, never underestimate the power of the media. Soon, news of Gubai being expelled for fighting was dug up, and Gubai's identity was completely uncovered. The photo of him throwing a handsome punch was even wildly circulated by the media. A Hollywood talent scout, upon seeing Gubai's appearance, immediately expressed interest in recruiting him for acting. A well-known director excitedly said, "Forget playing basketball, come and act already, Gu." A socialite went wild with her confession, "That physique, I really want to go shooting targets with him." Amidst the frenzy outside, a piece of news quietly surfaced. Gubai has already joined the Lakers' Summer League roster and will be representing the Lakers. This news was naturally revealed by Dan Fagan to hype up Gubai. Of course, some media outlets also jumped out to declare, "A player like Gubai is extremely dangerous. He shouldn't play in the NBA, such a player doesn't deserve to be in this league." Gubai paid no attention to such remarks. Playing well in the game, naturally, left no worries. Facing overwhelming online criticism, Kobe stepped forward. "I think there's some misunderstanding here. I've interacted with Gu, and he is a highly skilled player." Kobe's words instantly sparked quite a buzz. Now there are two camps, one strongly supports Gubai, while the other believes Gubai shouldn't get the contract. As for whether the contract will be given or not, fans don't have a say. Ultimately, it's up to the boss to decide. News about Gubai within the country has been blocked by major media outlets. In the following month, Gubai devoted himself wholeheartedly to his special training journey. Using the $1 million provided by the system, he improved his living conditions, hired a trainer to assist with his training, and even brought in a nutritionist. During this time, Dan Fagan came to check on Gubai. Seeing his diligence, he felt reassured. Gubai was, of course, diligent, as his experience bar kept increasing with the training. After meeting Kobe, Gubai got the chance to spar with the NBA's current best scorer, basically freeloading a free trainer. Perhaps to avenge his loss in the park game last time, Kobe trained Gubai ruthlessly. Although Gubai's defense had already reached the level of an NBA starting player, his opponent was none other than the man known as the Black Mamba. In the end, Gubai painfully yet joyfully improved his skills. During this time, Gubai received an unexpected call from Da Ji, the man who had once been banned by Blue Shoes. "Gubai, I believe in you. Play well in the Summer League and then sign with the NBA. Smack them in the face hard, and everything will fall into place." It is widely known that Da Ji was truly the first to enter the NBA through sheer perseverance. Without his efforts, Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian wouldn't have found it so easy to join the NBA. He is a genuine pioneer. It wasn't until last year that Da Ji finally reconciled with Langxi. Before that, he had always been under a ban. "Thank you, Da Ji." Gubai expressed his sincere gratitude. Finally, the two agreed on the time for their next meeting. To Gubai's surprise, Da Yao also sent him a message to encourage him. "Gubai, I've heard about the news back home. What you need to do now is focus on playing here. This place only believes in strength. Divider. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, July is here. The NBA free agency officially begins." Cuban has become even crazier, desperately pursuing Kobe. Meanwhile, managers of various NBA teams have started to get busy, scheduling a series of tasks such as contract renewals, signings, and strengthening their rosters. 1 week later, all the matches of the U19 World Cup featuring the Chinese youth men's basketball team concluded. Except for the 91-67 victory against Korea, the team lost all other games against the United States, France, Serbia, and other nations. With a group stage record of 1 win and 2 losses, the final result was 1 win and 7 losses, securing only the 12th place overall. At the concluding press conference, head coach Lee Chuanjiang's face was as gloomy as overcast skies. "I think our performance at the start of these games was pretty good, but after the second half began, the players' mindset clearly relaxed, and that's the main reason for our losses." At this moment, a reporter stood up and bluntly asked, "Coach Lee, may I ask you about this? Every time Wang Lee gets on the court, he either loses his man or gets beaten. Offensively, his performance has been poor as well, scoring only 8 points while averaging 22 minutes of playing time per game. What is the reason for this?" Li Chunjiang was instantly filled with rage and thought to himself, "Although I'm the head coach, I'm powerless here. I really want to curse. In the world, only Baba is dependable." But he suppressed his anger and smiled as he responded, "This is a rotation plan our team developed based on training performance. Wang Li's performance on the court has been less than ideal, but we believe he is a very talented young player." The reporter was momentarily speechless, and everyone secretly thought, how can we believe that? Just like that, the embarrassed youth basketball team from the World Youth Championship traveled discreetly back home on a chartered plane, then checked into the five-star Hilton Hotel. Losing the game was acceptable, but not a single sea cucumber could be missed. On domestic forums, fans were clearly no fools. They had already started questioning Wang Li's performance, a stark contrast to the previously unanimous support for him. Everyone now believed he had connections. Fans began to doubt the authenticity of that incident. Moreover, some wall-climbing netizens obtained a video of Gubai scoring a magical three-point buzzer beater against Kobe with one hand, which made Gubai the next potential NBA player after Yi Jianlian. Rumors even spread that he had been selected for the Lakers' Summer League squad. Kobe's strong backing of Gubai further brought all the truths to light. All of this seemed to hint at deeper hidden secrets. The seal is slightly loose. Wang Li and his son were, of course, keeping a close eye on Gubai, silently praying in their hearts, hoping that Gubai would be completely crushed in the upcoming Summer League, return to his country in disgrace, and retire for good. Would everything go as they wished? Las Vegas. Thomas and Mack Center, TNM Center, Stadium. This Summer League game is destined to become a legend. The sidelines were packed with scouts, managers, and star players from various teams, and the atmosphere was as if a volcano was about to erupt. Lakers head coach Zen Master Phil Jackson, Warriors head coach Don Nelson, Heat's current head coach Eric Spoelstra, team president Pat Riley, Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, Knicks head coach Mike D'Antoni, along with superstar players like Dwayne Wade and Kobe Bryant made their appearances. Even NBA legend Magic Johnson watched from the sidelines, making one wonder if this was a Christmas Day game or a replay of the finals. The arena was packed to capacity, and the excitement was electrifying. Tonight's matchup featured the Los Angeles Lakers versus the Seattle Supersonics, and the spotlight was undoubtedly on the rookie debut of second overall pick Kevin Durant. Before entering the league, KD was already renowned, having won the Naismith College Player of the Year award and been named to the All-American First Team. The 2007 draft had him regarded as a super rookie second only to Greg Oden. On the other side, a newcomer from China, Gubai, has dominated the spotlight over the past month, overshadowing even the second and first overall picks. He rose to fame overnight due to a one-on-one video with Kobe and has since become the center of attention. Whether supporters or critics, tonight's game will be the moment to test his true skills. Many American fans at the scene eagerly anticipated watching Kevin Durant teach this Chinese kid a harsh lesson, their excitement ready to explode. The commentary lineup was equally star-studded, with Barkley and Smith, the famously contentious duo, reunited once again, promising sparks and an entertaining experience. Although Gubai had been banned domestically, his debut game in the Summer League still attracted a considerable number of fans who jumped the firewall to watch. Everyone wanted to see just what skills this Chinese rising star possessed. The title of the small workshop live streaming room was particularly eye-catching: Chinese rising star Gubai versus America's legendary talent Durant. Within the domestic basketball community, Gubai's reputation was prominent. Despite the criticism on the surface, secretly everyone was curious to see if he truly had the talent to back it up. The number of viewers in the live streaming room soared rapidly. The comments section was on fire. Wow, seeing Gubai for the first time, is he really the one who was blacklisted? Not sure what the truth is, but young Master Wang was crushed at the World Youth Championship. Let's see if Gubai can make a comeback. I think Gubai is just a scoundrel. How could the Los Angeles Lakers sign him? I'm a fan of Gubai, he's so handsome, an unknown female fan excitedly commented. Shouldn't such a player be banned? Did Gubai make some kind of deal with general manager Koo to somehow get into the Lakers' Summer League roster? If it weren't for the fact that my lovely sister didn't have a game today, who would bother watching this guy? Both teams' players are already warming up on the court. Kevin, I heard everyone wants to see you go head-to-head with that Gubai from China tonight, Kenny Aldrich said to Durant while dribbling. After making a three-pointer, Durant looked towards Gubai, who was warming up, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gubai? I heard you beat Kobe. Tonight, I'm going to crush you hard and show everyone Durant's true strength. Durant's mind was already drifting away from the match. He glanced at the female fans on the sidelines who were paying attention to Gubai, scheming in his heart. On the other side, Gubai, after finishing his three-point training, sat on the bench silently planning for the upcoming challenge. Ding dong, the system has detected that the host is about to engage in the first PK with Du Xiaoshui. Task objective, defeat a Du and lead the team to victory. Task rewards, random purple attribute *1, white attribute upgrade card *1. Gubai looked at the obviously loser-like Du across from him and silently smiled to himself. Kevin, tonight I have to give it my all. The entrance ceremony quickly concluded. Starting lineup as follows. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Javaris Crittenton, shooting guard, Abby Uri, small forward, Brandon Gay, power forward, Jabari Smith, center. Seattle Supersonics, Zabi and Dowdell, point guard, Kevin Durant, shooting guard, Michael Jelabale, small forward, Jeff Green, power forward, Johan Petro, center. Tonight's game was full of sparks, with the matchup between Gubai, the 198 cm point guard, and Kevin Durant, the 2.06 m shooting guard, drawing everyone's attention, an absolute showdown of strength. Not to mention Jeff Green, the evergreen player of the NBA, also playing on the court. Jump ball. The referee's whistle blew as Petro skillfully tipped the basketball over Smith's head. The Supersonics quickly launched their attack. After crossing half-court, Dowdell passed the ball to Durant, ready to execute the first offensive play. From beyond the three-point line, KD faced Gubai's defense, excitement sparking in his eyes. This is the perfect chance. Durant dribbled the ball, changed direction, and began his signature drag step, heading straight for the basket. He was brimming with confidence, only to realize that Gubai was right behind him, leaving no room at all. Holy crab! Durant's heart tightened. With no retreat, he drove to the basket and released what he thought was a reliable floater. Wow! Commentator Barkley exclaimed repeatedly, Kevin, that dribble was incredible, so agile it's breathtaking. Facing this Chinese kid, he actually pulled off a beautiful layup. However, before the word settled, the unexpected occurred. Slap! Gubai arrived like lightning, his feet moving swiftly as he soared into the air. At the exact moment the basketball was rising, Gubai slapped it down hard. Then, Lakers Smith quickly grabbed the rebound and decisively passed the ball to Gubai as he landed. Gubai took the ball and advanced rapidly, leading the charge straight into the Supersonics defense. Facing the blocks from Jeff Green and Durant, he showed no fear. Pang! Gubai clashed bodies mid-air with the opponents, gracefully dodged, and easily scored with a layup, securing 2 points with ease. His core strength and hang-time ability were fully displayed. Lakers lead Supersonics 2-0. Oh my god. The audience was stunned. That Lakers number 3 kid is insanely fast. I just took a sip of my cola, and he's already completed the defensive counterattack? The spectators on site were abuzz with discussion. A moment ago, Gubai's block left everyone dazzled. It was as if he was flying through the air, effortlessly blocking Durant, who was 8 centimeters taller than him. Commentator A. Smith couldn't help but exclaim, I think we might be witnessing someone extraordinary. His co-host Charles Barkley humorously responded, I bet that kid must have had a plate of dumplings. Smith joked, Charles, I heard you kissed a donkey's backside because of Yao back then. How about tonight we? Upon hearing this, Barkley looked calm and said, honestly, I can't imagine how I'll lose tonight's bet. If Gu scores 30 points tonight, I'll go kiss a pig's backside. This banter added a lot of fun to tonight's game. On the court, Gubai glanced at Barkley at the commentary table and said, Charles, looks like you're craving again. The Supersonics launched another attack. This time, Durant appeared much more cautious. Looking at Gubai, he silently vowed to himself, this time I must take it seriously, no making the same mistake twice in the same spot. However, will the result really be different? This showdown is bound to be even more thrilling. The next second. Bang! Paul's stealing ability, activated. Adu passed the ball, but it was directly intercepted by Gubai. Gubai dashed to the front court like a flash of lightning. 1 vs 0. It's showtime. Bang. Gubai performs a windmill violent one-arm dunk. Talent maxed out. 4-0. Oh. On the sidelines, Kobe stood up and cheered, exhilarated. At this moment, the scouts present hurriedly recorded Gubai's stats, outstanding defensive ability, top-level athletic talent, a promising future. On the sidelines, old Nelson nodded, this kid definitely has potential. Pat Riley said calmly, he has talent, but I want to see more brilliance from him. The NBA doesn't lack scorers, what it lacks are superstar cores who can always lead their teams. At this moment, in the Chinese live broadcast room, what am I seeing? Gubai scored 4 points right at the start, along with a block and a steal. Impressive. Isn't that Gubai? He was my deskmate in elementary school. I don't believe you, Gubai became your deskmate, he's clearly my bunkmate. Have you all forgotten that Gubai hit someone? Hit someone? All we saw was the rise of a shining new star. I think once Durant gets serious, Gubai will be done for. On the court, Durant played smarter this time, running a pick-and-roll with Jeff Green and making a brilliant pass to Uncle Jeff. Uncle Jeff made an easy floater under the basket. 4-2. Turnover. Gubai crosses the half-court with the ball and executes a pick-and-roll with center Smith, accelerating to shake off Adu. The Supersonics' interior defense quickly comes over to assist. Boom. Gubai dribbled into the paint, drawing the attention of the Supersonics players with a fake behind-the-back pass. He fooled everyone. Then, Gubai easily scored with a layup. 6-2. On the commentary booth, Smith was stunned. This kid's fake pass and shot is simply incredible. Sidelines. Oh. This fake pass tricked everyone on the Supersonics. Is he really a rookie? He's terrifyingly mature, even stronger than Kevin. What's going on? In the audience stands, the fans erupted with excitement. Over here. Supersonic makes a mistake. Outside the three-point line, Gubai moves to catch a pass from a teammate and shoots another ultra-long three-pointer. The basketball traces a beautiful arc in the air. Swish. Hollow into the net, 9-2. Starting the game with a straight 9-2 run, Gubai single-handedly scored 9 points. Timeout. On the sidelines, the Supersonics head coach called a timeout, trying to curb the Lakers' momentum, especially Gubai's scoring spree. In the live broadcast room, comments are flying everywhere. Scoring 9 points in less than 3 minutes from the start. Is this Gubai really only 19 years old? He's so selfish. Almost everything at the start is him scoring. Are the ones above stupid? If he can score himself, why should he pass the ball? Awesome, facing the second overall pick Kevin Durant, completely crushed him. Take a look at our Prince Juan's performance on the international stage. Gubai scored more in one game than he did in 8. This is just the beginning. Once the other side sets up targeted strategies, Gubai will be done for. Clang. Adu misses another jump shot. Du Xiaoshuai's first season was indeed rough. Had it not been for his relentless misses with the Supersonics, perhaps the later Grim Reaper wouldn't have emerged. Gubai grabs the rebound. After glancing at the front court, he dribbles twice and delivers a cross-court pass. Bang! Fast-breaking Abby early received the pass and effortlessly scored with a two-handed slam dunk. 11-2. The live stream fell into complete silence instantly. Who says I, Emperor Gubai, am alone? Show yourself. This pass, even if those national team guys practice for another 10 years, they might not master it. Sidelines. Phil Jackson's eyes lit up as he watched. This kid has been surprising me ever since training camp began. Is the team lacking in scoring? No. The Lakers, with Kobe, have never lacked offense. What they lack is simply an excellent organizer plus defensive specialist. Clearly, Gubai perfectly meets the team's needs. Mitch, I think we might be able to be a bit bolder and increase our offer. The Zen master looked at Mitch Kupchak beside him and said earnestly. On the court. Under Gubai's defense, Durant was completely lost. Here, it should be noted that it's not that Gubai's defense is top-notch, but rather that he was pushed to his limits by Kobe during the summer, which naturally improved his defensive experience. Kobe can be considered half a mentor. Having defended against the Black Mamba's offense, how could a man like that be defeated by Backpack KD, who's just entering the league? The first half of the game quickly came to an end. During those 20 minutes, Gubai played like a war god descending upon the court, delivering an astonishing performance with 28 points. Meanwhile, little KD could only helplessly contribute 7 points with a painfully low shooting percentage of just 23%. He nearly bent the hoop out of shape with his shots. The score gap between the two teams was jaw-dropping, with the Lakers leading the Supersonics 58-37, a full 21 points ahead. The game had already entered garbage time by halftime. At this moment, the entire American media, fans, scouts, and general managers watching the game were stunned. Old Nelson excitedly called Warriors general manager Larry Riley. Larry, I think I found the key player. With 8 minutes left in halftime, the audience's discussions were buzzing. We can see that Gu is clearly a cut above the other players on the court, perhaps even more. Smith explained. Excitedly, his ball handling and scoring abilities are simply incredible. Our second pick Kevin looks like a child in front of him. He's being absolutely dominated tonight. Barkley, however, furrowed his brows and recalled his kiss a pig's backside promise. I didn't expect Kevin to be so helpless. He continued in disbelief. I've read Kevin Durant's draft report. He demonstrated exceptional scoring ability in college, averaging 25.8 points, with a field goal percentage of 43.4%, 3-point shooting at 38.8% and 87.3% at the free throw line. He's 2.11 meters tall, with a wingspan of 2.26 meters. Mature, steady, and impressively gifted. Who would have thought he'd be dismantled so easily by Gubai? At this moment, Ed Smith chuckled and said, "Blame it on the Los Angeles Lakers for this one. They just updated Gubai's physical test data on their website, guess what?" He paused for a moment, the crowd holding their breath in anticipation. "Huh?" everyone asked curiously. Gubai is 198 centimeters tall, has an astonishing wingspan of 214 centimeters, a vertical leap of 108 centimeters, and weighs 94 kilograms, almost on par with Kevin. And this was before undergoing NBA system training a month ago. A. Smith said smugly. "Oh my god, I've been tricked so badly." Barkley shouted, F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I've already arranged for someone to help you get in touch with the pig. Jez Barkley turned pale and angrily said, "Listen to me, thank you." Halftime quickly passed, and the second half resumed. The point difference between the Seattle Supersonics and the Los Angeles Lakers remained in double digits, leaving Kevin Durant, ready to showcase his skills, deeply frustrated. Facing Gubai's physical confrontation, the 2.11-meter-tall Durant gained no advantage and was repeatedly outmaneuvered by Gubai's footwork for solo plays. The game proceeded to the third quarter, with 3 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. Oh crab! Durant watched as his layup was blocked again by Gubai, feeling a pang of regret in his heart. Gubai grabbed the rebound and sprinted toward the frontcourt. Facing Jeff Green, who was retreating to defend, Gubai teamed up with his teammate, catching a high lob pass. Boom, Gubai swooped down like a fierce tiger, executing a thunderous alley-oop dunk over the defender that captivated the entire audience. Unbelievable. The entire arena instantly erupted, and the audience was left dumbfounded. His shoulders nearly touched the rim, such an explosive dunk. Coming from a guy with yellow skin. In everyone's impression, players from China were still considered floor-bound, but this dunk completely stunned everyone present. WTF, people exclaimed. Tonight, Gu already has an insane 41 points. This is a player who didn't even enter the draft and is still fighting for a contract? God, if he were in the draft, I'd even be willing to use a number 1 pick on him. On the court, Durant was frozen. What kind of talent is this? Tonight, I must be facing a demon. In Huagua's live broadcast room, netizens were buzzing with excitement. That actually went in. I thought it was going to be a passing error. Jeff Green and Kevin Durant on the opposing side are a bit lackluster. They actually got dominated by Gubai. Are you seriously not following basketball? Durant is this year's 2nd overall pick, and Green is the 5th overall pick, ranked even higher than Yi Jianlian. No way, it's absolutely impossible. Tonight, Gubai must be celebrating with dumplings. On the sidelines, scouts and head coaches were increasingly intrigued by Gubai's displayed talent. Although high scores in the Summer League don't mean much, scouts and managers tend to focus on the real skills showcased during the games. Rockets general manager Mo Dog quickly made a call to report the latest developments to his boss Alexander. The atmosphere was tense yet electrified. Clearly, everyone had achieved their desired goals. Phil, I feel like after tonight's game, if we want to keep Gu, we might have to up the price. General Manager Koo said with a wry smile to Zen Master Jackson beside him, his eyes flashing with both concern and anticipation for the future. In the upcoming games, the mentally shattered Durant was no match for Gubai. In one possession, Gubai executed a behind-the-back dribble, stepped back, and launched a long-range three-pointer. Bang! The basketball swished through the net. Hoo-hoo-aya! The atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited, as if the entire arena was cheering for Gubai. With this three-pointer, the game completely entered garbage time. Beep! At the moment when the referee blew the final whistle, the score on the court froze at 96-78, with the Los Angeles Lakers effortlessly defeating the Supersonics by an 18-point margin, who boasted this year's outstanding 2nd overall pick, Kevin Durant. Gubai dominated the game with an impressive all-around performance, 46 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, far surpassing Durant's 20 points. This victory was not just a display of skill but also a triumph of mentality. Although the game had ended, the fans on site showed no intention of leaving, and the electrifying atmosphere was intoxicating. Just then, a surprise twist appeared. The organizers unexpectedly brought out a pig and led it to the center of the field. Oh fuck! Barkley held his forehead, his face full of resignation, secretly thinking, the thing I least wanted to see has still happened. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely choose a different way to end this night of revelry. Barkley ultimately fulfilled his wish by kissing the pig's backside, instantly igniting the atmosphere on site. "Charles, you're way too skilled at kissing a pig's butt," Smith teased. "Ha ha." Laughter erupted one after another, and the atmosphere at the scene was electrifying. In the front row of the audience, managers and scouts from various teams hurriedly got up and rushed out of the arena after watching Barkley's performance. Clearly, they were all heading off to attend to more important matters. Originally, I intended to watch Durant tonight, but I was deeply captivated by Gubai instead. Wearing the purple and gold jersey, he lingered in everyone's mind. Although it was just a summer league game, Gubai delivered astonishing stats of 46 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, leaving reporters, media, and fans alike feeling a strong presence. In the post-game interview session, Gubai was surrounded by reporters. The Lakers naturally attract attention, and now with Gubai representing the team in the Summer League, the buzz is even more intense. Facing the reporter's question, Gubai smiled slightly. "Perhaps everyone had some misunderstandings about me before this game. I've been holding my breath underwater for too long, and tonight I can finally come ashore and breathe some fresh air." Ha ha ha. The reporters were amused by his humor and burst into laughter. Putting away the jokes, Gubai said seriously, "Thank you to the fans who came to the arena tonight to support me, and thank you to the team for trusting me. They didn't give up on me. I know tonight's opponent is the renowned American genius Kevin Durant. He's an extremely gifted player. Tonight, my goal is to try to limit him while completing the tasks assigned by the coach. Regardless of who my opponent is, I'll score without hesitation." At this moment, a reporter asked, "Gu, can you talk about your video in China?" Gubai glanced deeply at the reporter and smiled. "If I said it felt like a joke, what would you think?" "Wow," the reporters on site exclaimed in surprise. Gubai continued, "In our country, there's a saying, a clean hand wants no washing. My conscience is clear." Elsewhere, Durant, during an interview, rubbed his head and said, "He's really strong. Tonight is the worst defeat I've experienced since high school. He completely dominated me. I've remembered his name, Gubai. In future NBA games, if I get the chance, I will definitely defeat him." Clocking out from work, the night breeze was slightly cool, gently brushing against Gubai's face. He dressed neatly, walked to the parking lot, and prepared to drive the car he had rented home. Beep beep beep. Just as he was about to pull open the car door, a series of urgent horn sounds rang out. "Who is it? So late at night, who's honking so arrogantly in the parking lot? It's absolutely infuriating." Gubai followed the sound and saw a brand new Mercedes-Benz CLS 500 slowly approaching. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. "Gu, come on, let me treat you to dinner." Megan Fox beamed brightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Gubai was momentarily stunned, then lowered the fist he had been ready to strike with. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Sure, Megan, you actually came all the way to Las Vegas. Get in the car quickly." Megan waved her hand, signaling him to hurry up. "Didn't you say last time that I would become famous? Recently, Transformers was released, and I really did. A lot of directors have been approaching me for roles." Gubai shook his head with a smile and sat in the passenger seat. "Well, congratulations, big star." TCH Megan stuck out her tongue and glanced at him with feigned disdain. "What kind of big star am I? At most, I'm just a little actress. Not like you, who is now a household name across America as a super rookie." "Me?" Gubai raised his eyebrows, slightly puzzled. Megan didn't answer. She directly pulled out her phone and handed it to him. Displayed prominently on the screen was a freshly pushed news headline: "China's super rookie scores a stunning 46 points, crushes the second overall draft pick." Below the headline was a photo of Gubai blocking Durant. Gubai looked at the striking title and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. These media people are really damn fast. "How about it? Do you feel like you've already reached the peak of your life?" Megan teased, a hint of slyness flashing in her eyes. "Peak?" Gubai shook his head and looked out at the rapidly passing night scene through the window. "This is just the beginning." "Ha!" Megan Fox let out a soft laugh, said nothing more, and pressed down on the accelerator. The car shot out of the parking lot like an arrow leaving a bowstring. In the front passenger seat, Gubai glanced sideways and saw Megan taking off her coat. Her fiery figure and denim short skirt accentuated her curves, prompting him to silently chant to himself, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." Megan looked at Gubai's expression and curled her lips into a smug smile. "Kiddo, today I've got you completely under my thumb." Yet Megan had no idea that at this moment, Gubai was brewing an earth-shattering counterattack. The next day, the entire sports world seemed swept up by a storm. ESPN, Fox Sports, Bleacher Report, and ABC Radio all featured last night's game as their headline story. On social media, Gubai's name spread like wildfire. Bleacher Report, a sensational debut, Chinese prodigy defeats Kevin Durant in a single game. Fox Sports, remarkably mature, Gubai's absence from the draft is the league's biggest loss. ESPN, following Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, the league may welcome a brand new Chinese face. The widespread coverage by major media outlets made Gubai's name sweep across North America like a hurricane. This time, his name is tightly linked with genius, completely overturning his previous notoriety. Fans are frantically searching for his game highlights, especially that rim-level alley-oop dunk, which has almost become a hot topic on all basketball forums. "This vertical leap is simply unbelievable," a fan exclaimed on social media. Gubai's physical condition really makes one question his true identity. Although domestic media remain silent about this, even deliberately suppressing it, the power of the internet is undoubtedly unstoppable. On a certain forum, discussions about Gubai had already erupted like a volcanic eruption. Moderators tried to close threads but found it utterly impossible to contain. The passion of the fans was like a raging river, unstoppable. Scoring 46 points in one game, my God, Gubai is absolutely a true genius. A post quickly soared to the top of trending topics, and the comments section was filled with exclamations and doubts. "Things have blown up over in America. Their super genius Durant was completely crushed by our Gubai," someone wrote smugly. "This is so satisfying, 1,000 times more thrilling than the World Youth Championship." Another comment followed closely, brimming with unparalleled excitement. Of course, there are also differing opinions. Someone coldly reminded, "Did you forget that Gubai is a guy without morals? He's been involved in fights." However, such voices were quickly drowned out by the wave of support. To the person upstairs, please watch your words. What fights? Gubai was just full of passion, got it? "If you can score 46 points in the Summer League, I wouldn't even mind smashing your head," someone retorted bluntly. "That's right. This is true genius. So what if he has a bit of a temper? Hitting a leader is a small matter. If he can lead the men's basketball team to win the championship, I am absolutely willing to accept punishment." Of course, there were also quite a few people adopting a wait-and-see attitude. "Maybe Gubai was just lucky this time, and in the next game, his true colors will be revealed," someone sneered coldly. TCH, next game, Gubai is up against the Hua Nation men's basketball national team. "We'll just wait and see," someone countered defiantly. "You're right, I can't wait either. This year the lineup is complete, apart from Big Yao, almost everyone is here. Sun Yu, Zhu 8, Alian, Lu Wei, De Ji." Voices of anticipation echoed across the forum. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the Grand Wang family mansion. "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools." The young master Wang Li looked livid, furious, and hurled the wine glass in his hand at the wall, shattering it into pieces. What once-in-a-century talent, super second overall pick, this Durant actually got completely destroyed. Wang Li's words seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth, with each syllable ignited with sparks of hatred. Wang Feng stood aside, his face equally grim. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said coldly to his son, "Don't cause any trouble for me these days. Those above are very dissatisfied with our actions." Wang Li suddenly turned his head, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. "Dad, are you saying they already know?" Wang Feng nodded, his tone tinged with helplessness. "If Gubai's potential is truly that great, our losses will be enormous. Now we've fired him, not even a drop of profit to be gained." Hearing this, Wang Li clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning white. In the next match against the Hua national basketball team, with professional-level physical confrontation, I refuse to believe he can still be so arrogant. Wang Li said through gritted teeth, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Wang Feng did not respond, only silently nodded, his gaze shimmering with a trace of determined light. The Wang family, father and son, are now filled with anticipation, silently praying in their hearts, "Team China, please don't let us down this time." They hope Gubai will be completely suppressed, even to the point of being utterly powerless to fight back. As the match approaches, a tense atmosphere pervades the entire stadium. Everyone holds their breath, their hearts burning with a desire for victory. Wang Feng quietly vows to himself to show everyone his true strength. In a five-star hotel in Las Vegas, the luxurious surroundings could not mask Gubai's excitement and anticipation. The external chaos had no effect on his longing for the future. Waking up from bed, Gubai immediately received the generous rewards from the previous match. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for defeating the reserved Adu and leading the team to victory. Mission reward, random purple attribute *1, white attribute upgrade card *1 has been issued. Would the host like to draw the prize now? Draw. As soon as the words fell, the lottery wheel began spinning rapidly, and the air was filled with tension. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple term, white chocolate. Jason Williams pass *1. White chocolate? Gubai muttered, excitement flashing in his eyes. That dazzling Kings point guard, the one who makes 9 players panic when he has the ball. This is the version of himself in Mr. Zhou's mind. Host, do you choose to use the white entry upgrade card? After careful consideration, Gubai decided to upgrade his skills. At this stage, the whiteboard skills he possesses are Mamba Mentality and Paul's Stealing Ability. He thought to himself, why not upgrade Paul's Stealing Ability first? Whoosh! A flash of brilliance flickered. Gubai nervously stared at the interface, feeling uneasy. After all, the probability of upgrade failure is just like TX's synthetic game items, it makes one break into a cold sweat. Fortunately. Congratulations to the host for having good luck. Upgrade successful, Paul's Stealing Ability has been upgraded to Purple Dot. With the excitement of the upgrade and the rigorous training of this summer, Gubai eagerly checked his attribute panel. The attribute panel is as follows. Name, Gubai. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 95 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Speed, 89. Strength, 69. Jumping, 89. Stamina, 89. Ball handling, 79. Passing, 75. Layup, 75. Dunk, 87. Mid-range, 76. Three-pointer, 82. Steals, 76. Blocks, 68. Rebounds, 69. Defense, 78. Overall ability has already reached 78. Gubai looked at the improvement of his various attributes with satisfaction, silently thinking to himself, achieving 80+ before entering the NBA is definitely not a dream. As everyone knows, 80+ is a threshold, while 90+ is the mark of a superstar. Being able to reach this level at such a critical moment, Gubai felt immensely proud. In his previous life, he was separated from the NBA by an insurmountable chasm, but now, he finally has the chance to compete head-to-head with basketball superstars like Rose, Westbrook, Harden, and Curry. The feeling of a dream come true is truly incredible. Time flies. One day later, Thomas and Mack Center. Tonight's game continues to draw countless people's attention. Passionate fans from China gathered outside the arena, waving the 5-star red flag to cheer for their team. Tonight's showdown is especially captivating. Known as the villain, Gubai faces his compatriots, the Chinese national team. For wanderers abroad, watching their fellow countrymen compete carries a unique sense of familiarity. Summer League tickets are already quite affordable, with prices ranging from $20 to $50, making them far more accessible than regular season games. As the game was about to begin, fans started entering the venue with their tickets, instantly transforming the arena into a sea of red. Players in both teams' dressing rooms. Before today's match started, we received a strict order from above. Tonight's game can only be won, not lost. The national team's head coach Jonas sternly addressed the players. Honestly, I don't quite understand your culture, and I've roughly watched the game footage of that guy on the opposing team. He truly has talent. But tonight, your opponent's on the court. Don't let past sentiments sway you, show your momentum and bring me victory. Yi Jianlian, Wang Zhizhi, Zhu Fangyu, Wang Xipeng, and Lu Weil nodded, the 5 players forming tonight's starting lineup. Looking roughly in the direction of Gubai's locker room, he sighed inwardly. Gubai, what kind of performance will you show tonight? As a man who had once fought against fate, but ultimately compromised, he was filled with emotion. If it had been 2 years earlier, he might have had a different ending. Now, seeing Gubai felt like seeing his past self. On the other side, Lakers assistant coach Brian Shaw gathered the players into a circle and began the final pregame pep talk. Gu, tonight you have unlimited shooting rights. Do whatever you want to do. Gubai nodded solemnly. Understood, coach. Brian Shaw continued, everyone else, stay serious. Our opponent tonight is a national team. Their professionalism is not something ordinary players can compare to. Our goal is the championship of this summer league. If anyone screws up, I swear I'll give them a good kick after the game. Victory is ours. Everyone shouted in unison. Huagua, a live streaming channel on Malong. Tonight, the bold and skillful Lonzi began his first ever video live stream. Although the directing team was anxious, under the influence of certain forces, the live stream proceeded as scheduled. As for Tianchao TV, it had long been completely banned. It seems the authorities had noticed the recent heated discussions in the forums and decided to let everyone witness through a livestream how the arrogantly impressive Gubai would be crushed by the national team. As for where their courage and confidence come from, maybe they really don't watch basketball. Or perhaps, it is Liang Jingru who gave them this courage. In front of the camera, Kofan smiled and began the opening remarks. Hello, viewers. Today, Mr. Yang Yi and I will bring you the live broadcast of the Summer League match between the Hua national men's basketball team and the Lakers. Yang Yi nodded towards the camera with a hint of excitement in his tone. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to have the opportunity to broadcast this game tonight. The two immediately began making bold predictions about the game. Kofan took the lead. I think tonight, the Lakers will face a more complete and professionally superior men's basketball team, and may suffer a loss. Yang Yi nodded in agreement. That's right. In tonight's game, I believe our Zhu 8 and Lu Wei will firmly shut down the opposing Gubai. Although he's quite talented, he's still too young and lacks experience in major competitions. I don't think he can replicate the explosive 46-point performance from the first game when facing these established veterans. Kofan smiled and followed up with a question. Mr. Yang Yi, can you boldly predict Gubai's score tonight? Yang Yi pondered for a moment, then said firmly, single digits, he definitely won't score tonight. The comments section on the live broadcast page had already exploded, bustling like a marketplace. Seriously? An old player? Struggling to make it past half-court? Absolutely right, I think Gubai is amazing. Nonsense. I want to see if Gubai, whom you all praise so much, will end up being defended so hard tonight that he can't even dribble properly. That's hilarious. Gubai alone can crush the China men's basketball team. Elementary school or above, what are you barking about? Praising him to the skies before the game even starts. Do you even understand basketball? Basketball is a team sport played by 5 people. In the player tunnel, players from both teams had already met, sizing each other up. Gubai swept his gaze over De Ji, nodding slightly, showing respect for the veteran. De Ji returned the gesture with a smile, a hint of admiration in his eyes. As the time approached, players from both sides took to the court one after another for their final warm-ups. The atmosphere inside the arena was gradually heating up, with the noise from the audience rising and falling. This much-anticipated showdown was on the verge of beginning. The starting lineup is as follows. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Javaris Crittenton, shooting guard, Abby Early, small forward, Brandon Guy, power forward, Jabari Smith, center. China men's basketball team, Lu Wei, point guard, Wang Shipeng, shooting guard, Zhu 8, small forward, Yi Jianlian, power forward, De Ji, center. The game is about to begin. After both teams completed the entrance ceremony, the match started immediately. Ding dong, the system has detected that the host is about to start a special battle for recognition. Show them your prowess. Mission requirement, defeat the opponent and score 30+ points. Mission reward, rating based on performance on the court, an S rating grants 2 purple upgrade cards. Purple upgrade cards? Gubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an incredible reward. 2 purple upgrade cards could upgrade his purple dribbling veteran perk, pushing his dribbling ability directly past 80. In the NBA, a dribbling score of 80+ is the hallmark of an excellent ball handler. With his current score of 79 already at its peak, this opportunity was a godsend. This game tonight must be crushed. Gubai tucked his jersey into his pants, his gaze sharp as he looked toward the opposing side. The opponents are all familiar faces, and for fans who know the men's basketball team well, this game is destined to be an exciting showdown. Jump ball. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the entire audience, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Smack! Jabari Smith successfully tipped the ball over Daji's head into Gubai's hands. Gubai quickly dribbled past half-court as Lu Wei tightly stuck to him. Press defense? Gubai's gaze sharpened, secretly thinking that this is the most effective defensive strategy against men's basketball. But he's not someone who can be trapped so easily. Whoosh! Gubai feinted and instantly broke past Lu Wei, his speed like lightning. He charged near the free throw line. Facing De Ji rushing towards him, Gubai made a shooting fake, and the basketball instantly floated toward the inside. White skill pass activated. Clang! Under the basket, Jabari Smith leapt high and caught the ball mid-air. In one swift motion, he delivered a thunderous alley-oop dunk, bursting with momentum as though tearing through the skies. The Lakers lead the men's basketball team 2-0. After scoring, Smith quickly high-fived Gubai. Perfect pass, Gu. The men's basketball coach Jonas on the sidelines was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Focus. Pay attention to Gubai's breakthrough. Possession switched. Lu Wei dribbled past the halfway line, Gubai stepped forward to harass, and they quickly got into a confrontation. Bang! The two collided, and Lu Wei stumbled from the impact. Looking at Gubai, who was as strong as a calf, he thought to himself, is this guy really 19 years old? Did he fake his age? At that moment, watch out, Zhu 8 shouted. Lu Wei couldn't react in time and was trapped by a double team. A mistake occurred. The basketball was stolen. Defense counterattack. Gubai received a quick pass from his teammate, charging straight to the basket like a gust of wind, finishing with a one-handed slam dunk. Boom! The basketball slammed hard into the hoop. 4-0. In the live broadcast room, Yang Yi said calmly, the men's basketball team needs to pay attention to their rhythm. The opponent is nothing but a paper tiger. Shutting down Gubai is equivalent to shutting down their engine. Kofan echoed, the men's basketball team might still be a bit stiff physically, but they should catch up once they warm up. Before the two had finished speaking. Over here. Gubai holds the ball beyond the three-point line, mismatched against Yi Jianlian. Facing the aggressive Yi Jianlian, Gubai's moment to shine has arrived. Boom boom boom. Showtime moment. Gubai switched directions repeatedly, causing Yi Jianlian to lose his balance. Gubai stepped back and directly shot a three-pointer, the basketball heading straight for the hoop. Swish. A steady shot into the basket. Yi Jianlian brand targeting scope. 7-0. Wow, good shot, beautiful. The fans in the stadium erupted, as Gubai's pure American-style play ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Beep. Jonas couldn't help but call a timeout. In less than 2 minutes, Gubai had already broken through the defensive line of the Chinese men's basketball team, leaving the opponents flustered and panicked. In the live stream room of Malong, Kofan and Yang Yi seemed frozen, unable to utter a single word, while the chat room had already exploded. HHHHHHHHHH. The expressions of the two commentators are more exciting than the game. Looks like I overestimated before the game. Gubai didn't even need 3 quarters, he turned the match into garbage time in just 1. I remember someone said Gubai could only score single digits in this game, right? Help him count, he's already got 5 points, and it's been less than 2 minutes. On the court. Timeout is over. Pulled off a roughly standard mid-range shot, the ball went in steadily. 7-2. Finally ended the scoring drought for the men's basketball team. Yes, that's exactly how we should play. As long as we keep running, the opponents are no match for us. Players in the Summer League are just a bunch of scraps and rookies, nothing to be afraid of. The commentary in the live broadcast instantly became heated. But the excitement didn't last long. Gubai used his teammate's screen to quickly run out from the perimeter. Lu Wei's footwork couldn't keep up. Gubai found an open spot, received the pass, and jumped decisively for a shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air. Swish. Straight to the heart. 10-2. After scoring, Gubai mimicked drawing a bow and arrow, raising 2 fingers to indicate he had scored 2 points. Oh. Gubai's three-pointer was amazing. Fans present at the scene supporting the men's basketball team also started cheering for Gubai. In just 3 short minutes, Gubai won over the fans' trust. 8 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 steal. Isn't this the number 1 position answer the men's basketball team has been desperately searching for? Afterward, Zhu 8 of the men's basketball team attempted a three-pointer, but it clanked off the rim, and the rebound was grabbed by Yi Jianlian. Smack! Gubai made a steal, although Yi Jianlian didn't handle the ball securely, it ended up being intercepted. Gubai advanced with the ball, like a quarterback, passing it to the fast-breaking Gay. Bang. Gay executed a two-handed slam dunk under the basket. 12-2. Effortless and smooth. The first half of the game ended quickly. Lakers 56-21 against the men's basketball team. Leading by 35 points at halftime, Gubai scored 25 points, grabbed 5 rebounds, provided 6 assists, made 4 steals, and blocked 2 shots in the first half. The commentators in the live broadcast room had long lost all hope. The Wang father and son from Kyoto were dumbfounded. The men's basketball team was completely dominated by Gubai alone. This men's basketball team isn't weak. Players like Zhu 8, Yi Jianlian, Daji, Sun Yu, and others make up almost the main lineup. Resting at home and watching the game, Dayo was also stunned. Without me, you can't even beat the developmental league? However, Gubai's performance made Yao Ming's eyes light up. Isn't this the point guard I've been searching for so desperately? It seems that if there's really no other way, the Wang father and son might have to be sacrificed. Yao Ming's influence within the country is not to be underestimated, and with the Olympics coming next year, public opinion could potentially force the two of them to step down directly. During halftime, the atmosphere in the locker room was as silent as the grave. Only Jonas was jumping with rage, yelling, "You played too soft tonight. You can't even beat a G League team? I don't want to see anyone crossing half-court like an old man, everyone move." This year's 6th overall pick, Yi Jianlian, was also stunned. "This Gubai runs and jumps even better than me." Compared to Gubai, he seemed so immature and powerless. If he had entered the draft this year, maybe. Thinking of this, Yi Jianlian was shocked by his own crazy idea. Top pick? Halftime quickly passed. The second half of the game resumed. Lu Wei was startled by Gubai's defense and, after crossing half-court with his hips sticking out, executed a pick-and-roll with Iloan. Passed the ball to Iloan. Iloan took a mid-range jump shot from the perimeter. Swish! The basketball swished through the net. 56-23. It seems Yi Jianlian's offense is starting to recover. The men's basketball team is about to launch their counterattack. In a live streaming room on Sina, Yang Yi shouted excitedly. Lakers on the offense. Gubai takes control of the ball and breaks through to the front court, facing Zhu Aid after a defensive switch. Bang bang bang. Gubai executes an in-and-out crossover combined with a hesitation move, easily bypassing Zhu Aid and swiftly driving into the paint. Do it! Alien faced Gubai without any fear. Bang! Gubai confronted Alien in mid-air, enduring the physical clash against the block, yet still soared through the air. Bang! Gubai caught the ball mid-air with both hands, soared into the sky, and slammed it fiercely into the basket with one arm. OH! The spectators on the sidelines all stood up excitedly. This dunk fully showcased his talent. The suspense tonight has been completely resolved, the sideline commentator exclaimed excitedly. In a certain Lang live stream room. What do you think of this dunk? Gubai's brutal dunk over Yi Jianlian. Gubai bypassing the basketball team's perimeter is like crossing the street in the early morning. Sun Yu should be put in the starting lineup. No one can truly stop Gubai. There might be hidden reasons behind Gubai's fighting incident. I really can't understand how someone of Gubai's caliber could be expelled and banned. Kufan and Yang Yi were both dumbfounded. Their once proud talented player was utterly powerless in front of Gubai. Then, Jonas substituted Sun Yu in an attempt to strengthen the defense. Deji made a layup at the baseline and scored. Switching sides to fight again. Facing Sun Yu. After Gubai's probing step, he directly pulls up and takes a three-point shot. Bang! Sun Yu knocked down Gubai. Swish! The basketball flew like an arrow and fiercely pierced the net. The shot went in, the whistle sounded, 3+1, a 4-point play. Oh! It's over, all over. The fans in the Thomas and Mack Center roared with excitement, like a raging tide. Don't let him shoot, F***K. Jonas on the sidelines was completely furious, his face twisted. MVP. 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 The deafening chants of MVP filled the entire arena, reverberating through every corner. The bench of the Hua men's basketball team saw Qin Jianhua momentarily forget his identity, involuntarily jumping up in excitement. Jonas shot him an angry glare, prompting him to quickly sit down, though his heart was filled with unprecedented anxiety. As Gubai stepped onto the free throw line, the tension in the arena tightened like a drawn bowstring. A flick of the wrist. Swish! The free throw is firmly made. 31 points achieved. The game has reached the third quarter with 4 minutes and 11 seconds remaining, and the tense atmosphere is almost suffocating. Gubai pulled back his bow from the perimeter and decisively made the shot, another three-pointer. The game was completely over. After making this three-pointer, Gubai's personal score soared to an astonishing 41 points. On the sidelines, Lakers head coach Brian had already started preparing to substitute Gubai and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Snap! Gubai friendly slapped Lu Wei's hand. Despite the lingering regret, he finally cheerfully subbed out. Gubai! 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 The entire stadium's fans shouted in unison, standing up to cheer for him, the atmosphere blazing like flames. Without a doubt, tonight's star could only be one Gubai. Gubai also waved to greet the Hua Nation's fans in attendance, his heart filled with endless gratitude. Although he had been banned by Blue Shoes, the fans were innocent. He deeply knew he loved this land. In the end, the Los Angeles Lakers achieved a dominating 91-59 victory over the Hua men's basketball team. A 32-point win, effortlessly securing 2 consecutive victories, and stepping closer to the stage of the Summer League Finals. When leaving the arena, Gubai gifted the wristbands and basketball shoes he wore to the fans who came to support him in person. Gubai, we will always support you. A male fan shouted loudly in his direction as Gubai walked away, as if trying to convey this passion to the heavens. Warm and cozy. After the game. News interview segment. The highest scorer of the game, Gubai, faced the reporters' questions and enthusiastically shared his thoughts on competing against his hometown team. It was an exciting match, they are all outstanding players. To be honest, I grew up watching them play. Ha ha. The reporters on site burst into laughter. Gubai continued, "First of all, I am very happy to win this game. What I want to say is, as long as I'm on the court, I will give 100% effort. My goal is to lead this team to win the Summer League Championship." Good. The reporters on site applauded enthusiastically, creating a lively atmosphere. On the other side, men's basketball head coach Jonas praised Gubai's performance highly. "Gu's performance is phenomenal. I'm very happy to see such an outstanding player on the NBA stage. The NBA is a place that gathers global talents, and for every player, nothing is more exciting than playing here." Finally, Jonas also mentioned some current issues of the national team. "Tonight, our team needs to improve in communication, defensive positioning, and offensive choices. I believe we will promptly summarize our experience and find solutions." During the post-game press conference, the attendee sighed deeply. "Honestly, I feel like Gubai is like a super saiyan, he is simply outstanding." After the game, Gubai returned home, lay on his bed, and was ready to fall into a deep sleep. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rating, S. Task reward, purple upgrade card *2. Seeing the generous reward, Gubai unhesitatingly used the upgrade cards on a dribbling veteran. Swish! With a flash of dazzling white light, Gubai's interface displayed, the purple skilled dribbling veteran successfully upgraded to gold. At the same time, Gubai's dribbling ability instantly increased from 79 to 82. A score of 80+ in the NBA is already the mark of excellent ball handling skills. Even LeBron James's dribbling ability is only 80, which in no way affects his dominance on the court. This upgrade was truly a massive win for Gubai. With the successful upgrade, Gubai fell into a deep sleep with a joyful mood. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar. After the match, the live stream room on Milan quickly went offline after a hasty summary. Although the live stream ended, fans who watched the game were completely buzzing, and the forum was as lively as a New Year's celebration. 2 consecutive games with 40+ in the Summer League, such a player is already top-notch even domestically, right? Not just domestically, I see Gubai playing with ease. Even being an NBA starter wouldn't be an issue. For such an outstanding player, the national team actually expelled him. This is the biggest regret for basketball in China. Shouldn't the CBA and the Basketball Association apologize to Gubai? After all, he has repeatedly expressed his willingness to play for the nation. Apologize? I don't think so. Have you forgotten that Deji was completely banned for 3.5 years back then, and now Gubai is just getting started? Damn it, I can't hold back my temper. Such an outstanding player can't serve the national team. There must be a thorough investigation of the truth, and bringing Gubai back to the team as soon as possible is the right move. The U19 World Youth Championship was a complete blowout, and those guys aren't even worth a single hair of Gubai. So what's the big deal about beating them? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Tonight, I absolutely need to bombard the official hotline of Blue Shoes. The next day at work, Lan Xia received numerous calls from fans, almost all saying the same thing: please bring Gubai back. Lan Xia certainly wouldn't bow his head in compromise with a player, at least not for the time being. However, the Wang father and son duo didn't have it so easy, they had to be the scapegoat. The Wang father and son duo were scolded by top management in the office all morning. It's said that when Wang phone came out, there was still a teacup mark on his face. Wang Li gritted his teeth. "Gubai, go to the SPA." In the next 2 games, Gubai led the Lakers through each challenge with flying colors. First, defeating the Grizzlies 84-69, he scored 36 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, achieving his career's first triple-double in Summer League, showcasing his unparalleled versatility. Then, in the final group match, they defeated the Rockets 89-78 to successfully advance to the finals. This game was extremely intense, as the Rockets, the persistent challengers from Texas, resisted fiercely until the final moment, with only a 3-point gap between the teams. With 1 minute and 46 seconds remaining, Gubai hit 2 consecutive crucial 3-pointers, sealing the victory. In this match, Gubai's statistics were once again impressive: 38 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. Such performance has made it clear that the Summer League stage can no longer match Gubai's abilities. It's practically a one-sided massacre. The Lakers' opponent in the finals is the Trailblazers, led by top pick Greg Oden. Meanwhile, Gubai's explosive performance has caught the attention of more teams, with the Lakers, Warriors, Clippers, Knicks, Rockets, Heat, Celtics, and others vying to secure this talented guard from China. After all, signing him only requires a small contract, but if they bet right, they could potentially land a future superstar. During days without games, Gubai trained hard during the day and spent his nights clubbing and dating Megan, living a leisurely and joyful life. Watching his increasingly close relationship with Fox, Gubai thought to himself, "Am I finally about to drive an automatic car?" On July 15, U.S. time, the Summer League Finals kicked off. Thomas and Mack Center, the arena with a capacity of over 18,000 spectators, was packed. Gubai's recent stunning performance has drawn attention, averaging 40.5 points per game and breaking the Summer League's average scoring record. In his first game, he went on a rampage with 46 points, becoming the highest-scoring player in Summer League history. His opponent, Greg Oden, this year's #1 draft pick, is called the Emperor by fans and is considered a superstar center, following in the footsteps of Shaquille O'Neal and Tim Duncan. In the last game, he dominated with 21 points and 15 rebounds for a commanding double-double, defeating the Wizards and advancing easily to the finals. The direct matchup between these two has undoubtedly captured the attention of countless fans, with tonight's ticket prices surging to between $80 and $150. Players from both teams have arrived on the court for their warm-up and final preparations. The arena's electronic display screens started showcasing tonight's star players and celebrities. Inside a small Chinese livestream studio, Gubai's ban hasn't stopped countless small-time streamers and websites from benefiting unexpectedly. This has made Sina particularly envious. During the last live broadcast of Gubai's game against China's national basketball team, the hype was no less than a Christmas showdown. The camera first focused on Kobe. Big Bro is here again to watch Gubai play. These two really make a great pair. As long as Gubai has a game, Big Bro is almost always there. He's spent more time with Gubai than with his wife, hasn't he? What are you talking about? Look next to Big Bro, isn't that his wife? Everyone looked over and sure enough, it was Vanessa, dressed in a low-cut outfit that was both daring and impressive. Another day to envy Big Bro. The camera continued panning, showing Kevin Durant also at the scene tonight, still exuding that construction worker vibe. Next, the camera shifted to the King LeBron James, as commentator Mike Breen joked, "Word is LeBron is pretty dissatisfied with his team's guard lineup. They lack a qualified point guard to ease the pressure. Wonder if LeBron might suggest the Cavs management sign up Gubai." The camera continues to rotate, and the figures of legendary players such as the great Olajuwon and Clyde the Glide Drexler appear one by one in the audience's view. At this moment, the camera freezes on one spot. Wow! A burst of exclamations erupts from the crowd. Megan Fox, dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, playfully stands up and waves her sexy long legs, causing the male spectators to feel heated. The reputation of the sexy goddess Fox is well-deserved. She rose to fame with the movie Transformers. At this time, the camera captures Jessica Alba sitting beside Vanessa in the front row. She has also arrived at the scene and is sitting next to Vanessa. "I'm not late, am I, Vanessa?" Jessica asks with a smile. Vanessa replies, No, the game hasn't started yet." With Jessica Alba's arrival, Mrs. Bryant and Alba instantly become a stunning highlight. The live stream audience in China has already gone wild. Tonight's stream is totally worth it, so many beauties and stars. Really envy Gubai for being there in person. You should envy him. Properly, I heard there are rumors about Gubai and Megan, and she's here tonight just to see him. I also know Gubai was a guest at Kobe's house and even ate the food Mrs. Bryant cooked. The scene was bustling with excitement, the atmosphere tense, everyone holding their breath as if an earth-shattering moment of brilliance could explode at any second. Clang! Gubai performed a gliding slam dunk from the free throw line during the warm-up stage, instantly igniting the court with cheers erupting like a tidal wave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the Summer League Finals. Task: earn Summer League MVP. Task reward: random gold attribute *1. After completing the dunk, Gubai received a prompt from the system. This task had existed even before the Summer League began, and it was evident the system worried its worker wasn't giving enough effort, hence the additional reminder. On the other side, Oden refused to be outdone, aggressively hanging on the rim with both hands like a beast, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. As the top pick, Oden had garnered quite a fan base thanks to his outstanding college performances. After completing the dunk, Oden turned to Gubai and said, "He who controls the paint controls the world. Tonight, let me defeat you, Gu. Become the first stepping stone in my career. Your name will certainly appear in my future biography." If Gubai knew Oden's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely joke, "Listen to me, thank you." The player entrance ceremony concluded, and the starting lineups for both teams were revealed. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Javaris Crittenton, shooting guard, Ibier, small forward, Brandon Gay, power forward, Jabari Smith, center. Portland Trail Blazers, Christian Dalma, point guard, Petteri Kaponen, shooting guard, Stefano Mancinelli, small forward, Joel Freeland, power forward, Greg Oden, center. The tip-off begins, and Greg Oden gently taps the ball to his team's half-court. Dalma brings the ball past midcourt, officially starting the game. In the first possession, Dalma holds the ball outside the arc. Gubai spares no mercy and, through physical confrontation, activates the enhanced version of Paul's stealing ability. Smack! Gubai reacts swiftly, successfully steals the ball, and pushes forward quickly, instantly increasing the tension on the court. Auden behind him saw this and was burning with rage, quickly retreating to defend. Showtime moment. Gubai charged downhill like a fierce tiger, soaring with one arm for a powerful slam dunk. The basketball slammed hard into the hoop, and the deafening boom echoed throughout the arena. The Lakers lead the Trailblazers 2-0. While Gubai starts off with an impressive steal followed by a spectacular dunk, looks like he's ready to go. The commentator Mike Breen exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. Megan jumped excitedly on the sidelines, cheering, "Gu, great dunk." At this moment, the interaction between Gubai and Megan sparked heated discussions among the fans. "Oh God, my goddess, you mustn't trust Gubai, he's nothing but a big bad wolf. Done for, premium quality cabbage is about to be ruined by the pigs. Help, I just fell in love, and now I'm about to lose it?" The Trailblazers are on the attack, smartly lobbing the ball to Oden in the paint to avoid Gubai's steal. Facing Jabari Smith, Oden fakes a move to mislead, then turns and slams it home, tying the score at 2-2. Greg's slam dunk makes me look forward to tonight's game. Mike Breen's partner, Hubie Brown, said with a laugh. Possession changes, outside the three-point line, Gubai uses Jabari's screen to cut straight into the Blazers' interior. Oden is forced to step up and block. Gubai drives to the baseline, fakes a move, and then uses white chocolate pass activation to deliver the ball at a brick-carrying angle precisely to Jabari under the basket. Jabari leaps high, slams it with both hands, and responds forcefully, 4-2. Wow, that pass was amazing. Under the basket, Oden and his teammate could only look up in awe as Gubai effortlessly assisted Jabari Smith in completing a thunderous dunk. Fans on the sidelines were left stunned by the pass, its imaginative quality reminding everyone of that legendary man. At this moment, Oden tried once again to force his way through, not noticing Gubai suddenly appearing behind him. How could the same mistake be made twice? Gubai swiftly stripped the ball, charging forward like an untamed horse, unleashing a thunderous burst out of nowhere. Facing the retreating Trailblazers shooting guard Petteri Kaponen, Gubai effortlessly utilized a change in rhythm with a slow three-step move, smoothly finishing the layup and putting the ball firmly in the basket. The score became 6-2. The Trailblazers coach angrily shouted at the players on the court, "Defense, pay attention to your defensive rhythm, stay focused." Oden truly experienced what NBA-level intensity feels like this time. Previously dominating in the Summer League, he thought he was already strong, but as soon as he went up against Gubai, he was left stunned. Next possession. Gubai mismatched against Oden. Bang! 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 On the outside, a display of dazzling dribbling, an in-out fake move followed by a small Buddha fake, and then immediately a step-back three-pointer. Gubai takes the shot directly for a three-pointer. Oden couldn't react in time and failed to block, directly knocking over Gubai. The basketball flew toward the hoop like an arrow. Swish! Beep! The ball went in as the whistle blew, 3+1. WTF? Gubai completed a 3+1 against Greg, absolutely unbelievable. The commentators and fans at the scene were already in a frenzy. The Lakers bench erupted wildly, waving towels, the atmosphere as intense as a volcanic explosion. The players quickly ran up and helped Gubai, who had fallen to the ground, showing concerned expressions. Timeout. The Trailblazers head coach finally shouted for a timeout, attempting to stabilize the situation. At this moment, the live broadcast room in Hua Country, the fans were already boiling over with excitement. So powerful. Gubai drew his bow and shot, hitting the bullseye from 100 paces, making a 3+1 against draft pick Oden. Blue Shoes should hurry up and bring Gubai back. In the past, Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang's thatched hut 3 times. Today, Blue Shoes should visit Gubai 3 times. I think Gubai is currently the strongest guard in our country. Now I'm looking at photos of Gubai playing basketball, and I just feel he's handsome and extraordinary, a true legend. Timeout ends. Gubai steps up to the free throw line, calmly makes the free throw, and successfully scores 4 points. 10-2. Trailblazers on offense. Odin scores with a jump shot near the free throw line, slightly easing the team's slump. Next possession. After Gubai got the ball, he effortlessly executed a crossover, directly bypassing the Trailblazers' defensive line. The Blazers' defense was like an early morning road in front of him, completely unobstructed. Then, Gubai faced the advancing Odin and pulled off a sudden stop-and-shoot jump shot. Swish! Answer ball easily responded. 12-4. Gubai showed a strong desire to attack right from the start, scoring 10 points out of the team's total points. Tonight's reward is a golden entry, and the improvement in strength is crucial to him. Gubai will never relax. The Trailblazers made a mistake. Gubai once again showcased his unpredictable passing, faking an attack before delivering a precise pass to the perimeter to Crittenton. The latter strikes with precision. Swish! Another three-pointer. Handsome and skilled, that's Gubai. At this moment, the crowd's praise for him surged like a tide. Under Gubai's leadership, the Lakers quickly unleashed a 23-8 run, stunning our top draft pick, Odin, right from the start. Facing Gubai, Odin felt powerless for the first time, thinking, I'm supposed to be the number one pick, why am I losing to him? Kobe casually played with his youngest daughter Gigi on the sidelines, smiling. LeBron James, on the other hand, kept his eyes fixed on Gubai sprinting across the court, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This passing and scoring ability is exactly what my team needs. The first half of the game quickly came to an end. The Lakers led the Trailblazers 55-27, with a halftime margin already ballooning to 28 points. Oh my God! Tonight's game is truly astonishing. Gubai scored 26 points, grabbed 5 rebounds, dished out 4 assists, and made 3 steals in the first half, practically turning the game into his personal highlight reel. Mike Breen analyzed. Absolutely, this is the Summer League Finals, and Gubai has made playing against Odin look ridiculously easy. He has already made 5 three-pointers, treating Greg as if he were a shooting target. Hubie Brown laughed. Halftime quickly passed, and the second half of the game resumed. The Trailblazers started off quite aggressively, launching an 11-3 run. Lakers possession. At this moment, Gubai held the ball on the perimeter, causing the Trailblazers' 5 players to scramble in response. Next second. Whoosh! Gubai accelerated directly, surpassing the defender DeMar in one step. After reaching the Trailblazers' paint area, he confronted Odin under the basket, exerting all his strength, stomped the ground hard, and leaped straight up. Grabbing the ball with one hand, facing Odin without any fear. Wow! The fans on the sidelines exclaimed in amazement. The next second, Gubai grabbed the ball with one arm, and the terrifying impact directly collided with Odin. Bang! During the physical confrontation, Odin was hit and felt a bit unsteady, regretting in his heart, why didn't I retreat half a step? Now look, I might end up as the background prop. Bang! However, Gubai didn't give Odin time to think. Facing him, he directly slammed the ball hard into the basket. Powerful and overwhelming, one-armed dunk over the top pick. After finishing the dunk, Gubai looked at the photographers under the basket, his face full of confidence. He roared and swung his hands, it's over. The spectators on the sidelines were so excited that they all stood up, the atmosphere reached a boiling point. Oh my God! Odin is 2.13 meters tall, and Gubai actually pulled off a one-handed posterizing dunk. My God, does this guy have springs in his shoes? This kind of jumping ability simply reminds people of Vince Carter. The league's new slam dunk king has been born. At this moment, Odin, humiliated by the dunk, stood under the basket staring blankly at Gubai, who was celebrating with clenched fists. He secretly sighed in his heart, I never want to defend Gubai again in this lifetime. At this moment, he seemed to see the end of his basketball career. Jessica Alba, on the sidelines, stared intently at Gubai and couldn't help but ask, is this guy also an NBA player? Vanessa smiled casually and said, Jessica, this guy is a rookie this year. You're not actually thinking of an old cow eating tender grass, are you? What are you talking about, Vanessa? Jessica pretended to be angry and playfully swung her fist at Vanessa. Still, Jessica Alba couldn't help but glance a few more times at Gubai on the court. Gubai? That slam dunk completely extinguished the Trailblazers' hopes of a counterattack. Even the team's captain, Odin, was subdued, and the rest of the minor players naturally had no choice but to yield. Finally, the Los Angeles Lakers crushed the Trailblazers 97-65, with a massive 32-point margin, completely defeating their opponent and successfully winning the Summer League championship. This game, Gubai dominated the game with 55 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 steals, and 3 blocks. The 55 points shattered the Summer League highest scoring record he set in the first game, and this record is destined to stand firm in the future, becoming legendary. The other side. Emperor Odin was completely lost on both offense and defense tonight, contributing only 12 points, 6 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 assist. The moment the final whistle blew, the entire Lakers team erupted in celebration. All the players surged toward Gubai like a tide, surrounding him and wildly celebrating this hard-fought victory. Lakers Summer League head coach Brian Shaw couldn't hide his excitement as he tightly embraced his players to share this joy together. For some Lakers players, perhaps they may never set foot in the NBA's grand stage in their lifetime, and winning the Summer League championship is already the highest honor of their basketball career. They shouted in unison, "We are champions." The sound was earth-shattering, as if it could overturn the entire arena. Gubai was also immersed in this joy, shouting loudly with his teammates, "Champions! Champions! Champions!" This was the first championship trophy he had ever won. No matter what the future holds, this moment will forever be etched in his memory. At this moment, Kobe walked over to Gubai and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Gu." "Thank you." Gubai and Kobe's hands were tightly clasped together. "Kobe, Gu, I've thought about it for a long time. Compared to Dallas, Chicago, or even San Antonio, I still want to stay in Los Angeles. This is my home." Upon hearing this, Gubai nodded. History has proven that Kobe ultimately chose to stay with the Lakers. Kobe looked at Gubai one last time, smiled sincerely, and invited, "Gu, stay here. Los Angeles needs you." Gubai was just about to respond, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. "Hey, Kobe, who's this? Aren't you going to introduce me?" LeBron James strode over with an impressive presence. Kobe cast a resentful glance at the king. He had worked so hard to create an emotional moment, only for this guy to ruin it. "LeBron, he's Gubai, representing the Lakers in the Summer League for us. Has he signed a contract with the Lakers?" James asked directly. Kobe responded irritably, "LeBron, we're still negotiating with Gu. I believe we'll reach an agreement very soon. That means you're still a free agent." Hearing this, James began to contemplate. Gubai watched the brilliant exchange between these two NBA superstars from the side, feeling deeply moved. "James, Kobe, it's unbelievable that I can engage with players at this level, and even have the chance to become teammates with them. This is truly the pinnacle of my life." The players and coaching staff, now wearing their Summer League champion t-shirts, stepped onto the makeshift stage. After the selection concluded, the host loudly announced, "The MVP of this Summer League is Gubai, who scored over 55 points in the finals." Wow! The cheers on site were deafening. The organizers presented Gubai with the Summer League MVP trophy. Bang! Colored ribbons fell from the sky, and the fans on the sidelines screamed wildly. "Thank you." Gubai expressed his gratitude and took the trophy, lifting it high above his head. "MVP, MVP, MVP." The scene grew increasingly lively, with cheers rising one after another. The Summer League MVP ring was handed to Gubai by the staff. On-site reporters raised their cameras, signaling the players to pose. 3, 2, 1, click. Everyone smiled brightly at the camera. Subsequently, Gubai climbed up with a ladder to cut down the basketball net and shared it with his teammates. The team's center, Jabari Smith, took the net and said with a laugh, "Gu, thank you. In the future, I'll definitely tell my kids that I once played with you. Our basketball careers might never take us to the NBA, but we believe you will definitely become the brightest star in the NBA. Thank you." Gubai and Smith hugged tightly, their gratitude evident. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the Summer League MVP, rewarded with a golden entry. Now spinning the prize wheel for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden entry, Zion Williamson's Fat Tiger Strength. Gubai, who was celebrating, smiled. This golden entry was like a warm stove gifted on a freezing winter night, instantly boosting his strength attribute to 85. The next time he encounters KD, he can charge forward for an intense confrontation. Fat Tiger is a tough character. One stomp can crush hook shoes, and even Nike's market value would evaporate. After receiving the reward, the system issued a new task. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the Summer League MVP task. A new task has been issued. The next step is to enter the NBA. Task requirements: obtain an official NBA contract and enter the NBA. Task reward: purple entry *1. Fans on the Huagua forum are completely in an uproar. Okay, I can now confirm one thing: Gubai is innocent. So amazing, Gubai, damn, scoring 55 points to break the record in winning the Summer League MVP. Dismissing a player of this caliber just like that, Lon Shu is truly too reckless. Stop talking, I'm going to hack the Blue Shoes official website tonight. I just saw that Kobe and LeBron both want to recruit Gubai to play, yet we're planning to kick him out. This is truly a loss for Chinese basketball. I've already pinpointed the Wang father and son's house. Tomorrow, I'll throw feces at their doorstep. Go Warriors, I support you. Send me the location, I'm coming too. The fans' enthusiasm was absolutely explosive, their excitement so overwhelming it was suffocating. Kyoto. Wang Feng watched the scene of Gubai hoisting the trophy and, in a fit of anger, slapped Wang Li across the face. It's all because of you, you useless fool. I've supported you so much, and yet you can't deliver. Look at them. They go out to play basketball and come back with the Summer League MVP. Even the NBA wants to recruit him now. Covering his face, Wang Li sobbed and said, Dad, if it really doesn't work out, could you call the NBA and ask them not to sign my brother? WCNMMD. Wang Feng was so furious he lost his temper on the spot, grabbing a shoe and smacking Wang Li repeatedly. Do you think the NBA is owned by our family? Don't even think about it. Wang Li faced his father's fury, desperately fleeing. After the game, major media outlets quickly published reports on tonight's Summer League. ESPN, a mysterious force from the East, Gubai scores 55 points in a single game to secure victory. Fox Sports, top pick Odin becomes the backdrop, Gubai's one-armed dunk, who else can compete with him? Los Angeles Sports Daily, congratulations to Gubai for leading the Los Angeles Lakers to the top. Gu, stay in Los Angeles. The New York Times, 55 points, Gubai defeats the top pick in one game. Gu, come to New York. Our owner is very generous. Gubai leading the Los Angeles Lakers to the championship was like a blockbuster bomb, instantly igniting the entire NBA league. Scoring 55 points in the Summer League Finals, averaging over 40 points per game, not only does he possess outstanding passing abilities, but he is also a sharp weapon on the defensive end. What's even more shocking is that this exceptionally talented player is only 19 years old, with a future full of limitless possibilities. Then NBA Commissioner David Stern did not hide his admiration for Gubai, publicly stating, "My biggest regret this summer is not being able to have Gu participate in the draft. If he were in this draft, I believe I would call his name within the top 3 picks." This statement undoubtedly caused a huge stir in the league. Stern's remarks may have a hint of overpraise, but they reflect more of his expectations for the globalization of the NBA. This veteran who has led the league for many years has always harbored the vision of taking the NBA to greater heights. In contrast, the later president, Adam Silver, focused more on commercial interests. Although he earned an ample fortune, the league's ratings continued to decline. In this year's free agency market, Gubai's sudden emergence has undoubtedly become the hottest dark horse. With his stunning performance in the Summer League, Gubai has a chance to sign a contract under the highest salary cap, 4.5 to 7.5%. In this season, with a salary cap reaching $54 million, Gubai is expected to sign a contract worth between $2.43 million and $4.05 million. However, since he did not pass the draft, he cannot directly sign a major contract and can only choose a minimum salary, mid-level exception, or two-way contract. Gubai's agent, Dan Fagan, has long been inundated with calls from various teams. Many teams are willing to take a chance on this top rookie who outperformed the first and second picks in the Summer League. Gubai's explosive physical test data has made numerous teams flock to him eagerly. Fagan's goal is clear, to pursue the highest possible salary contract or a full mid-level exception contract. In the league, only teams that haven't exceeded the luxury tax line can offer a full mid-level exception contract, while teams over the luxury tax line can only offer a mini mid-level exception. Therefore, teams like the Lakers, Rockets, Wizards, and Warriors, which have salary cap space and did not exceed the luxury tax line last season, naturally became Fagan's key targets. Fagan's bottom line is, Gubai will only play 1 year on a rookie contract and must secure the highest contract. This bottom line is like an ironclad rule in his heart, absolutely inviolable by anyone. If it weren't for the league's strict regulations, Fagan would have loved to drive a hard bargain in the first year, giving opponents a harsh warning. He is full of confidence in Gubai's abilities, firmly believing that as long as Gubai makes the All-Star team in his first year, a max contract is just around the corner, and he might even stir up a storm across the entire league. With Fagan, the shrewd agent, Gubai is happy to take it easy, as if everything is under control. Apart from daily training, his life has become incredibly colorful, spending more time enjoying tea, shopping, and watching movies with Megan, relishing days that feel like a dream. As for those headache-inducing negotiations, they are naturally left to Fagan to handle. Like a cunning leopard, he is always ready to strike at the critical moment to ensure Gubai's interests are maximized. All Gubai needs to do is sweat it out on the court, showcase his talent, and embrace a glorious future. Teams in the free market are like warriors on a battlefield, engaging in fierce competition, with signing moves happening at lightning speed. First, there's Chauncey Billups, the legendary point guard of the Pistons who performed outstandingly during the team's championship run. He opted out of his contract to become a free agent and eventually re-signed with the Pistons using bird rights, securing a maximum contract worth approximately $80 million over 5 years. This was the first major deal of the offseason, shocking the entire league as people marveled, future contracts are only going to get bigger. Next, the Nets star player UFO Vince Carter did not want to be left behind. In the summer of 2007, he opted out of his contract as well. Despite rumors that he might join the Magic, he ultimately reached a renewal agreement with the Nets, signing a 3-year contract worth $65 million. Rashard Lewis also became a free agent in the summer, eventually re-signing with the Supersonics on a 6-year deal worth $67 million. Veteran Grant Hill, despite being plagued by injuries, chose to join the Phoenix Suns, signing a 2-year contract worth approximately $18 million. Darko Milicic also re-signed with the Pistons in the summer, securing a 5-year contract worth $37 million. Meanwhile, Rasheed Wallace extended his contract with the Bobcats, signing a 6-year deal worth $57 million. Watching the big names on the free agent market dwindle, Cleveland's King LeBron James could no longer sit still and hurriedly called Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert, "It's time to strengthen the roster, you don't want to lose me, right?" The Cavaliers owner silently thought to himself, "Fine, you're special, you're extraordinary." But to appease the king, the Cavaliers swiftly responded, locking in their first signing. Restricted free agent Anderson Varejao eventually reached a renewal agreement with the Cavaliers, signing a 5-year contract worth $30 million. Upon seeing this deal, James was momentarily stunned, blurting out, "Listen, thank you." Meanwhile, veteran Pistons forward Chris Webber announced his retirement, ending his professional career. This dazzling power forward ultimately failed to secure a championship ring, leaving fans sighing with regret. The big names in the free agent market had nearly all been taken, leaving Lakers fans anxious and the management scrambling, with one thing on their minds: convincing Kobe to renew his contract. Eventually, Kobe laid out 2 major conditions for renewing his contract. First, "I want Gubai to join the team. Smush Parker as our starting point guard just isn't cutting it, I need stronger support." The Lakers management didn't hesitate, bringing Gubai on board was evidently a must. After all, as long as Kobe stayed, ticket sales and merchandise would soar. The CBA legend Death Parker thus found himself out of the picture. Kobe continued to speak, "I'm not in a hurry to extend my contract right now. The second condition is that I want to first see the team's performance next season." Upon hearing this, Lakers executives, including General Manager Kupchak, Coach Phil Jackson, and Jerry Buss, all breathed a sigh of relief. Kobe was temporarily stabilized. When the news of Kobe deciding to stay with the Lakers was released, Mark Cuban was furious. F***K. "What tricks did you use? Give me back my dipping sauce." Meanwhile, in San Antonio, Greg Popovich exclaimed, "Shit, these guys made us miss out on a historic Kobe plus Tim Duncan combination." The Chicago Bulls were equally enraged. N it, Lakers, give us back Kobe. The entire league instantly erupted into chaos. Elsewhere, after the Summer League, Dan Fagan brought Gubai to attend workout invitations from teams like the Bulls, Rockets, and Knicks. All the teams were full of praise for Gubai and eagerly offered contracts. By the end of the tour, Gubai had so many contracts in hand that he couldn't count them all, securing his opportunity to enter the NBA. However, many teams were unwilling to sign him. For just 1 year, they wanted to sign him for multiple years to make him play as cheap labor, which left Fagan quite displeased. Especially Daryl Morey, who was all enthusiastic over the phone, but once on site, he completely went back on his word, even proposing a 3-year, $8 million non-guaranteed contract, convertible to a guaranteed contract depending on circumstances. "This is very mo-dog." Fagan's face almost screamed, "Get lost." Last stop: Oakland Oracle Arena. Gubai's 3-point shots hit the basket with pinpoint accuracy like raindrops. "Goo, you really astonish me," Old Nelson exclaimed. "Thank you, Mr. Donald." Gubai responded with a smile. Dan Fagan smiled and said, "I've always said that our Goo is a once-in-a-century genius." The 3 people present were Dan Fagan, Gubai, and Old Nelson. Dan Fagan received a workout invitation from the Warriors management and brought Gubai directly to the Warriors for the trial. As soon as they met, Old Nelson firmly shook Gubai's hand and said outright, "Gubai is the ideal player in my mind. Goo, I am willing to promise you enough playing time and a starting position." Gubai nodded in agreement. Fagan raised a concerned question at this point. Donald, I remember your team already has Monta Ellis and Baron Davis, right? Old Nelson answered nonchalantly, who wouldn't want another genius on their team? I believe they are all excellent players and will know how to handle their positions on the court. If Gubai can deliver an outstanding performance in the new season, I wouldn't mind knocking one of them out and sending them on another team's plane. Ha ha. These words made everyone burst into laughter. As for the contract, I only want to sign for 1 year. Fagan shared his thoughts. Old Nelson said casually, no problem. If Gu performs well, we'll proactively offer him a big contract next year. We won't let our superstar go to another team. This trial training was incredibly enjoyable. In the evening, Old Nelson, Gubai, and Fagan had dinner together. This scene was captured by a reporter outside the window. The second day. Hashtag. Lakers owner Dr. Buss saw this and thought, this is serious. I just managed to stabilize Kobe, and now you're playing house raiding? He immediately called Mitch Kupchak, matched the Warriors' offer at all costs. Kobe, of course, saw the news first thing in the morning and immediately called the management. I already said, at all costs, I want to see Gu on the team next season. This is still not satisfying. Kobe directly said, later, I will go to Gu's house with you, and today we will finalize the contract. Just like that. The highly stressed Mitch Kupchak led his team and Kobe to Gubai's temporary home in Los Angeles. Directly staged a drama similar to Rivers bringing Paul to block the door. On the sofa, Fagan happened to bring the Warriors' signing contract to Gubai's home to prepare for signing. The group happened to run into each other. In the end, they decided to sit down and have tea while chatting slowly. Fagan demanded, I request that my player must start in the new season and have a certain amount of shooting rights, or there's no need for us to talk anymore. As a veteran agent, Dan Fagan had enough confidence. In response, Kupchak hesitated slightly and secretly glanced at Kobe. Fagan continued bluntly, the Warriors have already promised to give Gu a starting opportunity. If you're still hesitating, then there's no need for us to talk anymore. Upon hearing this, Kobe shot Kupchak a cold glance. Kupchak immediately beamed, of course, no problem. I think we can collaborate very well. Dan Fagan revealed a victorious smile. However, Kupchak also stated his own conditions. If the performance isn't good, the starting position will still have to be revoked. The team also needs results. Fagan naturally has no problem with this. Gubai is very steady. Done. By the way, there's also Gubai's contract. We'll only sign a 1-year contract, and there has to be a pay raise. Fagan continued. Mitch Kupchak saw Kobe's earnest and meticulous expression. Fine, I'll sign. Isn't that good enough? Little did they know. Sometimes prey can often be the hunter. Kupchak had long wanted to get rid of the Grim Reaper Parker. He had been harassed by Kobe for an entire season and wanted to replace the starting point guard. On the other side, Gubai watched the scene with great interest. As for where to go, Gubai had no opinion. He was only signing for 1 year anyway. Moreover, he only cares about money. He goes wherever the money is highest. There's no place for emotions when it comes to business alliances. The exposure in Los Angeles within the NBA is unmatched. Even a commercial giant like LeBron James chose this city in the final stages of his career, which speaks to its charm and opportunities. Meanwhile, Old Nelson is still at home anxiously waiting for a contract, completely unaware that his home has been raided. The Lakers' operations are in full swing. After successfully signing Gubai, they completed a series of remarkable signings in one go. First, they reached an agreement with veteran guard Derek Fisher on a 3-year contract worth approximately $1.4 million. With Gubai's genius assists and Fisher's experience and resilience, the Lakers will gain a powerful boost. Next, the Lakers signed this year's rookie pick, Javaris Crittenton, 19th overall, further strengthening the team's young talent. At the same time, they also signed Kobe Karl, the son of Nuggets head coach George Karl. Nicknamed the Rising Star, he showcased incredible potential during training camp. The most thrilling news for fans, however, is that the Lakers renewed their contract with Luke Walton for 6 years, worth a total of $30 million. This young coach demonstrated outstanding tactical vision and leadership skills in the past season. With the renewal, he will continue to lead the Lakers toward an even brighter future. The Lakers' roster is growing stronger, and the upcoming season is bound to be filled with excitement and passion. In the end, Gubai successfully signed with the Lakers on a full mid-level exception contract worth $5.35 million for 1 year. Kupchak tried to persuade him to sign a $4.05 million 1-year deal to save some mid-level space, but Gubai couldn't be bothered to entertain the guy. When it comes to money, Gubai does not compromise. Luxury tax and roster bolstering are the team owner's concerns, and he has no obligation to save money for the owner. As the NBA is a business league, the relationship between teams and players is fundamentally a business partnership, making loyalty fragile in the face of interests. Do not talk about loyalty in a business league. No matter when or where, a max contract is the ultimate pursuit, and maximizing benefits is the ultimate goal. This does not make Gubai cold-blooded, but there are simply too many examples. James Harden trusted Morey and ended up with just a $30 million contract. Isaiah Thomas was ruthlessly abandoned by the Celtics and ended up without a place to play. Luka Doncic being traded from the Mavericks to the Lakers. Such scenarios are all too common. After Gubai signed the contract, Kobe patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Gu, let's fight side by side in the new season." Gubai playfully replied, "Boss, then you have to pass me the ball more often." Kobe's face turned serious. "I'm very strict." Gubai stopped being polite and said bluntly, "Kobe, you should know that I'm the team's point guard, the ball is in my hands." Kobe was speechless. "Did I make a mistake? This guy is even crazier than me," completely unyielding. The NBA Lakers officially announced the news immediately. The team successfully signed Gubai with a one-year, $5.35 million deal. They attached a photo of Gubai, Kobe, and Kupchak, all with satisfied smiles on their faces. The Lakers' official caption read, "A young starting backcourt duo, the Lakers' future best backcourt." This announcement undoubtedly sparked a huge public uproar. Big Yo immediately sent Gubai a congratulatory text, firmly believing that Gubai was nothing like the media described. From his interactions with Gubai, he could tell that Gubai was an upright and honest young man. Jian Lian also happily sent his congratulations. After all, they shared the same agent, and now, domestic fans' attention wouldn't solely be focused on him anymore. "If he doesn't perform well, you can scold Gubai, but don't blame me." Close confidant Megan Fox also sent her congratulations. "Gu, congratulations on becoming a millionaire. Remember to treat me to dinner." Lakers fans were both excited and bewildered. Excited? Kobe teaming up in the backcourt with that kid from Summer League who led our G League team to the championship? WTF? Although Gu had an outstanding Summer League performance, the NBA isn't that easy to dominate. I'm not too optimistic about this pairing. So the new season's Lakers starting lineup will include Gubai? Damn it. I'm fine with a rookie starting, but this is Los Angeles, home of the Lakers. We don't tank for the draft. I think the Lakers management needs to sign a renowned, experienced superstar to play point guard. After all, the point guard is the brain of the team. Old Nelson learned at home about the Lakers signing Gubai and instantly lost his temper. Oh shit. F***K. According to people around him, Donald Nelson smashed his home television upon hearing that Gubai had been successfully signed by Kobe-led Lakers, directly stating that Gubai should never have returned to Los Angeles. Several teams interested in Gubai were also deeply regretful. They recognized Gubai's potential but were unwilling to offer a one-year contract, leading teams like the Knicks, Mavericks, and Rockets to miss out on a golden opportunity. As for the Cavaliers, their luxury tax excess from last year left them with no chance to approach Gubai, which made King James profoundly distressed, due to last year's $2 million over the first luxury tax threshold. The Cavaliers couldn't even make a sincere offer. Feigin didn't even give them a chance to meet. Kobe needs ball control, but his off-ball skills before the 2 consecutive championships were also top-notch. He only grabs the ball when no one else can handle it. On the other hand, King James is absolutely incapable of playing without the ball. He is a ball-dominant core. Without the ball, can James still be called the king? Sending Gubai to team up with James? Feigin would have to be out of his mind. From start to finish, the Cavaliers were nothing more than a bargaining chip for Feigin and the Lakers. This trade has sparked heated discussions abroad. Domestically, it's equally lively and bustling. Due to Kobe and Yao Ming, the Rockets and Lakers have an almost unmatched level of attention in the country nowadays, even surpassing LeBron James's Cavaliers, who can only settle for third place. On a certain forum, the discussions are ongoing. Lakers sign Gubai for over $5 million a year. In the new season, he will start in the backcourt alongside Kobe, unleashing full firepower. Oh no, it's over. Now that Gubai has joined the Lakers, does this mean that CTV5 can no longer broadcast Lakers games? I heard that's the case. It's really awkward. The Lakers are one of the teams with the most fans. How much traffic will they lose over this? Those small workshops are celebrating. Without CCTV5, we can still watch the workshops' live streams. Recently there's a streamer named Whale who previously said Gubai would definitely sign with the NBA, and he actually got it right. Honestly, I just want to see the expressions of Wangley and his son right now. They must be seething with anger. Of course, the voices of doubt aren't few and far between either. The intensity of the NBA is nowhere near that of the Summer League. I bet Gubai won't last more than 5 games as a starter in the new season. Gubai will definitely be torn apart by Kobe in the new season. I'm betting 100 that Gubai will be crushed by Carter, Nash, and McGrady to the point of questioning his life in the new season. Gubai's luck has run out. He'll definitely be cut by the Lakers within a few games. If Gubai really has the ability, why didn't he sign a max contract? This clueless hater clearly doesn't understand the NBA rookies entering the league are not allowed to sign max contracts according to regulations. This remark was widely mocked by everyone. Regardless, the Lakers forum's popularity exploded instantly, with a level of fervor several times higher than the Rockets forum previously. As soon as the news of Gubai's signing broke, the Lakers forum's popularity soared to over 5 million plus. Certain outlets like CNET and CTV were seething with envy as they cursed Wangley from start to finish. Wangley's father, Wang Feng, has an unshakable background. Rumor has it that Wangley has already reported to the Fengtian basketball team, awaiting official registration as a team player in September. It's said that Wang Feng went to great lengths to smooth things over, sending famous paintings, fine wine, and tea, essentially bankrupting himself. Truly, a case of losing both his wife and his army. Late at night, Wang Feng plays out scenes of fatherly kindness and filial piety in the villa. Wangley can only wipe his tears during countless nights, silently reciting in his heart, "Let the new season come quickly." Hopefully, Gubai will be kicked out by the Lakers, so I can finally hold my head high. How utterly frustrating. The next day. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task entering the NBA. Task reward, Purple Attribute *1. The draw has been completed for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple attribute, McGrady's pull-up jumper *1. Ah! Gubai looked at the quietly lying entry in the corner, McGrady's pull-up jumper. This can truly be called a weapon for showing off. Who doesn't know that McGrady's pull-up jumper is the most beautiful jump shot in the NBA, graceful and picturesque? It seems I've gained another skill for showing off. Although this entry doesn't greatly enhance my attributes, the ability to show off and impress girls is priceless. It's time for me to find a new place to live. Gubai looked at his current little nest and sighed inwardly. Things are getting better indeed. Later, with the introduction from a real estate agent, Gubai found a luxurious one-bedroom apartment in downtown LA, close to Los Angeles. The selling price is around $600,000, which is also within Gubai's affordable range for now. With the help of money, all the procedures were handled very quickly. Gubai is quite satisfied with this apartment. It is fully equipped, featuring a parking lot, basketball court, tennis court, gym, 24-hour security, and free Wi-Fi, all just 1.3 kilometers away from the stadium. Why not buy a villa? Gubai also had empty pockets and was a bit tight on money. In Los Angeles, regular villas typically cost between $2 to $5 million, while more luxurious ones range from $5 to $15 million. Areas like Beverly Hills and Santa Monica feature such properties, and those priced from $15 million to over $100 million are found in Beverly Hills' Golden Triangle. After deducting taxes from the $5 million, only a bit over $2 million remains in hand. Adding the $1 million previously earned from Kobe, the total amounts to over $3 million. Therefore, Gubai still practiced thrift and managed his household frugally. This money could first be used for investments, and a luxury home could be considered once there was more money. With the help of the moving company, Gubai worked busily and successfully completed the move. Then he bought himself a batch of new furniture, including an LCD TV, refrigerator, massage bed, and fitness equipment, all arranged perfectly. Megan Fox also came to help decorate the new home, and their relationship warmed up further through the interaction. In the evening, they cooked hot pot together to eat. While washing vegetables together, Gubai accidentally touched a soft area and unintentionally gave it a squeeze, sighing inwardly, "So soft." Upon hearing this, Megan's face instantly flushed red. "You." Oh, Gubai hurriedly tossed the slice of meat into the pot. The meat slice is indeed quite tender and soft. Next time, I'll buy from this shop again. During the following month, Gubai went on to establish his private team, spending $400,000. Personal trainer, $100,000. Physical therapist and massage therapist, $50,000. Nutritionist, $20,000. Personal assistant, $30,000. Security team, $100,000. Travel expenses, $50,000, along with some other expenses. After completing the team's work, Gubai also recruited an economic team composed of Harvard students. These young individuals were drawn to his financial charisma and became his trusted partners. With the help of the system, Gubai filtered out those with ulterior motives and low loyalty, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes to create his God's Eye investment plan. He controlled everything behind the scenes, presenting the God's Eye investment plan. Step 1. Short the subprime mortgage crisis. 1. Gubai invested $800,000, 40% of the funds, to short U.S. financial stocks, especially companies like Lehman Brothers, Fannie Mae, and Freddie Mac. Using methods such as purchasing put options and shorting ETFs, the target return rate was over 500%. 2. Gubai allocated $600,000, 30% of the funds, to buy CDS, credit default swaps. By purchasing CDS contracts for BBB-rated subprime mortgage bonds through Goldman Sachs or Deutsche Bank, the projected leveraged earnings could exceed $16 million. Gubai took out $200,000, 10% of funds, to buy gold, planning to increase holdings to $500,000 by the end of 2008 and hold long-term until selling in 2011. After completing the above methods of shorting Lehman, buying CDS, and hoarding gold, the first step of the prototype of the business empire was also completed. Next, all that's left is to wait for the returns. After completing a series of investment plans, Gubai did not forget that his main profession is basketball. Engaged in intense training, Kobe naturally spent all his time with Gubai. One time, Gubai visited Kobe's house as a guest. Vanessa, who had just given birth to a baby girl, started complaining, "I can't take this anymore, Gu. The days Kobe spends with you are almost more than those he spends with me and the child." Gubai scratched his head helplessly, thinking to himself, "Isn't this a bit exaggerated?" Kobe laughed and said, "Vanessa, isn't this all for the preparation for next season? We're aiming for the championship. I'll be striving with Gu together next season." Vanessa calculated inwardly, "This can't go on like this. It seems that Gubai is just too energetic. I need to find an opportunity to introduce my stunning best friend to him." A sly glint flashed in her eyes. "By the way, last time, Jessica Alba even asked about this guy." Thinking of this, a smile curved Vanessa's lips, as if a plan had already taken shape in her mind. Elegant divider. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's October 1st in the United States, marking the long-awaited Lakers Media Day. The entire Lakers team officially assembled, the atmosphere was lively, and everyone was eager and ready to embrace the challenges of the new season. Kobe arrived early to the locker room and put on his honorary jersey. Meanwhile, Gubai drove his Chevrolet SUV to the arena filled with anticipation. Upon arriving at the arena, staff members guided Gubai to the locker room. As he entered, Kobe was already inside, excitedly looking at Gubai. "You brat, I finally got here earlier than you today." Kobe grinned from ear to ear. This summer, Gubai had been arriving earlier than him every training session, which annoyed him to no end. "This is the first time I've seen someone even more obsessed with training than myself," Kobe marveled to himself. Gubai was naturally obsessed. Training not only increased experience points but also boosted attributes, and the system thoughtfully provided recovery potions. Kobe, on the other hand, relied entirely on his own willpower, truly impressive. This guy was something else. "You win this time." Gubai shook his head helplessly and then started searching for his locker. Kobe spoke directly, "No need to look for him, Gu. I've already kicked Smush out. From now on, you'll be right beside me." Gubai felt a surge of emotion in his heart and thought, "Thank you, you're truly a great person." As he looked up, training gear, jerseys, and sneakers had already been neatly arranged. The NBA staff's efficiency left him undisturbed by any outside distractions, with only the fire of training blazing in his heart. Just as he sat down beside Kobe, bang! The locker room door swung open again, and a tall figure appeared on the scene, instantly turning the atmosphere tense and electrifying. "Hi, boss." Odom pushed the door open, his face adorned with a familiar smile, as if sunlight had poured into the locker room. Gubai observed with great interest the star hailed as the left-handed magician, who had once hit rock bottom due to Khloe Kardashian, but was now back at his peak. As soon as Odom stepped through the door, his gaze immediately locked onto Gubai, especially when he noticed him sitting close to Kobe. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly extended his hand politely. "Hello, you must be the new guy on our team, Gu?" Gubai smiled faintly and confidently shook his hand. "Hello, Lamar." Their handshake carried a relaxed and friendly vibe, as if two old friends were reuniting. Subsequently, the locker room door was gradually pushed open, and players like Derek Fisher, Andrew Bynum, Trevor Ariza, Luke Walton, Sasha Vujasic, Ronnie Turiev, Jordan Farmar, and Kwame Brown entered one after another. Everyone greeted each other briefly before heading to their respective lockers to change into their uniforms, creating a lively scene. At the Media Day event, the players showcased the results of their summer training, and the atmosphere was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to explode. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson stood confidently in front of a Los Angeles sports news reporter and declared, "My goal remains unchanged, winning the championship. Our new signing this year, Gu, will be given more opportunities to take on organizational tasks. As for Kobe, he remains our sharpest weapon, responsible for piercing the heart of our opponents." Every word from Jackson seemed to inject a dose of adrenaline into the team. Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak spoke about the summer's recruitment efforts. "We acquired a highly talented young player like Gu, while also re-signing veterans like Derek Fisher. Our future is looking brighter." His eyes were filled with anticipation. Kobe mentioned the new player Gubai with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Guys, listen to me, this year we're going to shock the league. We've got an amazing guy. Honestly, he's improved even more since the summer league. I believe Gu will astonish all of you." His voice was firm and powerful, as if proclaiming the arrival of a new era. Some media members were thrilled by what they heard and began expecting Gubai to deliver in the new season. However, there were also doubters in the press who dismissed the comments as mere surface-level talk, believing that anyone could say nice things about a rookie. As veteran journalists, they had never seen any player dominate the league in their rookie season, not even Jordan or LeBron, who were both once-in-a-million talents. A Chinese player possessing that kind of ability? These American reporters simply didn't buy into it. Next came the photo shoot for player portraits. Gubai donned the number 3 jersey and made a dashing appearance, standing side by side with Kobe. The sight of the two basketball superstars was exhilarating. The photographer quickly captured the moment, as the number 3 and number 24 jersey shone brightly in the frame, seemingly heralding the beginning of a new legend. Rookie core Karl and Javaris Crittenton also made their debuts, but their limelight was undoubtedly stolen by Gubai. Gubai became the star of the night, surrounded by reporters to the point of blocking all access. Many female fans even squeezed close to him for autographs, as if he were the undisputed celebrity. Kobe stood to the side, touched his nose, and half-jokingly said, "Is it possible that I'm losing my popularity?" His words carried a hint of humor, but could not completely hide the pride in his heart. Farmar leaned in and grinned slyly. "Boss, it seems like that's the case. Looks like the title of the most handsome guy on the team is going to be passed on." His implication was self-evident. Kobe glared at him and kicked him lightly. "Get lost." The jokes exchanged among teammates echoed in the locker room, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Afterward, under Phil Jackson's direction, the team carried out a simple practice session. The temporary starting lineup consisted of Gubai, Kobe, Walton, Odom, and Bynum, while the bench lineup included Fisher, Bujasic, Ariza, Brian Cook, and Ronnie Turieff. Beep. Lakers assistant coach Brian Shaw blew the whistle, signaling the start of the game. The young shark Bynum jumped for the ball, and Gubai brought it past half-court. Facing defense from the veteran Fisher, he made several sharp crossovers and instantly charged into the paint. All eyes were fixed on him as the tension in the air soared. Gubai executed a no-look pass, delivering an elbow flick to the cutting Kobe. Bang! Kobe soared and slammed it home, astonishing everyone in the arena. The starting team led the bench team 2-0. Wow! Fans and reporters on the sidelines cheered excitedly, as if witnessing the birth of history. Zen master Phil Jackson watched the scene unfold and nodded in satisfaction. "This young man has indeed been constantly surprising me." His eyes sparkled with a sense of anticipation, as if he could already see the championship waiting in the future. The bench team went on the offensive, with veteran Fisher attempting to use his strong physique to bully Gubai. However, Gubai was no longer the same as before. Enhanced by the Fat Tiger Gold attribute, his body was as solid as a steel plate. Bang! After a physical collision, Fisher lost control of the ball. Gubai, with his quick reflexes, reached out with his golden right hand. Smack! The basketball was stolen. Gubai charged towards the front court with the ball for a 1-on-0 play. The entire crowd held their breath, and time seemed to freeze in. This moment. Showtime! Gubai flew toward the basket, executing a windmill dunk midair. The entire arena cheered wildly for him. Bang! Breaking through alone, unstoppable like a charging force, each blow on the rim echoed thunderously as the atmosphere in the venue exploded in enthusiasm. At this moment, all the reporters and fans present at the Lakers venue were stunned, staring intently at the scene. "This rookie is really formidable," an excited commentator shouted. Old Fish stood in the back, deeply shaken. Looking at Gubai's silhouette, he finally understood why he could only play as a substitute. The gap in ability was just too obvious. The next day, the entire Lakers team boarded a private jet to fly to sunny Honolulu, Hawaii, to begin a 10-day training camp. This is not only for preparation for the new season but also for strengthening willpower. After all, there are very few players who can remain disciplined during the summer. The purpose of the training sessions is to allow players to quickly adapt to the rhythm of the new season through high-intensity exercises and lay a solid foundation. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye, tense yet fulfilling. Tomorrow, the preseason will kick off, the flames of battle will reignite, and the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Lying in the hotel room, Gubai was filled with anticipation. He opened his system and eagerly began to check his attributes. Attribute panel as follows. Name, Gubai. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 95 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Speed, 89. Strength, 89. Jump, 89. Stamina, 89. Ball handling, 88. Passing, 77. Layup, 78. Dunk, 89. Mid-range, 79. 3-point, 84. Steals, 78. Blocks, 69. Rebounds, 69. Defense, 79. Overall ability has reached 82. List of acquired attributes: Gold level ball handling veteran, Gold level Amen Thompson physical talent, Gold level Fat Tiger strength, Purple level Paul stealing ability, Purple level McGrady shoot off the dribble, White level Mamba mentality, Purple level flexible shooter, Gold level Curry 3-point shooting, Purple level White chocolate passing, Red level strongest man among 7 billion iron-blooded Ngana combat attribute, Gold level Sam Smith singing talent. Gubai looked at his attribute values with satisfaction, quietly feeling grateful. The stark contrast between this and his earlier struggles during the summer league was immense. His strength had taken a quantum leap, with many attributes nearing their critical thresholds. However, he couldn't help but lament, "Damn TMMD system, why is it so hard to get a red level attribute? System Inner OS, it's not that I'm refusing you, host, but the red entries are of the highest quality. Only by achieving significant honors and historical level data can you have a chance to obtain them. Gubai, listen to me, thank you. Gubai, sleep, sleep. Tomorrow night, we're up against the Warriors. I want to see you bring me some epic gear. System, NO. That night, Gubai's heart burned with endless fighting spirit. Tomorrow's match would be his stage to showcase his strength. U.S. time. October 11th. Honolulu, Hawaii. Neil S. Blaisdell Center Arena. The first preseason game is coming. Lakers vs. Warriors. At 6 p.m., the entire arena was already buzzing with excitement and fiery enthusiasm. Even though it's just a preseason game, being able to witness Kobe's brilliance firsthand is absolutely worth the ticket price. I have to say, this is exactly the charm of Kobe. Players from both teams are warming up in the arena, the atmosphere tense yet exhilarating. Ding dong, the host is detected to be about to participate in their first NBA preseason game. Task released now. Task requirements: personal score 30+, defeat the Warriors, block the Big Beard Baron Davis. Task reward: random golden attribute *1. Gubai looked at the system prompt, excitement flickering in his eyes. Golden attributes were priceless treasures. He glanced at Baron Davis across from him and curled a confident smile at the corner of his lips. Sorry, old Baron, but tonight I have to win. The small workshop's live streaming rooms in the country are already bustling. Cool, the first preseason game, finally able to watch Gubai. Preseason is not the same as the summer league. Will Gubai get crushed by the bearded Davis today? That's nonsense, I'm rooting for Gubai to dominate. The game is about to begin. Old Nelson walked up to Gubai, glanced at Kobe, and said helplessly, "Gu, I shouldn't have let you leave that night." Gubai shrugged and smiled. "Mr. Donald, there will be opportunities to collaborate in the future." Old Nelson nodded. "You're right, Gu. The Warriors' door is always open for you." Just as the two were chatting and laughing, Kobe quietly walked up behind them, causing fans to burst into laughter. After all, the summer's Kobe blocking the doorway incident is still a topic avidly discussed by fans. The entrance ceremony officially began, with Warriors players entering one by one, followed closely by Lakers players. Wow! Amid the enthusiastic cheers from the entire crowd, Gubai was the first to make a dazzling appearance. The Lakers' emphasis on Gubai was evident, as Walton, Bynum, and Odom followed right after. Finally, Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. Amid the fervent cheers of the fans, Kobe descended like a god, high-fiving his teammates one by one. His clash with Gubai left the fans eagerly anticipating. Starting lineups of both teams. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. Golden State Warriors, Baron Davis, point guard, Monta Ellis, shooting guard, Steven Jackson, small forward, Al Harrington, power forward, Andris Biedrins, center. The Warriors boast impressive depth, with strong players like Barnes, Bogut, and dunk champion Richardson on the bench. Jump ball starts. Little Shark Bynum easily tips the basketball over Biedrins' head, and the game officially begins. The Lakers quickly launch their offense. Gubai brings the ball past half-court, while Kobe waits for an opportunity on the right side. Odom moves up for the screen. The classic triangle offense is about to unfold. Passing ability in the interior as the pivot is crucial. Odom takes the ball, facing Harrington's tight defense, decisively passes the ball to Kobe on the right side. Kobe gets the ball and instantly draws the attention of Beard Davis and Ellis. Kobe was poised outside the three-point line, and the two defenders dared not be careless, quickly rushing toward him. However, no one noticed the hint of a smug smile at the corner of Kobe's mouth. The next second, Kobe faked a shot and made a real pass, sending the ball flying to Gubai in the open spot on the left. A wide-open shot. Gubai didn't hesitate and jumped up directly to shoot. With the boost of the Curry three-pointer skill, the three-point shot was quick, accurate, and sharp. Swish! The basketball went straight through the net, giving the Lakers a 3-0 lead over the Warriors. Oh, beautiful three-pointer. The fans on site instantly burst into excited cheers. That's an excellent play. Kobe successfully drew the defense, and Gubai's finish was absolutely flawless, the commentator exclaimed excitedly. After scoring, Gubai gestured a three-pointer celebration, and Kobe stepped forward to high-five him in celebration. Nice shot, kid. Kobe, your pass was just perfect. Warriors on the attack. Baron Davis dribbled past midcourt, clearly fuming. The bearded man, frustrated by being toyed with in the previous round, resolved to break through Gubai's defense with his own strength and charge into the restricted area. However, Gubai stood firm like a mountain, securely holding off the bearded man's collision. Almost completely motionless. Byron, unwilling to give up, charged again with all his might, but once again, it proved to be futile. This scene left Byron stunned. He had always relied on his strength advantage to overpower point guards, but today he encountered an opponent who could withstand his powerful offensive moves. Bang! In the instant Byron was caught off guard, Gubai decisively stepped forward and forcefully collided with him. Smack! The basketball was snatched by Gubai in one swift move. Then, Gubai grabbed the basketball and quickly dashed toward the front court. Facing the angry defense of the bearded man, Gubai remained calm, accelerated, and effortlessly made a floater to send the ball into the hoop. 5-0. WTF? Who is this Gubai? What kind of genius is he? Right from the start, he single-handedly dominated the offense and has already scored 5 points. The commentator on site looked completely stunned. At this moment, another commentator began to educate the junior commentator, who had clearly spent the summer focused on his wife and not on the news, that Lakers number 3, Gubai, is the hottest rookie in the league right now. Summer League MVP. Unstoppable fame. Over here. Monta Ellis responds with a floater. 5-2. On the other side, Gubai continues to lead the offense, dribbling on the perimeter, using a pick-and-roll to break through near the free-throw line. Eyes scanning all directions, ears catching every sound, he instantly passes the ball to the cutting Kobe. The Black Mamba rises with the wind, finishing with a two-handed alley-oop slam that stuns the crowd. 7-2. Wow. Great teamwork. The fans at the scene chanted in unison, waving their hands excitedly. This backcourt duo seems to have a natural chemistry. The live commentator marveled at it. The domestic livestream has already been buzzing. Long time no see, Gubai and Kobe team up. Gubai plus Kobe, so strong. Who said my Gubai is a pushover? Who dares to say my bro can't make it to the NBA? Let's see who has to eat their words now. Such a delightful play. Resilience truly pays off. Even caught Gubai's alley-oop. Warriors' turn. Monta Ellis drives into the paint and decisively passes the ball to Baron Davis, who is cutting to the perimeter. Bang! Davis gears up, determined to score and show everyone his strength. Davis quickly charged into the 3-second zone, the hoop before him seemingly drawing him in. Rookie, today I'll show you my power. The basketball flew toward the hoop like a cannonball. The next second, Davis suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure strike him, as though the sky itself was being overshadowed. Clap! In the no-fly zone of Los Angeles, Gubai descended like a god of war, swiftly arriving and spreading out his gigantic hand to forcibly reject Davis's attack. OHMY God. Gubai delivered a major block to Byron. It was absolutely spectacular. Over here. Kobe received the basketball, quickly reached the front court, maneuvered the ball behind his back, and slammed it in forcefully. 9-2. With the seamless cooperation between Gubai and Kobe, the Lakers' offense swept in like a raging tide. Pause. Old Nelson saw the situation turning bad and immediately called for a halt. His piercing gaze fell on Gubai as he secretly sighed, "Damn it, I almost had him." Over here. The Lakers players returned to the bench with relaxed expressions. Kobe felt a burst of exhilaration. This feeling was 100 times more satisfying than going up against the Grim Reaper Parker. In the following game, Gubai continued to exert his strength, using his physique to overpower Ellis and successfully achieved a 2+1. He then followed up with a strong step-back three-pointer during a mismatch against Andris Biedrins. In the first preseason game, Gubai charged forward and decisively shattered all kinds of doubts. By halftime, Gubai had already racked up 17 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks, delivering an impressive and stunning performance. Kobe also scored 15 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists, and 2 steals. The Twin Stars joined forces, unstoppable in their path. Under their leadership, the Lakers led the Warriors 58-50 heading into the second half. Halftime quickly came to an end, and the second half of the game began. Gubai continued his aggressive offense, his desire to attack tonight erupting like a volcano. Kobe actively created opportunities for Gubai, and seeing his teammate in great form, he was overjoyed. The past style of monopolizing the play had already proven ineffective, and Kobe knew well that he had to change. The third quarter became Gubai's performance time as he scored an impressive 15 points in a single quarter. By the end of the third quarter, Gubai's personal score had reached 32 points, finally completing the task. Sitting on the bench, Gubai let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the task was completed. In the fourth quarter, both teams started sending out substitutes. The preseason games are more about training, with the starters finding their rhythm and feel. In the end, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Golden State Warriors 107-101, winning the game by a margin of 6 points. Gubai scored 32 points, grabbed 7 rebounds, dished out 10 assists, made 2 steals, and blocked 4 shots, while Kobe racked up 27 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. The duo combined for 59 points, shining in the Hawaii preseason game. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Task reward, Golden Attribute *1. Now extracting the attribute for the host, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Attribute, Carmelo Sweet Melon Anthony's mid-range *1. Golden mid-range of Melo? This entry couldn't have come at a better time. Mid-range has finally broken through the bottleneck and reached 85 points. Mastering the mid-range is undoubtedly a major killer move in the NBA. Even in the future small ball era, a solid mid-range game can leave opponents speechless. The most classic example is the Rockets-Warriors battle, where Paul frequently used mid-range shots to punish the Warriors. Unfortunately, with Paul's injury, that series left people feeling deeply regretful. After the game ended, players from both sides exchanged greetings. Fox Sports' beautiful reporter Lisa Deegan held a microphone and walked up to Gubai for an interview. "Lisa, congratulations, Gu, on scoring a game-high 32 points in this match and securing your first preseason victory in your NBA career." "Gubai, thank you." "Lisa, Gu, can you say hello to your fans? You're gaining more and more fans in the NBA." "Gubai, hello, everyone, thank you for your support. I will keep working hard to bring you even more exciting games." "Lisa, can you talk about this game? And how did you manage to score like that tonight?" "Gubai, everyone performed exceptionally well in this match. We strictly followed the coach's tactics. As for my outstanding performance, I owe it all to my teammates. Their passes and trust allowed me to play freely and confidently." Kobe sat at the technical table, his gaze fixed on Gubai, who was being interviewed, with a bright smile on his face. He thought to himself, "A great start." This victory exhilarated him. The team's state was completely different from last season. This was exactly the scenario he had been hoping for. In Gubai, Kobe felt a brand new energy. As the interview concluded, Kobe and Gubai returned to the locker room together. Wow! When the locker room door opened, the enthusiastic atmosphere surged in. The teammates had already gathered in celebration, music blared loudly, everyone started dancing, and the energy was unparalleled. Meanwhile, the Warriors were deeply engulfed in frustration. Old Nelson expressed his anger during the post-game interview with reporters. "They stole my Gubai, this is outright robbery. One misstep from this old man, and it's eternal regret. I'll remember this grudge," he said indignantly. At the same time, He also gave high praise to Gubai's performance. His performance on the court was very mature. I'm not surprised at all that he played at this level. Gubai belongs to the NBA, he was born for basketball. After the game, journalists from major media outlets quickly followed up with reports, and the level of exposure in Los Angeles was astonishing. Los Angeles Sports Daily, twin stars shine together, 59 points, Kobe and Gubai light up the preseason. TNT Sports, Gubai delivers a perfect debut in the preseason with 32 points, 7 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, and 4 blocks. Sky is the limit for this young talent. ABC Radio, the Lakers have finally found their starting point guard. Gubai shattered all doubts in one game. In the upcoming preseason games, the Lakers face the Jazz, Suns, Nuggets, and other teams, ultimately achieving an impressive record of 5 wins and 1 loss under the leadership of Kobe and Gubai. During these games, Gubai averaged 27.8 points, 5.8 rebounds, 8.9 assists, 1.7 steals, and 1.4 blocks, showcasing undeniable superstar prowess. Kobe, equally motivated, contributed an average of 28.7 points, 3.1 rebounds, 3.9 assists, 1.1 steals, and 0.8 blocks per game. The two complemented each other, inspiring one another like twin blades in battle. Zen master Phil Jackson's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This is fantastic. With two players like this on the team, I can just sit back and relax from now on. After the preseason concluded, the Lakers' official 15-man roster was finally revealed. Point guards, Gubai, Derek Fisher, Jordan Farmar, Maurice Evans. Shooting guard, Kobe Bryant, Sasha Vujasic, Javaris Crittenton. Small forward, Luke Walton, Trevor Ariza, Maurice Evans. Power forward, Lamar Odom, Ronnie Turieff. Center, Andrew Bynum, Kwame Brown, DJ Mbenga. With the conclusion of the preseason, the highly anticipated regular season is about to begin. U.S. time, October 30th. The NBA regular season has finally begun. The 3 games of the opening night. Los Angeles Lakers vs. Houston Rockets. Golden State Warriors vs. Utah Jazz. Portland Trail Blazers vs. San Antonio Spurs. The matchup between the Warriors and the Jazz is particularly eye-catching. In the 2007 playoffs, the Warriors, as the 8th seed, upset the Mavericks, creating the famous Black 8 miracle in NBA history. However, the Warriors were defeated by the Jazz 4-1 in the second round, leaving a long-standing grudge. The first game is between the Warriors and the Jazz. Oracle Arena, Oakland. The Warriors, playing at home, are poised and ready, vowing to avenge last season's defeat. Core players such as Monta Ellis, Baron Davis, Matt Barnes, and Steven Jackson are all full of fighting spirit, ready to face the challenge. The game quickly begins amidst the fervent cheers of the home crowd. In the first round, Baron Davis and Darren Williams engaged in a physical confrontation, like two fierce beasts in battle. The bearded Davis charged forward as if no one could stop him, dribbling past 3 players with lightning speed. Facing Boozer under the basket, he decisively went for a layup, easily scoring 2 points. The battle continues. Darren and Boozer executed a classic pick-and-roll play, with Darren breaking free from the defense like lightning and instantly passing the ball to Okur at the baseline. The anti-aircraft gun is in position. Oku catches the ball and shoots a 3-pointer without hesitation. Swish! The 3-point cannon hits steadily, changing the score to Warriors trailing the Jazz 2-3. On the other side, the Warriors' offense seems stuck in the mud. Darren faces Davis fearlessly, and the showdown between the two heavyweight point guards is about to ignite. Ellis misses the mid-range shot. The Jazz seize the counterattack opportunity, with Darren and Boozer's pick-and-roll coordination being exceptionally sharp. Boozer calmly hit a mid-range shot, scoring 2 points. The Jazz capitalized on their momentum, delivering a 20-5 run at a time when the Warriors' offense hit a bottleneck, securing the victory. The seamless cooperation between Darren and Boozer seemed to recreate the glory days of Stockton and Malone. In the end, the Jazz achieved a resounding 117-96 victory over the Warriors, winning by 21 points on the road and starting the season strong. The Jazz are truly the Warriors' nemesis. Shortly after the Warriors and Jazz game concluded, the Spurs and Trailblazers game also kicked off. Led by the GDP trio of Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker, the Spurs hosted the rising Trailblazers featuring Brandon Roy and LaMarcus Aldridge. Inside the AT&T Center, the stands were already buzzing with excitement. In the first round, Duncan opened the game for the Spurs with a signature jump shot. On the other side, Aldridge was not to be outdone, showcasing the jump shot talent of the Little Prince and scoring steadily against Duncan's defense. Spurs on the attack. Parker delivered a brilliant pass to Duncan, who then passed the ball to a cutting Bruce Bowen, and the latter scored an easy layup in response. The Trailblazers' Yellow Mamba Roy was as cold-blooded as a viper, taking his shot mercilessly despite Bowen's tight defense. The first half was a neck-and-neck battle between the two teams. 59-51, the Spurs led by 8 points heading into the second half. After halftime, the game returned to its rhythm. The Spurs' outside shooter Finley suddenly found his rhythm, hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers to instantly widen the gap. The Spurs played with increasing composure, and the substitute Manu the Blade Ginobili was on fire, slicing through the Trailblazers' defense like a sharp blade. In the remaining time, the Trailblazers were unable to close the gap, and the Spurs maintained a 10-point lead throughout. In the end, the Spurs defeated the Trailblazers 106-97 at home, celebrating a victorious season opener. 3 major illusions in Texas: Spurs are very old, Rockets are very strong, Mavericks are very weak. After 2 appetizer games, today's main event, Rockets vs. Lakers, has finally arrived. Tonight, on the LED electronic billboard outside the Staples Center in Los Angeles, a picture of Kobe and Gubai together is flashing. Countless fans gathered outside the arena, eager to witness the Lakers' first game of the new season. The team management has made a bold statement: the Lakers' goal this season is the championship. Everyone wants to see if Kobe, who has averaged over 30 points per game for 2 consecutive seasons, can lead the team out of its struggles and deliver a satisfying performance. As game time approaches, players from both teams arrive at the arena, preparing for tonight's showdown. Kobe, dressed in a black shirt and jeans, appeared relaxed and poised, like a warrior ready to strike. Gubai, on the other hand, sported a hip-hop outfit, complete with a flashy gold chain and headphones, embodying the look of a trendy cool guy. On the Rockets' side, McGrady showed up at the arena in a t-shirt, looking drowsy as he lazily greeted the camera. Yao, meanwhile, wore a casual jacket, exuding an air of complete ease. The atmosphere inside the Staples Center is growing increasingly tense, and the battle is about to begin. The arena, which can hold nearly 20,000 people, is already packed to capacity. Waves of heat sweep through as countless fans cheer inside, creating a fervent and electrifying atmosphere. Not only have passionate fans poured into the venue, but numerous Hollywood stars have also gathered, making the scene dazzling and overwhelming. Brad Pitt, Daniel Craig, Johnny Depp, Anne Hathaway, Scarlett Johansson, Megan Fox, Nicole Kidman. This is simply a feast for fans, with male and female idols gathering together, making everyone envious. Tonight's lineup of guest commentators is impressive: Hubie Brown, Marv Albert, Reggie Miller. There are only moments left before the game begins, and the tense atmosphere is making hearts race. The players have already arrived on the court, engaging in their final warm-ups, ready to embrace this thrilling showdown. 3 commentators also began their final pre-game warm-up, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. This season, the Lakers have addressed the weak point guard position from last season by making new signings. They let go of last season's starting point guard Smush Parker and signed a rookie from China, Gu. Marv Albert analyzed, "What are your thoughts on this change?" Hubie Brown responded without hesitation, "Last season, Parker's stats were only 11.1 points, 2.5 rebounds, 2.8 assists, and 1.3 steals. Such performance is hardly satisfactory. As the starting point guard, he only managed 2.8 assists, forcing Kobe to deliver 5.1 assists. The team brought in a true point guard, clearly to ease the pressure on Kobe." Reggie Miller added with a smile, "I've been keeping an eye on this kid. Although he hasn't played in an official NBA game, during the Summer League, he averaged performances that outshone Durant and Oden. In the preseason, he averaged 27.8 points, 5.8 rebounds, 8.9 assists, 1.7 steals, and 1.4 blocks per game. His stats are dazzling and eye-catching, clearly showing that this kid has limitless potential." However, Marv Albert poured cold water on the excitement, but the regular season is different from the Summer League and preseason. So far, no Asian guard with yellow skin has been able to establish themselves in the NBA. "We shouldn't set our expectations too high." Reggie Miller nodded in agreement. Gubai indeed needs to prove himself on the stage of the regular season. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it has to be taken out for a walk. Soon, the whistle of the match brought everything to a climax. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the intense showdown about to unfold. The warm-up quickly ended, and the starting lineup ceremony officially began. The lights at Staples Center suddenly went out, and with the DJ's passionate introduction, the Rockets starting players took the stage one by one: Yao, Hayes, Alston, Battier, McGrady, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Immediately after, the home team Lakers entrance ceremony followed, with the DJ's voice becoming even more high-pitched and enthusiastic. "Ladies and gentlemen, next, let's welcome with your most enthusiastic cheers, the point guard from Hua Nation, number 3, Gubai." WCNMMD. Gan Linian. Goodbye, you've made it. He really is the Lakers' starting point guard for the new season. Chinese basketball fans watching the game through small-scale livestreams instantly erupted with excitement. A Chinese starting point guard appearing once again on the NBA stage was incredibly thrilling. Goodbye facing off against Big Yao. This is practically the NBA version of the Spring Festival Gala. While Gu amidst the tidal wave of cheers from the live audience, Goodbye rose from the bench, surrounded by his teammates. He high-fived Farmar, Ariza, Bujasic, Kwame Brown, and other bench players one by one before jogging quickly to the center of the court. Go, Goodbye, we will always support you. Go for it, Goodbye. Show these Americans what we're made of. Gu, we love you. The Chinese fans on both sides, along with some local supporters of Goodbye, shouted in unison, creating an exceptionally lively atmosphere. In the front row, Megan Fox stood up excitedly and waved continuously upon seeing Goodbye take the stage. Goodbye responded with a glance, and an undercurrent of tension flowed between the two. It seems our Gu has just entered the NBA and is already showing his playboy tendencies. Even Megan has been charmed by him. Reggie Miller teased. After Goodbye completed the entrance ceremony, Little Walton, Bynum, and Odom also took the stage one after another, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the appearance of that legendary player. Ladies and gentlemen, next to take the stage is a three-time NBA champion, one-time All-Star MVP, two-time All-NBA First Team, two-time All-Defensive First Team, the Black Mamba, number 24, the pride of this city, Kobe Bryant. As the DJ's voice fell, the entire Staples Center instantly erupted into thunderous cheers. Kobe! 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 Kobe rose from the bench, walking steadily and confidently, high-fiving his teammates one by one before heading to the center of the court. He exchanged an international greeting gesture with Goodbye, exuding unparalleled coolness. Ding dong, system task released. Task requirements: achieve a 20-plus triple-double in the Lakers' debut and lead the team to victory. Task reward: golden attribute *1. Task difficulty: 4 stars, proceed according to your ability. The system assigned Goodbye the task for this game. Achieving a triple-double is no easy feat as Goodbye's attributes improve. The system has also begun increasing the difficulty of obtaining entries. System, you're being unreasonable. However, as a point guard, with the ball in his hands, Goodbye was full of confidence and felt assured about this task. The game is about to begin. On the sidelines, Lakers head coach Phil Jackson, known as the Zen Master, was interviewed by reporters. We are ready for the new season. Every position on the team is in peak condition, and I believe this season will surprise those guys in the league. On the other side, Rockets leader McGrady also gave an interview. He mentioned, tonight is another showdown between me and my old rival Kobe, and I'm really looking forward to it. Gu and Yao come from the same country, and I'm also looking forward to matching up against Gu. As for my performance, I'll score 30+ and lead the team to victory. You all know my scoring ability. The home court's big screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams tonight. Los Angeles Lakers, Goodbye, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. Houston Rockets, Rafer Alston, point guard, Tracy McGrady, shooting guard, Shane Battier, small forward, Chuck Hayes, power forward, Yao Ming, center. Sujinjiu from the small studio livestream excitedly analyzed, tonight is our country's annual Spring Festival Gala, and I boldly predict that both Goodbye and Yao Ming can score 20+ points. Some skeptical fans started to disagree. I believe in Yao Ming, but Goodbye scoring 20+ in his first game? I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Big Yao didn't even score 20 points in the first game. Goodbye, absolutely impossible. If Goodbye scores 20 points, I'll livestream myself eating shit tonight. I've got my eye on you upstairs, waiting to see you eat shit. The game hasn't even started, and everyone is already arguing like crazy. The atmosphere is as tense as a powder keg. A senior executive from Milan also entered the live stream room. Seeing the overwhelming traffic, they secretly felt jealous, wishing they could intervene immediately. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. The starting players from both teams stood together in the center of the court, embracing each other. Goodbye and Yao encouraged each other, their momentum soaring. Sure, Goodbye, finally made your debut. Way better than your brother Yao back then. Not at all, not at all. Brother Yao, you're one of the top centers in the NBA. I'm just a small fry. Jump ball. Big Yao easily tipped the basketball over Little Shark's head, instantly dominating the atmosphere. Streetball king Alston dribbles past half-court, while the other Rockets players quickly take their positions. McGrady calls for the ball at the top of the arc. Alston sensibly passes the ball to McGrady. Facing the defender in front of him, Kobe Bryant, McGrady's eyes are resolute, full of fighting spirit. "Kobe, we're definitely winning tonight." McGrady's eyes sparkled as he grabbed the ball with one hand, testing Kobe's defense. "Not necessarily. This is Los Angeles, my home court." Kobe stared intently at McGrady's every move, ready to counter at any moment. Seeing that Kobe didn't fall for it, McGrady dribbled the ball, suddenly broke through, and charged straight into the paint like a fierce tiger unleashed. A sudden stop. Near the free throw line, McGrady pulled up for a jump shot, releasing the basketball like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Swish! A hollow shot into the net, stunning the entire crowd. OHSHIT. Even Kobe had to admit that McGrady's talent was truly formidable. A 2.03-meter shooting guard is really a headache. The Lakers are 0-2 against the Rockets, and the Rockets have instantly gained the upper hand. McGrady's pull-up jumper is still so pleasing to the eye. The most beautiful calves, like a painting. The ball-grabbing motion is just as stylish, unmatched in charisma. Fans watching the live broadcast couldn't help but exclaim. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense, as if warming up for the thrilling showdown to come. Lakers on the offense. Bynum passed the ball to Gubai, who dribbled past half-court with unstoppable momentum. A 198 centimeters guard, with this height, he's like a giant on the court. The 188 centimeters Alston looks absolutely tiny in comparison. You've got to see this. What exactly has this rising star from Hua Nation been eating to have such a robust physique? The commentator on the sideline stared intently at Gubai, his expression full of astonishment. Alston secretly felt indignant and thought to himself, even if you're tall and strong, it doesn't mean you can act recklessly in front of me. Watch how I cut you off. Gubai stepped outside the three-point line, waved his hand to direct his teammates, exuding an aura of dominance. Alston saw the opportunity and decisively stepped forward to press and steal. Bang! 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 Gubai showed no weakness, executing two consecutive between-the-legs dribbles, easily bypassing the streetball king with average defensive skills, as if it were effortless. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Gubai had already driven into the 3-second zone, with Big Yao under the basket standing like a towering mountain. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the showdown between these two Chinese players. Bang! Gubai showed no fear, forcefully taking off like a dragon emerging from the sea, his terrifying jumping ability stunning the entire arena. In midair, he ignored Yao's block, grabbed the ball with one hand, faced the defense, and slammed it down fiercely, as if a god had descended. Bang! The rim groaned in pain from the dunk. Lakers 2-2 Rockets. After landing, Gubai flexed his strong muscles, exuding the confidence of a warrior. Big Yao, who was pushed around until he was swaying, was dumbfounded and thought to himself, this guy is really a monster. Wow! The Staples Center instantly erupted, with all the fans standing up to celebrate, the atmosphere as passionate as a tidal wave. No! Ariza, Farmar, and others on the Lakers bench stood up, excitedly waving their towels. The originally laid-back McGrady couldn't help but blink, secretly marveling in his heart, this is just too explosive. Nice dunk, Goo! Kobe excitedly stepped forward to chest bump Gubai in celebration. That dunk was almost a bit like mine. TCH Kobe, always bragging about yourself. Gubai teased unceremoniously. The commentators on the sidelines and the fans watching the live broadcast were already stunned. Awesome, I give this dunk a perfect score. Rockets on the offense. Alston dribbled past half-court, feeling a bit timid, and sneaked a glance at Gubai. The dunk just now left him in awe. This guy's explosiveness was simply overwhelming. Gubai showed no mercy, applying relentless pressure and creating physical confrontations for Alston. Alston dared not dribble much on the perimeter and hurriedly passed the ball to McGrady. Unfortunately, the intention behind this pass was too obvious. Clap! Kobe suddenly cut in front and directly intercepted the ball. He quickly dribbled forward, with McGrady chasing relentlessly from behind. Kobe took a slow three-step layup, and despite McGrady's interference, the ball bounced twice on the rim and was about to slip out. The next second, a number 3 jersey flashed in the sky. Gubai also launched a fast break, soaring directly amidst the double team of Battier and Alston. Bang! Gubai soared into the sky and completed a one-arm dunk. Battier and Alston were stunned. What just happened? I felt a gust of wind pass by, and the next moment, he's hanging on the rim. Lakers 4-2 Rockets. Kobe looked at McGrady beside him and shrugged. Tracy, this guy seems to jump better than us. McGrady looked helpless. He had managed to disrupt Kobe, only for trouble to arise in his own backyard. Oh! Kobe missed the layup, but Gubai completed an incredible putback dunk. I think this guy's shoulders are almost level with the rim. His talent is absolutely off the charts, completely unlike an Asian. The commentator on the sidelines shouted in astonishment. Reggie Miller couldn't help but chime in, I'm stunned too. This guy's jumping ability seems one of a kind, completely on a different level from everyone else on the court. If he also has a three-point shot, that would be terrifying. Fast, explosive, and if his shooting is consistent, he'd be unstoppable. The Zen master on the sidelines kept nodding. Gubai's performance has exceeded my expectations. I thought he would need some time to adapt to the NBA's pace, but it turns out there's no need at all. He's so mature. The Chinese fans in the livestream room were already ecstatic, cheering, "Where are those people who said Gubai couldn't play in the regular season? Gubai just made a poster dunk and a putback dunk, there's no way this kind of physical talent is overrated." Kobe's fans were thrilled. With Gubai's addition, the Lakers might be able to restore their former glory this season. Back to the court. Turnover. Rockets on the attack. McGrady holds the ball beyond the three-point line, with Yao Ming quickly stepping up for a screen. He swiftly passes the ball back to himself, ready to showcase his skills. In an instant, the Lakers' defense faces a dilemma. Should they focus entirely on guarding McGrady or leave Yao Ming open for a shot? In the end, the Lakers' defense decisively chose to shut down McGrady, denying him any chance to take a shot. However, facing this predicament, McGrady cleverly passed the ball to Yao on the outside. Yao received the ball, jumped without hesitation, and precisely shot a long two-pointer. The basketball traced an elegant arc in the air and finally, with a clean swish, went straight into the net. 4-4. Lakers possession. Gubai quickly pushed the ball past half-court and executed a pick-and-roll with the little shark Bynum, then decisively dribbled to the right side. The Rockets' defensive communication faltered slightly, giving Gubai a sliver of space. The opportunity was fleeting, but Gubai seized it immediately, shooting from beyond the three-point line without hesitation, completely ignoring Kobe's defensive stance. The basketball once again traced a perfect arc in the air, and finally, with a swish, the three-point shot landed firmly in the hoop. 7-4. WTF? Marv Albert exclaimed from the sidelines, "God, this rookie number 3 has completely gone crazy," scoring 7 points straight at the start. Kobe, who had initially been somewhat displeased that Gubai didn't pass the ball, was now stunned. "I thought Gubai was here to assist me." While the Lakers fans onside cheered wildly, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Gubai's three-pointer was decisive and beautiful, drawing everyone's attention. Timeout. Rockets head coach Adelman was furious, jumping up and down as he immediately called for a timeout. How could the United Rockets tolerate a rookie scoring 7 points in a row? This game was not just Gubai's debut but also Adelman's first game leading the Rockets in the new season. It was a game they absolutely could not lose. Great shot, Gubai. That three-pointer was amazing. The Lakers' Odom, Walton, and Kobe all high-fived Gubai in celebration. Kobe even affectionately patted Gubai on the head. "Kid, not bad. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." On the Rockets bench, Adelman's face was dark as he directly called Battier over and angrily scolded, "Shane, you're going to guard Gu in a bit." Battier nodded. As a defensive master, he was full of confidence. Adelman thought to himself, this round should be secure. McGrady, keep pressuring Kobe. Alston, watch for help defense. Don't let this kid score easily. After finishing the tactical arrangements, Adelman let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, there's no way a rookie can take them down today. After the timeout, McGrady repeated his old trick, quickly passing the ball to Yao, who was cutting to the basket. Facing the young Shaq Bynum, Yao made a probing step, followed by a dreamlike footwork, and scored easily with a hook shot. 7-6. The Zen master sat helplessly on the bench, watching the scene unfold. The interior defense was simply too weak, completely powerless against a dominant inside player like Yao. He sighed inwardly, if only I had Yao too. The possession switched, and Gubai advanced the ball quickly. Seeing that the defender in front of him was the eye-covering master, Battier, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looks like that old guy Adelman has finally taken notice of me. But so what? Holding the ball on the perimeter, he signaled for everyone to spread out, ready to showcase his skills. Goodness! Kobe was dumbfounded as he watched. Isn't this exactly my own playing style? Bang bang bang. Gubai executed several feints in succession and, taking advantage of Battier's momentary distraction, accelerated directly to pierce the Rockets' weak spot. At this moment, Alston was already prepared, quickly moving over to form a double team with Yao Ming. In the blink of an eye, Gubai faked a shot and made a real pass, instantly sending the ball to the outside to Luke Walton. Walton caught the ball and confidently took a three-point shot. Swish! Right on target, 10-6. Great play, beautiful pass. The on-site commentator Hubie Brown exclaimed loudly. Gubai successfully drew the defense and passed the ball to Luke Walton on the outside, who nailed the three-pointer. The seamless coordination was as smooth as flowing clouds in water, leaving the audience feeling refreshed and delighted. Off the court, Hollywood heartthrob Brad Pitt clapped enthusiastically and cheered, "Well done." Anne Hathaway, looking at the dashing and talented Gubai on the court, smiled and said, "Looks like I have one more reason to come to Los Angeles to watch games in the future." Megan Fox, who was sitting nearby, immediately became alert upon hearing this. She stood up and shouted to Gubai, "Gubai, you're so handsome, I want to have your babies." Poof! Gubai couldn't help but glance at Megan Fox after hearing this. What kind of wild and bold words are these? The commentator on the sidelines noticed this scene and exclaimed, "Wow, what am I seeing? Are Megan and Gubai together? That really is a golden couple." Reggie Miller chimed in with a laugh. On the court, McGrady took a quick step and hit a smooth pull-up three-pointer from the outside, 10-9. Gubai moved effortlessly among the Rockets players like a fish in water. Kobe received the pass, stopped abruptly, and nailed the jump shot. Answer ball in response. 12-9. Here, McGrady quickly passes to Yao Ming, who successfully scores again, 12-11. In the remaining time of the first quarter, both sides went back and forth, with the score continuously rising as both teams showed excellent shooting form. At the end of the first quarter, the Los Angeles Lakers led the Houston Rockets 27-25, heading into the second quarter. Gubai delivered an all-around performance. In the first quarter, scoring 11 points, along with 4 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 steal, and 1 block, leaving the media on site and fans watching on TV in awe. Debut at the peak? Gubai is just too strong. This is definitely a superstar. The strongest guard among the partners. This is way stronger than that Reaper Parker from last season. The strongest guard is already in the team. Kobe also scored 8 points, the duo shone brightly at Staples Center. The timeout quickly ended, and the second quarter resumed. Both teams began to showcase their rotation lineups on the court. The Lakers sent out a combination of Fisher, Vujasic, Ariza, Ronnie Turieff, and Kwame Brown, while the Rockets fielded a lineup familiar to everyone: Mike James, Luther Head, Bonzi Wells, Scola, and Dikembe Mutombo. Fisher delivered a quick pass to Ariza, who scored with a layup under the basket. On the other side, Mike James hit a mid-range jumper, Vujasic missed a three-pointer, and Bonzi Wells slammed it home with a one-handed dunk. In terms of bench performance, the Rockets actually gained the upper hand. Smack! The African Mountain, Mutombo, delivered a massive block to Kwame Brown. After the block, Mutombo performed his signature finger-wagging gesture, instantly igniting the Rockets' momentum. The Zen Master quickly arranged for Kobe to take the court to stabilize the declining momentum. The atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. As soon as he got on, Kobe showed no mercy, pulling up for a three-pointer like a storm sweeping through, immediately steadying the team's situation. The game moved into the second quarter, with 6:11 remaining. The Los Angeles Lakers were tied 38-38 with the Houston Rockets. Both sides went back and forth, the tension palpable. At this moment, Gubai returned to the court after an offensive mistake, substituting the resting Kobe. The two exchanged a high-five as they passed, with Kobe's expression exuding immense confidence. Though visibly exhausted, he had been fighting hard alongside a group of iron-willed teammates. On the other end, the Lakers' offense resumed. Gubai focused intently, his dribbling rhythm unpredictable. After a behind-the-back dribble, he swiftly crossed over, instantly leaving Battier behind and charging straight toward the paint. Facing the impending double team, Gubai opted for a sudden stop and executed a textbook mid-range shot in the style of Carmelo Anthony. The basketball, like a meteor streaking across the sky, swished cleanly through the net. Swish! The score changed to 40-38. So clutch! God, how did we even get Goo? Lakers fans were instantly ignited, as if they had just taken a fast-acting heart reliever. Meanwhile, McGrady struggled with his shooting, dimming the Rockets' offense as the sound of missed shots echoed. Under the basket, Yao snatched the rebound over the head of the Little Shark and immediately delivered a two-handed slam dunk that shook the arena, tying the score at 40-40. But Gubai didn't stop. Using Bynum's screen, he quickly moved to the three-point line and received a pass from Odom. Facing Battier, who was still chasing him, Gubai took the shot directly, and the three-pointer flew swiftly. Swish! Facing Battier's defense, Gubai made a long three-pointer, his touches fiery as flames. 43-40. Wow! Goo's three-pointer strikes again. This goal instantly ignited the passion of Staples Center. Even Kobe on the sidelines couldn't help but cheer and applaud. Gubai continued his scorching form in the latter half of the second quarter, prompting Chinese fans watching the live broadcast to exclaim, "We need Gubai. The national team needs Gubai." Just before halftime, Gubai made another move. Whoosh with a scissor kick, he instantly shook off McGrady, charging straight into the paint to face Hayes' defense. Bang! Gubai hung in the air, executing a stunning mid-air adjustment, directly posterizing Hayes with a ferocious dunk. His talent was on full display at that moment, and the entire Staples Center erupted. Wow! Oh my God! Goo! The fans cheered in unison, overwhelmed with excitement. At this moment, the score changed to Los Angeles Lakers 51 to Houston Rockets 45. Gubai, who hit the buzzer-beating dunk, walked toward the player tunnel without looking back, while excited fans beside him reached out for high fives. Behind him, Kobe couldn't help but tease, "This kid is showing off again. Halftime is over." Gubai has already racked up an impressive stat line of 22 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. His performance is nothing short of stunning. With a height of 198 centimeters and a versatile playing style, he's practically unguardable. Is this really a rookie? Clearly, he's a future superstar. The Wang father and son, who were closely watching the game, felt as if the sky had fallen. Wang Feng sighed helplessly, "I thought it was going to be an easy target, but we hit a steel plate instead." Gubai's performance once again sparked widespread discussion. Every time the commotion slightly subsided, he would deliver a spectacular performance that struck everyone's nerves. By now, the Wang father and son had grown accustomed to it, even somewhat resigned. At worst, they thought, they could just retreat to the mountains and live in seclusion. A halftime performance of 22 points had already caused a sensation across the United States and the entire basketball world. "What kind of monster is this?" countless fans exclaimed in amazement. Even Kevin Durant, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but smile wryly. Maybe I should go apologize? In the Rockets' locker room, Adelman was relentlessly pointing out the issues from tonight's game. "Your defense is too soft." A rookie in his first year scored 22 points in just one half. God, are you all still asleep? If one can't stop him, then double-team him. I refuse to believe a rookie can't be stopped. After finishing his tirade, Adelman let out a long sigh. The defensive focus for tonight had originally been on Kobe, but Gubai's unexpected performance had completely disrupted their plans. Letting a first-year rookie put up 22 points in one half was something no coach could tolerate. Adelman, a renowned coach who had once orchestrated the dazzling offense of the Kings, was clearly frustrated. Everyone sat upright, listening intently to the reprimand from their new head coach. However, transitioning from Jeff Van Gundy's defensive system to Adelman's offensive system did require some adjustment time. Sitting next to Yao, McGrady asked with great interest, "Yao, are you familiar with this fellow countryman of yours? Is he always this fierce?" Yao responded with his signature smile, "Tracy, to be honest, I didn't know he was this fierce either." From dominating the summer league to the preseason, and now continuing to dominate in the regular season, he was truly one of a kind, like a scorpion's tail, utterly unique. Halftime quickly passed, and the second half of the game resumed. The Lakers were on the attack. As Gubai had just crossed half-court with the ball, he noticed the Rockets shamelessly employing a double-team tactic against a rookie who had only played one NBA game. The commentators on site were stunned. "Oh my God, they're actually double-teaming a first-year rookie." Before Battier and Alston could fully form their double team, Gubai took a step back, then dribbled behind his back and charged straight into the paint from the left side. Adelman cursed angrily as he watched the scene unfold. "If I had known Gubai was this good, I would have kept him when he tried out for the Rockets." Facing Yao Ming's defensive rotation, Gubai executed a jump-step layup, followed by a no-look behind-the-back elbow pass, completely fooling Yao Ming, and delivered the ball to the waiting little shark Bynum under the basket. Bang! Bynum grabbed the ball and took off, ruthlessly dunking with both hands. This assist is incredible. After scoring, Bynum looked at Gubai with tears streaming down his face, exclaiming that he had never received such a perfect setup before. At this moment, Kobe sneaked up. "What are you talking about, Andrew?" Seeing Kobe about to smack him, Bynum quickly ran off. The Rockets were now on offense. McGrady, after a probing step, smoothly pulled up for a jump shot and scored in response. Back on the other end, facing another double team, Gubai immediately passed the ball to Kobe. The Black Mamba took the ball and nailed a three-pointer. After scoring, Kobe gestured as if extinguishing a flame. "Don't forget, I'm still here." On the Rockets' side, Battier missed a three-pointer. Gubai grabbed the flying rebound amidst the crowd and launched a full-court pass to Kobe on the fast break. Kobe faked a shot to deceive the defense and then powered through for a strong layup. Despite the double teams, Gubai showed no signs of panic, instead showcasing his passing skills as a guard. Under Gubai's orchestration and precise playmaking, the Lakers played with great fluidity. The NBA is ultimately about teamwork and connections. During most of his time on the court in the third quarter, Gubai focused on using his passing to connect the team and make his teammates shine. This also served as a way to conserve his energy. End of the third quarter. Los Angeles Lakers 75, Houston Rockets 67. The home team Lakers lead by 8 points heading into the fourth quarter. Gubai played 3 quarters and racked up 27 points, 8 rebounds, 12 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Just 2 rebounds away from achieving his first career triple-double. This is insane, God. We're about to witness a new record. Our rookie Gu is about to notch a 30-plus triple-double in his debut game. The commentators on site were completely hyped, and the atmosphere instantly reached its peak. Reggie Miller couldn't help but exclaim, "In NBA history, the only one who has achieved this is the Big O. Oscar Robertson, the Big O, his name resounds like thunder." Time, November 1, 1960. Stats, 21 points, 10 rebounds, 12 assists. Opponent, Detroit Pistons. Big O is the first player in NBA history to record a triple-double in his debut and the only legend to achieve a season-long average triple-double. The closest to this achievement is today's basketball superstar, LeBron James, debuting on October 30, 2003, with 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 9 assists. Although close to a triple-double, it still pales in comparison to Big O. No wonder the audience on site was stunned. Barring any surprises, Gubai is about to unlock the first triple-double of his career, becoming the second player in NBA history to achieve this feat. The Hollywood actresses on the sidelines also seem to be swept up in the excitement, with their conversations growing increasingly bold. "Suddenly, I feel an impulse to find a Chinese boy to date." Anne Hathaway lightly licked her sensual lips, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Scarlett Johansson, unwilling to be outdone, laughed and chimed in, "I heard basketball players have excellent physical fitness. Even I'm feeling a bit tempted." Megan Fox immediately stepped forward, half-jokingly declaring her claim, "Ladies, you better drop those thoughts. Gu is my man now." "Little sister, that's not fair of you," the eldest, Nicole Kidman, teased with a smile. "A man like that is too much for one person to handle. We sisters can help you discipline him together." Megan responded with feigned helplessness, "Listen to me, thank you." The surrounding beauties exchanged glances, calculating in their minds, with cunning and anticipation flickering in their eyes. The brief intermission quickly came to an end. The fourth quarter began, both sides swiftly adjusted their lineups and launched into an intense showdown. The game has 6 minutes and 11 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The main players of both teams have returned to the court. As soon as Gubai stepped onto the court, he faced the Rockets' layered defense. With a burst of speed, he easily broke through McGrady and Battier's defense, heading straight for the paint against Hayes and Yao Ming. Pang! After intense physical confrontation in the air, Gubai decisively scored, easily securing 2 points. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. Rocket number 11 committed a foul. As the ball went in, Gubai completed a 2+1. As Gubai stepped onto the free throw line, Lakers fans had already risen to cheer for him. Gubai only needs to make one more free throw, and his personal total score will reach 30 points. Hubie Brown explained excitedly. On the free throw line, Gubai flicked his wrist, the atmosphere tense. Swish. The bonus free throw went in smoothly. 30 points achieved. Inside the Huagua Live broadcast room. "Awesome, Gubai scored 30 points in his debut. Who said my Gubai can't score? Too strong. Line up to apologize to my brother. Bye, haters come out now." Fans watching this live broadcast were dumbfounded. Gubai actually managed to score 30 points in his debut game. And he seems to be on the verge of achieving a triple-double, truly terrifying. The game has reached the fourth quarter with 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining. Lakers 92-88 Rockets. Rockets on the offense. Alston's layup is disrupted by Gubai and misses. Bang! Gubai aggressively grabs the defensive rebound in the crowd. Wow! Gu achieved a triple-double. Lakers fans and players on the sidelines stood up and applauded, cheering enthusiastically. The electronic screen at the venue also displayed Big O's triple-double stats. Gubai's name will go down in history alongside the record set on November 1, 1960, against the Pistons, where Big O scored 21 points, 10 rebounds, and 12 assists. Gubai's debut triple-double, however, is a 30-plus achievement, making him the sole holder of this honor. Lakers on the attack. Kobe on the weak side made a gesture, signaling everyone to spread out. Bang! Gubai held the ball outside the three-point line, ran a pick-and-roll with Bynum, and faced Yao Ming in a mismatch. Yao Ming looked at Gubai in front of him, full of helplessness. "Gubai, are you trying to wear me out tonight?" Gubai smiled. "How would I dare, brother Yao? Yao, I think not only do you dare, but you also want to turn me into a background prop." The entire audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on this shot. Boom boom boom. Gubai dribbled continuously between his legs outside the three-point line, made a fake move, then stepped back and pulled up for a direct three-point shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air. Swish! A dagger to seal the game. 95-88. The moment the basketball went through the net, the entire Staples Center erupted. Beautiful three-pointer. How did we even get him? The fans shouted excitedly and crazily, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. The Staples Center fans were completely won over by Gubai. After scoring, Gubai faced the Rockets bench, crossed his arms over his chest, and made a goodnight gesture. Rockets' turn. McGrady dribbled past half-court, faced Kobe's defense, and quickly stopped for a pull-up three-pointer. Clang! The basketball bounced off the rim. Under the basket, Gubai once again showcased his astonishing jumping ability, leaping high to grab the rebound. A three-pointer, a rebound. The suspense of the game is completely over. Both sides stop fighting. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the game. Los Angeles Lakers 95-88 Houston Rockets. In the Huagua Live broadcast room, Gubai is too clutch, hitting a crucial three-pointer over Yao and grabbing a defensive rebound from the crowd of Rockets players. What is called a superstar, this is called a superstar. Now is Gubai's moment. Gubai plus Kobe's duo, lock it down. Yao and McGrady combined for 55 points and 18 rebounds, but unfortunately lost. Gu and Kobe duo scored a total of 73 points, absolutely unstoppable. Is the guy who washes his hair upside down and eats poop still around? I want to see the whole game. Gubai played for 36 minutes, shooting 13 of 20 from the field, 5 of 9 from three-point range, 8 of 11 from mid-range, and a perfect 7 of 7 from the free throw line. With extremely high efficiency, he scored 38 points while also recording 11 rebounds, 15 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. In one game, he tied the NBA's Big O debut triple-double record. 38 plus 11 plus 15's performance ranks first in NBA history, becoming the first rookie and NBA player in history to achieve a 30-plus triple-double in their debut. On the other side, Kobe also scored 35 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 steals, and 1 block. The two of them directly contributed 7 steals. The Rockets' backcourt is about to cry. Gubai! 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 The fans at Staples Center chanted Gubai's name. Gubai's debut performance directly won over the picky Los Angeles fans. After the game, Gubai and Kobe immediately hugged each other in celebration. "Kid, congratulations on getting your first career triple-double in your debut." "Thank you. I feel like we might already be able to chase the glory of the past." "I think so too. Ha ha." The two exchanged a glance and smiled, full of confidence. Afterward, Gubai and Yao embraced each other and whispered for a long time, sparking speculation among the fans. In the Lakers' VIP box, Old Bus opened a bottle of champagne, holding a cigar in his mouth. This league is about to witness a new Lakers storm. Mitch Kupchak flattered from the side, "The boss is right, we're about to usher in a new Showtime era." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Gubai took off his wristband and threw it to the fans who had come to the scene to watch the game, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. There was also a young fan from China who had traveled a long way to support him. Gubai took off his shoes, pulled out the insoles, signed his name on them, as if passing on his efforts and dreams to this lucky spectator. The boy's father quickly patted his shoulder, saying, "Sujia, hurry up and thank brother Gubai." "Thank you, brother Gubai." Sujia stammered with excitement, as if his dream was coming true right before his eyes. Gubai glanced at the little kid in front of him. "Wait, your name is Sujia?" The locker room was filled with a lively atmosphere. Everyone had just sat down when Phil Jackson began explaining the key to their victory in this game. Everyone performed great, fought hard, but of course, the biggest contributors were our Kobe and Gubai. Let's give these two guys a big round of applause. Thunderous applause filled the locker room instantly, brimming with enthusiasm. Lakers owner Dr. Buss also entered the locker room accompanied by Kupchak, his face beaming with a satisfied smile. He walked up to Gubai, giving him a warm hug and a high five. "Gu, as long as you perform well, the Lakers never shortchange their heroes. The big contract is already prepared in my safe." Wow! These words caused the players on the scene to exclaim in surprise, and the atmosphere reached its peak. "I will do my best." Gubai nodded with a smile, secretly vowing in his heart to repay this recognition with his performance. The entire locker room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The Rockets are no weak team. With Yao Ming and McGrady in their lineup, they boast two of the league's top superstars. This victory not only boosted the team's morale but also strengthened everyone's cohesion. Post-game press conference. On the Rockets side, Adelman spoke about the reasons for the loss. "We anticipated Kobe's offensive firepower before the game, but we didn't expect that young number 3 player from China to deliver a fatal blow at such a critical moment." Yao also shared his feelings about competing with fellow countrymen on the NBA court. "It's really great to see more and more outstanding players appearing on the NBA stage. Jianlian and Gubai, they're both doing great." The media also asked Yao about the incidents involving Gubai back home. Yao responded, "Regarding this matter, I will approach it rationally, and in the end, I believe there will be a result that satisfies everyone." Summary, saying something without really saying anything. Then the Lakers' turn. As soon as Kobe spoke, he dropped a bombshell. "To be honest, I thought Gubai was here to assist me." This remark immediately caused the entire crowd to burst into laughter, making the atmosphere even livelier. Afterward, Kobe continued to talk about Gubai's performance in the game. "He played exceptionally well. When he stepped onto the court, I told him to relax, and that I was there. Later, you all saw it. He delivered a 30-plus triple-double and became the key to our victory." Reporter, "Can you talk about the difference between Gu and Smush?" Kobe, "Let me put it this way, they're not even on the same level. Smush could practice for another 10 years and still wouldn't be able to make passes like Gubai." Afterwards, the reporter interviewed Gubai. Reporter, "Gu, this is your first regular season game with the Lakers. Do you have anything to say?" Gubai, "This is an exciting moment. I've always been a Lakers fan, and the atmosphere here is simply amazing. I love playing here and I love the fans here." Reporter, "Gu, you recorded an explosive triple-double with 38 points, 11 rebounds, 15 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks in this game. Are you satisfied with this performance?" Gubai, "Honestly, I don't care about my stats. I'm more focused on the teamwork with my teammates. As long as we win, I wouldn't mind scoring in single digits." Wow! The reporters on site were all stunned by Gubai's humility and confidence. Subsequently, a reporter asked Gubai about his views on Yao Ming. Gubai, "Yao Ming is the pride of our Hua Nation. He's an NBA player I've watched since I was a child. We also have a great relationship in private. He even said that next time I go to Houston for a game, we should dine together at his Yao restaurant." After finishing the on-site interview, Gubai and a few seasoned veterans headed to Los Angeles' famous nightclub Avalon Hollywood. The atmosphere at the scene was extraordinarily lively, with flashing lights and deafening music. Everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, fully releasing the pressure and passion brought by the competition. Odom and Bynum raised their glasses high in the crowd, cheering loudly. Kobe, on the other hand, sipped on a small drink in the booth with great interest, his gaze sweeping over the crowd that had gotten into the groove. As the team's rising star, Gubai was initially a bit unaccustomed to this kind of wild celebration, but under the influence of teammates like Odom and Fisher, he gradually let loose and joined in the fun with everyone. The next day, dawn was just breaking. ESPN, super magician from the mysterious East. TNT Sports, Gubai posts a 30-plus triple-double, successfully saves the team, and defends Los Angeles' honor. Los Angeles Sports Daily, Gu-Kobe connection scores a combined 73 points, Los Angeles Lakers rise strongly in the new season. Bleacher Report, Gubai's perfect debut ties Big O, wins over fans in one game. Countless media outlets reported on last night's game. Los Angeles is already the second largest city in the United States, with top-tier exposure. Gubai surpassed Big O's triple-double record in one game, instantly sweeping across the nation. His popularity in Los Angeles skyrocketed instantly. According to incomplete statistics, Gubai's number 3 jersey sold out overnight in major malls, with demand exceeding supply. Such a terrifying market influence has led some media outlets to recognize the immense commercial value and potential behind Gubai. It is believed that countless brands will soon come forward to discuss collaboration opportunities. Los Angeles International Airport. The entire Lakers team carried their suitcases, ready to board the plane. Everyone was dressed in casual wear, looking like a team of stylish male models heading to Phoenix. Stars like Kobe, Gubai, and Vujasic boarded one after another, while the team's rookie, Javaris Crittenton, carried large bags for the big brothers, playing the role of the perfect bag carrier. As a newcomer, how could Gubai not carry bags? If you can score a 30-plus triple-double in your debut and be the closest to Kobe, perhaps even carrying the bag can be waived. On the plane heading to the away game, Gubai, who was playing a game, received the system's delayed reward. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for a debut that can be called perfect, achieving a 30-plus triple-double and securing a victory. Reward, golden entry, Kawhi Leonard death grip. Looking at the reward given by the system, Gubai murmured, Kawhi? As everyone knows, Leonard's defensive skills are absolutely incredible. Little Kawhi plays like Jordan, but unfortunately, Kawhi doesn't play anymore. After obtaining Death Coil, Gubai conveniently opened his attribute panel. Name, Gubai. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 95 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Speed, 89. Strength, 89. Jump, 89. Stamina, 89. Ball handling, 88. Passing, 77. Layup, 78. Dunk, 89. Mid-range, 85. Three-point, 84. Steal, 81. Blocks, 69. Rebound, 69. Defense, 83. Overall ability, 83. This is already the level of an excellent player, and Gubai is the type who maxes out all attributes, practically an all-around warrior. From 1 to 5 defense. Awesome. Gubai looked at his improved stats with delight, played 2 satisfying rounds of the game, and then fell into a deep sleep. 590 kilometers, a 1 hour and 30-minute journey passed in the blink of an eye. The whole team quickly arrived in Phoenix, facing their second opponent of the new season, the Phoenix Suns. The Suns' lineup remains incredibly strong. Head coach Mike D'Antoni, a master of offense. Starting guard, the Wind Child, 2-time MVP winner, Steve Nash. The center position is equally impressive, Amare Stoudemire. The small forward position is held by a legendary veteran, Grant Hill, hailed as the successor to Jordan. Power forward, the Matrix, Sean Marion. Shooting guard, the Kobe stopper, all-defensive first team, Raja Bell. On the bench, there's also the French magician Boris Dia and the Brazilian lightning Leandro Barbosa, among other top-tier rotation players. It can be said that this Suns team is truly brimming with talent. The matchup between Kobe and Hill has become one of tonight's major highlights. At the same time, the league's superstar rookie, Gubai, who scored a massive triple-double with 38+ in his debut, is also highly anticipated to see how he will perform against 2-time MVP guard Nash. After arriving in Phoenix, the Lakers team underwent physical and shooting training, and then headed to the America West Arena to watch the game between the Suns and the Supersonics. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Since the Suns will face the Lakers back-to-back tomorrow, this also gives the Lakers an opportunity to understand the Suns in the new season. During the game against the Supersonics, who now have the newly drafted second overall pick Kevin Durant, Nash and Stoudemire's pick-and-roll collaboration was in full swing. Stoudemire went on a rampage, relentlessly attacking the Supersonics basket. Although Durant scored 27 points with a 47.4% shooting rate in his debut, the team's lack of depth was evident. Stoudemire dominated with 23 points and 11 rebounds, while Nash effortlessly led the Suns to crush their opponents with 18 points and 12 assists. After the game, Nash spoke to the media about facing the Lakers in a back-to-back the following night and laughed, saying, "We won easily tonight. Back-to-back? We don't care, we only care about the final victory. I believe the winner will be us." When the reporter asked him about his opinion on Gubai, Nash responded with a gentlemanly smile and said lightly, "Gu? Is he this year's number 1 pick, 2nd pick, or 3rd pick? I might not have paid attention to him yet." U.S. time. November 2nd. Wells Fargo Center. The showdown between the Lakers and the Suns is in full swing. The entire arena is buzzing with excitement as countless Suns fans pour in, eagerly anticipating the team's stellar performance in the new season. In last night's game, the Suns defeated the Supersonics, allowing fans to relive the glory of the past. Inside the Lakers' locker room, Kobe changed his jersey while teasing Gubai, who was preparing. "Gu, I heard Steve is going to teach you a hard lesson tonight. Before he teaches me a lesson, I'll kick his butt first." Gubai curled his lips into a cold smile. Kobe couldn't help but laugh. "Then I have to watch closely. If you don't kick his butt, I'll step in myself. So arrogant, I won't tolerate it first." Gubai quickly put on his wrist guard and responded, "Then you might not get the chance to step in." Odom, Fisher, Bynum, Ariza, and others nearby watched this bickering duo, secretly trembling inside, a rookie arguing with the boss, truly nerve-wracking. In the corner, the 17th pick, Javaris Crittenton, sighed to himself, when will I ever become a big shot like Gubai? Hey, rookie, give me my water. Odom's angry shout interrupted Javaris's thoughts. Coming, bro. Javaris immediately ran to fetch the water. During the warm-up phase, players from both sides gradually got into form, and the big game is about to begin. Steve Nash was interviewed by reporters on the sidelines. Reporter, tonight is your back-to-back game. Facing the strong Lakers, who do you think will win? Nash confidently said, the Lakers are strong, but tonight the victory will definitely belong to us. We are an excellent team too. The reporter continued to ask, what are your thoughts on the rookie number 3 on the opposing team, Gubai, who recorded a 30-plus triple-double in the last game? Nash smiled and said, he's an amazing rookie. I often watch his highlights and genuinely think he's great. But tonight, the victory will belong to us because we have strong home court support. Both teams quickly finished their warm-ups, and after the entrance ceremony, the game officially began. The big screen at the venue displayed the starting lineups for both teams tonight. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. Phoenix Suns, Steve Nash, point guard, Raja Bell, shooting guard, Grant Hill, small forward, Sean Marion, power forward, Amari Stoudemire, center. At tip-off, the starting players from both teams stepped onto the court, ready to begin. The brilliant performance by Gubai in the last game was truly astonishing. Tonight, he faces two-time MVP Nash. Can he continue the magic? The commentator said excitedly from the sidelines. Everyone is looking forward to this showdown. The other commentator chimed in. Nash made some bold statements before the game. Tonight, let's see how he plans to teach this rookie a lesson. The referee tossed the ball into the air. Pop. Bynum successfully secured the ball. Lakers on the attack. Gubai slowly dribbled past half-court, facing the ready Nash. Bang! Gubai used the pick-and-roll from the Little Shark to swiftly cut into the Suns' interior, drawing the defense before delivering a concealed elbow pass to the cutting Kobe. Boom! Kobe soared high, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, executing a powerful dunk over Marion under the basket, electrifying the entire arena. The Lakers lead 2-0. After the shot, Gubai and Kobe exchanged smiles and high-fived in celebration. While retreating on defense, Gubai said to Nash, honestly, Steve, your defense is like an empty road in the early morning. F********. Nash gritted his teeth secretly, his heart filled with jealousy and frustration. Turnover, the Sun begins their offense. Nash advances with the ball. Facing Gubai's relentless defense, his heart tightens involuntarily. The thought of taunting him vanishes as he feels the pressure. Gubai actively initiates physical contact with Nash. The slender Nash is momentarily stunned. Is this guy really this strong? At that moment, Kobe quickly comes in for a double team, instantly cutting off Nash's passing options. Seeing this, Gubai decisively reaches for the ball. The Kawhi death grip skill is triggered, and with an aggressive steal, he snatches the ball away. Gubai, like a wild horse off the reins, grabbed the ball and charged swiftly toward the frontcourt. The transition offense was unstoppable, and facing the retreating Suns players, he swept through like a raging storm, rising up from the baseline. Bang! A one-handed thunderous dunk slammed the ball fiercely into the hoop, 4-0. On the sidelines, Lakers bench players like Ariza and Kwame Brown jumped up in excitement. Wow, we just saw Gubai directly steal from Steve and finish with a coast-to-coast dunk. That was absolutely brutal. Even the on-site commentator was stunned. Gubai started with one offense and one defense, as if a slap had been ruthlessly delivered to Nash's face. Suns fans on the sidelines were stunned. Whose home court is this anyway? The two-time MVP was being completely outplayed by a rookie? On the Suns' possession, Nash cautiously crossed half-court, this time avoiding any outside maneuvers and signaling for Stoudemire to come up for a pick and roll. The little beast seamlessly set a screen for Nash, who seized the opportunity to deliver a quick pass to the rolling Stoudemire. Boom! Stoudemire bent his arm like a bow and unleashed a thunderous dunk, making it 4-2. This basket finally salvaged a bit of pride for the home team. Looking back, Gubai steadily dribbled the ball past half-court. Facing Nash's aggressive defense, he remained composed. Whoosh! Gubai executed a crossover move and made a powerful drive, using his strong physique to squeeze past Nash, charging into the Suns' paint and drawing the defender's attention. He passed the ball to Kobe on the perimeter. The Suns players were left scrambling, unable to keep up. Kobe faked a shot and instead made a sharp pass to the corner. Walton Jr. caught the ball and confidently took a three-point shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! The ball went cleanly through the net. Walton Jr.'s three-pointer was like an arrow hitting its mark, 7-2. We can see that now the Suns' attention is almost entirely on Gubai. He has brilliantly connected the team's offense. The commentators analyzed excitedly. Don't forget, the Lakers still have another superstar scorer, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. This year, the Lakers' backcourt lineup has suddenly become much stronger. The impact Gubai has brought is immense. He has freed up Kobe, making other teams hesitant to recklessly double-team him. The commentators marveled. Who would have thought that the addition of just a rookie could quietly create such a massive chemical reaction? The commentators were still in awe, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Bang! Kerr moved as swiftly as a cheetah, stealing the ball from Raja Bell in front of him, quickly crossing half-court, breaking through the defense like lightning, and instantly drawing the attention of Marion and Hill. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to the perimeter. Receiving the pass, Gubai stood beyond the three-point line like an arrow ready to be released, confidently pulling up into a shooting stance. Swish! The basketball streaked through the night sky like a meteor, straight into the hoop. The Lakers lead the Suns 10-2, riding a wave of unstoppable momentum. This fierce offensive surge was too much for D'Antoni to bear on the sidelines. His eyes flashed with anger as he roared to his team, "Timeout." Coach D'Antoni thought to himself, "What's going on tonight?" Their offense was supposed to flow like liquid mercury, yet the Lakers are playing even more small ball. He emphasized on the tactical board, "Steve, you need to take this seriously. Don't let a rookie beat you. Everyone, keep moving, pay attention to positioning, and pass the ball quickly." The timeout ended, and the game resumed. Marion passed the sideline ball to Nash, who quickly began organizing the offense. Gubai took the opportunity to throw some trash talk. "Steve, your ball is too soft. Even the Jimmy Butler at dawn is tougher than you." Nash's competitive spirit was instantly ignited, and he thought to himself, "This kid is way too arrogant." So, he decided to showcase his dribbling and breakthrough skills. Bang bang bang. Nash dribbled the ball in a series of quick moves, breaking into the Lakers' interior and going for a floater. At that moment, he thought smugly, "This little rookie is no match for me." However, in the next second, a massive yellow hand suddenly appeared and blocked the basketball. WTF? Nash was stunned. In his shocked gaze, Gubai, like a god of war, mercilessly pinned the ball against the backboard. Bang! The basketball bounced away, causing an uproar on the scene. Amid the chaos, Bynum quickly grabbed the rebound and passed the ball to Kobe, who had already launched a fast break. Showtime moment has arrived. Like a soaring eagle, Kobe slams the ball into the basket with a powerful one-arm dunk. Another point scored, the Lakers lead 12-2. Unbelievable. Oh my god, Gubai just delivered a stunning block to two-time MVP Steve Nash. The Lakers' interior is simply a no-fly zone. Gubai's jumping speed, reaction ability, and explosiveness are all jaw-dropping. The on-site commentator was completely stunned. In this opening stretch, Gubai has clearly dominated this former MVP. Physical confrontation has always been Nash's weakness, and tonight Gubai made him feel an unrelenting impact, completely disrupting his rhythm. However, as the MVP, Nash quickly adjusted and decided to drive his teammates through passing. Over here, Marion received Nash's pass and decisively slammed the ball into the basket, delivering a quick heart relief pill to the Suns fans. 12-4. Back on defense. Gubai's target tonight is Nash. Lakers players quickly spread out. Gubai held the ball beyond the three-point line, relying on his exceptional physical prowess, easily bypassed Nash as if playing against a rookie, heading straight for the Lakers' interior. Facing the defensive efforts of Stoudemire, Marion, and Grant Hill, Gubai maneuvered as if weaving through a field of flowers, effortlessly shaking off the defense. In midair, he executed an extreme double clutch, and the basketball bounced twice on the rim. Dong dong. Swish. The basketball finally plunged into the hoop, and the Lakers led 14-4. Beep. The ball went in as the referee blew the whistle. A foul was called on the Suns player. After scoring, Gubai turned to glance at Nash behind him and spread his hands. "Your defense is really terrible. I didn't even try hard, and it went in so easily." Shit. Nash behind him gritted his teeth in anger. Wow, we can see that Steve is completely getting destroyed tonight, becoming the target of relentless attacks from the other side. My god. You tell me, this is called a rookie? The commentator exclaimed in disbelief. Then, Gubai stepped onto the free throw line and took the ball from the referee. Amid the uproar of the crowd, he flicked his wrist. Swish. Steadily made the free throw, completing a 2+1 play. 15-4. The Suns' offensive rhythm completely collapsed, and the physical pressure Gubai exerted on Nash made him extremely uncomfortable. Although Nash was still in his prime, being overwhelmed by Gubai like this was truly beyond everyone's expectations. This is closely related to Gubai's top-notch physical fitness and strength. Nash at this moment looked like a wilted eggplant, completely deflated. Although he could still rely on his MVP-level skills to make some difficult shots, tonight, facing Gubai, he seemed utterly helpless. But Gubai showed no mercy and made a direct move, hitting a precise three-pointer from the outside. Nash was crushed once again, and the crowd erupted instantly. This fast break was like lightning. Gubai grabbed the rebound and quickly passed it to Kobe. Facing Raja Bell on defense, Kobe charged like a tiger descending the mountain, effortlessly dribbling behind his back to bypass the defender and finishing with a stunning, mountain-splitting strike. This possession took only 7 seconds, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Even Coach D'Antoni on the sidelines couldn't help but frown. The 7 seconds or less offense he always emphasized now left him utterly perplexed. Who's really running the run and gun here? Once Nash was locked down, it was equivalent to cutting off the lifeline of the Suns. The performance of other players could not change the course of the game. Perhaps this is the influence of a superstar. All of this was perfectly reflected in the score. The first quarter is over. The Los Angeles Lakers lead the Phoenix Suns 33-20. Gubai exploded in a single quarter with 15 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 block, and 2 steals, delivering an amazing performance. Kobe also efficiently contributed 11 points. On the Suns side, Nash only managed 4 points, 2 assists, and 1 rebound in the first quarter, but bench player Barbosa emerged as a surprise, scoring 11 points and becoming the Suns' secret weapon. The short break quickly passed. The second quarter began, and both teams sent out their substitutes to play. You have the Flash, and I have the old fish. Fisher dominated the Lakers' offense in the second quarter, stealing the ball from the Suns and making a quick layup, pushing the Suns further into the abyss. If it weren't for Barbosa continuing to keep the Suns alive, tonight's game might have already lost its suspense. The game entered the second half of the second quarter. Both sides gradually substituted their main players back onto the court. As soon as Gubai returned to the court, he received a precise pass from Kobe. Facing Nash on the perimeter, Gubai executed a stylish T-Mac-style pull-up three-pointer. The basketball flew toward the hoop under Nash's helpless gaze. Swish! A perfect shot! After scoring, Gubai performed Harden's salt-sprinkling celebration, as if sprinkling salt on a wound. Wow! The Lakers' bench players on the sidelines could no longer contain themselves, standing up and waving towels in celebration. Kobe also walked forward with a smile and high-fived Gubai. "Gu, your three-point shot is absolutely incredible." The first half of the game quickly came to an end. The Lakers lead the Suns 63-49. The visiting Lakers entered the second half with a 14-point lead. During halftime, the atmosphere was tense, as if the air had solidified. Nash was in low spirits, as if he had lost his soul. D'Antoni looked at his proud protege and finally couldn't help but speak. "In the second half, Raja Bell, you go defend their number 3, Gubai." As soon as the words were spoken, a spark of excitement flashed in Raja Bell's eyes. He thought to himself, Kobe made a name for himself with a chokehold back then, now I want to try locking Gubai's throat. The second half of the game quickly kicked off, and the Suns' offensive rhythm clearly showed some adjustments. Nash, like a conductor, instantly passed the ball to the little tyrant Stoudemire, who charged forward like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, directly splitting the defense with sheer power. Lakers 63 to Suns 51, the gap instantly narrowed to 12 points, and the tense and thrilling game began to heat up. Lakers on the attack. Gubai dribbled past half-court, and standing before him as the defender was none other than Raja Bell. Wow! Raja is defending Gubai. How will Gu respond to this play? The commentator exclaimed excitedly. On the court, Gubai held the ball outside the arc, made consecutive crossovers, and launched an attack in an instant, an in-out crossover followed by a small Buddha-worshipped dribble. Like a dancer in the wind, Raja Bell was forcibly frozen in place. As Gubai took big strides toward the free throw line, his body began to rise into the air, completely ignoring the little tyrant Stoudemire under the basket. He soared like a fierce lion, slamming down a one-handed tomahawk dunk. Bang! Little C was pushed away by Gubai's impact, leaving the audience in awe. The strength of Fat Tiger Zion is no joke. Bang! Gubai grabbed the ball with one arm, gliding through the air, and slammed it into the basket over Little C's head. Little C lost his balance and fell directly to the ground, creating an incredibly shocking scene. Oh! The entire Lakers bench erupted like a volcano, all standing up. Too fierce. A one-handed slam dunk on the little tyrant. WTF? Oh my god. Gubai just took off from the free throw line and slammed it over Amare. Top 5 plays. The on-site commentator was almost stunned, completely losing composure. The Suns players on the sidelines were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, that fierce? After completing the dunk and landing, Gubai performed a baby cradle celebration, instantly bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Kobe, furious, rushed forward and gave Gubai a chest bump as part of a deluxe package. The live broadcast room in China had already exploded. The best dunk of the year has been born. Gubai smashes the little overlord with one arm, who says Asians have poor physical fitness. Gubai, you're my hero. With Gubai's slam dunk, the Suns' morale completely collapsed. With 3 minutes and 11 seconds left in the third quarter, Gubai, standing beyond the three-point line, made a godlike pass to Kobe. Kobe caught the alley-oop and soared for a powerful two-handed dunk. Facing Nash, Kobe took off directly in the third quarter, and the Lakers' lead expanded to 21 points, with the game almost entering garbage time. As the point difference widened, the Suns players' actions became increasingly rough. Raja Bell, during a defensive play, directly elbowed Gubai in the face. Gubai was momentarily stunned, taking a full 5 seconds to recover. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Gubai's heart burned with anger. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being impolite. He suddenly sprang into action, moving so fast that the fans and other players on the scene were left in awe. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could react, Gubai had already rushed in front of Raja Bell and delivered a powerful punch. The strongest man of 7 billion iron-blooded Ngannou's combat entry read, activated. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Raja Bell collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness instantly. Nash, standing nearby and witnessing the scene, couldn't help but shiver and mutter, "That's way too intense." The conflict erupted instantly, with players from both sides quickly gathering around. The referee's whistle sounded urgently, and it took a great effort to separate the two sides. The referee repeatedly reviewed the video replay, and the atmosphere on site was incredibly tense. Kobe couldn't help but say to Gubai, "That punch of yours just now was brutal, you directly KO'd Raja Bell." Old Fisher watched, trembling with fear, secretly vowing never to provoke Gubai again in this lifetime. Odom gave a thumbs up, "Gubai, a real man." Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for achieving the one-punch KO accomplishment. Reward, red entry Boxing King Ali Combat Entry Red. Gubai was also dumbfounded, thinking, you get an entry for hitting someone. Could this system have a tendency toward violence? First Ngannou, then Ali, doesn't this mean I can walk sideways now? At this moment, Raja Bell, with the help of his teammates, barely made it back to the bench, a trace of fear showing in his eyes. Although Gubai held back some strength in his punch, it was enough to make Raja Bell suffer greatly. Boos erupted at the scene, and after repeatedly reviewing the footage, the referee finally made a ruling. Raja Bell was penalized with a level 2 flagrant foul for maliciously elbowing Gubai in the face and was mercilessly ejected from the game. Gubai, burning with anger, retaliated with a punch and was also penalized with a level 2 flagrant foul, resulting in his ejection as well. The conflict between the two sides escalated directly, and they may face severe consequences such as suspensions and fines. Gubai's personal stats were frozen at 28 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, a stunningly comprehensive performance. After the ruling was announced, he decisively pulled his jersey out of his shorts. Facing the boos from the surrounding fans, he coldly raised a middle finger and thundered, "The next time I come here, I'll make you regret everything you did tonight." These words triggered even louder boos, and the feud between the two sides was completely cemented. Although this conflict became a small episode in the game, the Suns gave up resistance early in the fourth quarter. In the end, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Phoenix Suns 119-98, securing a glorious 21-point victory on the road. However, compared to the game result, what everyone was more focused on was Gubai's shocking one-punch KO of Raja Bell. After the game, Gubai was interviewed by reporters in the locker room and did not hide his emotions. "At that moment, I felt like I was elbowed. This can't just be let go. Raja must have wanted to settle this like a man, so I was ready to go all the way." The reporters nodded repeatedly, secretly thinking, if Raja Bell had known you were this fierce, he probably wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. Meanwhile, in the Suns' locker room, Raja Bell was full of regret. "Of all the people I could provoke, why did it have to be this guy who looks harmless, but is actually incredibly domineering?" He secretly decided that the next time he saw Gubai, he would swallow his pride, call him brother, and invite him to a foot massage parlor to relax. Raja Bell was genuinely terrified after being hit. Recalling the moment Gubai charged at him, Moving as fast as lightning, he realized he had no time to react before falling to the ground. Thinking about it again, he couldn't help but shiver. Post-game news reports flooded in. ESPN, on-court clash escalates. Elbows, punches, Gubai and Raja Bell both ejected as the Lakers crush the Suns. Fox Sports, Gubai knocks out Raja Bell with one punch, terrifying. TNT Sports, Chinese Kung Fu appears on the NBA court. Gubai displays astonishing combat prowess. The Sun, the feud is on. In the next game, the Suns will surely seek revenge. Support Raja Bell in his counterattack. Raja Bell, who had just gotten home and lay down, saw this news and was so shocked he almost jumped out of bed, wailing in his heart, "Boss, if you want revenge, don't drag me into this. I'm really scared of getting beaten up again." In response to the Suns reporter's provocation, Gubai also fired back on social media without hesitation. "Okay, as you wish, I'll remember this grudge." Raja Bell screamed internally, doomed. The next day, the NBA's official disciplinary decision was quickly announced, drawing widespread attention. Gubai, suspended for 3 games and fined $35,000 for a level 2 flagrant foul. Raja Bell, also suspended for 2 games and fined $35,000 for a level 2 flagrant foul. After the penalties were announced, both the Suns and Lakers expressed dissatisfaction, stating they would appeal the decision. However, everyone knows this is just a formality. The outcome of the appeal is already predetermined. On major online forums, fans are also talking about it with great interest, enthusiastically discussing this brawl incident. Gubai's legendary feat of Ko-Ng Raja Bell with one punch quickly spread within and outside the NBA, becoming a hot topic. NBA stars have been sharing their opinions on social media. Beast Ron Artest posted a video on social media, bluntly stating, "Honestly, I also want to spar with Gubai to see whose fists are harder. This kid's explosiveness is simply astonishing, like a ferocious beast." King of Wolves Kevin Garnett said in an interview, "I oppose all violence unrelated to the game, but if Gubai dares to throw a punch at me, I will definitely make him regret it. The court is a place for competition, not a boxing ring." Black Mamba Kobe Bryant strongly supported Gubai, writing on Twitter, "Gubai's actions were so cool. He not only protected himself but also defended the team's dignity. I fully support him, he's the team's hero. A true tough guy should act like this." LeBron James also shared his thoughts in an interview, "You know, I oppose violence, but if someone bullies you, you absolutely can't tolerate it." Gubai's reaction was intense, but it was understandable. Rick Mahorn, the Bad Boys enforcer, also spoke out, "This is the real NBA. The NBA nowadays is so soft it's unrecognizable. Back in our day, we played ball while fighting." In response, iron-blooded blue-collar Charles Oakley expressed his agreement, "I really like this young man. Next time, I'll definitely go to the Lakers' home court to watch him play." Dennis Rodman, the Worm, laughed and said, "This is considered a fight? If it were me, Raja Bell probably wouldn't be able to walk out of the arena tonight." The approval of these 3 NBA brawling legends was like adding fuel to the fire. Fans' opinions on this conflict are polarized, with supporters and opponents holding their own views. Supporters. Gubai's punch was so satisfying. Raja Bell made the first move, so he deserved to taste some pain. This is what a true tough guy looks like. Gubai not only has great basketball skills but also packs a punch. The Lakers have struck gold. The NBA needs players with such fighting spirit. Gubai's punch showed his momentum. Opponents. The court is not a boxing ring. Gubai's actions were too extreme and should face harsher penalties. Although Raja Bell was at fault first, Gubai's counterattack was too ruthless, directly KOing him, which was a bit excessive. The NBA should severely punish such violent behavior, or the games will become increasingly out of control. No matter how the outside world evaluates it, Gubai's reputation has been firmly established. Gubai's punch not only intimidated his opponent but also made the entire NBA see him in a new light. Of course, there are also some tough guys who want to personally face Gubai. Hearing is believing, but seeing is knowing. ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith said on the show, "Gubai's punch not only knocked down Raja Bell but also established his own reputation. From today onwards, no one will dare to provoke him easily. He is the future of the Lakers and one of the most threatening players in the league." On Twitter and Facebook, Gubai KO. NBA's ultimate Iron Man, Gubai. I'm starting to look forward to Gubai's performance in the next game. These topics quickly trended, with fans sharing moments of Gubai's punch accompanied by various humorous captions and memes. Some fans even joked, Gubai's punch directly showcased his aura. Hollywood directors should invite Gubai to make a cameo in a movie. In response, a director actually replied below, "We are already considering inviting Mr. Gubai to make a cameo in our new movie." Although Gubai has been suspended for 3 games, fans are already eagerly anticipating his return. The next Lakers vs Suns game is bound to become a focal showdown. Will Raja Bell seek revenge? How will Gubai respond? All of this has fans filled with anticipation. TNT commentator Charles Barkley joked on the show, "For the next Suns vs Lakers game, I suggest the league directly arrange a boxing match and let Gubai and Raja Bell fight again. The ratings would absolutely skyrocket." Kenny Smith said, "Then the NBA should change its name to the National Basketball Boxing League." WWE also joined in on the hype. "Gu, you're welcome here. Feel free to fight to your heart's content." Los Angeles International Airport. Boom. The plane from Phoenix to Los Angeles slowly landed, and the Lakers players all picked up their luggage and got off the plane. "Kobe, Gu, the way you played last night was so satisfying to watch. I've been wanting to teach that guy a lesson for a long time. Gubai, then you owe me a meal. I helped you deal with an enemy." Ha ha. Kobe laughed and said, "Alright, come to my house tonight, we'll have dinner together." Gubai smiled and said, "Tonight might not work, I'm really busy." Wow. Kobe smirked and said, "You rascal, got a date with a beauty, huh?" Secret. Gubai shushed, disappearing from view amidst the crowd's uproar. Night fell, and Los Angeles' skyline loomed faintly in the twilight. In front of the Little Door restaurant, a stretch limousine slowly came to a stop. The car door opened. Gubai gracefully stepped out of the car, turning to extend a gentlemanly hand into the vehicle. Megan Fox lightly placed her slender fingers on his palm, her black low-cut mermaid dress accentuating perfect curves as if tailored for him. Her golden hair danced lightly in the evening breeze, resembling a goddess descending to earth. "Watch your step," Gubai said softly, his tone filled with concern. Tonight, Gubai chose a meticulously tailored dark blue suit, with crisp shoulder lines accentuating his broad shoulders. The Windsor knot at the collar subtly showcased understated luxury. At the restaurant entrance, the stone walls covered in vines were adorned with star-like lights, and the fragrance of lavender drifted in the cool night breeze, as if the entire space was enveloped in a romantic atmosphere. "Honored sir and madam, this way please." The head waiter respectfully guided the two through the corridor to a window-side table. Outside the window, olive trees swayed gently, and the distant outline of the Hollywood Hills loomed faintly, resembling a picturesque painting. "Do you like this spot?" Gubai pulled out the chair by the window for Megan, his voice gentle as water. Megan's lips curved into a charming arc. "It's just like being in a Provence estate." One by one, the restaurant's signature delicacies were served. When the foie gras with figs was brought to the table, Gubai noticed the surprise that flashed in Megan's eyes. "Give it a try," Gubai gently pushed the plate closer. "I heard the chef specially added black truffle honey." Megan took a light sip, her red lips glistening with a radiant sheen. "Oh my god." She couldn't help but close her eyes, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the candlelight. "This taste reminds me of the seaside restaurants in Cannes." As the truffle risotto was served, Megan shed her star aura, gleeful like a girl discovering treasure. "This aroma. I haven't had carbs in 3 months." She playfully wrinkled her nose, the light casting alluring shadows in the hollow of her collarbone. "Exceptionally tonight." Gubai raised his glass, the red wine swirling into a deep ruby hue, "to a wonderful evening." When the chocolate lava cake was cut open, the diamond necklace refracted dazzling light under the candlelight. Megan covered her slightly parted lips, her eyes glistening with moisture. "Gu, is this for me?" "Of course, Megan. Let me help you put it on." Gubai stood up with a smile, his fingertips unintentionally brushing against the delicate skin on the back of her neck. The diamond fell onto her exquisite collarbone, like a star descending onto a snowy plain. Then Megan scooped a spoonful of cake and brought it to Gubai's lips for him to taste, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate. "Is it sweet?" Megan asked with a smile, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. Gubai held her slender wrist. "Not even a tenth as sweet as you." His thumb gently brushed against Megan's lip corner. "Here, something stuck." With a small gesture, Megan's face instantly showed a hint of blush. Suddenly, she leaned in, her red lips almost touching Gubai's earlobe. "Mr. Gu, are you sure you want to provoke an actress who's been hungry for months?" Her breath carried the fragrance of red wine, exhaling onto Gubai's face, instantly making his heartbeat accelerate, the atmosphere so heated it was almost igniting. "I'm really fired up right now." The date ended, and the two returned home. When Megan lowered her head to take off her shoes, Gubai glanced up and caught sight of her outfit under the low-cut neckline. The collar wasn't high, and everything inside was clearly visible. What shocked Gubai was that it seemed she wasn't wearing anything underneath. This made Gubai swallow hard, and his already restless emotions surged instantly, almost erupting. "Gu." When Megan looked up, she was instantly locked by Gubai's fiery gaze, and a strong premonition surged in her heart. Not long after, a series of faint yet urgent sounds echoed in the room, as if a storm was about to break. VIP scene, I watched it for everyone. November 4th, U.S. time. Staples Center Arena. The Lakers faced the challenge of the Jazz at home. Gubai, due to suspension, could only watch from the sidelines, but he was far from content to be just a spectator. Despite being suspended, Gubai still attended the game in person, passionately cheering for the team. Inside the arena, Gubai's fans surged like a tide, especially the group of frenzied female fans who were captivated by his charm. During the game against the Suns, Gubai's performance was so stunning that it directly won over the American audience, who admire strength. At 6 p.m., the game unfolded as scheduled, marking the first showdown between the Jazz and the Lakers. With Gubai absent, veteran Derek Fisher was forced to step into the starting lineup with a straightforward task: bring the ball past half-court and pass it to Kobe. Facing the Jazz duo of Deron Williams and Carlos Boozer, Kobe showcased his absolute dominance, shooting 13 of 19 from the field, 1 of 2 from three-point range, and racking up an impressive 33 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, leading the team to a 119-109 victory over the visiting Jazz. Kobe's playing time reached a season high of 43 minutes, making Lakers fans more acutely aware of Gubai's irreplaceable value. Although the team secured the win, the lack of tactical options left some feeling dissatisfied. Some of Gubai's detractors began to speak out. "We can win without Gubai, Derek can completely replace him." Meanwhile, Gubai's fans simply smiled quietly, knowing full well that Kobe had become the team's sole option. Fortunately, the Lakers sit atop the Western Conference with a 3-0 record. After the game, Gubai returned home and seized the opportunity to train, practicing face-up offensive tactics with Megan to prepare for the upcoming matches. November 6th, U.S. time. The NBA officially announced the list of Players of the Week for the first week. The Western Conference honor went to Kobe Bryant, while the Eastern Conference award was given to Danny Granger. Granger averaged 22.7 points, 8.7 rebounds, 1.7 steals, and 1.3 blocks last week, leading his team to an impressive 3-0 record, making him a deserving winner. Kobe earned the title thanks to his 33-point performance in the final game and his team's outstanding record. Originally, Gubai's performance was even more remarkable, but in Gubai's absence, Kobe stepped up as the sole leader and ultimately won the judges' recognition. With the aura of Player of the Week, the Lakers faced their second opponent, the Charlotte Hornets, who also had a 3-0 record. However, against the Hornets' fierce offensive onslaught, the Lakers finally showed signs of fatigue. Kobe fought alone, but against the Hornets' trio of CP3, Chris Paul, David West, and Peja Stojakovic, the Lakers struggled to gain the upper hand throughout the game. In the end, the Lakers lost to the Hornets 104-118 at home, suffering their first defeat of the season. Although Kobe scored 28 points, no other player on the team managed to score over 20. The Hornets, on the other hand, showcased a balanced attack, with West contributing over 20 points, Paul adding 19 points along with 21 assists, and Peja exploding for an impressive 36 points. Lakers fans deeply felt Gubai's importance at this moment, painfully shouting after the game, "Mom, I miss Gubai so much." 3 days later, the Lakers hosted the Timberwolves. Facing an opponent with a 0-3 record, Kobe played 40 minutes, delivering a comprehensive performance with 30 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, and 4 steals, leading the team to a 107-93 victory by 14 points. In the 3 games without Gubai, Kobe's average playing time exceeded 40 minutes, ranking first in the league. After the game, an exhausted Kobe sat in front of his locker, gasping as he told reporters, "Next game, we finally get that guy back. Fuck, Phil, that old guy is practically working me like a horse. Every time I get home, Vanessa won't even let me in bed." He smiled helplessly. Fortunately, we managed a 2-1 record and didn't fall behind. Using players so intensively during the regular season is undoubtedly a huge drain. The media has been questioning Phil's tactics, arguing that even against the last-place Timberwolves, he shouldn't have pushed the starters so hard. Phil Jackson calmly responded to the media, "Gubai will return in the next game, Kobe will get some rest, and our tactics will become more diverse. We had no choice but to fight for the record. You know how tight the Western Conference is, one slip and you're out of the race." The reporters nodded. Knowingly, this KFC grandpa sure knows how to push his stars. But his luck is undeniably good, first Jordan, then Kobe, and now Gubai. Truly blessed. Los Angeles International Airport. The team members carried their respective luggage, preparing to board the plane to San Antonio and embark on a 2-game road trip. Gubai arrived At the airport in Megan Fox's car, his eyes gleaming with determination, signaling that his return would bring new hope and energy to the team. Since their relationship had deepened, Megan seemed completely captivated by Gubai's charm, becoming even more devoted to him. At the boarding gate, Ariza saw Gubai finally appear and teased, "Hey, Gu, you finally made it. We thought some beauty in Los Angeles had stolen your soul." Gubai awkwardly smiled, traffic jam, traffic jam. Master Jackson poked his head out and cheerfully greeted, "Come on, get on the plane, Gu." On the plane, Kobe immediately noticed the strawberry on Gubai's neck and couldn't help teasing, "Gu, you rascal, while I'm fighting tooth and nail on the court, you're clearly not wasting time in the lap of luxury." The Lakers players burst into laughter, instantly turning into a crowd of onlookers. Gubai hurriedly defended himself, "If I say this is a mosquito bite, would you believe me?" Hiss. What responded to Gubai was a chorus of boos from the entire Lakers team. Zen Master Jackson timely interrupted everyone's jokes, all right, everyone get back to your seats and rest. In the next game, we're up against that old fox Popovich and his Spurs. This is a crucial positioning battle, and I definitely don't want to lose." The team members nodded one after another, "Understood, coach." The Zen Master then pulled Gubai aside and quietly laid out the tactics. "Gu, in tomorrow night's game, you need to go all out and break through. It would be best if you could foul Tim out with 6 fouls. I'll increase your playing time." Gubai nodded as he listened, but secretly muttered to himself, "This old guy has probably found a new workhorse for the team, hasn't he?" Kobe, overhearing the Zen Master's arrangement from the side, couldn't help but laugh. "Serves you right for slacking off all the time. Now there's no chance for a paid vacation." However, Kobe still reminded, "Gu, you have to watch out for that guy named Bruce tomorrow night. He's incredibly dirty, and I had to put in a lot of effort to knock him down." Upon hearing this, Gubai nodded, "Uncle Bowen? Bowen? Honestly, my own 40-meter-long blade is itching for action." At the house in San Antonio, Achoo Bowen sneezed, "Why do I feel like some pretty girl is thinking about me again?" U.S. time, November 13th. San Antonio at night. Bright lights adorned the starry sky. AT&T Center Arena. This arena, which can accommodate over 18,000 people, is already packed to capacity. Countless Spurs fans have poured into the arena to cheer for their home team. The Spurs, with a 6-1 record this season, face off against the Lakers, who hold a 4-1 record. This is destined to be a clash of titans. Tonight's match is a crucial positioning battle that neither of the championship-aspiring teams can afford to lose. In such a showdown, victory often comes down to the slight advantage of playing at home. Although Gubai has only played in 2 games this season, his performances have been nothing short of spectacular. Spurs fans have double the reason to celebrate tonight, as it coincides with Gubai's return from suspension. The Lakers vs Spurs showdown was a classic battle in the NBA during those years. The playoff matchups between these two teams in past seasons were truly unforgettable. Looking back, the OK duo facing off against the Spurs Admiral and the Big Fundamental was nothing short of a nostalgic memory of youth. On the sidelines, commentator Kenny Smith and Jeff Van Gundy, who transitioned into commentary, were delivering sharp insights on tonight's game. This game is also broadcast nationwide, highlighting its importance and excitement. During the warm-up phase, Popovich made a bold statement on the sidelines. "Tonight, my team will hold the Lakers to under 100 points." As everyone knows, since the start of the season, the Lakers' offense has been on fire, averaging over 100 points per game. Spurs guard speedster Tony Parker also commented on Gubai's return. "He's a very interesting little guy, but tonight is the Spurs stage, and we'll make sure to keep him in check." Bruce Bowen declared, "I'll make that number 3 rookie on the other side understand what it means to be welcome to the NBA." Wow, tonight is truly a spectacular showdown, as 2 of the top 3 teams in the West are about to face off head-to-head. Kenny Smith said during the final warm-up. Van Gundy laughed. "On the other side, the Hornets have already lost to the Suns, so tonight's matchup is very likely a battle for the top spot. Who will emerge victorious remains uncertain. The 2 sides are evenly matched in strength, and it's exciting to see who will have the last laugh." The warm-up session quickly concluded, and both teams' starting lineups have been revealed. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. San Antonio Spurs, Tony Parker, point guard, Michael Finley, shooting guard, Bruce Bowen, small forward, Fabricio Oberto, power forward, Tim Duncan, center. The returning Gubai unsurprisingly reclaimed his starting position, while veteran Fisher moved to the bench. As a starter, Gubai can alleviate some of the pressure on Kobe, while Fisher coming off the bench can better control the pace. The Spurs continued with their starting lineup for this season, while Manu Ginobili provided firepower off the bench. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the comeback. A new task has been activated. Task requirement: successfully earn the First Player of the Week award in your career. Task reward: Golden Attribute Upgrade Card *3. Gubai saw the reward and thought to himself, I'm really tempted. I can take a gamble then, turn a bike into a motorcycle. Maybe my first red basketball entry is about to arrive. He looked at Bowen in front of him and instantly became sharp and confident. Bruce, bear with it tonight. I'll be quick. Jump ball. The referee tossed the basketball into the air. Bynum leapt high and successfully tipped the basketball over Duncan's head. The Lakers' first possession. Gubai brought the ball past half-court. The Spurs paid great attention to him, assigning Bowen to engage in physical confrontation right from the start. Popovich wanted Gubai to face some challenges. Kobe stood at a 45-degree angle, ready to strike, while everyone focused on what Gubai would do against Bowen, a fierce defender and member of the all-defensive first team. PENG. Gubai started with a scissor-step dribble, followed by a waltz-like crossover, instantly breaking past Bowen and charging straight toward the Spurs' paint. Under the basket, Tim Duncan, the All-NBA big man, was already eager and swung his long arms as he lunged forward. Gubai soared with the wind, ready to make a move in midair, while Duncan also jumped up, preparing to block. After a physical confrontation in the air, Gubai, like a tiger descending the mountain, bent his waist and abdomen, instantly switching his dunk gesture to a layup. Under the stunned gaze of the Stone Buddha, Gubai decisively released the ball. Swish! The basketball brushed the backboard and fell steadily into the hoop. Lakers 2-0 Spurs. This scene was like lightning tearing through the night sky, incredibly stunning, as if Jordan's classic switchhand layup had reappeared. At this moment, even Newton's coffin lid would be flipped open. WTF? At the commentary table, Kenny Smith exclaimed directly, his voice changing, isn't this Michael Jordan's aerial switchhand layup move? Van Gundy couldn't help but laugh. Gubai is just one step away from sticking his tongue out in midair. This guy's hang time is simply out of this world. After landing, Gubai glanced back at Bruce Bowen behind him and shrugged, keep it up, you almost stopped me. Bowen gritted his teeth, secretly making up his mind, next time, I'll unleash my ultimate move, the Foshan Shadowless Kick. Under the basket, Duncan, serving as the backdrop, cast a deep glance at Gubai, his thoughts stirring. The Spurs offense begins. Parker dribbles past half-court, his eyes fixed on Gubai's defensive movements, wary of being broken through again. In the video review of the last game, the Spurs coaching staff specifically analyzed and discovered that Gubai's defensive ability had already reached an elite level. Popovich exclaimed upon seeing it, God, is this really a rookie? He thought to himself, in the summer, they should really bring Gubai to the Spurs, starting from the bench, assisting Duncan, and creating new glory. Parker came to the front court and executed a pick-and-roll with Duncan, decisively passing the ball to Duncan on the perimeter. Duncan, facing the young Shaq, easily controlled the situation. A fake move, then directly rose up for the shot. Swish! The basketball smoothly falls into the pocket. Lakers 2-2 Spurs. Here come the Lakers. Under Bowen's tight defense, Gubai quickly switched direction under his legs and suddenly forced his way into the paint. A fake layup followed by a pass with the elbow to the corner for Kobe. Seeing the incoming basketball, Kobe's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, it's here. Receiving the ball, Kobe faced the out-of-position Parker and, without hesitation, rose from beyond the three-point line, drawing the bow and releasing the shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! An arrow through the heart, hitting the target perfectly. 5-2. Gubai stepped forward to high-five Kobe in celebration. Although they had only played 2 games, this was the chemistry between superstars. Shit, Popovich directly lashed out at Bowen from the sidelines. Bruce, are you taking a walk on the court? Spurs turn. After executing a pass-and-cut play, Michael Finley received Parker's pass and responded with a three-pointer. 5-5. At the start, both sides showcased their respective offensive and defensive intensity. This was definitely no ordinary regular season game. Gubai controlled the ball at the top of the arc, while Bowen kept a close eye on him. This confrontation was even tougher than when Gubai faced Megan. The Spurs' strategy was simple: let you drive in, then wait for Duncan, one of the league's best defenders, to block you at the rim. But Gubai wasn't one to be underestimated. With a butterfly-like move, he easily tricked Bowen and made a no-look pass to the Little Shark under the basket. Facing Duncan's help defense, Little Shark Bynum opted for a soft floater at the rim. Duong. The basketball bounced off the rim. At that moment, Amidst the 5 white jerseys under the Spurs basket, a figure in a purple and gold number 3 jersey suddenly appeared in midair. Gubai grabbed the ball with one arm and slammed it directly into the hoop over Duncan's head. Boom! The hoop roared as it was dunked. 7-5. Gubai, who completed the dunk, hung on the rim in midair, reigning supreme. Oh my god! The commentators on the sidelines were stunned. Posterizing Duncan? Jeff Van Gundy, this kind of talent is terrifying. Historically rare. I once coached Tracy, who was a talent freak, but Goo gives me the feeling that his talent seems even more terrifying. Rookie, you've successfully pissed me off. Bowen glared fiercely at Gubai in front of him. Gubai, completely unafraid, had just obtained the Ali's red entry, and hadn't even had time to enjoy it. Old man, I suggest you be a bit more careful with your moves. I can't guarantee you'll be able to walk out of the arena later. The two bickered, exchanging trash talk. Duncan's mid-range shot clanked off the rim. The little shark grabbed the rebound and passed it to Gubai. Gubai launched a long pass to Kobe, who was already sprinting down the court. Bang! Kobe executed a Euro step and scored the layup. 9-5. Wow, this coordination is seamless. Gubai put all his strength into a powerful long pass, assisting Kobe for an easy layup. The commentator analyzed. Back to the game. Parker made an off-ball move under the basket, using Duncan's screen to score with a layup, responding in kind. The game reached the final 1 minute and 45 seconds of the first quarter. Lakers 21, Spurs 15. The visiting Lakers held a 6-point lead. Defense. Tens of thousands of Spurs fans at the AT&T Center roared wildly to cheer for their team. This overwhelming shouting creates immense psychological pressure for the visiting team, causing some players to underperform. But Gubai, like a fearless rookie, stood his ground beyond the three-point line, holding the ball, facing Bowen. Bang bang bang. Continuous cooking from the perimeter, leaving Bowen completely disoriented. Then, a quick step accelerates past the defense, facing the Spurs paint, as if entering an unguarded territory. Bang! In midair, a physical clash with the returning Spurs forward Fabricio Oberto, grabbing the ball with one arm and completing a soaring slam dunk. Dominating the Spurs paint. 23-15. After completing the roaring dunk, Gubai landed and made a baby-rocking celebration gesture toward the Spurs bench and fans. Beautiful dunk. Damn, that was explosive. On the sidelines, Kobe, who had been subbed out for a rest, jumped up from the bench to celebrate. The Lakers bench had already turned into a sea of joy. On the Spurs side, the substitute Manu Ginobili, known as the Manu the Magician, performed a serpentine drive into the paint and scored a layup to bring the Spurs back. 23-17. As the saying goes, Parker in smooth waters, Duncan in adversity, and Ginobili in dire straits slays the demons. Manu entered the league as a second-round pick and achieved such success, truly impressive. However, facing Manu, Gubai is no pushover either. With Kobe absent, he can go all out without hesitation. Against the Spurs' zone defense, Gubai used Kwame Brown's screen to bypass the defense and, in the final moments of the 24-second shot clock, executed a three-point shot. Bruce Bowen could only lunge in vain, watching the basketball fly toward the hoop. Swish! Checking the clock, a drifting three-pointer pierced the heart. 26-17. Fortunately, turning back, Bonner takes a three-point shot, giving the Spurs another lifeline. Tonight's game can truly be described as spectacular, even thrilling. The commentators on the sidelines. Jeff Van Gundy bluntly said, "Tonight's game feels like a Western Conference Finals preview. Both teams' offensive firepower is incredible." Before the words even settled, Smack Gubai, facing Manu's dribbling, executed a deathly entanglement, a ghostly steal, instantly snatching the ball away. Then a defensive counterattack. A three-lane fast break. Gubai led the ball, quickly passing it to the already sprinting Odom. The left-handed magician delivered a baseline no-look layup, soaring like a rainbow, and the ball swished through the net. 28-20. Gubai's sudden burst caught the Spurs completely off guard. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers, fueled by Gubai's explosive performance in the latter half, led the Spurs 33-22, taking an 11-point lead into the second quarter on the road. Gubai scored 13 points in a single quarter, along with 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, an impressive stat line. Against a team like the Spurs, known for their strong defensive system, and facing elite defenders like Bowen and Duncan, delivering such a near-perfect first-quarter performance is truly remarkable. No wonder, Kenny Smith exclaimed from the commentary booth. After this season, the Lakers will need to seriously consider Gubai's contract. His performance clearly warrants a substantial salary. The second quarter begins. Both teams swapped in their rotation lineups. Kobe led the charge alongside Fisher, Vucevic, Ariza, and Kwame Brown, dominating the court with confidence. The Spurs countered with a lineup featuring Manu, Bonner, and Udoka, ready to strike back. Fisher continued his role, bringing the ball past half-court and decisively passing to Kobe. Kobe then began his signature high-difficulty offensive display, seemingly unstoppable. This was exactly the style of play Kobe was accustomed to last season. On the Spurs side, Manu orchestrated the team, spreading the offense, and Bonner's shooting touch was on fire tonight. With 7:11 left in the second quarter, Parker received a perfect pass from Manu, dashed along the baseline. Like lightning, deceived all the defenders, and scored a layup while drawing a foul from Kwame Brown under the basket, successfully completing an and one. The point difference was forced down to single digits, 40-32. The Spurs are least afraid of isolation plays. Although Kobe scored 7 points in less than half a quarter, the rest of the team fell into stagnation. Swish! As Parker calmly sank the free throw, it became 40-33. The gap was down to just 7 points. Seeing this, the Zen master dared not take any chances and quickly subbed in Gubai for Vucevic. The likes of the Baby Shark, Odom, and Walton also made an urgent return to the court. The game has entered a fever pitch. The atmosphere is tense, with both sides going back and forth, sparks flying on the court, and victory hanging by a thread. Lakers on the attack. Gubai dribbled past half-court, and Bowen stuck to him again like an unrelenting little fly, utterly exasperating. Facing Bowen. Whoosh! Gubai suddenly accelerated his steps, leaving Bowen behind in an instant, like lightning tearing through the night sky, heading straight for the area near the free throw line. Screech! Gubai forcefully stomped the ground, his shoes creating a piercing sound as they scraped against the floor, leaving a black mark on the court, as if heralding his arrival. Propeller takeoff. Facing the greatest power forward in history under the basket, Tim Duncan, the Stone Buddha, Gubai showed no fear and directly performed a one-arm raising fire to the sky dunk. Bang! A loud bang. Gubai forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop over the Stone Buddha, like a cannonball exploding. 42-33. Duncan was dunked so hard that he ended up in front of the baseline photographer, his eyes filled with helplessness and shock. The terrifying impact caught him completely off guard. Wow! The entire Spurs home court fell silent in an instant, and the audience gasped, "Is it really that brutal?" Duncan helplessly scratched the back of his head, thinking to himself, "Should I have just not played today?" After landing, Gubai fiercely glanced at the Spurs bench and fans, his eyes exuding a murderous aura, as if declaring his powerful comeback. The Lakers bench was already boiling with excitement, their morale soaring. This goal also steadied the Lakers' nerves. Although Duncan turned around in the paint, spun past the little shark, and slammed it home to regain momentum, this did not affect Gubai's performance in the slightest. In return, Gubai held the ball against Bowen, decisively making an unreasonable drive, stopping abruptly, and pulling up for a jumper. He launched himself into the air, waiting for Bowen to start landing before releasing the shot, utterly audacious. Swish! The basketball swished through the net, hitting its mark perfectly. On the sidelines, Popovich was completely dumbfounded. Is this Gubai or Jordan? It couldn't help but remind him of the fear of being dominated by Jordan. Then, Gubai struck like lightning. The ghost hand stole the ball from Bowen once again, and soared for a layup in one fluid motion, his movements as smooth as flowing water. Gubai, back on the court, went completely berserk, leaving the opponents utterly defenseless. The first half of the game quickly came to an end. Los Angeles Lakers 54-41 San Antonio Spurs. The visiting Lakers surprisingly gained a 13-point lead going into the second half, leaving everyone astonished. Gubai delivered a stellar performance in the first half with 25 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. His return was like a beast unleashed, completely unstoppable. The Spurs' defense was shredded to pieces, offering no resistance. During halftime, Popovich pulled Bowen aside, speaking in a low voice with a serious expression. Bowen nodded, thinking to himself, if you can't win, resort to tricks. This is Popovich's old routine. Halftime quickly passed, and the second half of the game resumed. The Spurs, clearly rejuvenated after a break, began to face off against the Lakers' offense and defense. Finley turned into an unexpected hero, hitting consecutive three-pointers and instantly igniting the atmosphere in the arena. Gubai, on the other hand, wisely managed his stamina, feeding the ball to his teammates while thinking to himself, if I run out of energy, it's GG in the fourth quarter. The Spurs successfully closed the score gap by the end of the third quarter. Both sides' offense and defense tonight were absolutely brilliant, and the coaches' strategies were equally outstanding. The intensity was maxed out, and both offense and defense were executed perfectly. This is an amazing game. Kenny Smith and Jeff Van Gundy excitedly commented from the commentary booth. The game entered the fourth quarter, with both teams sending in their rotations, kicking off another chaotic battle. Time reached 6:51 remaining in the fourth quarter. Ginobili hit a trailing three-pointer, Lakers 95 to Spurs 90. Timeout. The Zen master shouted angrily, clearly dissatisfied with the offensive and defensive plays on the court. Phil Jackson pointed at the content on the tactical board and gestured, "Wait, Goo, don't hold back anymore. Use your shooting to ruthlessly punish their defense. Kobe, we need you to step up at critical moments, and everyone, don't let up. Tonight's victory is crucial for us. Let's win tonight's game." Kobe, Gubai, Odom, Bynum, and Luke Walton all nodded, full of fighting spirit. Timeout over, Lakers on the attack. Gubai holds the ball on the perimeter, once again facing Bowen. The Little Shark set up a pick-and-roll, and Gubai used the screen to create a mismatch. Duncan was on the verge of tears. "Bro, even if you're exploiting tonight, you can't keep targeting just one person." Clap clap clap. After a series of feints, Gubai executed a nimble crossover, instantly throwing Duncan's balance into disarray, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Whoosh! Seizing this fleeting moment, Gubai charged into the Spurs' paint. On a day when the Great Rock rises with the wind, it soars straight up to 90,000 miles. Under the basket, Bowen's eyes were fierce, locking onto the incoming Gubai. In his mind, he had already planned his signature move, the Foshan shadowless kick, ready to deliver a gift of a foot under Gubai. However, in this situation, how could Gubai possibly indulge him? Gubai's hands moved without hesitation. Taking advantage of Bowen's focus on his footing, he delivered an extremely covert iron elbow straight to Bowen's face. Clang! While swinging the iron elbow, Gubai took the opportunity to slam the ball fiercely into the hoop, stunning the entire arena. Immediately after, his feet didn't remain idle either, he delivered a precise kick to Bowen's vital area. Bowen crouched on the ground in pain, completely unable to stand. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if it had been rehearsed hundreds of times. The Lakers lead the Spurs 97-90. Spurs players were initiating a fast break when they noticed Bowen clutching his face in pain, forcing the game to pause. On the sidelines, Popovich was furious, shouting at the referees, "Are you blind? Elbow strike. Elbow strike. Do you even understand?" The referee glanced coldly at Popovich and responded indifferently, "We know all about the antics of you and your grandson." The three referees gathered together, repeatedly reviewing the video replay. Gubai sat innocently on the bench, as if the whole incident had nothing to do with him. Kobe quietly leaned over to Gubai's ear and chuckled softly, "Kid, I was right next to you just now. I saw everything crystal clear. You really went all out." Gubai sneered, "Who told him to try playing dirty with those foot tricks? He brought it on himself." Kobe nodded in agreement, "Exactly, people like that need to be taught a lesson." Ultimately, the referees, after reviewing the replay, discovered Bowen's foot, which had no business being on the floor, while Gubai's move was a perfectly executed dunk. Bowen's face was his own doing, who's to blame? Only himself. Uncle Bowen was successfully taken offline, though the referees still issued Gubai a technical foul warning. Popovich was extremely dissatisfied with the ruling and continued to rant on the sidelines, F*******Q. Tweet. The referee showed no mercy, blowing the whistle and awarding Popovich a VIP seat in the stands, ejecting him from the game. Boo! The crowd erupted in boos, while Bowen, accompanied by the team doctor, returned to the locker room for further examination. The once hunter had now been pecked by the eagle. In the following moments, amidst the overwhelming boos from Spurs fans, Gubai went completely berserk, transforming into the master of the court. On offense, he showcased his clever moves, faking out Parker and delivering a one-handed dunk that shook the arena. On defense, he stood tall, snatching a block midair against Parker, instilling fear in his opponent. The game reached the 2:15 mark. Gubai used the screen set by Odom and Bynum to break free, received a pass from Kobe, and took a three-point shot from the top of the arc beyond the line. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air and finally, swish! It went through the net cleanly, instantly igniting the crowd's passion. Sealing the deal. Lakers 107-95 Spurs. After scoring, Gubai put his hand to his ear, signaling to the crowd that the boos could get louder. "I'm not scared at all, guys." Duncan stood dumbfounded. Under the basket, staring at the three-pointer. What kind of play is this? Parker and Manu were equally stunned, never seen anyone play like this. In the end, the Lakers defeated the Spurs 113-101 on the road, beating the GDP trio by 12 points. They celebrated their second consecutive victory while surpassing the Spurs and Hornets to claim the top spot in the Western Conference. On his comeback night, Gubai played 36 minutes, racking up 38 points, 9 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, becoming the brightest star of the game. Kobe played 38 minutes, scoring 18 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, with his playing time finally dropping below 40 minutes. Meanwhile, Duncan's 26 points, 11 rebounds, 3 blocks, 2 assists, and 1 steal went in vain, and Manu's 20 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals couldn't save the team either. The scales of victory tipped decisively. In the Chinese live stream room, my mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the game, and I said I was watching God. Gubai is too strong. On his comeback night, he exploded with a near triple-double of 38 points, 9 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Gubai's performance is simply out of this world. Even during his peak season, he wasn't this good. Just this year, as a rookie in the league, he's already averaging over 20 points per game. Damn, it's simply unbelievable. Is Gubai really a Chinese player? His physical talent is historically rare. I told you so. Where are those people who said Gubai wouldn't score after his comeback? Domestic fans have long been abuzz with discussion, and everyone feels proud of Gubai's performance. Post-game press conference. Spurs head coach Popovich appeared at the press conference with a furious expression and a grim demeanor. Tonight was a terrible game, and some things outside of the game dictated the final result. Next time, we will definitely win the game. Gubai's foul on Bruce directly affected the outcome of the match, and I believe that was absolutely not a fair ruling. On the other side, Coach Jackson was clearly in high spirits as he attended the press conference with Kobe and Gubai. When a reporter asked about the key to winning this game, he responded with a hidden smile, Gubai and Kobe. They are the best perimeter duo in this league. On the court, just give them the ball, and they'll solve problems in the most efficient way. The game has just ended, and major news outlets are rushing to report. ABC Radio, return night, the Beast unleashed, 38+ near triple-double, Gubai leads the team to victory. CBS Sports, the Lakers' future hope, Gubai. Sports Illustrated, for a long time to come, the combination of Kobe and Gubai will be the strongest backcourt duo in this league. TNT, 5 steals, 6 blocks, suffocating the backcourt, a nightmare for the opponent's guard line. Tower of the Americas. Kobe, Gubai, Ariza, Ujasic, and Farmar went to the Tower of the Americas together, overlooking the city's night view and grabbing some food to replenish their energy. They also took a riverside cruise, had some fun, took photos together, and experienced the night scenery of San Antonio. The second day, the entire Lakers team boarded a plane to Houston, preparing to face the second opponent of their Texas road trip. In their last encounter, the Lakers narrowly defeated their opponent 95-88 at home, thanks to Gubai's clutch three-pointer. This marks the second showdown between the two teams. So far, the Rockets have achieved an impressive record of 6 wins and 2 losses, losing only to the Lakers in the opener and the Mavericks led by Dirk Nowitzki. The Mavericks were also a strong team last season, finishing first in the regular season, but their unexpected elimination by the Warriors in the playoffs was truly surprising. Returning to the highlights of this game, the Chinese derby between Gubai and Yao Ming naturally draws attention. Additionally, there's the exciting showdown between Kobe and McGrady, 2 of the peak era 4 elite shooting guards. In this match, the Rockets will undoubtedly go all out at home, vowing to avenge their previous defeat. Houston Airport. Yao Ming arrives at the airport and invites Gubai to join him at Yao Restaurant for a gathering. Inside the restaurant, De Yao and Gubai were enjoying a sumptuous feast. De Yao looked at Gubai and cheerfully said, "Gubai, I'm older than you, so the team will take advantage of that and call you Brother Gu." Gubai replied with a smile, "Brother Yao, you're too kind." Various dishes were brought to the table one after another: wonton soup, Peking duck, Sichuan cuisine, hot pot, and more. Gubai savored the delicious food and said with a smile, "Brother Yao, your restaurant's food is great. It's been a long time since I had our hometown cuisine." De Yao laughed and said, "If you like it, come often. It's all free, just mention my name." "Well, thank you, Brother Yao." After the meal, the two strolled together through the streets of Houston. De Yao looked at Gubai and sincerely said, "Gubai, we need you for next year's Olympics at our doorstep." Gubai glanced at De Yao and firmly said, "Brother Yao, if possible, I am willing to fight side by side with you at our doorstep." "If possible?" Dayo naturally understood the deeper meaning and smiled, saying, "Goodbye, I believe we will definitely see you on the Olympic stage." Evening. Toyota Center Arena. The arena, which can accommodate more than 18,000 people, is packed to capacity, with a lively atmosphere. Tonight, the arena is filled with the essence of China. Alexander truly lives up to being a businessman. The entire venue is brimming with Chinese elements, and even a theatrical performance has been arranged. Players from both teams have arrived on the field for warm-ups, and the atmosphere is becoming increasingly heated. Chinese performing artist Niu Rong showcased her acrobatic skills, entering the stage on a unicycle. She controlled the unicycle with one foot while skillfully using the other to balance a stack of white porcelain bowls on her toes and send them to her head. The moment the bowls landed steadily on her head, the audience erupted in amazement. "Wow!" The venue burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Kubai stood on the sidelines, clapping his hands excitedly, a bright smile on his face. Kobe watched in astonishment and exclaimed, "Gu, your country is truly a magical place. I must visit during the summer off-season." "Of course, Kobe. The fans over there really like you too." Kubai patted the basketball in his hands, his face full of pride. The entrance ceremony concluded, and the horn for the game immediately sounded. Tonight, Yao was on fire, showing an intense desire to attack, and his teammates seamlessly created opportunities for him. McGrady threaded the needle with a precise assist, and Yao, catching the ball like a tiger descending the mountain, rose powerfully to complete a thunderous two-handed dunk over the head of the little shark, exuding unstoppable momentum. On the other side, Kubai was equally determined, delivering assists as smooth as flowing clouds. Kobe caught the ball and soared like an eagle, completing a stunning cut and dunk that instantly ignited the passion of the entire audience. As the game reached its final moments, Kobe executed a brilliant steal, and Kubai, like an arrow released from a bow, charged solo across the court. Facing the defense of Alston and Battier, he nailed a miraculous shot for a 2+1. The crowd erupted, and the atmosphere reached its peak. In the end, the game lost its suspense as the Los Angeles Lakers secured a back-to-back victory, defeating their opponents 98-93 by 5 points once again, achieving a 3-game winning streak and successfully ending the Rockets' winning streak. The game was evenly matched, with both sides refusing to back down, resulting in a fierce and electrifying contest. Kubai played for 38 minutes, shooting 11 of 17 from the field, 3 of 6 from beyond the arc, and 4 of 5 from the free throw line, racking up an impressive 29 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, delivering a standout performance. Kobe contributed 30 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, showcasing his fiery form. Yao Ming was equally determined, scoring 26 points, grabbing 13 rebounds, dishing out 5 assists, and making 3 steals. However, McGrady, hindered by shoulder discomfort, could only give his all for 19 minutes on the court, ultimately finishing with 9 points, 1 rebound, and 2 assists. Health comes first, as this is just a regular season game. More than the outcome of the game, fans were concerned about McGrady's injury. Fortunately, Rockets head coach Adelman revealed after the game, McGrady's injury is not serious. The team decided not to let him continue playing for protective reasons. After winning this game, the Lakers, with an impressive record of 6 wins and 1 loss, temporarily claimed the top spot in the Western Conference, brimming with high morale and confidence. After finishing the back-to-back games against the Rockets, the Lakers rested for a night at a hotel in Houston and took a private jet back to Los Angeles the next day. On the plane, everyone either rested or played games, enjoying a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Odom took on the role of the entertainment leader, making everyone laugh heartily, as if all fatigue had been swept away. The 3-hour flight passed in a flash, and the Lakers are set to face the fierce Pistons at home tomorrow. The Pistons currently hold a record of 6 wins and 2 losses, presenting a tough challenge and immense pressure. No matter how the game goes, the fatigue from back-to-back matches still makes the Lakers players eager to return home. Getting some rest is the most important thing. A luxurious 1-bedroom apartment in downtown LA. Kubai had just lain down, turned on the TV to watch tonight's TNT special program, and was mentally planning for the upcoming games. Ding-ling-ling. The phone suddenly rang. Kubai took out his newly purchased phone, and the caller ID displayed, Megan Fox. This little minx, looks like she's hungry again. Kubai chuckled softly and answered the call. Megan Fox, Gu, back in Los Angeles today? Kubai, yes, Megan. Megan said shyly, Gu, come to my house tonight. I bought a few outfits, and I want you to help me take a look. Kubai felt a stir in his heart. How could he not understand? He immediately agreed. On the other end of the phone, Megan looked at herself in the mirror. Her curvaceous figure brought a confident smile to her lips. With this, sis, tonight you'll be completely under my control. On a night with a bright moon and a strong breeze, Gubai drove his SUV and parked in front of Megan's house, wearing sunglasses and a mask as he entered the neighborhood. Outside the neighborhood, an entertainment gossip reporter excitedly captured the scene. Damn, after staking out for so many days, finally some juicy news. Gubai skillfully opened Megan's door and walked into the bedroom. Click. The moment the door opened, Gubai was instantly stunned. The scene before him was a bit exhilarating. Megan had changed into a professional office lady outfit, her slender legs wrapped in sexy black fishnet stockings, resembling the most alluring secretary. Wow. Megan, your outfit is so sexy, you're simply the sexiest secretary in the world. Gubai's eyes burned with passion as he stepped forward to give Megan a big hug, ready to head to the balcony for a little chat first. Under the moonlight, after exchanging insights, the two felt a bit hungry and decided to change locations to continue. After a night of in-depth discussion, the big project was finally secured. Megan, with a face full of happiness, fell asleep on Gubai's chest. The next day, a sensational piece of news broke on social media. A 198 centimeters tall masked man spent the night at Megan Fox's home. Countless netizens exclaimed, WTF? Who is this guy? Just like that, we all got dumped. Shit, we must find this person. I believe he must have gone to help Megan fix the sewer, accompanied by a crying emoji. That's right, our goddess must still be innocent. At this moment, some observant netizens noticed that this heightened physique seemed very similar to that hotshot in Los Angeles right now. Someone pulled out a photo for comparison. It really is Gubai. Fuck you, Gubai, give me back my goddess. Staples Center Arena, brightly lit. Countless Lakers fans held support signs, cheering for their stars. Players from both teams had arrived at the arena, ready to start tonight's game. Inside the Lakers' locker room. Yo yo yo. Who is this, staying overnight at Megan's place until quietly leaving the next morning? Little Wharton teased. Kobe, wearing his shoes, said, You punk, I knew you had something going on with Megan. Was it from that time you hit it off? Guess I'm the matchmaker here. You owe me a meal. Everyone started to cheer. You even got the goddess, you absolutely have to treat us. Gubai scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, if we beat the Pistons tonight, I'll treat you all to a club with models, okay. Wow, the locker room instantly erupted in cheers. Tonight's starting lineup. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. Detroit Pistons, Ronald Murray, point guard, Richard Hamilton, shooting guard, Tayshaun Prince, small forward, Jason Maxiell, power forward, Rasheed Wallace, center. Hamilton, Prince, Wallace, the core strength of the Pistons' Big Five. Top tier 3 and D, Little Prince, the tireless masked man Hamilton, the roaring Rasheed Wallace, a technical foul master. The trio combines to form a beastly force. The Pistons are in red-hot form this season with a 6-2 record. Tonight's game is bound to be a peak showdown of titans. The grievances and grudges between the two sides have been building up for a long time. In the 2004 finals, the Pistons' 5 Tigers defeated the Lakers F4 to lift the championship trophy. Defeat the Pistons. Let them roll back to Detroit tonight. Lakers fans surged like a tide, boos thundered, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Jump ball. Bynum successfully snatched the basketball over Rasheed Wallace's head, officially kicking off the game. Gubai dribbled past half-court, facing Hamilton. Rookie, don't even think about scoring easily in front of me tonight. Facing the provocation of the masked warrior, Gubai showed no signs of backing down. Grabbing the ball with one hand, he accelerated instantly after a probing step. Just a small half-step of space is all he needs. Whoosh! Under Hamilton's shocked gaze, Gubai decisively jumped, and the basketball shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. The incredible hang time and nearly perfect shooting angle left Hamilton with no choice but to watch the basketball soar. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! Steadily fell into the basket. The Lakers lead the Pistons 3-0. Hamilton was stunned. Are young people nowadays all this fierce? He thought to himself, shouldn't the first attack be handed to Kobe? Kobe looked at Hamilton with a helpless shrug. This little guy is too arrogant. He's clearly just a $5 million middle-class player, yet he really doesn't take me seriously. Pistons head coach Flip Saunders furrowed his brows on the sidelines. This young man is something else. The injured championship Ironwood guard Chauncey Billups stared intently at Gubai, who had just scored. I really wish I could get on the court and compete with this little guy. The Pistons' offense surged like a tidal wave. The little prince, Tayshaun Prince, was on fire tonight. He cut backdoor to receive Hamilton's pass and took the jump shot without hesitation. Swish! The mid-range jumper went in, unstoppable momentum. 3-2. Tonight seems to be another evenly matched game. The Lakers' schedule since the start of the season has been brutal, facing top-tier opponents. Yeah, a slight misstep could lead to a losing streak. The two commentators engaged in a heated discussion, the atmosphere tense. Gubai dribbled past half-court like a cheetah on the hunt, delivering a long pass to Kobe in stride. The latter stopped abruptly and made a jump shot, easily scoring 2 points. 5-2. The Pistons launched another offensive. Hamilton quickly found an open spot and decisively made a layup to score. 5-4. Hamilton roared excitedly after scoring, shouting at Gubai, "Rookie, you can't catch up with me." At this moment, the commentator on the sidelines also noticed Hamilton's provocation. "I don't think Richard made a good decision here. Our rising star Gubai is no pushover." Kobe stared at Hamilton with great interest, secretly laughing to himself. Tonight, Richard is destined to pay the price. In an instant, Gubai faced Hamilton with the ball, performed a crossover in front of his body, accelerated like lightning, and instantly left his opponent behind. He charged into the basket like a tiger descending the mountain, facing the roaring titan. PENG. Single-arm ball grab, spring-loaded feet, a powerful slam dunk with unstoppable force. 7-4. Rashid became the first victim, witnessing this dunk as Gubai hung on the rim with one arm, coldly staring at the roaring Sky Lord below the basket. Even Wallace couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. As Gubai retreated on defense, he glanced at the masked man behind him, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. "Tonight, don't even think about scoring on me again." The counterattack unfolded instantly. Hamilton once again used an off-ball screen to get open and made a floater. However, in the next second, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Gubai, with an astonishing leap, pounced like a tiger descending the mountain and snatched the ball with one powerful grab. Wow! Unbelievable! One-handed block, my God! The entire audience was stunned. After the block, Gubai wasted no time, quickly dribbling to the front court, facing Prince's aggressive defense. He charged into the Dragon's lair alone, drove to the basket like a dragon, and scored effortlessly. At the same time, he drew a foul from Prince. And won, completing a 2+1 play. 9-4. As Gubai steadily made the penalty shot, the Pistons were forced to call their first timeout. Hamilton had yet to realize the cost of angering Gubai. The first quarter of the game quickly came to an end. The Los Angeles Lakers led the Detroit Pistons 29-20, entering the second quarter with a 9-point advantage. In the first quarter, Gubai scored 16 points against Richardson's defense, making this famous masked man in the league feel fear. 16 points in a single quarter. This left Pistons head coach Saunders dumbfounded. He knew this kid was fierce, but he didn't expect him to be this fierce. Seattle. Du Xiaoshui sat in the locker room, watching Gubai's match with wide eyes, on the verge of tears. "Dear Gu, why do I feel like you've gotten even stronger again? How am I supposed to catch up with you?" At this moment, Jeff Green walked into the locker room and looked at Adu, who was silently studying Gubai, silently mourning for 5 seconds in his heart. Du Xiaoshui indeed has talent, but Gubai seems to be even better. Perhaps this is the world of geniuses, something we mere mortals simply cannot comprehend. The second quarter of the game between the Lakers and the Pistons quickly unfolded, with both sides rotating their lineups. Kobe, leading the bench squad, completely unleashed himself. First, he nailed a pull-up three-pointer, then stole the ball from Pistons backup guard Aaron Aflalo, finishing with a thunderous dunk in one fluid motion. Kobe led the bench to a 10-3 run, leaving the Pistons head coach completely stunned. Launching a Gubai first, then rotating in a Kobe, if this isn't cheating, what is? Dual-core ball handling, dual-core driving? How are we supposed to play like this? Pistons head coach Saunders was watching and felt like calling the police. Fortunately, in the second half, Prince continuously attacked the inside and hit consecutive three-pointers, preventing the point difference from exceeding double digits. Halftime is over. The Los Angeles Lakers lead the Detroit Pistons 48-41, entering the second half with a 7-point difference. Facing the Pistons, currently ranked second in the East, the Lakers played with ease, consistently staying ahead of the Pistons. This made the fans extremely excited. Halftime quickly passed, and the second half of the game resumed. The Pistons' offense launched again. Prince used a screen to quickly break into the paint, preparing to finish with a layup. Smack! Kobe stayed in position and decisively stole the ball. Fast break. The ball was quickly passed to Gubai, who was already sprinting down the court. Outside the three-point line, Gubai received the ball and used a pump fake to send Hamilton flying, then calmly drew his bow and released the arrow, shooting a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish! A perfect shot straight to the heart. 51-41. The point difference widened to 10 again. The Pistons' offense seemed to have stalled, while the Lakers' offense surged like a tide. Gubai used Odom's screen on the perimeter and, without hesitation, took a three-point shot from one step beyond the arc. Swish! A direct hit. Gubai, who scored the goal, made a three-point gesture and slid on the ground to celebrate. 54-41. Beautiful. Good shot, Gubai. Fans on the sidelines stood up and cheered excitedly. The Pistons were eager to counterattack. Rasheed Wallace, desperate to break the scoring drought, forced a mid-range jump shot but was disrupted by Odom. Clang! The basketball bounced off the rim. Gubai grabbed the rebound and quickly pushed forward with the ball. Quick, stop him. Absolutely can't let him in again. Pistons head coach Saunders was so anxious he was jumping up and down on the sidelines. Prince stuck closely in front of Gubai, vowing to stop this opponent tonight. The next second, Gubai took an ultra-long three-pointer from the outside, rising directly for the shot despite Prince being just half a step behind him. WTF? Prince lunged forward, clearly not expecting Gubai to act so decisively, making his move with still a step to go. The basketball soared through the air as if equipped with GPS, heading straight for the hoop with pinpoint accuracy. BANG. Precision guided. 57-41. Oh, the atmosphere at the Staples Center completely erupted. Gubai hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, instantly throwing the Pistons off their rhythm. Kobe excitedly ran over to high-five Gubai. "You kid, you're getting more and more unstoppable." Gubai pressed his hands down, pretending to be modest, "Just routine operation, don't overhype." At the start of the third quarter, Gubai's three-pointers suddenly came alive, completely disrupting the Pistons' defensive formation and offensive rhythm. Already missing Billups, the Pistons instantly lost their brain, floundering on the court like headless flies. This also highlights the importance of an excellent point guard. Finally, the game ended with the Lakers maintaining a double-digit lead throughout. The game entered garbage time early. The Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Detroit Pistons 103-81, securing a massive 22-point victory over their opponents. In this game, Hamilton and Prince both scored 16 points, but their shooting percentages hit an unprecedented low 5 of 11 and 6 of 13, respectively, leaving much to be desired. On the other hand, the Lakers were on fire. Gubai clocked out after 3 quarters, racking up an impressive stat line of 30 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, truly the team's fighter jet. Kobe was not to be outdone, contributing 19 points, 4 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal, maintaining his legendary form. Meanwhile, Odom delivered a stellar performance, posting a massive double-double with 25 points and 11 rebounds, showcasing his 6th Man of the Year caliber. The title of left-handed magician is well-deserved, especially thriving in the absence of Chloe, where he seemed completely in his element. In the post-game locker room summary, Phil Jackson was full of praise for Gubai's performance. "I am excited to have young talents like Gubai and Lamar in our team, who are getting better and better. At the same time, I am proud of veteran players like Kobe and Derek for setting a great example." His voice was loud and firm, conveying a passionate fighting spirit. Los Angeles is a great city, and we must give our best performance to repay the fans who support us. Wow! The Zen Master's speech sparked a round of enthusiastic applause, instantly igniting excitement in everyone's hearts. After finishing the post-game interviews, everyone could no longer contain their excitement. They quickly changed clothes, grabbed their gear, and headed straight to the nightclub destination, Hyde Sunset. This nightclub combines a bar, lounge, VIP rooms, and a restaurant, featuring hip-hop and top 40 music, making it the ultimate spot for nightlife. Upon arriving at the nightclub, the group was led to the VIP room by the manager. Gubai generously announced, "Tonight's expenses are all on me." As soon as he finished speaking, Odom, Ariza, Bynum, and Fisher erupted in cheers and applause, instantly setting the atmosphere ablaze. The nightclub owner, upon seeing Gubai and Kobe, 2 superstars, immediately offered to waive the bill. However, Gubai politely declined, insisting that he wouldn't accept favors without earning them. Subsequently, everyone indulged themselves, embracing the moment and unleashing their passion. Gubai and Kobe took a brief rest in the dining area, first filling their stomachs before enthusiastically playing a few rounds of billiards. Accompanied by top-tier beauties, the ordinary women in the nightclub couldn't catch their interest. The two thoroughly enjoyed their leisure time after the matches. The next day, just as the sun rose, the NBA officially announced last week's Players of the Week. Western Conference, Gubai; Eastern Conference, Dwight Howard. After defeating the Pistons, the Lakers secured a 3-game winning streak, firmly holding the top spot in the Western Conference and further solidifying their lead. In these 3 games, Gubai's performance was particularly outstanding, averaging 32.3 points, 7.6 rebounds, 9 assists, 1.6 steals, and 1.6 blocks per game, completely dominating both ends of the court. After the games, Kobe generously praised him in front of the media. "He has eased my burden, and I've never played so effortlessly." As he said this, Kobe couldn't resist teasing Shaquille O'Neal, "I mean never." The media instantly understood that Gubai's near 30-plus points per game performance not only drove fans wild but also left the media in awe. Such outstanding play unsurprisingly overshadowed superstars like Tim Duncan, Chris Paul, Tracy McGrady, and Allen Iverson, earning him the Player of the Week honor. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Conference, Dwight Howard, with his astonishing averages of 23 points, 15.7 rebounds, 2.7 blocks, and 1.3 assists per game, defeated LeBron James to claim the Eastern Conference Player of the Week title. At this moment, Howard was at his peak, thriving in the Orlando Magic's one-star, for shooters tactical system. He had become the only player in the league capable of being traded 1-for-1 for King James, enjoying unparalleled prominence. Portland, Adidas headquarters. Inside the screening room, Adidas CEO Herbert Hainer and a group of executives were intently watching footage of Gubai's games. On the screen, Gubai's performance was remarkable, but the atmosphere in the meeting room seemed somewhat heavy. "Do you think he could be the next LeBron?" Hainer broke the silence, his gaze sweeping across every executive present. Casper Rorsted, the head of sneaker operations, adjusted his glasses, pondered for a moment, and then said, "It's too early to tell. He's only played 5 games. While his performance is impressive, his impulsive personality and highly aggressive playing style are factors to consider. I'm worried whether his body can withstand this high-intensity style of competition. The risk of injury cannot be ignored." Asia-Pacific President Christophe Bezu immediately shared his opinion. "The Asian market indeed has great potential, but as a newcomer, whether Gubai can truly drive the market remains uncertain. Moreover, the controversies surrounding him could also impact the brand's image. Rather than taking the risk of signing an unproven rookie, it would be better to allocate resources to this year's top pick Greg Oden or second pick Kevin Durant, whose popularity and potential are equally promising." However, Joachim Schmidt, the head of marketing and brand promotion, held a different opinion. His tone was firm, as if a bombshell was about to explode. "I believe Gubai is exactly the opportunity we need. His performance in the past few games can only be described as legendary. Now is the best time for us to win him over with sincerity. You have to understand, he's been hailed by the media as the Little Jordan. Are we really going to miss out on a superstar who could potentially change basketball history again?" Moreover, he tied the NBA triple-double record in his debut game and earned the Player of the Week title in his second week. Such talent is worth the risk. The conference room instantly erupted into heated debate, sparks flying. One side advocated signing Gubai at all costs, while the other argued that resources should be allocated to safer options, such as established stars or promising local rookies. After all, signing a star player is always a gamble, and an athlete's career is fraught with uncertainties. At this moment, Karen Parkin, the head of resources, decisively interjected, "From what I've heard, Nike is very interested in Gubai. Kobe has recommended him multiple times, and Nike's CEO has also shown great interest in him. If we don't act quickly, I'm afraid Nike will beat us to it, and we'll miss a great opportunity." Upon hearing this, the pen in Heiner's hand stopped spinning. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, "Given the current situation, I suggest we offer Gubai a 5-year, $10 million contract. This offer not only demonstrates our sincerity but also ensures the company doesn't take on excessive risk. After all, Gubai is not a star we cultivated locally, and we can't afford to take too big a risk with decision-making at the European headquarters. Better to achieve nothing than to make mistakes." Heine's voice echoed in the conference room, and everyone was involuntarily influenced by his determination, making the atmosphere tense yet fervent. The people in the conference room nodded in agreement. Signing star players is always a gamble. No one wants to bet on the wrong horse. Although Gubai's playing style is highly entertaining, whether his body can withstand long-term high-intensity matches and whether he is just a flash in the pan are factors that require careful consideration. After the meeting ended, Joachim Schmidt stayed alone in the conference room. He looked at the quotation contract in his hand, shook his head, casually tossed it into the trash can, and muttered to himself, "You will definitely regret today's decision." In his view, Gubai's potential was far beyond this, and this quotation was unlikely to even catch the attention of Gubai's team. Meanwhile, Nike's headquarters was also embroiled in intense discussions over Gubai's signing issue. The atmosphere in the conference room was equally tense. Nike CEO Mark Parker sat at one end of the long table, his brow furrowed, fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. His gaze swept over each executive present, finally settling on marketing director Heidi O'Neill. Gubai's performance is evident to all. Heidi O'Neill spoke first, her tone firm. In just a few games, he has demonstrated extraordinary talent and influence. I believe this is potential on par with LeBron. If we don't seize the opportunity now, Adidas or other brands like Reebok, Converse, and New Balance might take the lead in signing him. We cannot repeat the mistake of losing Yao Ming to Reebok that year. However, Global Operations Director Eric Sprunk held a different opinion. Gubai does have potential, but he has only played 5 games after all, and the risk is too high. In comparison, Kevin Durant's performance is more consistent, and his appeal in the domestic market cannot be underestimated. We should allocate more resources to Durant. Durant is certainly important, Heidi O'Neill countered, but Gubai represents a future with greater possibilities and is key to the globalized market. His future influence is not limited to North America but could potentially extend to the entire Asian market. We can't just focus on the present, we must plan for the long term. The debate in the conference room grew increasingly heated, with both sides sticking to their arguments, unable to convince each other. Finally, Mark Parker raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. "All right," he said in a deep voice, "we need a balanced solution. Gubai's potential is undeniable, but the risks are indeed present as well. As for Kevin Durant, his performance in high school and even college, as well as his influence across the United States, has already been proven. I've decided to offer Gubai a 5-year, $20 million contract, which is the greatest sincerity we can show at the moment. As for Durant, we are offering a 6-year, $70 million deal. This way, we can both stabilize the current market and plan for the future." This decision slightly eased the atmosphere in the meeting room. However, Heidi O'Neill was still somewhat dissatisfied. She whispered to her colleague beside her, "$20 million? That's far from enough. Gubai's team won't accept such an offer, they know their worth very well." Nike had previously made a serious mistake when signing Yao Ming. Back then, Nike only offered Yao Ming a 4-year contract worth $1.6 million, averaging just $400,000 per year. Although Nike later realized the severity of the issue and tried to salvage the situation with a 7-year, $120 million contract, it was too late. Yao Ming ultimately chose Reebok, and Nike consequently missed out on a significant opportunity in the Chinese market. Yao Ming later publicly stated, "You can pay me less, but you must sincerely face me. This is not about money, it's about respect and trust." This sentence still echoes in the ears of Nike executives. The proud Nike is just unwilling to correct its mistakes. After the meeting, Heidi O'Neill stood alone by the office window, gazing at the distant city skyline, filled with helplessness. She knew that this decision by Nike would likely cause them to miss out on another future superstar. "Gubai won't accept this contract," she murmured, "and we might regret today's decision once again." Los Angeles. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the bedroom of a luxurious apartment in downtown LA. Gubai lazily sat up from the bed, rubbing his drowsy eyes. The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning the weekly best. Task reward, 3 golden entry upgrade cards have been issued, which can be used to upgrade golden entries, with a certain probability of failure." Gubai looked at the rewards given by the system, his heart bursting with joy. Finally, he had the chance to unlock a top-tier red entry basketball talent. This was a dream-come-true moment. Although there was a certain probability of failure, he believed he was lucky enough to succeed. Gubai hurriedly turned on the computer, played a song called Good Luck Comes, then rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands, his heart full of anticipation. When he carefully opened the system again, the screen shimmered with dazzling light. Now starting to upgrade the golden entry Amen Thompson's physical fitness. A flash of golden light, and the tense, thrilling few seconds seemed to freeze in the air, with all the anticipation and excitement reaching their peak in that instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for a successful upgrade. Amen Thompson's entry quality has been upgraded from gold to red. Due to the host completing the first upgrade of the golden entry, the host is rewarded with $2 million. This effort wasn't in vain. Gubai felt an immense sense of satisfaction as he looked at the words indicating a successful upgrade. with the entry turning red, his speed, jumping ability, and physical fitness underwent a qualitative leap. The body is the foundation of revolution, endurance is the key to dominance. Naturally, Gubai prioritized the development of his physical attributes. After all, no matter how impressive the skills are, they can't compare to delivering an outstanding performance on the field. Chubby Tiger Zion Williamson, no matter how talented, can only sit on the bench and have the Pelicans obediently offer him a max contract. What a pity. Meanwhile, LeBron has been playing for over 20 years and still performs like a rookie. It's truly astonishing. Gubai opened his attribute panel once again, full of anticipation. Name, Gubai. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 95 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Speed, 95. Strength, 89. Jump, 98. Physical fitness, 96. Ball control, 89. Passing, 79. Layup, 78. Dunk, 89. Mid-range, 86. 3-point, 85. Steals, 83. Blocks, 69. Rebounds, 69. Defense, 86. Overall ability, 85, near all-star level. Ah! Gubai stretched lazily, poured himself a glass of ice-cold Coke from the fridge, and gazed out at the beautiful Los Angeles scenery. Feeling secretly pleased, he thought to himself, I'm one step closer to becoming an NBA top star. Now it's time to keep developing steadily. By the end of this season, I will definitely grow into an outstanding superstar-level player. By then, a max contract will be mine for the taking, he thought confidently. On the basketball court of the future, his legendary story was bound to unfold. Just after Gubai finished his lunch, Dan Fagan excitedly came to visit, holding a stack of eye-catching endorsement contracts. These contracts were from internationally renowned brands such as Coca-Cola, Mirinda, McDonald's, Budweiser, Converse, Skechers, Adidas, Nike, Reebok, and others, all expressing a strong desire to collaborate with Gubai. This is truly a great opportunity. Gubai thought to himself with a hint of pride, but he remained calm and said indifferently, let Fagan wait a bit. My value hasn't reached its peak yet, so it's not suitable to sign these contracts now. Fagan nodded in understanding, but couldn't help the smile that tugged at the corner of his mouth. Having contracts in hand means people are starting to notice you. That's a good thing. Adidas' 5-year, $10 million deal and Nike's 5-year, $20 million deal. At first glance, these contracts seemed like a good choice for a rookie. But Gubai knew deep down that he was far from being just an ordinary rookie. I don't need these contracts for now. Gubai casually tossed the contracts aside, thinking to himself, if I were to sign these contracts now, it would be like shackling myself. In the future, I'd only become a laughingstock. After sending Fagan away, Gubai lazily reclined on the lounge chair by the glass window, leisurely sipping coconut juice, while his mind began calculating endorsement opportunities for some smaller brands. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a sports drink brand called Body Armor, and a name flashed through his mind, Mike Repole. Although this guy is not well known at the moment, the future sports drink market will undoubtedly be his domain. Co-founding Body Armor with Kobe initially acquired a 10% stake for $6 million, which later yielded a return of approximately $400 million, an astonishing income. Mike, you rascal, I absolutely admire your courage. Gubai's lips curled into a smile as he picked up the letter Mike had sent. The letter read, Dear Mr. Gubai, we are both new forces and disruptors. Please give me a chance to collaborate. I believe our future will be infinitely bright. Future? I really don't know. Gubai's mind flashed with a system reminder, never have I seen someone so shameless. Yet this did not deter him, instead, it strengthened his resolve to collaborate. He quickly dialed Fagan's number and said excitedly, let's get in touch with Mike Rappaport. I'm very interested in collaborating. Fagan was momentarily stunned. This guy's brand seems to be a no-name product. Won't this negatively affect your reputation? Dan, trust me, my judgment of people has never been wrong. Gubai said confidently. Fagan nodded. All right, let me know if there's any issue. I'll arrange a meeting for you. Gubai decided to meet Mike on Monday after the game against the Bulls tomorrow. On the other side, Mike Repole, upon learning that Gubai wanted to have a detailed discussion with him, was so excited he almost flew to Los Angeles. He exclaimed to his mother, Mom, I'm finally going to make it big. On November 18th, U.S. time, at the Staples Center Arena, the Lakers hosted the Chicago Bulls at home, with a fiery atmosphere and a packed house. In the front row of the audience, Mike Repole tightly gripped the ticket in his hand, feeling deeply grateful. Gubai had actually given him a front-row ticket to watch the game, undoubtedly proving to be the mentor he had been searching for tirelessly. This time, we definitely found the right person. Ray Paul thought to himself with admiration. The players from both teams began warming up. Kobe walked over to Gubai and asked with a smile, "I heard you turned down offers from Nike and Adidas?" Gubai shrugged with a smile, "Those guys obviously weren't sincere, so of course I refused." Kobe laughed and said, "If I had my own sneaker brand, I would definitely sign you. I'm the one who knows your potential best." Gubai patted Kobe on the shoulder, "Then I'll be waiting for you to offer me a lifetime sneaker contract." "TCH. I'm very picky," Kobe half-jokingly responded, then continued warming up on his own. Leipold watched Gubai and Kobe being so close, and a sudden idea flashed in his mind. If Gubai could persuade Kobe to join our brand, perhaps the brand's value and influence would spread rapidly. In the front row of tonight's audience, stars like the beautiful Jessica Alba, the handsome Zac Efron, and the renowned director James Cameron were all present to watch. The atmosphere was lively, promising an extraordinary night. The camera focuses on several players as they wave to the audience, creating a lively atmosphere. Handsome men, beautiful women, and renowned directors gather together. Who wouldn't marvel at this being Los Angeles, the dreamy Hollywood sanctuary? As the entrance ceremony concludes, players from both teams are about to engage in a fierce showdown. The big screen lights up instantly, revealing tonight's starting lineup. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. Chicago Bulls, Kirk Hinrich, point guard, Adrian Griffin, shooting guard, Ben Gordon, small forward, Andres Nocioni, power forward, Ben Wallace, center. This season, the Bulls have had a dismal record of only 2 wins and 6 losses, remaining at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. In an effort to return to the playoffs, they went all out to recruit Big Ben, but the results have been minimal. Although general manager John Paxson had hoped to bring in both Kobe and Big Ben to recreate the glory of the Jordan era, the attempt ended in failure, dealing a significant blow to the team's morale. Jump ball. Bynum lightly tipped the ball over Big Ben's head, and the game officially began. Gubai dribbled past half-court, faced Hinrich, made a fake move, dribbled to the vicinity of the free-throw line, turned his back to draw the defense, and instantly passed the ball to Kobe Bryant, who was cutting into the paint. Facing the towering Big Ben under the basket, Kobe showed no fear and effortlessly delivered a thunderous slam dunk, sending the basketball crashing into the hoop. Bang! The Lakers quickly took the lead, 2-0 Bulls. Possession switched, Hinrich attempted a sneak attack under the basket. Gubai, who had just obtained the Amen Red trait, would not let him succeed. Clap. My territory, behave yourself. Gubai exerted a bit of force, leaping into the air and pinning the ball directly against the backboard. Delivers a ruthless block on Hinrich. Oh my god. The live commentator screamed sharply, "Oh my god, is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like Gu jumped even higher than before?" "No, it's not your imagination. This bounce is absolutely terrifying," his partner quickly added. "It seems like our Gu has improved yet again." Lakers player grabs the rebound and instantly launches a defensive counterattack. Kobe, holding the ball, charges toward the frontcourt like lightning, facing Ben Gordon head-on. Using agile footwork and exceptional skills, he easily shakes off the defense, drives straight to the basket, and makes a steady layup. The basketball traces a beautiful arc and goes straight into the hoop. Swish! The ball kisses the backboard and falls into the net, quickly pushing the score to 4-0. The Lakers showcase their invincible dominance as the top team in the West right from the start, leaving the Bulls unable to keep up with the pace, suffering a 10-0 run. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers lead the Bulls 21-11, holding a 10-point advantage. At the start of the second quarter, the Bulls bench players launched a fierce comeback. Chris Duhon drove and shot consecutively, scoring 6 points in an instant. The Zen master was alarmed and hurriedly subbed Kobe in to stabilize the situation. Kobe's appearance did not disappoint the fans. He executed a post-up move, faked with a shoulder shake, and made a precise fadeaway shot over Thabo Sefolosha, scoring effortlessly. Attack what you defend best, defend what you attack best. Kobe's return put immense pressure on Chris Duhon, and the point gap widened again, returning to double digits. With 7 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Gubai held the ball outside the arc. Sam Gold suddenly changed direction, instantly locking Ben Gordon in place, leaving him helpless. Gubai leapt into the air, choosing to think of a solution mid-flight. Peng. After confronting Big Ben, he executed an extreme 360 degrees waltz spin layup. The basketball bounced twice on the rim before finally plunging into the hoop. 67-45. Beep. The referee's whistle blew, 2+1. After landing, Gubai faced the Bulls bench, spread his hands, and a provocative smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You can't stop me at all. Wow. The entire Staples Center instantly erupted, as if celebrating a festival. Jessica Alba looked at Gubai's domineering aura and thought to herself, I'm starting to get a little interested in this guy. Mike Rebel on the sidelines had already jumped up in excitement, cheering wildly, well done, Gu. That shot was amazing. Gubai stepped up to the free throw line, and the entire crowd chanted in unison, Gu Gu Gu. Behind him, Kobe watched the scene, shook his head, and muttered under his breath, damn, this kid's showing off again. In the end, the Los Angeles Lakers easily defeated the Chicago Bulls 106-78, securing a glorious 28-point victory at home and achieving a 5-game winning streak. Gubai played 3 quarters, racking up an impressive 27 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. Kobe also contributed 18 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 steals. 7 players on the team scored in double figures, showcasing unparalleled team strength. On the Bulls side, despite Ben Gordon scoring 20 points, he was unable to save the team. After the game, Zen Master Jackson reminisced about his glorious years with the Bulls during an interview. That was an unforgettable time for me, writing history alongside the old rogue Michael. Speaking about this game, he smiled and said, this was a classic display of team basketball. We had 7 players scoring in double figures, and I'm proud of Gu and Kobe's performances. He also looked to the future. Being first in the West is not our goal. The stage we are looking forward to is the finals next June. The moment the game ended, major media outlets quickly voiced their opinions. ESPN, the sky is the limit for Gubai, another 20+ in 3 quarters. Fox Sports, the Lakers are about to face a happy dilemma, as Gubai's performance has drawn attention from multiple teams across the league. Los Angeles Sports News, incredible block plus unbelievable reverse layup. Is Gubai the reincarnation of Jordan? Domestic fans have long been amazed by Gubai's performance. Scoring 30+ is just breaking a sweat, 20+ seems ordinary, and anything below 10+ is considered an off day. This has put immense pressure on Yi Jianlian, who just entered the league. Brother Gubai, you're just too fierce. Meanwhile, another compatriot in Houston, Yao Ming, is also performing impressively, averaging nearly 20+10. Fans are eagerly anticipating the possibility of Yao Ming and Gubai teaming up, one dominating inside, the other outside, that would simply be unstoppable. Some Lakers fans even called for the GM to quickly trade Yao Ming to the Lakers, but that's clearly unlikely, as the Rockets' vampire Alexander would never let him go. This NBA season is truly something to look forward to. Fans can't wait to see the Yao McGrady duo face off against the Kobe Gasol duo in the Western Conference Finals. No matter who wins, it'll be worth it. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. This luxurious place, a symbol of wealth and status, is brightly lit, resembling a galaxy of stars. The Beverly Club is hidden behind a lush grove of palm trees. In front of the understated black gate, 2 doormen in tailcoats respectfully greet each distinguished guest, as if welcoming royalty. Inside the club, crystal chandeliers shimmer with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the deep red Persian carpet, as if recounting countless tales of glory. Melodious jazz music drifts from somewhere, and the crisp clinking of champagne glasses echoes like war drums, heralding the imminent business battles. This is one of Los Angeles's most exclusive private clubs, accessible only to the most prestigious members. Yet at this moment, in a VIP suite on the 2nd floor, the atmosphere is entirely different from the decadence outside. Gubai sat on the leather sofa, his slender fingers gently flipping through the documents in his hand, as if grasping a game about to be unveiled. Opposite him, Mike Rebel sat upright, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his inner tension and unease evident. The young entrepreneur had brought only one lawyer with him today, forming a stark contrast to Gubai's massive financial team, as if he were single-handedly attending a meeting to challenge a battle among giants. The table was laden with exquisite French cuisine and top-tier red wine, but at this moment, no one had the appetite to enjoy them, the atmosphere akin to the calm before a storm. Leopold's gaze was fixed tightly on Gubai, as if awaiting the verdict of fate, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. Mike, Gubai finally spoke, his voice calm and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the soul. I have some thoughts about the body armor endorsement. Leopold's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, the tense atmosphere like a taut string. He noticed that Gubai's legal team was swiftly taking notes, while Dan Fagan showed a contemplative expression, seemingly speculating on what was to come. I am willing to invest $5 million. Gubai set down the document and looked directly into Rapol's eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade, in exchange for 30% to 40% equity. The private room fell into silence, with only the faint hum of the air conditioner echoing, as if even time had come to a halt. Rapol felt his palms already damp with sweat. He instinctively clenched his fists under the table, silently pondering whether this was an opportunity. Not only that, Gubai continued, his eyes gleaming with determination, I will also sign a 10-year exclusive endorsement agreement, with the endorsement fee converted into 10% equity. Feigen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He leaned close to Gubai's ear and whispered, Gu, isn't this condition too aggressive? Gubai waved his hand, signaling Feigen to stay calm. His piercing gaze remained fixed on Rapol. Additionally, I need a seat on the board. Gubai's voice was like thunder, shaking everyone present. In exchange, I will ensure that the body armor brand enters the NBA within the next 5 years and establishes deep official cooperation with the NBA. This is my promise. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the private room instantly froze, as if the air had thickened. Gubai looked at Labor, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Mike, if you think it's feasible, we can continue the discussion. If not, let's just treat today as a gathering of friends and have a meal together. This game has only just begun. At this moment, inside the private room, Leopold's brain was racing. This proposal meant that Gubai might ultimately hold close to 50% of the shares, while also deeply tying his career to body armor. More importantly, the performance betting mechanism proposed by Gubai demonstrated his strong confidence in the brand. Mr. Gu, Leopold finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, do you really believe in body armor's future like this? Do you believe in me so much that you're not afraid I'll take your $5 million and run? Gubai smiled faintly, picked up the Longjing tea in front of him, and took a sip. Mike, we have an old saying in China, if you suspect someone, don't use them, if you use someone, don't suspect them. I believe in your ability, and I believe in body armor's potential. If it turns out that I misjudged, then let it be a $5 million lesson. These words instantly eased the atmosphere in the private room. Rebel looked at the young NBA rising star in front of him, as if $5 million were no more than roadside cabbages. This made him realize that this was not just a business collaboration but also a life-changing opportunity. Great! Rebel stood up and extended his hand to Gubai. Let's make history together. The two hands clasped tightly, and Gubai's team quickly took photos to capture the moment. Feigen revealed a satisfied smile, while Gubai's legal team had already begun preparing the contract details. Over the next few hours, the two sides engaged in in-depth discussions on brand strategy. 1. Product positioning. Focus on the concept of natural electrolytes, using coconut water as the base, forming a sharp contrast with Gatorade's artificial additives. 2. Market segmentation. Launch a low-sugar, vitamin-fortified series targeting women and health-conscious consumer groups. 3. Pricing strategy. Set prices 10% to 20% higher than Gatorade, drawing on Red Bull's premium positioning strategy. 4. Brand building. Establish the Rapol Gu Laboratory, showcasing respect for the founder while injecting a sense of technological innovation into the brand. 5. Legal protection. Include strict non-compete clauses in the agreement, restricting Rapol from creating similar brands for the next 10 years. 6. Technical barriers. Register the patent for the natural electrolyte formula, invest in the Southeast Asian coconut water supply chain, and build a competitive advantage that is difficult to replicate, among other strategies. Gubai also promised to leverage his influence in the NBA to try to get stars like Kobe and Yao Ming to endorse body armor. This promise made Rapol's eyes light up, as if he could already see body armor becoming the new rising star in the sports drink industry. This business negotiation about the beverage brand concluded on a high note. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually shifted from initial tension and seriousness to relaxation and joy, with both parties reaching an agreement on the contract details and looking forward to future collaboration. Clap, clap, clap. Gubai gently clapped his hands a few times, signaling his staff to arrange the next segment. Soon, several elegantly dressed servers entered in single file, carrying exquisite trays. The club's signature dishes were finally presented. After completing their tasks, several subordinates quietly left the room, leaving only Gubai, Feigen, and Mike Rapol. A few stunningly beautiful women gracefully poured wine for them, instantly making the atmosphere more relaxed and pleasant. Gubai raised his glass and smiled at Rapol, saying, Mike, today's collaboration is just the beginning. I believe we will create more miracles in the future. Rapol laughed heartily and raised his glass in response. Gu, your vision and boldness have left a deep impression on me. It's an honor to collaborate with you. Feigen also joined in with a smile. To future success, cheers. The three clinked glasses and drank in one go. The women promptly refilled their glasses, and the room was filled with laughter and joy. After a few drinks, Gubai suddenly remembered that his wallet seemed a bit empty, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He quietly called out to the system in his mind. Gubai, let me tell you something. System? Gubai, lend me 5 million for a bit. System. Gubai, I promise to pay you back. Inner thoughts, from now on, anyone lending me money is my boss. Afternoon. The entire Lakers team promptly boarded the plane to Indiana. This time, the Lakers will kick off a 3-game road trip against the Pacers, Bucks, and Celtics. The final game against the Celtics can be described as a heavyweight showdown, as both teams are ranked first in their respective conferences. The rivalry between the Lakers and Celtics has always been a major highlight in the NBA. This summer, the Celtics traded for the Wolf King Garnett precisely to contend for the championship. The Celtics, boasting the big three of Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and Kevin Garnett, face off against the Lakers tonight. Sparks will fly, and it's bound to get everyone's blood pumping. On the plane, Gubai mentioned body armor to Kobe, who was instantly shocked. Gu, you actually gave up Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Gatorade to choose this unknown product? That's crazy. Gubai quickly corrected him. Kobe, body armor is no longer an unknown product. It's about to become the hottest sports drink in the league. You kid. Kobe shook his head with a smile. Alright, I know you have your own ideas. Send me the information about this drink, and I'll have my team look into it. I'll give you a reply then. Gubai responded with a smile. Kobe, I believe you won't regret it. With that, Gubai prepared to take a break. Having negotiated such a big deal in the morning, he was indeed a bit tired. After all, he wasn't Superman. Waking up early this time was rare, and Gubai thought to himself, how could he let himself slack off? The 4 a.m. Los Angeles? Actually, that day he just had insomnia. He came here to enjoy life. Playing basketball and flirting with girls were the most exhilarating pleasures. As for Kobe, he also went running that day because of insomnia. If he woke up at 4 a.m. every day, he probably wouldn't have lasted long. Vanessa had long explained that the 4 a.m. Los Angeles was merely due to Kobe's sleeplessness. Indianapolis, Conseco Fieldhouse. Tonight, the arena was packed to capacity as the 8th-seeded Pacers from the East faced off against the top-seeded Los Angeles Lakers from the West. The players from both teams were already warming up, and the atmosphere was tense and electrifying. Tonight, Pacers legend Reggie Miller appeared at the home court as a guest commentator. Hubie Brown looked at Miller beside him and smiled. Reggie, what do you think about tonight's game? Reggie Miller's eyes flickered as he watched Jermaine O'Neal warming up on the court, seemingly transported back to the Palace of Auburn Hills incident, his heart tightening. That conflict nearly destroyed his last championship dream. Reggie, both teams are well known to everyone. The Lakers are brimming with confidence tonight, but we're no pushovers. Facing Kobe, I believe our Danny Granger and Jermaine O'Neal in the paint will build a solid defense. Hubie Brown added, Reggie, the Lakers aren't just about Kobe, they also have this season's rising superstar, Gubai, who's been stealing the spotlight from the second and first overall picks. Reggie Miller nodded. Gu? He is indeed a talented player. I've watched his games, but I believe Coach Frank Vogel has already found a way to limit him. The key tonight is to shut down Kobe. Is that really the case? Fans in front of the TV were already impatient, eagerly awaiting the moment when the creator of the Miller time would be proven wrong. Gubai will ruthlessly show Reggie what it means to be proven wrong. I wonder if Gubai will pull off a poster dunk against Jermaine O'Neal tonight. Pacers Granger and O'Neal are both tough players. Tonight's game will definitely be exciting. On the court, Gubai casually shot from beyond the three-point line, his gaze firm, his movements swift as the wind. Swish. The Curry Golden Badge was instantly triggered, and the three-pointer landed perfectly. Watching this scene, Kobe couldn't help but exclaim, Kid, you're getting more and more insane, aren't you? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden mission. Mission name, young man, charge forward. Mission requirements, achieve at least 270 three-pointers in a single season, breaking Ray Allen's three-point record from the 05-06 season. Mission reward, random red attribute *1. Gubai was momentarily stunned, secretly delighted in his heart. A red entry is a huge fortune. But 270 three-pointers, that's no small feat. You have to understand, this isn't the small ball era, and the difficulty is considerable. It seems he needs to work even harder to secure this three-point red entry, or else with his crazy shooting, Kobe and the Zen Master might be scared out of their wits. Starting lineups for both teams. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. Indiana Pacers, Jamal Tinsley, point guard, Danny Granger, shooting guard, Mike Dunleavy, small forward, Troy Murphy, power forward, Jermaine O'Neal, center. The Pacers lineup boasts an impressive average height, reminiscent of the original forward squad. The tip-off begins. Jermaine O'Neal lightly taps the ball over Bynum's head, officially starting the game. Tinsley crosses half-court and decisively passes the ball to Granger. Bang! 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 Granger faced Kobe's tight defense on the perimeter and decisively passed the ball to Jermaine O'Neal in the paint. Jermaine O'Neal took the ball, forcefully pushed past the defense, and followed up with a powerful dunk. The ball went straight into the net. The Lakers trailed the Pacers 0-2. The Pacers are in good form tonight. Reggie Miller watched the Pacers score effortlessly, his mood lifting accordingly. However, Reggie's joy didn't last long. Lakers on the attack. Gubai brought the ball past half-court, executed a pick-and-roll with Little Shark Bynum, and arrived at the top of the arc. Facing Tinsley, who was slightly taller than him, Gubai showed no fear. He raised his hand directly, and the basketball shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Swish! Steady hit, 3-2. Hubie Brown watched this play and smiled as he said to Reggie, "You're still too excited. I told you, the Lakers' offensive choices are beyond your imagination." The Pacers continue their attack. Jermaine O'Neal goes one-on-one with the Little Shark again, but fails to notice what's behind him. Bang! Gubai quietly approached and swatted the ball away with a big block. "Give it here." Grabbing the basketball, Gubai, under Reggie Miller's shocked gaze, quickly dribbled toward the front court. Fearless in the face of danger. Facing the retreating Danny Granger, Gubai stepped on the free throw line and suddenly took off. PENG. The two clashed mid-air. Gubai drew his bow fully and slammed it down with a one-handed glide dunk. Clang! A loud bang echoed as Gubai performed a thunderous dunk, splitting the mountain with his power. Granger was knocked out of bounds, and the scene was absolutely breathtaking. "Who?" The entire crowd gasped in shock, instantly realizing just how terrifying Gubai's strength was. How long has it been since the last opening game, and now he's already gliding from the free throw line for a posterizing dunk. Reggie Miller exclaimed in amazement, "Wrong, all wrong, I am the clown." Amid Miller's cries, Gubai bombarded the Pacers' interior with one powerful dunk after another, while delivering brilliant assists to help the team score. Pacers head coach Vogel, a coach known for his defensive strategies, was completely at a loss on how to contain Gubai. He was anxious and frustrated. Those faster than him weren't as tall, and those taller than him weren't as fast. WTF? Tell me how to play? With both hands outspread, Vogel looked at Gubai, who forced a 3+1 against Murphy on the perimeter, almost ready to give up the struggle. The first half of the game quickly came to an end. Lakers 71-57 Pacers, leading by 14 points on the road entering the second half. Inside the Pacers' locker room, Vogel was already contemplating how to limit Gubai, hesitating in his mind before deciding to use a double team. Halftime quickly passed, and the second half of the game began. Pacers commentator Reggie Miller remarked on Vogel's decision, "I can't quite tell if Gubai is a rookie." Vogel actually used a double team on a player who just entered the league. What a scene! Gubai transformed into a magician, flicking his wrist as white chocolate passes purple text streaks, instantly activated. One astonishing elbow pass after another captivated the audience, as if they were enjoying a visual feast. Bang! With a heavy impact, Gubai charged into the paint like a tiger descending the mountain, instantly passing the ball to Kobe on the outside. Kobe stood in an open spot, his defense almost non-existent before him. Hesitating for just a moment, he drew his bow and shot, swiftly unleashing a three-pointer. Swish! Straight through the heart, the ball flawlessly sank into the net. Kobe's three-pointer instantly widened the gap, and the suspense of the game seemed to be gone. Finally, with 6 minutes and 11 seconds left in the fourth quarter, Pacers coach Vogel raised the white flag in resignation. At the end of the game, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Indiana Pacers 134-114. Gubai delivered a stellar performance with 33 points, 10 rebounds, 12 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, securing another triple-double, the second of his career. Meanwhile, Kobe was equally impressive, scoring 32 points, grabbing 6 rebounds, dishing out 4 assists, and recording 1 steal. Together, the duo racked up 65 points, shining brightly in Indiana. The Pacers' Granger scored 17 points, O'Neal added 14, and Sean Williams, coming off the bench, took the team high of 24 points, yet it ultimately couldn't prevent the loss. The atmosphere at the post-game press conference was lively, with media reporters vying to ask questions. The focus was undoubtedly tonight's superstar, Gubai, who achieved a triple-double. Pacers head coach Vogel openly praised, "Gu is truly a superhuman. We tried our best to defend him, but he always finds ways to score and assist his teammates." Granger, who was posterized, also remarked, "That goo guy is practically like an alien. He and Kobe make up the toughest backcourt combination I've ever faced." Pacers legend Reggie Miller also expressed his thoughts on social media after the game. "Tonight, I was thrilled to meet an outstanding young talent, Gubai. When I saw his dunk from the free throw line, I couldn't help but wonder, if Gubai were to compare vertical leap with Jordan, who would come out on top?" Reggie Miller's remarks quickly sparked interest among fans, igniting a comparison topic between Gubai and Jordan on social media. Fans enthusiastically debated, with some even comparing Gubai to a young Jordan. Meanwhile, the footage of Gubai soaring from the free throw line to posterize Granger spread like wildfire online, becoming the center of heated discussions. The hashtag Gubai free throw line glide dunk on Granger quickly shot to the top of the US trending topics list, becoming one of the hottest topics of the night. After the game, Gubai took a shower and promptly boarded the team's plane with his teammates, heading to Milwaukee to prepare for a back-to-back showdown against Aliens Bucks. On the plane, Gubai also announced on social media his partnership with the sports drink brand Body Armor. This explosive news quickly shot to the top of the trending list, reaching number 1. With dual trending topics, Gubai's brand recognition has already been established, and the next goal is to ramp up productivity and penetrate the market. The product's research and production fall under Mike Repol's responsibilities. After finishing everything, Gubai took the chance to nap on the plane, given that back-to-back games are quite physically draining. This back-to-back schedule adds an unpredictable sense of suspense to NBA games. In the next matchup against the 7th-seeded Milwaukee Bucks from the East, what kind of brilliant performance will the Los Angeles Lakers deliver? The plane slowly landed in Milwaukee. The average temperature in Milwaukee in November ranges from -1 to 7 degrees, with an average daytime temperature of around 7 degrees and an average nighttime temperature of around -1 degree. Achoo! Just after stepping off the plane, Gubai couldn't help but sneeze. Kobe, dressed in a thick down jacket, showed a displeased expression. "This damn place, it's so freaking cold." Behind him, Odom echoed the sentiment, "Who wouldn't say so, big guy?" The Lakers players, all wrapped up tightly, got off the plane and boarded the team bus heading to the 5-star hotel to rest. Sitting on the warm bus and sipping hot coffee, Gubai looked at the scenery outside the window, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "No wonder Alien doesn't want to come to this damn place. Los Angeles and this place are worlds apart. In Los Angeles, the temperature is between 12 to 21 degrees. Bradley Center Arena. Despite the harsh Wisconsin winter outside, the atmosphere inside the arena was as fiery as midsummer. The passion of the Bucks fans burned like flames, dispelling all the cold. Countless fans dressed in green and white jerseys, holding cheering sticks, shouted slogans to cheer for the home team, the Milwaukee Bucks. The entire arena had turned into a sea of green. On the court, players from both sides were warming up before the game. Suddenly, the eyes of two Chinese players met on the sidelines, and they exchanged friendly smiles. "Gubai." Alien greeted warmly. "Alien." Gubai responded with a smile. The two approached, shook hands, and patted each other's shoulders. "Alien, how have you been feeling lately?" Don't even mention it. The climate here is really unbearable." Alien shook his head with a wry smile. "You know the weather in Yancheng, it's completely opposite to here. Moreover, there are 2 ball hogs on the team, that Reed and Williams, really a headache." Gubai glanced at Reed, who was shooting hoops, and thought to himself, "That figures." Reed is nicknamed One Arm among fans, as he almost never passes the ball, while Williams is even more infamous as Won't Pass Williams. Other than LeBron James, probably no one can make him willingly pass. With 2 such lone wolves on the team, it's no wonder Alien feels frustrated. "Alien, there's no other way around it." Gubai patted Alien's shoulder, comforting him. "Once you show your value on the court, maybe you'll be able to change your environment." "Yeah, that's all I can do." Alien nodded, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Actually, I said it back then, if the Bucks picked me, I wouldn't come. But they still chose me. It really caught me off guard." Gubai smiled, as he knew some inside information. Alien's agent, Fagan, once threatened the Bucks that if they selected he would refuse to report and might even return to the CBA to play. However, the Bucks' enthusiasm for did not wane, and they ultimately decided to choose him firmly. "Sometimes, things aren't always as bad as we imagine," Gubai said with a smile. "At least now, after Yao, you're the second high-ranked Chinese rookie, and that's no small achievement." Hearing this, he smiled and said, "That's true. But in the upcoming game, I won't hold back. If you dare to come inside, I'll definitely send you a huge block." "You said so, I must put on a good show." Gubai raised his arm and flexed his muscles. At this moment, Yi Jianlian noticed Bogut on the bench as if he had thought of something, leaned closer to Gubai's ear, and quietly said, "Gubai, look over there." Yi Jianlian gestured toward the Bucks bench. "That Bogut guy is staring at you again. I heard he's been talking in the locker room about teaching you a lesson." Gubai followed his gaze and locked eyes with Bogut's cold stare. The center from Kangaroo Country was wiping his shoes with a towel, a malicious smile resting on his lips. "Ha," Gubai sneered, "this Bogut is a good dog, but he's limited to being just a barking dog." Yi Jianlian lowered his voice, "Be careful, I heard he's been practicing some less than clean moves recently." Gubai nodded, indicating he would be cautious, while inwardly plotting how to deal with this guy later. Finally, Gubai smiled and invited, "Alien, next time you come to Los Angeles, remember to call me. I'll take you to a nightclub to have some fun, the girls there are gorgeous." Alien responded with a meaningful smile, "Thanks, buddy." Ding dong, system task issued. Strike Bogut hard, reward, $5 million. Gubai looked at the task assigned by the system and suddenly felt inspired, $5 million US. It seems the system detests this kind of scoundrel as much as I do. Bogut tonight, sorry, but I'll be claiming your head. At this moment, the friendly interaction on the sidelines was instantly captured by the fans in the Chinese livestream chat, and the screen was flooded with comments. The dream collaboration between Emperor Yi and Brother Gu, the number of Chinese faces in the NBA keeps growing. This scene is so harmonious, it's truly touching. I believe our future will definitely get better and better, the peak is yet to come. Starting lineups for both sides. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. Milwaukee Bucks, Michael Redd, point guard, Maurice Williams, shooting guard, Desmond Mason, small forward, Yi Jianlian, power forward, Andrew Bogut, center. The Bucks' roster strength cannot be underestimated. With two lone wolves and one dog pairing up, they are brimming with combat power. Redd averaged an impressive 26.7 points per game in the 06-07 season, unquestionably one of the Dream Team's key players and far from a benchwarmer role. Jump ball. Bynum easily tipped the basketball over Bogut's head, and the game officially begins. Gubai quickly dribbled past the halfway line, facing Reed, who was trying to bully Yi Jianlian. Bang! Without hesitation, Gubai charged forward, engaging in physical confrontation, followed by a sharp change of direction, instantly leaving Reed behind. He dashed into the paint like lightning, drawing the Bucks' defense. Gubai executed a smooth runner shot, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc. Dong dong. The basketball bounced twice on the rim before finally rolling into the hoop. The Lakers lead the Bucks 2-0. Gubai made a too-small gesture towards Michael Redd behind him after scoring. Wow! What is this rookie doing? Is he challenging Michael Redd? This guy is completely different in style from me on our team, way too flamboyant. The crowd burst into a wave of doubts and boos, and the atmosphere grew tense instantly. Reed stared at Gubai with great interest. "Rookie, are you trying to provoke me?" Gubai calmly spread his hands. "If you're a man, then come hit me." "Humph," Reed sneered coldly, "just wait and see how I get past you." The tension in this game escalated instantly, and it's thrilling to anticipate who will have the last laugh. As the round changes, the intense atmosphere surges. Bucks on the attack. Bang! Michael Reed dribbled past the half-court line, facing Gubai's close defense, and tried to shake him off with successive moves. Gubai remained unfazed, steady as a rock, sticking tightly to Reed with agile footwork, like a shadow. Reed locked his eyes on Gubai, unwilling to concede, and decisively went for a layup, choosing to ignore Yi Jianlian, who was wide open on the outside. With a three-step layup, he released a soft floater. Clap! Gubai leapt high and instantly delivered a block shot, serving Reed a massive rejection as if declaring his presence. Lakers counterattack. Kobe, like a tiger charging down the mountain, drives coast to coast for a powerful two-handed dunk, easily adding another 2 points. Lakers lead the Bucks 4-0, riding high on momentum. You score one, I score one. Bucks here. Little Mo takes the ball again and resolutely drives forward, facing defender Kobe ahead. Clap. As Little Mo breaks through, Kobe swiftly steals the ball with ease. On the defensive counterattack, Kobe quickly passes the ball to Gubai. Facing Reed ahead. Bang! Gubai soared like a flying war god, defying gravity, raising a one-armed tomahawk dunk, and smashing the frame with a thunderous explosion. 6-0. The Lakers' opening wave of all-out offensive and defensive rhythm left the Bucks struggling to keep up. On the sidelines, head coach Larry Kristkowiak furiously shouted, "Defense, watch your defense. And your offense, are you playing house?" The Lakers' perimeter is like two sharp blades, making it nearly impossible for the Bucks to launch an attack from the outside. Fans in the livestream chat are getting anxious. Read, this one-armed player won't pass to Yi Jianlian. It's just speechless. Clearly it was a wide-open position, yet Mo decided to drive for a layup himself and got blocked. The Lakers capitalized on the Bucks' mistakes, continually increasing the point gap. Yi Jianlian was on fire tonight, hitting 3 mid-range shots and a three-pointer in the first half, easily putting up 9 points and 2 rebounds. Soon, the first half of the game ended. The Lakers lead the Bucks 47-36, ahead by 11 points on the road, momentum surging. Inside the locker room, Bucks head coach Larry Kristkowiak roared, "They just played back-to-back games yesterday. They definitely won't be able to keep up with you in the second half. Keep up the aggression. Crush them hard. And you, you had a good touch in the first half. I'll have Michael pass the ball to you more." Yi Jianlian nodded, secretly making up his mind. In the corner of the locker room, Villanueva stared at Yi Jianlian with a sinister gleam in his eyes. "One day, I'll be a starter." Halftime break ended, and the second half of the game resumed. The Bucks attack. Yi Jianlian receives the ball at the baseline position, facing Odom's defense, and calmly sinks another long two-pointer. 47-38. After scoring, Yi Jianlian is exhilarated, pounding his chest, brimming with unstoppable momentum. Chinese fans cheered, "Yi Jianlian is on fire tonight." Yeah, if it weren't for Xiao Mo not passing the ball, Yi would have already hit 20+. Possession switch. Gubai dribbled the ball past half-court, ran a pick-and-roll with Bynum, and faced Bogut in a mismatch. Bang bang bang. Gubai dribbled continuously between his legs, feigning a retreat before accelerating, instantly executing a smooth combo move. Thud. Bogut was shaken and fell to the ground, losing his balance. Wow. The crowd of fans burst into exclamations, and the atmosphere instantly ignited. The next moment, Gubai accelerated with the ball, charging straight toward the Bucks basket. Facing Yi Jianlian, he performed a reverse layup and scored steadily. 49-38. After scoring, Gubai made a phone call celebration gesture, a provocative smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Do you have anyone else to send in? This guy can't stop me at all." Next round. The Bucks missed, playing chaotically without any strategy. Gubai once again targeted Bogut, the 2005 first overall draft pick. Gubai performed a crossover between the legs with a double change of direction, suddenly stopped and stepped back, instantly pulling back with a behind-the-back dribble. Thud. Bogut was once again defeated, awkwardly falling outside the three-point line. Gubai glanced at the fallen Bogut, pulled up for a three-pointer, and shot confidently. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air. Swish. Straight in. 52-38. After scoring twice against Bogut, Gubai stepped over Bogut and turned to walk toward his half-court. "Fuck you. Rookie, watch me beat you to death tonight." The enraged Bogut could no longer control himself and charged at Gubai with a furious roar. Spectators on the sidelines hurriedly covered their eyes, extremely anxious. "Careful," Gubai alien hurriedly shouted. At this moment, Gubai, with his back to Bogut, curled his lips into a devilish smile, finally couldn't hold back. "Huh?" Just as Bogut's fist was about to strike Gubai's forehead, Gubai seemed to sense the danger, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, dodged nimbly, and followed up with a counter-grappling move. Boom! A loud bang echoed as Bogut was thrown to the ground with a heavy shoulder throw by Gubai. The scene was electrifying, and the fans erupted in excitement. The thunderous sound startled the referees on the sidelines. Nearby Bucks players gasped sharply, "That must have really hurt." Watching the scene unfold, Kobe couldn't help but mutter, "These guys never learn, do they? Why don't they dare experience it firsthand?" Bogut fell to the ground motionless, as if he had lost consciousness. Seeing this, his teammates immediately rushed over and surrounded Bogut, their angry eyes locked on Gubai. The Lakers players quickly surrounded Gubai as well, the atmosphere so tense it seemed like a confrontation akin to when Auburn Hills Palace 2.0 was about to unfold. Beep beep beep. The referee quickly blew the whistle, and both coaching teams promptly intervened to separate the players. Gubai spread his hands innocently, "Officer, I was merely defending myself. Who knew he was so fragile, falling over with just a touch? A man 7 feet tall, yet as soft as cotton." At this moment, the referee repeatedly reviewed the footage, silently sighing, "Gubai is practically a violent offender." The referees reached a consensus, "This guy is truly ruthless. He's only played about a dozen matches, yet 3 opponents have already been brought to tears because of him." Sometimes the referees can't figure it out either. He looks harmless, so how can he be so fierce? In the end, the referee made the call, Bogut, level 2 flagrant foul, direct ejection. Gubai, level 2 flagrant foul, direct ejection. This is also Gubai's second flagrant foul of the season. If another malicious foul is committed, Gubai will be directly suspended for 1 game. Boos. The venue erupted in boos. Gubai pulled out his jersey and gave Kobe a high five. Lauda, the rest is up to you. Kobe looked at Gubai and shook his head. You brat, leaving work early again. Don't do this next time. Are you trying to work me to death? Ha ha. Gubai laughed. I'll treat you to some barbecue after the game. Alright. Kobe smiled. Meet me on the hotel balcony tonight. As Gubai left the court, he glanced in Yi Jianlian's direction before striding out of the arena. His stats for the game stood at 19 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Although Gubai's departure caused the Zen Masters rotations to become anxious again, the 14-point advantage in the lead, under Kobe's guidance, remains solid. The entire Lakers team was inspired by Gubai's actions, with everyone seemingly rejuvenated and full of unparalleled energy. Even old-timer Fisher charged into the paint and executed a slam dunk. Final. The Lakers narrowly defeated the Bucks 101-94, securing their second victory in back-to-back games. Kobe exploded with 27 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal, while Bynum also delivered an impressive performance with 18 points and 13 rebounds. On the Bucks side, Yi Jianlian put up 19 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. May all injuries be borne by Bogut. Lakers locker room. Gubai idly flipped through the Playboy magazine in his hands when the sound of the system's notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task reward, $5 million has been credited to your account. Looks like I can pick a few more fresh footbath girls tonight. Gubai looked at the extra $5 million in his account, his grin almost reaching his ears. He had long been annoyed by that Bogut guy. This time he beat him up and even got paid. It's truly a great deal. Gubai, system, call me again for this kind of job next time. I love doing it. System. At this moment, Kobe, Odom, Ariza, and the Zen Master, along with the other players and coaches, all returned to the locker room. As soon as Kobe walked in, he saw Gubai reading a book intently. He went straight up to Gubai and grabbed him by the neck. You punk. What are you sneaking around reading in the locker room? Gubai, boss, I'm innocent. I'm reviewing ball handling techniques. Two-handed ball handling? Kobe snorted and gave Gubai a playful pat on the head. This scene made all the Lakers players burst into laughter. Boss Lau, how about I ask the chef to add 2 lamb kidneys for you tonight? Gubai muttered under his breath. At this moment, the monk also approached Gubai. Gu, your combat power is truly incredible. I suspect even my former disciple Dennis Rodman wouldn't be a match for you. Gubai, coach, even you're teasing me now. Ha ha ha. The locker room erupted in laughter once again. The subsequent press conference for journalists. Kobe talked about the conflict. I think this penalty is unfair to Gu. He clearly did nothing. He was merely the embodiment of justice, just fighting back. You can't have someone punch you and then offer your face for him to hit again, can you? I've experienced many fouls and flagrant fouls in this league, but seeing Andrew Bogut directly target someone like that makes me feel sick. The Zen Master also commented on this foul. In my coaching career, I've seen this kind of incident many times. I think players should focus on improving their skills to respond to provocations with strength, rather than irrationally resorting to fists like Andrew. Finally, Gubai calmly said, Andrew is extremely dirty. If he really wants to fight, I think we could settle this properly in a fair setting and have a real showdown. Whoever chickens out is a coward. Wow. Gubai's words elicited cheers from the fans, who shouted, Gubai is just too awesome. Real man. The evening news reports were all about this match. Open Air Sports, the 05 top pick fails his ambush and gets beaten instead, losing sportsmanship and face. Los Angeles Sports News, if you're a man, settle it like a man. WWE official, our stage welcomes a real man, Gubai. Bogut, who was being treated for his injuries in the hospital, saw the news and angrily threw away the crutch beside him. Online, people also began criticizing Bogut. Someone like this can become the top pick? All I see in him is a bust. Bogut, does this guy have any skills besides his bad temper? So cowardly, Gubai made harsh remarks, and this guy didn't even dare to say a word in response. I think this guy is just a barking dog, coward. The hotel rooftop. Gubai, as promised, invited Kobe to drink and have fun. The two enjoyed skewers and stargazing together, having a good time. Ariza somehow popped out of nowhere and joined the group. The next day, the NBA officially issued a punishment notice regarding this conflict shortly after. Bogut, suspended for 1 game, fined $30,000 US. Gubai, fined $35,000 US. David Stern looked very satisfied with his disciplinary decisions. The upcoming game is the yellow-green rivalry, a mere dog trying to affect his ratings? Ridiculous. After a night of rest, the entire Lakers team boarded a plane to Boston. The truly heavyweight showdown is finally here. This game is also a direct clash between the two teams with the most championship titles in NBA history. As of now, the two teams have records of 10 wins and 1 loss, Los Angeles Lakers, and 9 wins and 1 loss, Boston Celtics, respectively. A direct battle for the top spot in the league. Whoever wins will become the number 1 in the league. At the same time, both teams are currently ranked as the top 2 in the power rankings and are seen by the media as potential opponents in this season's finals. As the Lakers plane landed at Boston's airport, excited Boston fans had already displayed near the airport, "Be defeated by us, Los Angeles. You are our defeated opponents. We will step over you and claim the top spot." Looking at these Celtics fans, Kobe's expression turned stern as he gripped his luggage and resolutely stepped onto the team bus. The Lakers squad was uncharacteristically silent, with an atmosphere tense and serious. Dubai was filled with excitement, experiencing for the first time the charm of a fateful showdown. So this is the legendary Lakers vs Celtics rivalry in NBA history. Ding dong, the system has detected the imminent clash between the Lakers and Celtics. Task requirement, score 60+ in the yellow-green battle. Task reward, red affix *1. Dubai was shocked internally, WC, this time the reward is unbelievably generous. Sorry, Celtics Big 3, and young Rondo, the system is really too tempting this time, I have to go all out. However, scoring 60+ against the Celtics, who rank top 2 in league defensive efficiency, is no easy feat. He sneaked a glance at Kobe and thought to himself, "Kobe, don't blame me for not passing to you. I'm really forced to do this, truly." After arriving at the hotel, they had a meal, rested briefly, and the entire Lakers team began their intense afternoon training. During the training session, Kobe was exceptionally focused, frequently shooting from outside. Dubai also had the rare opportunity to share a basket with Kobe, practicing three-pointers from the perimeter. Afterwards, the whole team engaged in high-intensity passing drills. In the scrimmage, Dubai showed exceptional focus, with consecutive mid-range jump shots during sudden stops, leaving the defending Ariza struggling. After the training session, the Zen master gathered the team for video analysis. Phil Jackson solemnly broke down the strategy for tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. We need you to wear down their guard, Rajon Rondo, that kid. At the same time, attack Kevin Garnett's guarded interior, and ideally, get him into foul trouble. We need to create space and coordinate our plays. Dubai nodded, "Understood, coach." The Zen master then turned to Kobe. "Kobe, tomorrow we need you to attack Pierce and Ray Allen more decisively." "Understood, coach." Kobe's voice was deep and powerful. Training finished, Dubai returned to the hotel, lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, and thought to himself, yellow versus green? I wonder if Garnett really will retreat while fighting. His mind was filled with thoughts, and he gradually felt drowsy, eventually drifting into a deep sleep. Boston. This city is home to renowned institutions like Harvard University and MIT. It boasts a rich history and culture and is also one of the safest regions in the United States. North Shore Garden, TD, Arena. The arena, which can accommodate more than 18,000 people, is already packed. Although ticket prices have doubled compared to usual, with the cheapest ticket nearing $100, the enthusiasm of the fans remains undiminished. The entire Boston arena is now a sea of green. 16 championship banners hang high above the arena, seemingly telling the story of its glorious past. Since Larry Bird's retirement, the city fell into silence until the selection of Paul Pierce rekindled hope. With the trades of Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett this offseason, the Boston team reassembled their Big Three, officially launching a charge for the championship. Tonight, Celtics legends are seated courtside to watch the game. The arrival of Larry Bird, Robert Parrish, and Bill Russell sparked enthusiastic cheers from the fans on site. Even more interestingly, Bird's good friend Magic Johnson also appeared at the arena tonight. The two are rivals on the court but close friends off the court. Hollywood actor Tom Cruise and popular actress Scarlett Johansson were also present, adding a touch of stardom to tonight's game. Players from both teams gradually entered the court and started warming up. Tonight's game is undoubtedly broadcast live across the United States. Commentary guests, Mike Breen, A.A. Smith, Fridge Mike Hale, guest appearance. The players were seriously warming up on the court, with a tense and intense atmosphere. Warm-up stage. Dubai grabbed the ball, and in the shocked gaze of the Celtics fans, he gently leapt from the free throw line. Bang. Gliding from the free throw line for a dunk. This slam left everyone on site dumbfounded. Garnett let out a cold snort, staring at Gubai, who had just completed the dunk. Such a petty trick, daring to show off in front of me. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Pierce walked over and patted Rondo on the shoulder. Rajon, make sure to keep a close eye on him later. Rondo nodded. Got it, leave it to me. I have experience dealing with rookies like this. At the commentary desk, Gubai's free throw line dunk was way too effortless. I even feel like he didn't use any strength. Mike Breen said excitedly. Smith also expressed strong approval. This kid, I have faith in him. He's no fluke. The biggest surprise for the Lakers this season. Refrigerator Hire offered his own opinion. The Lakers hadn't encountered a championship-level team before this. Tonight, facing the Celtics, I'd like to see what kind of waves this little guy can stir up. Amid the commentators' lively discussion, both teams quickly completed the entrance ceremony. Starting lineup overview. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Kwame Brown, center. Boston Celtics, Rajon Rondo, point guard, Ray Allen, shooting guard, Paul Pierce, small forward, Kevin Garnett, power forward, Kendrick Perkins, center. For the Lakers, young Shaq Bynum is absent due to hip tightness, while the Celtics are competing with a full lineup. Jump ball. During the tip-off, Kwame Brown jumped high and easily tapped the basketball over Perkins' head. Beat lol. Beat lol. Beat lol. The Celtics fans on site were shouting desperately, cheering for their team. Gubai slowly dribbled the ball past half court. Despite being prepared beforehand, truly experiencing the fiery atmosphere in person felt extraordinarily different. He took a deep breath and silently thought to himself, Boston? The Devils' home court? Just wait to be conquered by me. Reaching the front court, facing Coach Long on the perimeter. Bang bang bang. Gubai didn't hesitate much. After 2 consecutive crossovers, he prepared to drive inside. Although Rondo is slim, he never goes easy on defense. Bang! The 2 players faced off, and Gubai seized the opportunity, performing a behind-the-back crossover dribble to instantly shake off Rondo's defense and charge toward the Celtics' restricted area. The Celtics players quickly rushed to intercept. Finding himself in such a situation, Gubai chose to launch himself into the air, pondering how to overcome the immediate challenge. Just as the Wolf King was about to close in, he decisively opted for a quick stop-and-shoot mid-range jumper. The basketball traced a graceful arc in the air. Swish! Swish, right on target. Lakers 2-0 Celtics. The Mamba spirit, Gubai took the ball and immediately unleashed his prowess, as if bringing back the Kobe era. Although he could only watch from the sidelines today, a blazing determination had already ignited within him. The Celtics offense begins. Rajon Rondo dribbles past the half-court and quickly transitions into position play. He passes the ball to the advancing Garnett. The seasoned Wolf King, facing Odom behind him, appears completely at ease. A feint move easily breaks into the paint, then quickly swings the ball to the perimeter. Beyond the three-point line, Ray Allen is already standing by. Receiving the basketball, he shot steadily, as if firing a sugar-coated cannonball. Swish! The ball swished through the net. Lakers 2-3 Celtics. Wow! The cheers of Celtics fans echoed throughout the arena. Ray's three-pointers remain as solid as a rock, becoming the Celtics' most reliable scorer. Mike Hale said with a gratified expression, full of praise. Another battle away from home. Gubai dribbled past half-court, quickly executing a pick-and-roll with Kwame Brown. He seized the moment when Kendrick Perkins was a step slow on the switch and confidently took the shot from beyond the three-point line. The trajectory was precise, no adjustment needed. Swish! A swift strike, straight to the heart. 5-3. Gubai, after making a three-pointer, quickly retreated and raised 3 fingers to his head, signaling that the shot was steady and confident. WTF. On the sidelines, Celtics head coach Rivers shook his head, saying, how could he be so decisive? Shooting from beyond the three-point line with such ease and precision. On the other side, Ray Allen was stunned, unable to tell who the real three-point shooter was. The Lakers bench rose excitedly, waving towels and cheering joyfully. The Celtics offense unfolded. Rondo caught a glimpse of Gubai, gritting his teeth in frustration. Having vowed before the game to shut his opponent down, he now appeared utterly disheveled. Watch me, I'm going to crush you with rhythm today. Rondo directs his teammates to spread out beyond the three-point line, deciding to take on the play himself. The Celtics players tactically clear the space. Rondo versus Gubai, the battle is about to begin. Clap clap clap. Rondo starts playing with his dribbling and changes of direction. After a series of moves, the outcome is clear. Gubai is bigger than you, faster than you, and his massive hands firmly lock down Coach Rondo. 24 seconds approaching. Coach Long resorted to a clever trick, attempting a skyhook to gamble on the outcome. And then, Gubai leapt high, intercepting the ball mid-ascent. Smack! A big rod of ages strike, and the basketball instantly flew out of bounds. Beep! The referee blew the whistle, 24 seconds. Gubai, after completing the block, looked at Rondo and didn't stay silent. No way through. Wow! Gudan blocks Rajon ferociously, delivering a brutal rejection. Commentator A.S. Smith shouted loudly at the scene. Mike Breen, on this play, Gubai truly outmatches Rajon in every aspect: height, weight, and speed. Gubai dribbled past the half-court line and finally remembered Kobe, passing the ball over to him. Chatting held the ball outside the arc and drove into the lane, only to feel a dark cloud looming overhead. Just as Chatting was about to shoot, he suddenly heard a heavenly voice. "Pass me the ball." Gubai shouted loudly from beyond the three-point line. Kobe passed the ball straight out. Gubai rose up beyond the three-point line and shot the ball, disregarding the Celtics' defense. Unstoppable on offense. A super long three-pointer from beyond the arc hits the mark again for another 3 points. 8-3. The Celtics made an offensive error. Kobe intercepted the ball. Fast break. Kobe quickly passed to Gubai. Gubai faked a three-point shot outside the arc, shook off the trailing defender Pierce, and released the ball. Swish. Calmly stepping back, another three-pointer finds the net again. 11-3. After scoring, Gubai performed Melo's signature celebration, 3 fingers to the temple. Wow! The entire Lakers team went wild. Timeout. Rivers couldn't sit still any longer and immediately called a timeout. Gubai started the game on fire, making all 4 of his attempts, causing the pork-like face to tremble. Scarlett Johansson off the court licked her lips while watching Gubai, thinking to herself, "So accurate, I kind of want to experience Gu's three-pointers." Oh my god. Gu single-handedly stopped the Celtics at the start. Mike Breen shouted loudly from the commentary booth. Gu's offensive firepower is terrifying, and he still has plenty of room to grow. Dolan of our New York Knicks, are you watching? We must get Gu this offseason. A. Smith also shouted. On the bench, Kobe patted Gubai's head, saying, "You punk. What kind of grudge do you have against the Celtics? You're hitting them harder than I ever did." Gubai could only shake his head and reply, "I'm fighting for the honor of the Lakers." "Come on, I don't know you well enough yet," Kobe said, glancing at Gubai irritably. Ahem. Gubai thought to himself, "I definitely can't say that the system told me to score 60 points for the red entry." The timeout ended quickly, and the game resumed. Pierce held the ball outside the arc, going one-on-one against Luke Walton. Bang bang bang. After consecutive body confrontations, the signature turnaround fadeaway shot is made. The deadly mid-range shot is as steady as ever. 11-5. This goal also restored some pride for the Celtics. Gubai wasn't surprised either. Watching Pierce score, the Celtics' big three were indeed a championship-caliber trio, all of them at the tail end of their prime. Lakers on the offensive. Gubai dribbled past half-court, and clearly Pierce had become the defender in front of him. Pierce is at least not as disadvantaged in height as Rondo, who was targeted like a scope tonight. Gubai utilized Kwame Brown's screen to cut into the Celtics' interior. Like a razor-sharp blade, tearing apart the Celtics' impenetrable defense. A swift pass through the gap to Kwame Brown moving down. Clang! Kwame Brown jumped up and slammed the ball into the basket with both hands, successfully finishing the play. On the other end, the Celtics played steadily, with Ray Allen drifting for a three-pointer that went straight through the net. Gubai kept his eyes and ears sharp, throwing a high pass for Kobe on the cut, who finished with a one-handed tomahawk dunk. The score gap between the two sides continued to alternate and rise. The first quarter ended, Lakers 28-22 Celtics. Gubai has already scored 16 points in a single quarter, while Kobe added 6 points. The duo combined for 22 points. Lakers fans in front of their TVs are thrilled. Gubai is so strong, scoring 16 points in one quarter to challenge the Green Army. Tonight, Gubai is God. I have a hunch that tonight we will witness a new scoring record at the North Shore Garden Arena. Gubai's highest score so far is 38 points from his debut. The second quarter began quickly, with both teams deploying their rotation lineups. Kobe led the Lakers bench players against Garnett leading the Celtics bench. Green Army in action. Facing a powerful strike from the Lakers bench player Ronnie Turiev, Gubai quickly spun under the basket and slammed the ball through the hoop with a one-handed dunk, instantly changing the score to 28-24. After scoring, Garnett roared towards the sky, pounding his chest repeatedly as if to declare his dominance to the entire arena. Kobe swiftly turned around, accelerated effortlessly past Eddie House, and showcased a world-class display under the basket. He skillfully maneuvered the rim to evade the Wolf King's block, completing an incredible floater that landed cleanly in the hoop. Swish! The Wolf King answered undeterred, sinking a mid-range shot in retaliation. Kobe, unwilling to back down, executed a post-up play, feinted, and delivered a fadeaway jumper, unleashing fiery momentum. The two clashed relentlessly, each confrontation akin to a visceral battle, truly igniting the passion of the crowd. With 23 seconds left in the second quarter, Gubai held the ball outside the arc, facing the formidable Kevin Garnett. The tension was suffocating. Boom, boom, boom. Gubai began his behind-the-back dribbling. His movements swift like the wind, up and down, left and right, back and forth, resembling a street dancer. The maneuvers dazzled the Wolf King, leaving him utterly disoriented and unable to find his bearings. At that very moment, Gubai suddenly accelerated, taking one explosive step past the Wolf King and charging straight toward the paint. The Celtics' Pierce, Perkins, Ray Allen, and Rondo all rushed to converge, forming an ironclad defensive fortress. Gubai roared, unleashing his full power, legs propelling him off the ground in an instant. PNG in midair, he harnessed his unparalleled explosiveness, fearlessly meeting their attempts to block. BANG with both hands, Gubai slammed the ball ferociously into the hoop, sending the colliding Perkins flying out of bounds. Wowh! The entire TD Garden crowd was stunned by this scene, the arena erupting in excitement. Incredible, Gubai! Lakers players on the bench jumped up to cheer, waving towels as the atmosphere reached its peak. After scoring, Gubai hung onto the rim to absorb some impact, then jumped down, turned around, stared directly at the Celtics bench, and executed the classic celebration of the Wolf King, pounding his chest and roaring wildly, "Fuck, you can't stop me at all. I can take you down on my own." After completing this dunk, Gubai had already racked up an impressive 31 points in the first half, showcasing his domineering presence. At this moment, the enraged young Wolf King on the outside, feeling slighted, let his anger fester inside, thinking, "What do you mean? This is my turf. How dare you show off in front of me?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Silently clutching the ball, he headed straight for Gubai. Suddenly, Garnett lunged at Gubai, and the basketball flew towards him amidst the shocked gasps of the crowd. Bang! The basketball hurtled rapidly toward Gubai's face, and he wasn't one to suffer losses. He definitely wouldn't let himself be taken advantage of. Just look! Gubai slapped the ball away with formidable momentum. At this moment, the Wolf King swung his fist and charged toward Gubai at a speed as astonishing as a calf on a plane, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Watching the Wolf King's fierce charge, Gubai thought to himself, "Has this guy changed his nature and decided to go all out against me?" The next moment, Gubai suddenly felt a pair of large hands locking onto him. It was Kendrick Perkins behind him, transformed into the ultimate support. No wonder Hart is so tough, he really has backing. Bang! The fist was about to hit Gubai's face. In order to protect his handsome face, Gubai did not hesitate and abruptly broke free from the restraint, effortlessly dodging the punch amid Garnett's shocked gaze. Then, Gubai countered with a sharp elbow, striking hard against the face of the Wolf King. The Wolf King instantly fell to the ground, clutching his face, looking up at the towering Gubai with a face full of despair. "MD, Kendrick, this guy, all that bulk for nothing, he can't hold on at all. Going 1v1 against Gubai is completely unfair." At this moment, the players on the sidelines quickly rushed over to separate the two. The situation turned tense for a while. The Wolf King, seeing his teammates backing him up, became fearless and started yelling furiously, "Come on, if you dare." Rondo saw Garnett's firm stance and simply stepped aside to make way. Gubai was right in front, watching Garnett instinctively take 2 steps back. That retreat! Celtics fans were stunned. What's going on? Kevin seems a bit scared of that kid. Gubai took a step forward. Garnett took a step back. Garnett frantically threw glances at his teammates, creating an incredibly comical scene. Beep beep beep. The referee couldn't stand it anymore and thought, "You sure know how to instigate trouble, but when it comes to a real fight, you're so cowardly." In the end, the referee awarded both Garnett and Gubai a technical foul as a warning. Clearly, both are key players for their respective teams, and no one wants the situation to spiral out of control. The conflict ended amidst an eerie atmosphere. Halftime is over. The Los Angeles Lakers led the Celtics 53-48, entering the second half with a slim 5-point advantage as the visiting team. During halftime, this incident became the commentators' fun topic, with Garnett's performance being mocked by A.S. Smith, OHSHIT. "This guy has such a big build for nothing, who would have thought he'd turn out to be such a wimp?" Mike Hale, sitting in the corner, felt a wave of unease and gloom. "If you're not convinced, then fight. Such a big guy, what's there to be afraid of?" Halftime break ended quickly, and the second half of the game resumed. Celtics on the attack. Garnett goes for a mid-range ironclad jump shot. Swish. Steadily scored. 53-50. After the goal, Garnett trash-talked Gubai wildly, "This is my power. From playing 1 to 5 positions, I am the Wolf King." Gubai looked at Garnett celebrating by himself from afar, completely ignoring him. Pierce glanced at Garnett and felt speechless. "I didn't expect this guy to be such a chatterbox." Turnover. Gubai faces Pierce's close defense. Bang. Gubai suddenly initiates an in-out dribble to feign a breakthrough, then steps back to create space, followed by a crossover to change direction and sprints to the other side. Pierce quickly moves his feet to keep up. Gubai performs a smooth move, easily speeding past the defense. The fluid dribbling leaves Pierce frozen in place. Reaching the paint, Gubai takes off from the free throw line. Facing Garnett's block, Gubai raises the ball sky high and delivers an explosive one-arm poster dunk. Clang. A loud crash, Garnett flew off the court, the basket buzzed from the dunk. 55-50. WTF? Unbelievable. The commentators on site were already going wild. Gubai takes off single-handedly for a slam dunk over Kevin Garnett. "I'll give this play full marks. Absolutely brilliant." Turnover. Facing Garnett's strong attack under the basket, Gubai leaped high and delivered a stunning block. Fast break. Kobe used his dreamlike footwork to turn around and score a layup against Ray Allen's defense. 57-50. Timeout. Less than 2 minutes into the start, Rivers was so startled he called for a timeout. "Can't you even handle a rookie? Do you still want the championship or not? Guys, show your strength and crush him for me." Rivers rubbed against the tactical board, his face filled with anxiety and tension. Garnett, Pierce, and Ray Allen nodded solemnly, secretly making up their minds. Tonight, Gubai's shooting touch was so hot that it disrupted their plans, but they were all proud warriors and refused to believe that Gubai could maintain this state until the end. The second half will definitely be their chance to counterattack. After the timeout, the game continues. Gentleman's sword, three-point strike. A fully committed three-point shot from the perimeter. The basketball streaks like a meteor and goes straight into the hoop. 57-53. The point difference narrowed to 5 points again. Lakers on the attack. Gubai pushed the ball past half-court, standing at the top of the arc like a commander directing. This time, defending him was Ray Allen. The Celtics were clearly trying to probe everyone. Gubai passed the ball to Kobe. Kobe dribbled twice and passed it back, signaling, "This one's for you." Gubai glanced at Kobe and thought to himself, "This old guy, slacking off again." Gubai grabbed the ball with one hand and used a jab step to create space. Then, he suddenly stepped hard to the right and pulled back for a jump shot. Ray Allen lunged forward to interfere, but it was already too late. The basketball flew past his fingertips, heading straight for the hoop as if it had a mind of its own. Swish! It plunged into the hoop and pierced through the net. 60-53. After scoring, Gubai turned back and smiled at Ray Allen. "Ray, how about we have a three-point contest?" Ray Allen forced a bitter smile, feeling helpless. "What's there to compete? You've already turned the hoop into the ocean tonight. This is just ridiculously accurate." Possession changes hands. Pierce, facing Kobe's defense, took a probing step before making a mid-range shot, responding decisively. 60-55. Another battle away from home. Gubai had just dribbled past half-court, only one step away from the three-point line. Without hesitation, he stopped abruptly and took a direct three-point shot. WTF? Junzi Lei hurriedly rushed over, but it was already too late. Rivers was speechless on the sidelines. What kind of awful shot selection is this, taking a shot from such a far distance? Gubai didn't care at all. After shooting, he mimicked Arena's celebration move, turning around to celebrate directly. The next second. Swish! The basketball, as if it had eyes, swished through the net again. 63-55. Lakers legend Magic Johnson laughed on the sidelines. "This kid is just like me. What the fuck, these idiots." Bird shook his head repeatedly, a strong fighting spirit surging in his heart, eager to jump into the fray immediately. The next round. Rondo dribbled past half-court, encountering Gubai's steel-like tough defense. In his mind, he thought, "What on earth did this guy grow up eating? He's unbelievably strong." For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he was up against that guy from Cleveland. Bang! Just as Coach Rondo let his thoughts wander, Gubai and Kobe quickly trapped him in the dead corner by the sideline. Gubai, like a cheetah, delivered a death coil, his ghostly hand snatching the ball. In an instant, the ball was in his arms. Defense and counterattack. Gubai moved like lightning, accelerating with the ball. A feigned breakthrough, followed by a quick slide to the right, and then he precisely launched a three-pointer, completely ignoring Ray Allen's rapid defense in front of him. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish! The basketball was as accurate as if it were equipped with GPS, going straight into the hoop. Gubai was on fire, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers and instantly scoring 9 points. Lakers 66-55 Celtics. Good night, Boston. Gubai smugly placed his hand to his ear, and the entire TD Garden fell into dead silence. WTF? Rajon, what are you doing? Garnett was furious, yelling directly at Rondo, his younger teammate, so angry he was about to explode. Pause. Rivers could only helplessly call a timeout, trying to use some motivational tactics to curb Gubai's aggressive offense. Kobe, Walton, and Odom all stepped forward to chest bump Gubai in celebration. The atmosphere electric. Fuck. Gu's firepower in the second half is even greater than in the first, already scoring 42 points. Shit, Gubai has broken his career high score. What will tonight's highest score at North Shore Garden be? In 1972, Rick Barry of the Warriors racked up an astounding 64 points here. Could Gubai break that record tonight? It's absolutely possible, there's still enough time, and Gubai's touch is simply on fire. The sideline commentator was excitedly chattering nonstop. Rivers' tactical board had only one simple goal: absolutely shut down Gubai. Next, Paul Pierce would be sent to guard him. Every veteran available tonight would have to take a turn. He simply refused to believe they couldn't shut down a rookie. The timeout ended, and the game resumed. Pierce used Garnett's screen to swiftly drive towards the basket, soared into the air, and slammed it down hard, relieving the Celtics' urgent crisis. 66-57. In the next round, the bloodthirsty Gubai showed no hesitation, stopping abruptly beyond the three-point line and decisively taking the shot against Paul Pierce's defense. The basketball arced through the air above the arena. Swish! Three-pointers in rapid succession, completely unstoppable, 4 in a row. 69-57. My God. The magician on the sidelines was already jumping with excitement. This three-point shooting ability is simply terrifying. Paul Pierce could only look at the ball with a helpless sigh. At this moment, Gubai felt the Celtics' basket was as vast as the ocean. I feel like every shot I take will go in. 2:11 remaining in the third quarter. Gubai received the pass from Kobe, stepped back beyond the three-point line, and took another shot. Swish! Another three-pointer. Under Gubai's three-point frenzy, the Lakers lead 84-69, gaining a 15-point advantage. The large screen at the venue shows that Gubai has hit 7 three-pointers in a single quarter, just one away from the NBA record of 8 three-pointers in a single quarter. Gubai racked up 29 points in a single quarter, just 5 points short of George Gervin's record of 33 points in a single quarter set on April 9, 1978. At the same time, Gubai scored 60 points before the end of the third quarter, combined with the 31 points from the first half, just 4 points shy of the North Shore Garden's highest record of 64 points. The camera turned to Celtics fans, their expressions gloomy, unable to calm their hearts. Witnessing a record broken on their home court was unbearable, let alone by their most despised rival, the Lakers. Timeout is over. The game continued. The Celtics attacked. Rondo finally made a layup under the basket. Defense. Defense. Amid the deafening cheers at the Celtics' home court, Gubai slowly dribbled past half-court, all eyes focused on him. Bang bang bang. Gubai started dribbling between his legs, facing Paul Pierce's tight defense. His movements were like the wind, dodging left and right, shifting up and down, instantly causing Pierce to lose his defensive balance. Ankle breaker. Pierce was shaken and sent flying 2 miles away, the scene descending into chaos, and Gubai's dominance was unstoppable. Gubai stepped back, gave a shoulder feint, paused for 3 seconds, and stared at Pierce with piercing eyes. Reminiscent of James Harden's iconic moment shaking off Johnson. Beyond the three-point line, Gubai was like an archer ready to strike, as the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! A perfect shot, 63 points. After scoring, Gubai was as excited as a child, waving his arms and shouting to the fans on site, "Nobody! None of you can damn stop me!" On the sidelines, Rivers was furious, roaring, "Double-team him! Don't let him shoot, F***CK! Oldley is really about to go crazy." The commentators were completely ecstatic. God, Gu was just 1 goal away. The live broadcast room in Hua Country had already exploded. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the game again. I said God has appeared. At this moment, Gubai is the strongest point guard in the NBA, I'm telling you. Gubai carrying Kobe, wow, even movies wouldn't dare to script this. Highest score by a Chinese player, Gubai is about to set a record, 63 points already. On the court, the Lakers' defensive intensity surged as Kwame Brown extended his long arms against Garnett, delivering a monster block. Gubai quickly grabbed the rebound and pushed forward fast. All the Celtics players pounced like cheetahs, their eyes locked on Gubai. Gubai executed a behind-the-back dribble, effortlessly shaking off Ray Allen, then faked a prayer move outside the three-point line to outplay Rondo, instantly charging into the paint. Wow, the commentator exclaimed in surprise. Faced with Pierce ahead, Gubai was fearless, accelerating and breaking through obstacles, striding swiftly like the wind into the 3-second zone. PENG. In the physical confrontation with Pierce, Gubai, at an astonishing angle, unexpectedly threw the ball out. The basketball spun around the rim. Swish! Immortal shot scored. After scoring, Gubai celebrated with a punch in place, 34 points in one quarter. With 3 quarters not yet completed, already 65 points. At this moment, 2 records were completely shattered. Oh, wow. OMG, God is wearing number 3 tonight and playing basketball. The commentators A. Smith and Mike Breen completely lost it, standing up in excitement and shouting crazily. At this moment, the hearts of Celtics fans have shattered into pieces. Tonight, the Boston Celtics were completely reduced to Gubai's toy. This prestigious team, with 16 championship banners hanging from the rafters, could only play the supporting role at this moment. The entire third quarter turned into a one-man show for Gubai. With his solo effort, he pushed the point gap into double digits. One of the NBA's most famous and hostile arenas suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of Gubai's scoring and the Celtics fans' heartbroken sighs. Swish! Gubai steadily stepped onto the free throw line and made the shot. The Lakers bench instantly erupted, cheering for him. The big screen displayed Gubai's score at 66 points. At this moment, Kobe stood on the sidelines watching Gubai, feeling incredibly tense. My 81-point record won't be broken, will it? In such a short time? Am I about to drop to third? Don't give him any room to shoot. Coach Rivers roared from the sidelines, his voice piercing like thunder. The Celtics' Pierce hit a difficult mid-range shot, barely keeping the team alive. But on the other end, Gubai used Odom's screen to calmly split the double-team defense with precision. He dashed like an arrow to the free throw line, facing Garnett's long arms as if everything was under his control. Mellow mid-range golden badge activated. Gubai made a textbook-perfect move, and the basketball traced a beautiful arc. Swish! A steady shot hit the mark, and the magician on the sidelines watched in rapture, while the Lakers' bench players celebrated so wildly it seemed they might tear their towels apart. Time flew by quickly, with only 10 seconds left in the third quarter. The older, the wiser. Chit-chat, fake drive, real pass, drawing the defense and distributing the ball to Gubai, standing one step beyond the three-point line. From the top of the arc, Gubai catches the ball and shoots, swift and decisive. Swish! Beep! The ball goes in, the light shines. 40 points in a single quarter, 12 out of 10 from three-point range in a single quarter. As of now, he has already scored 71 points. After the shot, Gubai crossed his arms over his chest on the spot, with an unflinching aura on his face, as if declaring, "You can't possibly stop me." Lakers players stepped forward one after another to bump chests and high-five with Gubai in celebration. Kobe patted Gubai's head, his eyes full of admiration and comfort, as if looking at half a student of his own. During the summer, the two were more like teacher and friend. Mamba disciple +1. End of the third quarter. The Los Angeles Lakers led the Boston Celtics 96-76 on the road, entering the final quarter with a 20-point advantage. Against the Celtics, ranked top 3 in league defense, Gubai exploded with 40 points in a single quarter and has already racked up 71 points for the game. He was like a sharp blade, piercing through the Celtics' defense. Scarlett Johansson, sitting courtside, watched with eyes gleaming and lips sensual, full of astonishment. This man is incredible. The 3 commentators at the commentary booth were already dumbfounded, while Mikhail, nicknamed Fridge, was silently speechless. On the sidelines, the Celtics general manager, old fox Danny Ainge, was secretly calculating in his mind, "I heard this kid only signed a 1-year contract. Could there be a chance to bring him to Boston next year?" Tonight, Gubai's war god-level performance truly left everyone astonished. Veterans like Big Bird, Magic, and Refrigerator who were on the sidelines were utterly stunned, filled with awe and emotion. Gubai, a rookie, shockingly broke 3 NBA historical records in this match: individual points scored in a single quarter, three-pointers made in a single quarter, and the highest individual score in the history of the North Shore Garden Arena. This is a remarkable achievement that legends like Big Dream, Dr. J, Skyhook, Shaq, Julius Erving, and others have never accomplished. Amazing. Unbelievable. Mike Breen and A.S. Smith marveled at the commentary desk. Tonight's showdown made me witness the rise of a new league superstar. His brilliance is so dazzling that it leaves us old-timers struggling to keep our eyes open. The magician smiled at Bird beside him and said, "Larry, if Gu Baisheng had been in our era, the Lakers might have truly ushered in the Showtime dynasty." Larry Bird's eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. "Irvin, if I remember correctly, he only has a one-year contract. Next year, we're definitely going to steal the man. Ha ha. F***K. The magician was frustrated again and quickly said to his old rival, "We have the rainbow strategy, and nobody understands tactics better than old Bus. You're bound to lose." The intermission quickly ended, and the final quarter of the game began. Kobe led the Lakers in a fierce battle on the court, but tonight the Lakers bench seemed to be off their game, with a growing frequency of missed three-point attempts from the outside. The Celtics, on the other hand, kept Garnett and Ray Allen on the court, fighting alongside the substitutes with determination to turn the tide. Garnett grabbed the rebound and quickly passed the ball to Gentleman Ray. Gentleman Ray used a fake move on the outside to shake off the defender and shot decisively from beyond the three-point line. Swish! An arrow pierces the heart, like lightning tearing through the night sky. Kobe angrily clanks a shot, while Garnett decisively hits a mid-range jumper. The Celtics launched a 16-5 counterattack during Gubai's absence, instantly narrowing the gap to just 9 points. Lakers 101-92 Celtics. Timeout. The gum-chewing Zen master finally couldn't help but call a timeout, seemingly trying to steady the situation. On the sidelines, Mike Breen sighed. "That old guy finally called a timeout. I thought he'd fallen asleep. It's a little late now, though. If the Celtics build up momentum, this game could slip away." Mikhail, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. "The Celtics are on fire right now, and they definitely still have a chance tonight. Get out of the North Shore Garden. You're not welcome here, Goo. Los Angeles Lakers, are you really out of options?" Celtics fans erupted with a tide of boos, and the devilish home court instantly reached a climax. Timeout is over. 6 minutes and 45 seconds remain. Lakers on the attack. Gubai dribbles past the half-court, directing the team from the top of the arc. Everyone instinctively spreads out. All eyes are focused on Gubai, who has already scored 71 points tonight. Facing Jun Zile, his gaze was as sharp as a leopard's. Bang bang bang. Gubai started dribbling between his legs, with a rhythm as powerful as drumbeats. Under Ray Allen's tense watch, Gubai continued dribbling between his legs, pretending to step back, then suddenly accelerated, darting into the Celtics' restricted area like an arrow. Facing Perkins under the basket. PENG. Gubai showed no fear in physical confrontation, driving against Perkins' defense to successfully score a layup. Beep. As the ball went in, he caused Perkins to foul, completing a 2+1. Yeah. The Lakers players off the court raised their arms high, their morale soaring. Hard, too hard. Shoo. Under the intense disturbance from Celtics fans, Gubai stepped onto the free throw line, dribbled the ball twice, focused intently. A flick of the wrist. Swish. Nothing but net, the sound crisp like a bell. 74 points. Next round. Rondo from the Celtics makes a layup, then Kobe fires up from the outside, hitting a long-range three-pointer with deadly precision, the ball swishing through the net. After the shot, Kobe's expression is cold as he performs a celebration gesture of blowing out the truth, exuding dominance. Who else? Gubai also ran over crazily and collided with Kobe, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the arena. The Lakers' dual stars joined forces, making it difficult for defenders to cope. Pierce, anxious and flustered, hurriedly shot a three-pointer from the outside, but it hit the rim. Kobe grabbed the rebound, quickly dribbled forward, and took another three-pointer. Clang! The basketball bounced out, failing to maintain momentum, and the tense atmosphere intensified once again. The next second, Heavenly Warrior descends. Gubai dashed out like lightning, soaring through the air for a slam dunk. Bang! The basketball was forcefully slammed into the hoop. 76 points. Wow! The Lakers players on the sidelines cheered loudly, as if it were a celebration. With 45 seconds left in the game, Gubai's personal score had already reached 80 points. The Chinese fans in front of the TV had already stood up, staring intently. Kobe dribbled past half-court, accelerated instantly, and easily bypassed Pierce. Everyone was speculating whether Kobe would pass the ball back to Gubai. The next second, Kobe threads the needle, precisely guiding the ball to Gubai on a cutting lane. Clang! Gubai catches the flying basketball midair and slams it into the hoop with one arm. Click! The photographers on site hurriedly raised their cameras to capture this historic moment. Gubai's shoulders are level with the rim. OMG. 82 points. Oh my god. Tonight belongs to Gubai, we witnessed a new legend. Mike Breen's voice was filled with excitement. Legends on the sideline, Bird, Magic, all stood up to applaud. MVP. 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 In the North Shore Garden Arena, the chance of MVP came intermittently. For the loyal Celtics fans, this was simply unbelievable. This is an incredible, remarkable game. Tonight, God descends upon Boston's TD North Shore Garden wearing jersey number 3. The live commentator looked at the stat sheet in his hand and exclaimed excitedly, Gubai has become the second highest scorer in NBA history after Wilt Chamberlain, breaking Kobe Bryant's record of 81 points set on January 22, 2006, against the Raptors. What's even more interesting is that the record-breaking shot by Gubai was assisted by Kobe himself. This is bound to become an iconic moment in history. On the court, Kobe walked up to Gubai, extended his hand, and said, Kid, congratulations, from now on you'll be known as Mr. 82 Points. Thank you, Kobe. Gubai also extended his hand. The two completed the clap of the century, similar to the high-five between Hanamichi and Rukawa in the national tournament. The upcoming game had lost all suspense, following the backboard-level slam dunk. In the end, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Boston Celtics 113-101. The visiting Lakers secured a victory with a significant 12-point margin, earning their 8th consecutive win and maintaining their top position in the league. In this game, Gubai delivered an explosive performance with 82 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, creating an impressive 80-plus double-double and stunning everyone. Meanwhile, the supportive teammate played a complementary role, contributing 18 points, 11 assists, 3 rebounds, 4 steals, and 1 block. The other side. Pierce, Ray Allen, and Garnett all scored 20-plus, yet the sting of defeat was hard to conceal. The Celtics' big three, Pierce and Garnett, looked grim, their faces almost turning green with anger. F***K. Pierce and Garnett cursed, heading straight back to the locker room. Ray Allen, on the other hand, was very friendly, taking the initiative to hug and congratulate Gubai. Gu, you really amazed me. Thank you, Ray. The two exchanged contact information. At this moment, Kobe took the game ball from the staff on site and handed it to Gubai. Gu, I requested this basketball for you. Thank you, Kobe. Gubai said with a smile as he took the basketball. Sidelines. ESPN's leading lady, Erin Andrews, voted the sexiest reporter by American Playboy, immediately approached Gubai with a microphone. Erin Andrews, congratulations, Gu, tonight you are absolutely the superhero of this arena. You scored a career-high 82 points tonight, surpassing your teammate Kobe and becoming the second highest scorer in history since Wilt Chamberlain. Can you talk about what allowed you to achieve such a high score tonight? Gubai touched his nose and laughed. Honestly, I didn't even notice my score. Not until assistant coach Brian Shaw and Kobe told me that I was about to break the record did I realize it. I was more focused on my performance on the court. Erin Andrews continued to ask, Gu, is there anything you'd like to say to those who support you? Gubai replied with a smile, thank you all for your support and love along the way. Thanks to the coach and every teammate, you are the ones who gave me motivation. I will keep working hard to repay everyone's support and bring even more exciting games. Thank you. The interview concluded successfully amidst a pleasant atmosphere. Kobe sat at the technical table, wrapped in a towel, watching Gubai intently, his eyes filled with gratification and joy. Afterward, the two walked back to the locker room arm in arm, leaving behind the silhouettes of numbers 3 and 24 in the North Shore Garden. Inside the players' locker room. Bang! Odom, Ariza, and Fisher sprayed champagne as Gubai opened the door, instantly igniting the entire room. Wow! 82 points. That's insane. The players cheered excitedly, and the entire locker room erupted in celebration. Gubai didn't hesitate to join the Lakers' joyful crowd, partying together and fully enjoying this victorious moment. Inside a 5-star hotel in Boston, Gubai was happily bonding with the young girl Megan, who had just arrived in Boston. The feeling of reunion after a brief separation made the two even closer. After a passionate and intense moment, Gubai lay at the head of the bed, lighting a postcoital cigarette. As the smoke curled upward, he felt secretly pleased with himself. Inside the bathroom. Splash! The sound of running water gently echoed. Megan was busy washing her delicate skin, and Gubai's gaze was involuntarily drawn toward the bathroom as he listened to the sound of water, secretly thinking, she's truly a little enchantress. Perhaps intentionally, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Darling! Why don't you come and shower with me? I can't quite reach my back. Megan shyly extended the invitation, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Hearing this, Gubai couldn't help but look up, instantly captivated by the breathtaking sight before him. Megan had wrapped a towel around her essential areas, yet the curves of her chest appeared alluringly seductive. Her flawless figure, faintly outlined by the bathrobe, was tantalizing and enchanting. What stirred Gubai's emotions even more was that Megan wasn't wearing any underwear. With her every movement, the faintly visible allure left him almost unable to contain himself. "You're tempting me to commit a crime, little vixen," Gubai said with a helpless smile, though his heart was already surging with waves. Megan didn't forget to flash a provocative glance, as if teasing his nerves. This was simply intolerable. Gubai's heart stirred, and in an instant, like a tiger descending the mountain, he scooped Megan up and headed toward the bathroom. Amid Megan's struggles, Gubai held her tightly, his steps resolute as he moved toward the bathtub. Inside the bathtub, the scene gradually became hazy, steam filling the air. Tonight, yet another thrilling and dramatic battle unfolded. While Gubai and Megan were sparring in martial arts, the basketball world was turned upside down by his 82-point performance. The topic of Gubai scoring 82 points instantly shot to the top of the national trending list, with major media platforms competing to report it on their front pages. The buzz skyrocketed in no time. Countless media outlets rushed to report the news at the first opportunity. ESPN, historic breakthrough. 82 points in a single game plus 40 points in a single quarter plus 10 three-pointers in a single quarter. The youngest 82-point player in NBA history is born. Fox Sports, a new nightmare at TD Garden. The visiting player's scoring record has been completely rewritten by the rookie from China. TNT Sports, an epic performance. 82 points plus 10 rebounds, the only big double-double in history. ABC Radio, a 47-year-old rookie scoring record shattered, surpassing Chamberlain's legendary 58 points in 1960. The country was already in an uproar. The moment the game ended, MOP's servers instantly crashed as millions of fans flooded major basketball forums. The light of Asia. Gubai's 82-point legendary night will be etched in history. A performance second only to Chamberlain's epic display. Tonight, the Celtics' home court turned into Gubai's personal stage. Who dares to question now? After witnessing this 82-point performance, the truth behind the altercation is self-evident. Kobe's strongest career partner, the league's top point guard, is now indisputable. The visiting player made the TD Garden echo with MVP chants. Scorpion Daddy is one of a kind. The one father and son should really kneel to Gubai. They actually fired Gubai. This is a crime. NBA stars collectively caught in the 82-point frenzy. Carmelo Anthony, God wore the number 3 jersey tonight. King James, shaking his head in admiration, 82 points. You know, Gu was an exceptionally talented player. Yao Ming, eyes filled with tears. At this moment, all Chinese fans share this pride. The dream Olajuwon, I see the birth of the next era's dominator. Air Jordan, rarely tweeting 82 points? Looks like I need to consider coming back, laughs. Skyhook Jabbar, the new king of Staples Center, is writing his legend. Magic Johnson, the Showtime era will shine again in Gubai's hands. Fans are going crazy. My knees are shattered. Every goal from Gubai makes me scream while kneeling. Is this really a rookie? He plays like a 10-year veteran. Gu, my bedroom is always open for you. A fervent female fan. On the streets of Los Angeles, the Lakers fans are chanting, Kobe plus Gubai equals the new era's Shaq and Kobe duo. NBA headquarters office. David Stern repeatedly reviewed the technical statistics, filled with emotion. In this defensive era with an average of only 98.2 points per game, the achievement of scoring 82 points in a single game is truly remarkable. The last time such a stunning performance occurred was Kobe Bryant's 81-point dragon-slaying night. Gazing at the dazzling night view outside the window, Stern gently stroked his chin, silently pondering, it's time to launch a new god-making plan. Gubai's demeanor and playing style are clearly far superior to that of the prodigy elevated back in 2003. A single flower does not make spring, 100 flowers blooming bring spring to its fullness. After promoting that kid for so many years, it seems he still hasn't won a championship, which leaves Stern somewhat dissatisfied. But Gubai's sudden rise has reignited Stern's hope, a rising superstar. A closer look at the desk reveals a document titled, God-Making Plan N.0 Launch. Los Angeles. A plane from Boston slowly landed on the airport runway. As the cabin door opened, Lakers players, wrapping up a 3-game road trip, stepped off the plane wearing sunglasses, carrying bags, and looking relaxed. For the rest of the month, there are only 4 opponents left, the Nets, Supersonics, Nuggets, and finally the Jazz. 3 home games and 1 away game. As long as they perform well and avoid surprises, they could enter December riding a winning streak. With that, the Lakers' record since the start of the month would be flawless. In Gubai's luxurious apartment, he dragged his suitcase as he returned home. As soon as he stepped in the door, he took off his clothes and lay down comfortably on a 2-meter massage bed. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded appropriately in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task of scoring 60 plus against the Celtics. Task reward, random red attribute entry *1. System, would the host like to draw the prize now? Gubai didn't even think and immediately responded, draw the prize, right now. As his words fell, the prize wheel began to spin. Watching the trajectory of the pointer slow down and come to a stop, his heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that if he could draw Curry's red 3-point attribute entry, the era of small ball basketball in the NBA would unquestionably erupt in his hands. The next second, swish. The pointer spun rapidly on the TX lottery and stopped on a brand new option the next second, Kyrie Irving dribbling pack *red. Gubai was so angry that he almost wanted to curse, but fortunately, the final selection turned out to be Irving's red dribbling pack instead of the frustrating takeout King red entry. If it had really stopped there, his career might have sadly started in Los Angeles's food delivery industry. As the system's voice fell, Gubai felt a surge of power bursting within him, and his dribbling attribute instantly broke past the 89-point barrier, reaching a staggering 93 points. Attribute panel. Name, Gubai. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 95 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Speed, 96. Strength, 89. Jump, 98. Physical fitness, 96. Ball control, 93. Passing, 79. Layup, 79. Dunk, 89. Mid-range, 87. 3-point, 86. Steal, 87. Blocks, 69. Rebounds, 69. Defense, 89. Gubai looked at his current attributes with satisfaction. Compared to when he first arrived in Los Angeles, it was like night and day. Now, if he were to enter the free market, he would undoubtedly be a highly sought-after star. Thinking about this, Gubai felt a surge of excitement. After a bit of preparation, he headed to the gym for the afternoon training session. Time shifted to nighttime, Portland. The Nike headquarters remained brightly lit, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Damn it! We've made a fatal mistake. Nike CEO Mark Parker, burning with rage, slammed Gubai's game highlights onto the conference table, the video frozen on the moment where Gubai scored an explosive 82 points. Durant just signed a $70 million contract, and the offer we gave Gubai is an outright insult to him. His words thundered through the room, shocking everyone present. The conference room fell silent. Marketing director Heidi O'Neill adjusted her glasses and calmly analyzed, according to the latest data, Gubai's social media followers have surged by 4 million in just 3 days, and his jersey sales have already entered the top 5 in the league. Ray offer. Parker slammed the table, his eyes flashing with determination. 6 years, $70 million. Give him the same treatment as Kevin Durant. Send someone to Los Angeles immediately. Meanwhile, in the conference room at Adidas headquarters in Portland, an urgent video conference is underway. Nike made a mistake. This is our opportunity, CEO Herbert Hainer said with a shrewd look in his eyes. The Chinese market is far larger than we imagined. Prepare an 8-year, $80 million contract. This time, we have to secure him. In Baltimore, Under Armour's young CEO Kevin Plank sat alone in his office, repeatedly watching Gubai's game footage, his excitement evident. It's him. Plank murmured to himself, his fingers lightly tapping the top-secret contract document on the desk. He dialed his assistant, cancel all my appointments for tomorrow, prepare the plane, I need to go to Los Angeles personally. The assistant hesitated, but boss, we just went public, the funding chain. Bet everything. Plank's eyes gleamed with madness. This is our crucial chance to expand the market and break into the basketball industry. We'll bet everything to get him. A quiet rivalry among sneaker brands revolving around Gubai was set into motion. The following afternoon, presidential suite at the Four Seasons Hotel Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, California's sunlight pours in like a stream of gold, bathing the luxurious interior and making everything gleam brilliantly. Gubai leaned against the Italian-imported leather sofa, his long fingers gently tapping the armrest, his gaze sharp as a falcon scanning the documents spread out before him, mentally calculating the upcoming business showdown. His agent Fagan and the financial team sat on either side, tense yet excited. Nike and Adidas have both raised their offers. Fagan pushed several documents in front of Gubai, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Especially Adidas, they've really gone all out this time. He paused, then took a tablet out of his briefcase. They even had Reebok, which they acquired, invite Yao Ming to record a special video. Gubai took the tablet, and the familiar face on the screen made him smile slightly. It seems Adidas is determined to win this time. Gubai gently placed the tablet on the coffee table, the freshly squeezed orange juice in the crystal glass refracting an amber glow. I heard, there's a new player in the game? Feigen instantly understood and pulled out a black contract with silver embossing from the stack of documents. That's right, UA, Under Armour. His finger tapped on the contract. Their CEO, Kevin Plank, has personally flown to Los Angeles and is on his way to the hotel. Feigen revealed a meaningful smile. I heard Kevin said he'll sign you at any cost. Interesting. A trace of amusement flickered in Gubai's eyes as his slender fingers gently caressed the crystal glass wall. He thought to himself, this business battle is destined to be anything but dull. Before long, the first negotiation partner made their entrance. Eric Dean, global marketing director of Adidas, arrived promptly with an elite team. Dressed in a meticulously tailored dark gray suit, his polished Oxford shoes made almost no sound on the Persian carpet, exuding the composed heritage of a long-established European giant in every move. Mr. Gu, I've heard so much about you. Eric slightly bowed, his smile appropriate, but his gaze discreetly swept over Gubai's face, which, despite its youthful appearance, exuded a maturity beyond his age. Impossible to read, what a scheming boy. Eric, let's start your presentation. Gubai propped his chin with one hand and made a gesture of invitation. Although his tone was relaxed, it instinctively made the Audi team straighten their backs. Eric Dean nodded in acknowledgement, and his assistant immediately set up the projector. As the PPT unfolded, logos of major clubs such as Bayern Munich and Real Madrid appeared one after another, finally freezing on a 3D bar chart of Adidas's global market share. Our market share in European football is 3 times that of Nike, he said, lightly tapping the remote control, and in Asia, Adidas's brand recognition is 17 percentage points higher than Nike's. Gubai suddenly interjected, sliding a third-party research report on the tablet with his fingertips, his tone sharp as a blade. Eric responded with a professional smile, it seems Mr. Gu has done his homework. He offered a contract with both hands, 8 years, 70 million, signature shoe design rights, global marketing resources, and, he lowered his voice, the co-development rights to the Reebok Moving Great Wall Retro Series. An average of nearly 9 million per year, that figure made Feigen's pen pause on his notebook. You must know, in 2003, Kobe's Nike contract was only an average of 12 million per year, and Gubai had barely played a few official NBA games. Thank you for your company's sincerity. Gubai glanced through the contract before closing the file, a polite smile playing at the corners of his lips. I will give it careful consideration. Eric Dean's smile froze instantly, this is already a historic level offer. He couldn't help leaning forward, if there's any concern about the contract. Mr. Dean. Gubai picked up the bone china teacup, I've acknowledged Adi's sincerity. But I need to discuss it carefully with my team. You go back and wait for our response first. When the Adidas team dejectedly pushed open the suite door, a sneer suddenly echoed in the hallway. Nike's global operations director, Eric Sprunk, was leaning against the wall, playing with his Ray-Ban sunglasses, a confident smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Looks like the Germans messed up again? He deliberately raised his voice. Next, let me show you all what a truly top-tier contract looks like. 5 minutes later. When we signed Jordan, Nike's annual revenue was only 900 million. Sprunk pointed at the projection screen with a laser pointer. The numbers on the screen surged like a crazy tide, soaring instantly to 16.326 billion in 2007. And now, he chuckled coldly, snapping off the PPT and looking down condescendingly at Gubai on the sofa. Our players represent the pinnacle of NBA basketball shoes. The room was filled with an overwhelming arrogance, suffocating enough to make it hard to breathe. Feigen couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, this kid sure knows how to put on a show. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you. 6 years, 70 million, the same treatment as Durant. Splank suddenly bent down, leaning on the coffee table, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. As long as you can make the All-Star in the future. He revealed a condescending smile, signature shoes won't be a problem either. Gubai merely chuckled lightly, his tone as breezy as the wind. Is this the part where you start painting a big picture? Splank's face darkened, anger surging within him. Young man, do you know how many players would beg on their knees for this contract? He straightened up abruptly, his voice thundering like a storm. Nike's stability is irreplaceable. Suppose you suffer a serious injury. Mr. Eric. Gubai calmly removed his watch and placed it on the coffee table, his gaze as cold as ice. Now, take your assumptions. The moment he raised his eyes, the temperature in the entire suite seemed to plummet. And get out. Fuck you. Sprunk roared with anger, slamming his fist onto the contract. Without Nike backing you, do you think you can succeed in the NBA? See him out. Gubai had already picked up his teacup, and his meaning was unmistakable. Two bodyguards immediately seized the fuming Sprunk, while the Nike team's business cards scattered to the floor like fallen leaves. When a humiliated Eric Sprunk was escorted out of the suite by Gubai's bodyguards, Eric Dean standing outside laughed so hard he bent forward and backward. 6 years, 70 million? We couldn't even get it done with 8 years, 70 million. A furious Sprunk glared at the tightly shut door, gritting his teeth and snapping, "You'll regret this." The secretary looked nervously at Sprunk. "Director Eric, if we go back like this, won't the boss blame us? He specifically said we could offer more money if we needed to sign Gubai." Sprunk glared fiercely at his secretary. "Who's the boss here, you or me? Listen to me, we're leaving." With that, he strode out ahead, already planning to make things difficult for Gubai and intending to report to the president. Gubai disregards Nike, arrogant and pompous. It's fine not to sign such a rookie. Does this league really still need a genius like you in the future? Eric Dean, Adidas Global Marketing Director, also prepared to leave, turning to Gubai's assistant at the door to pass on a message: "Our contract will always be ready for Mr. Gubai." As the two giants walked toward the elevator, the hotel's revolving door suddenly swung open, and a sweaty middle-aged man rushed in. Under Armour's CEO, Kevin Plank, was sprinting while shouting to the reception desk, "Presidential suite, I had it booked, damned flat tire." Just as the elevator doors slowly shut, Sprunk caught sight of the man they'd once mocked as the tight-fitting clothes guy, now frantically pressing the elevator's upward button. "Good luck, tight-fitting clothes boy," Sprunk sneered, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he secretly thought to himself that today's deal would surely force Gubai to pay the price for his arrogance. Bang! The solid wood door of the presidential suite was opened once again. The young Under Armour CEO Kevin Plank stormed in hurriedly, fine beads of sweat on his forehead, clearly having rushed over at a jog. "Mr. Gu. Finally, I get to meet you." Plank took quick steps forward, tightly gripping Gubai's hands with both of his own, his eyes shining with sincerity. "My wife and I are both your loyal fans. We absolutely love watching you play." Gubai responded with a smile, silently thinking to himself that this guy was indeed quite enthusiastic. The negotiation officially began. Plank took a deep breath and retrieved carefully prepared materials from his briefcase. His presentation was filled with the passion of an entrepreneur, completely different from the business demeanor of the previous two industry giants. "UA was born in my college dorm room. Back then, I simply wanted to design a better compression shirt for football players." He passionately recounted the story of the brand's journey from starting in a basement to successfully going public in 2004, while old photos flashed on the projector, a crude workbench, the first batch of prototypes, and the moment of ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Now, we are standing at a turning point in history. Plank placed both hands on the conference table, his gaze firm. "Mr. Gu, do you know? When I watch you play, I see not only a top-tier star but also a rising cultural icon." Fagan interrupted at just the right moment. "Kevin, all of this is touching, but what's the specific offer? The ideal is rich, but reality is skinny. Everyone has to make a living, you can't expect to survive on ideals alone." Plank took a deep breath and confessed frankly, "To be honest, we can't offer those sky-high cash contracts like Nike or Adidas. But," he looked at Gubai with intense eyes, "we are willing to use equity to prove our sincerity." Gubai interlocked his fingers, leaned slightly forward, and his tone became serious. "Kevin, I admit your presentation did indeed satisfy me. But Nike and Adidas have offered bids close to $100 million, and their brand influence is undeniable. Choosing you means I have to take considerable risks." Plank's heart leapt into his throat. However, Gubai shifted the conversation. "Your sincerity and UA's innovative spirit have impressed me. I'm willing to give you a chance on the condition that the collaboration follows my terms." Plank immediately expressed his stance. "Please feel free to state them. As long as it's within our capabilities, we will definitely comply." Gubai stopped beating around the bush and directly revealed his bottom line. 1. Equity requirement, at least 5% initial equity, with anti-dilution clauses. 2. Revenue sharing model, 7% from signature shoe sales plus 15% from collaborative product income. 3. Brand control, establish a personal sub-brand, e.g. UAGU, when the time is right, with 50% profit sharing. 4. Performance clause, if annual sales of signature shoes exceed $1 billion, an additional 2% equity is granted. This is my condition. Gubai picked up his teacup, his gaze sharp. If you can accept it, we can continue the discussion. If not, we'll just part as friends. Plank's mind raced. This proposal of equity exchange for endorsement fees was essentially reshaping the rules of sports commerce. This wasn't merely a sponsorship contract, it was a strategic-level business alliance. If successful, UA would gain a superstar partner with a global market presence, while Gubai would completely shed the label of a mere endorsement tool, directly participating in the brand's value creation and profit distribution. More importantly, once UA's market value soared with Gubai's influence, the profits from this deal would increase exponentially, far surpassing the fixed endorsement fees offered by Nike or Adidas. Mr. Gu. Plank suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with the unique zeal of an entrepreneur. This is absolutely insane. Normally, anyone would reject this plan, but today I want to give it a try. From today onwards, we will be the most solid partners. Gubai also stood up and extended his hand. Thank you. Plank hurriedly reached out in return, and the two hands clasped tightly in the air. At this moment, a new chapter in the history of the sports business empire is unfolding. A brand new sports brand is about to make its debut. The signing deal was completed quickly, and the banquet officially began. Bluefin tuna sashimi prepared on-site by top Japanese chefs, 1982 Lafite, and premium Cuban cigars. Amidst the mingling and toasts, Gubai and Plank had already reached a consensus on the preliminary design and plan for the signature shoes. Revolutionary technology, introducing Germany's BASF latest boost cushioning technology. Note, Adidas began applying this in 2013 in reality, delivering a performance experience beyond its time, making every jump feel like soaring and breaking the bounds of gravity. Design autonomy. Gubai will possess absolute design leadership, integrating personal elements into every detail from color schemes to functional modules, ensuring each piece of gear becomes an extension of his unique style and showcases unparalleled individuality. Collaborative matrix. Plans are in place to launch limited series with trendy brands such as Off-White and Supreme, breaking the boundaries between sports and fashion to create a new lifestyle where every fan is not just a spectator but a trendsetter. Figen swirled his wineglass, gazing thoughtfully at the enigmatic young man before him. He knew that Gubai was standing at the forefront of the times, with every future step destined to create a sensation. With Gubai's astounding 82-point game in the East, the body armor brand instantly rose in the sports drink market, becoming a sensational star brand. Gubai's impeccable image combined with his graceful and fluid playing style has thoroughly made a name for himself in elite circles, becoming the center of widespread attention. It's said that the Coca-Cola company was deeply shocked and openly stated, "Missing out on signing Gubai is truly regrettable." This remark quickly spread throughout the industry, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Moreover, it's reported that Kobe, after reviewing the contract and initial market impact, is planning to invest in the brand and join Gubai in creating a legend. It can be said that the explosive success of Body Armor sports drinks is already unstoppable, and the entire market is eagerly anticipating its next move. This kid isn't just signing an endorsement. Figen sighed inwardly, he's playing a game that could change the entire industry landscape. His eyes sparkled with admiration and anticipation for Gubai, as if he were witnessing the dawn of a brand new future. Perhaps it won't be long before Nike realizes in shock, the young rookie from China they once treated with arrogance is now single-handedly creating a new dynasty capable of overthrowing the industry. Thinking of this, Figen couldn't help but marvel, how long has it been? That once shy young man I first met has grown to this extent. In the evening, multiple media outlets suddenly broke the news. Major announcement. Gubai teams up with UA to ignite a sports industry shakeup. Just as fans were speculating about the authenticity of the news, the official Under Armour website soon released explosive headlines. A formal long-term strategic partnership with NBA rising star Gubai, shocking the entire sports world. UA's official homepage displayed a giant poster, Gubai clad in UA training gear, gripping a ball with one hand while soaring into the air, set against a striking slogan, "The future is now." This is not merely an ordinary endorsement deal but a game-changing deep collaboration. As soon as the news broke, the global sports community erupted, and everyone began debating, what kind of transformation will Gubai's rise bring to the entire industry? The future promises to be anything but ordinary. Sports Illustrated issued an emergency bulletin, 82-point star signs with UA. Nike and Adidas suffer an unprecedented defeat. NBA commentator Stephen A. Smith slammed the table excitedly during the show. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. This Chinese player turned down a near $100 million guaranteed contract and chose a brand that doesn't even have proper basketball shoes. Truly commendable courage. TNT renowned commentator Barkley exclaimed during the show, "This kid is either a lunatic or a genius." Seeing his 82-point performance, I'm more inclined to believe it's the latter. His future is limitless. Social media went into meltdown, with heated discussions everywhere. UA? Isn't that the brand that sells compression gear? Do they even know basketball shoes? 128K likes. Insider news, Gubai didn't take a single penny of cash, exchanged everything for equity. Looks like he's gearing up to become the boss. 93,000 shares. Nike executive caught on camera angrily throwing a folder in the parking lot. #onsite video trending #1. My grandma even knows to choose Nike. A furious comment from a fan. When Gubai's signature shoes come out, I'll be the first to buy them like crazy. A die-hard fan showing support. UA basketball shoes? Are they going to use glue to stick the soles? Sneaker enthusiasts expressed doubts. Legendary basketball stars collectively stunned. Pippen repeatedly shook his head in a podcast. All the endorsement fees from my entire career don't add up to this amount. Young people today are really bold. Lakers legend Magic Johnson tweeted his praise. Business acumen as exceptional as their basketball skills, a benchmark for the new generation of athletes. The capital market responded frantically. UA's stock price triggered a circuit breaker at the opening, ultimately soaring 47% in a single day. Wall Street analysts urgently upgraded the rating. Gubai's commercial value has been severely underestimated. Adidas European headquarters urgently convened a closed-door meeting, with an atmosphere so tense it was palpable. What's even more explosive is, according to the contract details revealed by Forbes, the collaboration includes Gubai obtains 5% original equity of UA, full independent design rights for the personal signature shoe series, pioneering first application of boost cushioning technology, established the independent sub-brand UAGU. This is not endorsement, it's partnership. Sports business expert Mark Stein analyzed, Gubai is redefining the commercial value of athletes. Stein even named this phenomenon the Gubai effect. Cleveland. In the luxurious villa, the little Emperor LeBron James watches the news with his child, utterly shocked. Why do I feel like this kid is targeting my business empire? His strategic vision is incredible. Nike headquarters. Inside the conference room at Nike's Portland headquarters, Mark Parker slams his fist on the meeting table, causing the coffee in the cup to shake violently. The projection screen displays real-time data showing UA's stock price soaring by 47%, the glaring green numbers resembling a resounding slap to the face. Good. Very good. Parker's voice seemed to come through gritted teeth. A rookie player, a third-rate brand, dares to challenge Nike's throne? He suddenly turned to the operations team. Contact Carmelo Anthony's agent immediately. I want the whole league to know who the real master of this arena is. Adidas headquarters. Meanwhile, at Adidas headquarters in Herzogenaurach, Germany, CEO Herbert Hainer stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in silence for a long time. The contract details handed over by the assistant show that Gubai is requesting not only an endorsement fee but also an entire set of game-changing collaboration models. We lost fair and square. Hainer chuckled bitterly, gently rubbing the vintage Jordan sneaker model on the table. 10 years ago, we didn't dare to bet on a rookie named Michael. Today, we've missed out on another genius who could change the game. The price of being a mature brand might just be losing the courage to take risks. As if provoked by something, Nike also promptly announced that evening that they had snagged Adidas's superstar small forward, Carmelo Anthony, the superstar of the '03 generation, in a 6-year deal worth $60 million, widely regarded as their rebuttal to Gubai. Melo sat at home and burst out laughing. God, money is raining from the skies. U.S. time. November 25th. The NBA officially announced last week's Players of the Week. West, Gubai, East, Josh Smith. Gubai secured the Player of the Week honor with an incredible 82-point performance while leading his team to a 3-0 record, decisively surpassing Dirk Nowitzki. In the East, Hawk King Josh Smith overcame Superman to claim the title. Congratulations to the host for winning the weekly best trophy, rewarded with $5 million USD. Gubai, who was having breakfast in the morning, looked at his account with an extra $5 million US, feeling a surge of excitement. The system truly loves me. Evening. Staples Center Arena. The arena that accommodates 18,997 people was packed to capacity, the atmosphere fiery and intense, with everyone eagerly anticipating Gubai's spectacular performance. The Los Angeles Lakers hosted the New Jersey Nets at home, and this game was destined to be a fierce showdown. The Nets are currently ranked 7th in the East with a 6-7 record. Their coach, Lawrence Frank, is undeniably capable. "Wow, tonight's game is so exciting," exclaimed courtside commentator Hubie Brown enthusiastically. "Our 82-point man is back at home. Just look at the number of Gubai fans in the crowd tonight." His co-anchor Doris Burke wasn't about to be left out, playfully chiming in, "Honestly, I'm a fan of Gubai myself." Hubie Brown glanced at the female commentator beside him and thought to himself that Gubai's charm truly knows no boundaries. As he looked around the stadium, he noticed that the female fans' eyes seemed to sparkle like starlight, as if they might just melt Gubai, who was warming up on the court. As a man, Hubie Brown couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. However, he also recognized that Gubai maintained good relationships with his female fans, which was something he admired. Despite numerous female fans leaving room keys at the Lakers hotel, Gubai had always kept his reputation clean. This tidbit was even considered insider gossip in the NBA. Odom of the Lakers couldn't help but envy this, frankly saying, "If I were Gu, I would certainly practice ball handling with both hands every night surrounded by tenderness." The entrance ceremony officially began. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, Gubai descended as if a god had come to earth and successfully made his entrance. Then Kwame Brown, Odom, and Luke Walton followed one after another, and finally, Kobe appeared amidst the chants from the entire crowd, instantly pushing the atmosphere to its peak. With the entrance ceremony concluded, the game was about to start, and the starting lineups for both teams were revealed. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Kwame Brown, center. New Jersey Nets, Jason Kidd, point guard, Antoine Wright, shooting guard, Richard Jefferson, small forward, Malik Allen, power forward, Jason Collins, center. At the jump ball moment, Kwame Brown, fueled by the cheers of the home fans, accurately tipped the ball to Gubai. Gubai dribbled across the half-court, where his defender was none other than Kidd. "We can see Jason is primarily defending Gu tonight." The commentator's voice thundered. Jason is no stranger to accolades. Up to now in his career, he's been selected to the All-NBA first team 4 times and the second team 5 times. Known throughout the NBA for his defense, how will Kidd deal with Gubai's offensive play tonight? What kind of sparks will fly in this matchup? All eyes in the arena were fixed on the two superstars, and the tense atmosphere spread instantaneously. Kidd looked at Gubai, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, my defense isn't something those ordinary guards can compare with. Do you dare to get past me? Even my shoelaces are tied with more rhythm than you." Gubai teased, a provocative glint in his eyes. Bang bang bang. Gubai instantly activated Kyrie Irving dribble package Redwords. An overwhelming rhythm change dazzled everyone, leaving them stunned. Even the first-team All-NBA kid felt a bit of pressure, secretly thinking, "This kid is indeed interesting." Lakers fans watched Gubai's flashy dribbling in awe, and the scene resembled a carnival feast. WTF? Kobe, in the corner witnessing the scene, slightly narrowed his pupils. This kid has evolved again? The next second, whoosh! Gubai spun like a top, instantly bypassing Kidd, gliding into the net's restricted area like a phantom, leaving Kidd, who had been shaken off his ankles, sitting on the ground. Facing the Nets' power forward Malik Allen, Gubai showed no hesitation. PENG. The flawless move was like a work of art. Gubai soared into the air, performing a one-armed gliding dunk, instantly igniting the atmosphere on site. The Lakers lead the Nets 2-0. Wow! Great play! The Lakers fans at the scene erupted in deafening cheers. Gubai's move was so beautiful, I wonder if Jason got dazzled. I know I did. On the commentary desk, Hubie Brown couldn't stop laughing. Gubai, snapping back to reality, passed by Kidd and teased, "Jason, you defended well. Next time, remember to bring goggles." What the fuck? Kidd was intensely frustrated, angrily staring at his number 3 jersey. "In the game tapes I studied last night, Gubai didn't have such flashy dribbling moves. Did he take something tonight?" Nets on offense. Kidd dribbled past half-court, facing Gubai's tight defense. Already not skilled on offense, he couldn't find an opening and had no choice but to pass the ball to Richard Jefferson. Facing Walton Jr., Jefferson used his signature move, forcefully driving to the basket and attempting a layup. Smack! Kwame Brown, like a bolt of lightning, delivered a block, shattering all his hopes. Oh! The Staples Center erupted in cheers, the atmosphere like a volcanic explosion. Andrew Bynum, sidelined due to injury, watched Kwame Brown causing havoc on the court and secretly thought to himself, "Should I consider making a comeback?" The rebound was grabbed by Kobe, initiating a fast break. Kobe made a behind-the-back move, reached the basket, and decisively scored. Lakers 4-0 Nets, starting off by showcasing strong offense and defense. Turnover. Kidd in the center execute a pick and roll, assisting Jason Collins. Swish. Collins moves inside and scores with a hook shot, finally ending the Nets' scoring drought, 4-2. But in the next round, the Nets didn't have much time to celebrate. Gubai, using Kwame Brown's pick and roll, capitalized on the Nets' defensive communication error and took a precise shot from the outside, directly going for a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. Solid hit, 7-2. After the goal, Gubai pointed three fingers at his arm and joked, "Jason, this shot was too easy, I almost feel embarrassed." Shit. Kidd watched as another three-pointer was made, gritting his teeth in frustration. The Nets head coach shouted angrily from the sidelines, "Jason, watch your defense. We can't let them score so easily." Kidd felt helpless inside and muttered to himself, "You think I want this? Nets on offense." Kidd was restless, directly haunted by Gubai's deathly defense. Desperately trying to protect the ball, he was stripped of it by Gubai in one swift move. Fast break. Gubai quickly drove the ball to the front court. Facing the Nets players, he dribbled between his legs, spun around, and instantly activated white chocolate purple perk. He delivered an elbow behind the back bounce pass to the cutting Kobe. Kobe, with great intuition, received Gubai's pass and smoothly executed a three-step layup, putting the ball into the basket. 9-2. Beep. Meanwhile, he drew a foul from the retreating Richard Jefferson, converting it into a 2+1 play. And one. Yeah. After scoring, Kobe's face showed a fierce expression, like a mamba snake flicking its tongue. On the sidelines, Nets head coach Lawrence Frank was so furious he jumped up and down, venting his anger at the referee on the sideline. "Where's the foul? You're biased toward the Lakers." The referee on the sideline, watching the spit flying his way, was ready to blow the whistle at any moment. Frank, frightened, quickly shut his mouth. Kobe steps up to the free throw line. A flick of the wrist. Swish. Hits the free throw steadily, 10-2. After scoring, Kobe looked relaxed and joked, "Jason, we're going to crush you tonight." Kidd shook his head helplessly, "Hit a wall. That rookie in your team is just too fierce." The Nets promptly adjusted their offensive strategy. After receiving the ball, Richard Jefferson decisively broke through, stopped abruptly, and took the shot, finally recovering some ground for the Nets. The Nets had no power to fight back against Gubai's dominating double-team defense. Their defense couldn't leave Gubai any opportunity to take a shot. Instead, Gubai was enjoying himself, entering his magician mode. In the first quarter, Gubai descended like a celestial force, delivering a series of assists and remarkably providing his teammates with 7 perfectly executed plays. Kobe, Luke Walton, Kwame Brown, and Odom all feasted on his passes, their performances filled with delight and energy echoing through the arena. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led the Nets 31-18, establishing an impressive 13-point advantage. "The New Jersey team is completely out of sync tonight," the commentator exclaimed excitedly. Jason Kidd, the All-Star guard, has been utterly lost in Gubai's offense and defense and seems to have completely lost his spirit. Even the defense he prides himself on has been shredded by Gubai. On the sidelines, Hubie Brown and Doug Collins analyzed the first quarter's game while marveling at the performance. 7 assists in a single quarter. Could tonight be another surprise from Gubai? Collins speculated, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The second quarter unfolded quickly, with both teams starting to rotate their lineups. Kobe continued to dominate solo, slicing through the Nets' defense like a sharp blade, making their defense appear as fragile as paper. From the sideline, Kidd watched his team falling apart and seethed with frustration. "This team is hopeless. How are they getting worse and worse? Someone save me." At this moment, within the Lakers lineup, the sycophant Odom kept showering praise on Gubai. "Gu, that pass you made just now was incredible. Do you know what the fans are calling you now?" Gubai was somewhat puzzled, looking back at Odom. "Oriental magician." Gubai was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, "You're a left-handed magician, and I'm an Oriental magician. It's like collecting the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the true magician Johnson. But I wonder if Irvin Johnson can still play. It's probably not going to happen." The game continued, and the scales of victory tilted further towards the Lakers. Although Kidd excelled in defense, facing this offensive powerhouse Gubai, he could only bow his head in submission. In the third quarter, Gubai repeatedly executed standard, mellow-style, mid-range jump shots, completely convincing Kidd, as the game entered garbage time. In the end, the Los Angeles Lakers easily defeated the New Jersey Nets 105-91, securing a 14-point victory. The Lakers continued to extend their winning streak, now at 9 consecutive wins, bringing them one step closer to the franchise and league record of 33 consecutive wins. In the next two games, the Lakers will remain at home to face challenges from KD and Carmelo Anthony. Who will emerge victorious remains uncertain. Can they close out November with a perfect winning streak? Let's wait and see. Throughout the game, Gubai played like a god descending to earth, racking up a massive double-double with 23 points, 5 rebounds, 17 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block in 3 quarters, completely dominating the Nets. Kobe wasn't to be outdone, dropping 33 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 steals, showcasing his legendary flair. On the Nets side, while Kidd scored 15 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds, and 1 steal, he paled in comparison to Gubai. Jefferson's 27 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block couldn't make up for the team's loss. At the post-game press conference, Jason Kidd spoke to the media with a tone full of amazement. "OMG, he really is a player who totally surprises me." He shook his head helplessly. "In a matchup against him, I can't gain any advantage. He's already one of the top point guards in this league." A reporter asked further, "Jason, as an 8-time All-Star point guard, do you think we'll see Gubai on the All-Star stage this year?" Kidd glared at the reporter with a look that screamed disdain and replied firmly, "That question is too stupid. If he doesn't make it, I'll retire." After speaking, Kidd left the press conference without looking back, leaving the scene in an uproar. At the same time, Nets head coach Lawrence Frank also spoke about the team's loss. "We simply couldn't find a way to contain Gu. He tore apart our defense, and Kobe was also scoring crazily against us. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen such a sensational rookie. It's absolutely jaw-dropping." He continued, "His performance reminds me of Michael Jordan. And even Michael didn't put up averages of 34.7 points, 7.8 rebounds, and 9.7 assists in the first month of his rookie year." Frank exclaimed excitedly, "We are witnessing the rise of a generational superstar." These words made the reporters at the scene gasp in shock, exclamations echoing one after another. Gubai's comparison has directly leapt over several levels, pointing straight to the shrine of the god of basketball. The next day, various major media outlets flooded with coverage of last night's game and the statements by the Nets head coach and Kidd. Los Angeles Sports Daily, an achievement even Jordan couldn't reach, racking up 34.7 points, 7.8 rebounds, 9.7 assists, 2.1 steals, and 1.8 blocks in the first month of his rookie season. Yahoo Sports, Gubai is about to break Shaquille O'Neal's rookie month best record in Lakers history. Sports Illustrated, even Jordan couldn't do it, God. CBS Sports data column, even Chamberlain would tremble. The rookie's single-month scoring record faces its biggest challenge in 61 years. TNT Sports Special Report, redefining versatility, the first ever 30 plus 5 plus 5 plus 2 plus 1 single-month stat line is about to be born. Historic moment, 3 legendary records simultaneously shaken. The rookie scoring crown barrier, Will Chamberlain's rookie record of averaging 37.6 points per game during the 1959-60 season, with a peak of over 40 points in a single month, is now facing a strong challenge from Gubai, who is averaging 34.7 points per game. Redefining all-around excellence, Oscar Robertson's legendary rookie triple-double average of 30 plus 10 plus 9 during the 1960-61 season is being reinterpreted by Gubai's modern all-around stats of 34.7 plus 7.8 plus 9.7. Efficiency pinnacle, Michael Jordan's rookie PR of 28.2 during the 1984-85 season is currently being surpassed by Gubai, who leads the league with a stunning PR of 31.8. As Gubai prepares to face his final 3 opponents, the Supersonics, Nuggets, and Jazz. NBA official data shows that 47 countries and regions worldwide have already acquired broadcasting rights for this round of matches. League Vice President Tatum stated, "The global attention triggered by this rookie can only be compared to the 1992 Dream Team." Meanwhile, the new idol creation plan proposed by David Stern was unanimously approved during the league's emergency meeting. By the San Jacinto River, sunlight danced on the surface, scattering golden flecks. Gubai parked the luxury RV on an open riverside spot and turned to the passenger seat. Megan was applying sunscreen to her slender legs, her honey-colored skin radiating a healthy glow under the sun. "Are we here to fish or?" Gubai's voice was deep as his gaze involuntarily lingered on the undone button of her denim shorts. Megan flashed a sly smile, her fingernail lightly brushing against Gubai's thigh. "I heard Asian men are the best at multitasking?" Gubai's heartbeat quickened, the atmosphere instantly growing fiery, as if the entire world had frozen at that moment. Gubai's emotions at this moment were like a volcano about to erupt, fury surging within him. "Woman, you're playing with fire." Megan Fox seemed to sense his anger, her coquettish smile appearing. He. She no longer held back, directly extending her hand. In the instant Gubai was still pondering, she slowly lowered her head. Boom! At this moment, Gubai felt the anger in his heart instantly quelled. He had to admit, Megan's skills were truly astonishing, and the teasing rhythm left him unable to resist. OHSHIT. Those Western girls sure know how to play. Gubai instantly switched from passive to active, suddenly pinning Megan beneath him. Today, I must take back the initiative and make this Western girl kneel and admit defeat. Men from Huagua are not to be underestimated. In this desolate outdoor setting, the sparks of battle were ignited. As night fell, the river shimmered with sparkling waves, and the distant cries of birds returning to their nests echoed faintly. Gubai lounged lazily against the leather seat, reaching out to roll down the car window. With a flick of his fingers, the lighter clicked, its orange flame illuminated his slightly sweat-dampened profile. Wisps of smoke rose and gradually dissipated into the dusk. Gu, you're just so. Megan Fox leaned against his shoulder, her voice slightly hoarse, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on his abdominal muscles. Megan's golden hair lay in disarray at the side of her neck, her skin still tinged with a lingering blush, like clouds dyed by the evening glow. Gubai chuckled softly, his knuckles lightly brushing against Megan's flushed cheek. What's this? Has Hollywood's wildcat surrendered so easily? Megan shot him a glare filled with playful irritation. But before she could speak, Gubai suddenly leaned in close to her ear and said in a low voice, Megan, I just thought of a new ball control tactic. No! Megan's eyes widened instantly, preparing to escape, but Gubai firmly grabbed her wrist. She struggled, but couldn't help bursting into laughter. Gu! Spare me! Gubai raised his eyebrows innocently and said, just kidding. However, the taut fabric beneath him silently exposed the lie. Megan's gaze slowly lowered, her red lips parted slightly, and when she looked up again, her eyes reflected Gubai's teasing smile. Gu, I. Before the words were finished, Gubai's large hand had already covered the back of her neck, applying slight pressure. Megan let out a soft hum, obediently leaning forward, her red lips slightly parted. The night completely enveloped the riverbank, with only the hushed breathing inside the RV intertwining with the chirping of insects outside, lingering for a long time. U.S. time. November 27th. Night. The Staples Center in Los Angeles is brightly lit, with countless fans having purchased all kinds of merchandise and holding support signs as they flood into the arena to cheer for their home team. Tonight's game sees the Los Angeles Lakers defending their home court against the visiting Seattle Supersonics, with an electrifying atmosphere that gets the blood pumping. Players from both teams have already entered the arena to begin warming up. Gubai, full of confidence, walked to the player tunnel and showed off with a stunning three-pointer. As the basketball was launched, it traced a beautiful arc through the air before landing with a resounding swish. Wow! The crowd instantly erupted in cheers, with the entire arena applauding him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, Du Xiaoshui wasn't about to be outdone. He sank an equally precise three-pointer, and couldn't help but glance in Gubai's direction. Damn, this guy's showing off again. He thought to himself, looks like I'll have to create a few more accounts if I want to keep up with this guy. However, tonight Du Xiaoshui's thoughts were clearly not on Gubai, as a stunning figure on the sidelines caught his attention. Scarlett Johansson, dressed in a low-cut revealing outfit, had also come to watch the Lakers game. Adu's gaze had already turned to Scarlett countless times, filled with longing. After completing a warm-up three-pointer, Gubai returned to the bench and was about to take a sip of the body armor drink he endorsed when the system task suddenly activated. Ding dong, system task released. Task name, Double Yolks. Task requirements, win player of the month this month, reward golden attribute *1. Task requirement, earn best rookie of the month this month, reward, purple attribute upgrade card *2. Wow, can I really get 2 golden attributes at once? Gubai was overjoyed, his eyes glancing at Du Xiaoshui opposite him. Adu, don't blame me, I'll go easy on you tonight. At this moment, on the other side of the court, Durant was being interviewed by on-site reporters. The reporter asked, Kevin, you're up against Gubai tonight. You had a confrontation during the Summer League. Now meeting him again as a fellow contender for Best Rookie of the Month, what are your thoughts? Kevin Durant smiled slightly. For tonight's game, what I'd like to say is that you're going to see a different side of me. Even though my performance was average in the Summer League, tonight I'll prove that I'm better than him. Reporter, wow, we are really looking forward to your performance, Kevin. Good luck. After speaking, Kevin Durant didn't forget to smooth his already thinning hair, appearing full of confidence. Starting lineups for both teams. Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. Seattle Supersonics, Delonte West, point guard, Kevin Durant, shooting guard, Damian Wilkins, small forward, Kurt Thomas, power forward, Chris Wilcox, center. Tonight, Bynum returns to the game, seemingly aware that his starting position is at stake. As the referee's whistle blows, the jump ball begins, with players from both teams standing at midcourt ready for the tip-off. Bang! Bynum leaps high and successfully tips the ball to Gubai. Gubai dribbles past half-court, faces west, the smaller point guard, and directly throws the ball into the air. To everyone's astonishment, Kobe descends into the paint like a heavenly force. Bang! Kobe soars through the air, completing a powerful one-handed alley-oop dunk. The Lakers lead the Supersonics 2-0, and the fans' cheers reverberate throughout the arena. Round transition, Supersonic attack. Durant tried to go one-on-one against Gubai, but as the man most familiar with the Grim Reaper, Gubai seized the perfect moment, jumped up, and delivered a massive denial. Smack! The basketball was instantly swatted away, a volleyball-style block served up. Watching from the sidelines, the Nike executives could only shake their heads helplessly. No way, officer, give it a rest. Lakers on offense. Facing young Master Durant, Gubai used a fake step-back move to shake off Durant, drove straight to the basket, and finished with a one-handed slam. Boom, with a thunderous sound. He split the mountain with a single blow. The score turned to 4-0, and Gubai proudly looked back at Durant behind him. Kevin, after this game, make sure to use my highlight reel as your training video. Fuck, Durant gritted his teeth. Seeing Scarlett on the sidelines cheering for Gubai dealt another devastating blow to his heart. Following Durant's little glance, Gubai instantly read his mind. Kevin, you know, all you have to do is ask, and I can get Scarlett to prepare some footbath water for you to sip on. Hearing this, Durant looked at Gubai in disbelief, silently thinking to himself, how does Gubai know I secretly want to drink her bathwater? Gubai looked at Du Xiaoshuai's face, which was trying to hold back laughter, and felt delighted inside. Who among the viewers in front of the screen can't understand Du Xiaoshuai's little schemes? Supersonic attack. Du finally scored a long two-pointer from the outside line, turning the score to 4-2. Good shot. The Nike executives on the sidelines finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like Kevin isn't so easily defeated after all. Next round. Gubai once again took control of the ball, dribbling with lightning speed. A dazzling behind-the-back crossover, facing direct defense from Durant. In midair, his waist and abdomen instantly folded and then extended again. Extreme reverse layup, done in one go. Dong dong. The basketball spun around the rim and ultimately slid into the hoop. 6-2. After landing, Gubai casually spread his hands and said, Kevin, when you're defending, even the air has more presence than you. Durant was on the verge of breaking down at this moment. Tonight, this trash talk expert was verbally battered to the point of no return. Turn around. Durant went for a layup, trying to salvage his pride. Durant's offensive desire is strong tonight, as if he wants to go all out against Gubai. Tonight is also a direct battle for Rookie of the Month. The next second. Smack. Gubai lunged from behind and mercilessly slapped the ball against the backboard, recreating the spectacular moment of a chasedown block. Oh. Gubai's shocking blood cap completely shut down Kevin's layup. This matchup shows a one-sided trend right from the start. Then, Lakers on offense, Gubai floors the gas pedal, quickly leaving behind Wes, who was retreating to defend, directly facing the blockade in the paint by Kurt Thomas. Breaking through, absolutely unstoppable. An aerial folding layup, scored again, stunning the crowd. 8-2. On the sidelines, Supersonics head coach PJ Carlesimo shook his head helplessly, looking at Durant and Gubai on the court, sighing. With emotion, the level of maturity between the two is truly incomparable, especially now, they're simply not on the same level. One is still striving to prove whether he can grow into a superstar, while the other is already a mature, all-star level player. On the court, the Lakers' score kept climbing under Gubai's relentless attacks. By the end of the first quarter, Gubai had scored 16 points in a single quarter, while Durant only managed a dismal 6 points. The outcome of the showdown between the two seems to be clear. There isn't much time left for Durant. The game entered the second quarter, and both coaches tacitly brought in their rotation lineups. Veteran Fisher took command in the backcourt, leading Ariza, Vujasic, and Farmar to form the second unit, sparking an offensive wave on the court. The Supersonics substitutes were equally unyielding, with both sides exchanging blows as the score alternated. By halftime, the Lakers, thanks to their more stable offensive and defensive performance, led the Supersonics 64-54 by 10 points. Halftime was brief and swift, and a new battle was about to begin. As the game resumed, Gubai's shooting touch slightly waned, but the Lakers were never short of firepower. Kobe Bryant stepped up. Like a fierce lion, he took on the Supersonics defense one-on-one. With fadeaway jumpers, driving layups, and sudden stops for mid-range shots, each precision strike left the opponents helpless. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers led 85-69, expanding the margin to 16 points, and the game's balance had completely tilted. In the fourth quarter, Gubai accelerated like the wind, tearing through the Supersonics' entire defense and delivering a bullet pass to Bynum for a ferocious slam dunk. This play completely crushed the opponent's morale, and the game lost all suspense. In the end, the Lakers secured a commanding 106-90 victory over the Supersonics, claiming a home win while handing the opponents their seventh consecutive loss of the season. Gubai effortlessly finished the game with a monstrous triple-double of 33 points, 10 rebounds, 11 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks, utterly overshadowing Durant's 25 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 block. Meanwhile, Kobe was equally dazzling, scoring 35 points, pulling in 8 rebounds, and dishing out 6 assists, as the Lakers' twin stars continued to shine brightly at Staples. As the game concluded, Nike CEO Mark Parker's face turned grim. F***K, we spent a fortune signing Kevin, and he ended up being dominated by Gubai? Thinking of this, Parker unleashed a tirade at Global Market Director Eric Sprunk. Sprunk could only respond with placating words, "Boss, please don't get too worked up." In the next game, our latest superstar signing, Carmelo Anthony, a long-established powerhouse, will surely make up for this humiliation and teach that Gubai kid a hard lesson. Hearing this, Mark Parker's expression finally improved. "Don't disappoint me in the next game." In the Lakers' locker room after the game, Kobe joked, "Goo, you're ruthless. I think Kevin was literally stunned by you out there. I bet he'll go home tonight and study the tapes carefully." Gubai burst into laughter at this. "Kobe, you know me, I never hold back on the court. Tonight was all about our Rookie of the Month showdown." Looking at Gubai, Kobe saw a reflection of his own younger self. Major news outlets were abuzz after the game. CBS Sports, record-breaking performance, yet another 33-plus triple-double, already racking up 3 triple-doubles in the first month, a new triple-double machine. ABC Radio, the most electrifying rookie in history, single-handedly dominated Kevin Durant. Rookie of the Year is now a foregone conclusion. Los Angeles Sports Daily, Rookie of the Month, Player of the Month, I want them both. Gubai's statement game. This Rookie of the Month showdown ended with Gubai emerging as the undeniable victor. Despite Durant's impressive performance, he was ultimately outmatched by an extraordinary opponent. Top pick Odin was sidelined for the entire season due to right knee microfracture surgery. Second pick Durant was still ironing out his game with frequent misses, and third pick Horford was serving as a blue-collar center for the Atlanta Hawks. No one expected that the brightest star of the new season would be a foreign player who only joined the NBA during the Summer League. It is said that the Trailblazers management could hardly conceal their sorrow. "Even if we could redo the draft 100 times, the first pick would still be Odin, but how we wish we had one chance to select Gubai." That evening, TNT's flagship program Inside the NBA featured an in-depth analysis of Gubai's recent explosive performance, with its legendary trio, the Mouth Kenny Smith, veteran commentator Ernie Johnson, and Sir Charles Barkley. As the only NBA legend in history to have kissed both a donkey's and a pig's butt, Barkley apparently had the most to say. He excitedly remarked, "Honestly, guys, during the Summer League, I completely underestimated this Chinese kid. Back then, I thought he might at best be a rotation player. And now, he's practically tearing through the entire league." Barkley grew more and more enthusiastic, even slamming the desk as he exclaimed, "Watching Gu dominate on the court makes me, this old guy retired for over a decade, want to come back just to hold on to the Lakers' coattails." He went on, "Listen, the current Lakers are absolutely the strongest contenders for the championship now. Gu alone has utterly transformed the team's tactical system." Kenny Smith, however, held a different view. "I admit Gu's performance is astonishing, but the Celtics' team cohesion is superior. Although they lost to the Lakers in their last matchup, Gubai's performance in that game was like he had a cheat code, dropping 82 points. God, I think it definitely won't be that crazy next time. The Celtics' big three work seamlessly together, and their bench depth is arguably the best in the league. Therefore, I believe the final victors will definitely be Boston." Earl Johnson, on the other hand, gave his unwavering support to the Spurs. "Never underestimate the Spurs in the West. The GDP trio, alongside their cunning mastermind Popovich, are like aged whiskey, the more crucial the moment, the richer their flavor." This championship battle sparked by Gubai's phenomenal performance has caused this episode's ratings to skyrocket. The heated debate among the three pundits has also pushed the suspense of this season's championship to its peak. While the entire league's attention was focused on Dubai, a private flight from Denver quietly landed at Los Angeles International Airport. The cabin door opened, and Allen Iverson was the first to step out. His oversized hip-hop jacket swayed slightly in the night breeze. He gazed at the dazzling night view of Los Angeles, a rebellious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "So I've heard the hottest thing in the league right now is this kid named Goo? Interesting. Back then, I made Jordan and Tyronn Lue part of my highlight reel. This time, let's see what he's really made of." Carmelo Anthony followed right after. Just before boarding, Nike executives gave him a strict order: tomorrow's game must let the Lakers, especially Dubai, experience what it means to be a true scoring machine. "Goo?" Anthony murmured softly, a flicker of fighting spirit in his eyes. "Sorry, rookie. I won't hold back this time." On one side was the terrifying backcourt duo of the rising superstar Dubai and the peak Kobe Bryant. On the other, the Denver Nuggets' already famed golden duo. When these two pairings clash at Staples Center, what kind of sparks will fly? The entire league is waiting for an answer. The second day. Inside the Lakers' training facility. The Lakers team is conducting training with intensity and precision, the atmosphere blazing as though prepared for an ultimate showdown. Key players like Ariza, Odom, Bynum, Kobe, Dubai, and Fisher are all gathered with a single goal: winning the championship. Since the start of the season, the team's performance has been impressive, boasting a record of 13 wins and 1 loss. Their recent 10-game winning streak has further bolstered their confidence, with the team aiming to challenge the franchise's longest winning streak of 33 games. Everyone is striving for this achievement. No player dares to let their guard down. For the championship-focused Lakers, failing to stand on the highest podium next year will be regarded as nothing but failure. This is an unspoken consensus among everyone. As the undisputed leader of the team, Kobe still gives his all during training without any slack, virtually a training fanatic. Even Vanessa can't persuade him to come home and rest. In contrast, Dubai appears exceptionally relaxed, occasionally slacking off or chatting, yet no one dares to underestimate his performance on the court. As long as he scores nearly 30 points per game and amazes everyone, no one has anything to say. Of course, Dubai's training is anything but easy. He shoots 500 three-pointers and 500 mid-range shots every day, a task that deters many players. Not to mention those insanely demanding strength and endurance workouts. Dubai understood that the post-training drinks could quickly restore his stamina, and the training itself could quietly enhance his attributes. Though progress was slow, it was still better than none. After training, Zen Master Phil Jackson delivered a motivational speech on the court. "Everyone, tonight we will face the Nuggets. Their record this season is 9 wins and 6 losses, ranking 4th in the Western Conference. They are definitely not to be underestimated. Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony form a powerful offensive duo. I hope everyone will give their all tonight, secure the victory, and consolidate our ranking." "Understood, coach." The entire team responded in unison, brimming with confidence. As training concluded, Dubai and Kobe went to have dinner together, where they discussed tonight's tactics against the Nuggets, eventually ending up in a debate. "Goo, tonight I must keep Carmelo under 20 points. Kobe said firmly. "Kobe, don't brag. Since you're taking care of Carmelo, then I'll handle Allen. I'll make sure he doesn't score more than 15 points tonight," Dubai retorted without backing down. Kobe thought to himself, "Wow, this guy is even tougher than me." He immediately placed a bet as well: whoever loses will treat the other to a night out at Hyde Sunset nightclub. "Bring it on," Kobe responded without hesitation. Dubai smiled slyly. "Kobe, aren't you afraid Vanessa will come and tug your ear?" Kobe replied confidently, "I am the head of our household. How could a man fear a woman? The power of my status in the family." Dubai, "Ooh. I believe you." Thinking about this, he quietly pondered to himself, "I wonder if Kobe has ever kneeled on a washboard at home." United States, California, Los Angeles. The Staples Center is brightly lit. Tonight, the Los Angeles Lakers will face off against their Western Conference rival, the Denver Nuggets, on their home court. Although there are still several hours before the game begins, the arena is already surrounded by passionate fans of the purple and gold. Countless fans wearing Lakers jerseys are lining up in an orderly manner, eagerly awaiting entry into the arena. As one of the hottest basketball markets in the United States, the Lakers' popularity has soared even higher this season. With the growing chemistry between Dubai and Kobe, the team's superstar backcourt duo, their dazzling style of play has drawn countless fans to watch. Statistics show that Lakers ticket prices have skyrocketed this season, with every game selling out. Meanwhile, the Clippers games next door sit deserted, even front row seats priced at just dozens of dollars have no takers. The Clippers general manager quietly appeared at the Staples Center tonight. As he stepped into the arena, he looked at the roaring waves of purple and gold before him and then recalled the desolation of his own team's home court. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he said, "This gap, it's simply worlds apart." Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Staples Center. The voice of legendary star Charles Barkley echoed through the venue. Tonight, we will witness a showdown between two Western Conference powerhouses, Los Angeles Lakers versus Denver Nuggets. In the last game, Kubai faced the Supersonics and racked up a triple-double, while Kobe exploded with 35 points. Together, they combined for 68 points, delivering a thrilling performance that dominated the game. Tonight, can they maintain their hot streak and defeat the Nuggets' golden duo? Let's wait and see, anticipating an extraordinary showdown. His partner A. Smith teased with a laugh, "Hey, Charles, I heard you've been looking into rumors about joining the Lakers lately? What, trying to get a championship ring?" Barkley immediately waved his hand to deny it. "Nonsense. This is the professional quality of a commentator. I must conduct thorough research and understand every detail." The two exchanged witty remarks, causing the live audience to burst into laughter, with the atmosphere growing increasingly lively and exciting. The camera panned to the court, where players from both teams were warming up intensely, adding to the tense atmosphere. Kobe and his old rival Iverson embraced and chatted on the sidelines. The two legendary figures from the golden class of '96 were having an animated conversation, seemingly reminiscing about the past. On the other side, Kubai was intently practicing his shooting. Each shot landed perfectly in the net, as if silently announcing that his feel tonight was divine and unstoppable. Denver Nuggets star player Carmelo Anthony walked over with a basketball in hand, smiling as he patted Kubai's shoulder. "Hey, Gu, I hear you've been really blowing up lately. Don't expect me to go easy on you tonight." Kubai slightly curled his lips, his gaze sharp as a blade. "How fitting, Carmelo. My three-pointers are just itching to quench their thirst with your defense." What a close call, almost spilled the beans. Everyone's gunning for Melo tonight. This showdown is bound to be extraordinary. The battle is about to begin. The on-site LED screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams tonight. Los Angeles Lakers, Kubai, point guard, Kobe Bryant, shooting guard, Luke Walton, small forward, Lamar Odom, power forward, Andrew Bynum, center. Denver Nuggets, Anthony Carter, point guard, Allen Iverson, shooting guard, Carmelo Anthony, small forward, Kenyon Martin, power forward, Marcus Camby, center. The Nuggets starting lineup tonight is at a slight disadvantage in terms of height. Carter and Iverson have heights of 185 and 183 respectively, and facing the Lakers' tall double guard lineup is undoubtedly a huge challenge. Moreover, the Nuggets' small forward Carmelo Anthony is no ordinary player. The nickname offensive maestro, defensive sieve, is not for nothing. Beep. The referee blows the whistle to start the game, and this highly anticipated showdown officially begins. The tense atmosphere instantly fills the arena, and the audience holds their breath, awaiting a thrilling contest. Jump ball. Bang. Bynum successfully tipped the basketball over the head of the '96 veteran, Marcus Camby. Tonight's game brought together three high-ranking players from the legendary '96 draft class, creating an exceptionally heated atmosphere. Kubai slowly dribbled past half-court, facing the defender in front of him, Anthony Carter. Kubai, commanding an absolute height advantage, waved his hand, and the crowd immediately dispersed. Boom boom boom. Kubai worked on the outside line as if casually stir-frying in the kitchen. Anthony Carter anxiously mobilized his nerves, constantly guarding against Kubai's breakthrough. Swish. Kubai feigned a breakthrough, then pulled back with a stunning ball and stepped back. A step outside the three-point line, decisively fires. Anthony Carter rushed over but could only watch helplessly as the basketball flew like an arrow, heading straight for the hoop. The next second. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. Lakers 3-0 Nuggets. Wow, Kubai's three-point range knows no bounds. A super long-range step-back three-pointer, hitting the mark with precision. The on-site commentator Charles Barkley shouted excitedly. Nuggets on offense. Anthony Carter dribbles across the half-court and immediately passes the ball to Allen Iverson. From beyond the three-point line, Kubai keeps a close eye on Iverson. The duel between the two number threes had the home fans holding their breath, so tense they even lightened their breathing. "Gu, I pass you like crossing an early morning road, not even a traffic light in sight." Allen Iverson confidently started trash-talking. Kubai refused to back down. "Allen, to be honest, when you move, you look like the Windows 95 system lagging like a PowerPoint." Iverson responded to Kubai's harsh words with equal force, without wasting time, directly showcasing his skills. Bang bang bang. Iverson performed consecutive between the legs crossovers, testing Gubai's defense. Swoosh. Iverson suddenly accelerated, flooring the gas pedal, charging straight to the basket. Gubai followed closely. The next moment. Snap. Iverson shifted his center of gravity, ankle breaker. However, Gubai quickly kept up thanks to his extraordinary flexibility and balanceability. What fuck? Iverson was startled in his heart. This guy can actually keep up with my speed. Seeing the time running out, Iverson executed a crossover and pulled up for a mid-range shot. Smack. Gubai wouldn't let it slide. No matter if you're the answer or anyone else, a stunning block was delivered without hesitation. Grabbing the basketball, Gubai took the lead and charged toward the front court. The horse gallops swiftly like a flying steed, the bowstring buzzes like thunder. Not even Melo or Iverson can catch up. Gubai takes off from the free throw line, gliding through the air, graceful like an eagle spreading its wings. Boom! Gubai performed a single-arm dunk from the free throw line, roaring and shattering the rim. 5-0. The Lakers bench immediately stood up, waving towels in celebration. As Gubai landed and looked at the late-arriving Iverson, he laughed. "Alan, do you need me to send you a GPS to help you find the position of the hoop? Game over." Scared. Iverson sensibly shut his mouth. If he talked trash any further, who knows how many fewer supporters he'd have. Wow. Gubai's glide dunk from the free throw line. This dunk was absolutely perfect in both fluidity and aesthetics. Definitely a slam dunk contest worthy flying dunk that scores a full mark. Charles Barkley exclaimed from the commentary booth. Nuggets on the attack. Near the free throw line, Anthony catches the ball and faces Kobe, takes a probing step, and skillfully finds space. Then, after dribbling the ball, Adong performed his signature move, a spin with a jump shot after a roll. The basketball traced a rainbow arc in the air. Swish. Swishing right into the net. 5-2. Breaking the scoring drought. Cameron's silky turnaround jump shot is really nice. A. Smith praised. Next possession. Gubai deftly maneuvered through the players like a butterfly weaving through flowers, effortlessly outplaying Iverson, and swiftly passed the ball to Kobe on the perimeter. Kobe Bryant caught the ball and confidently took a three-point shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. Right on target. 8-2. Guko connection, still beautiful as a painting. The fans at Staples Center were screaming excitedly. This was already the nth time Kobe and Gubai had connected seamlessly. When facing their duo, as long as one of them was double-teamed, the other could punish the opponent's defense. The first quarter ended quickly. Lakers 30-21 Nuggets. The Lakers led by 9 points at home entering the second quarter. In the second quarter, the Nuggets' sixth man J.R. Smith suddenly seemed to have a Jordan experience card tonight, hitting all kinds of unreasonable three-pointers and acrobatic layups, leading the Nuggets to quickly catch up and even surpass the score. Kobe's shooting touch was off tonight, transforming into Pavel Korchagin, writing a new chapter of how the steel was tempered with basketball. Sometimes, missing shots can be contagious. Gubai returned to the court, only to encounter a rare power outage. Ultimately, the Lakers trailed the Nuggets 53-57 at halftime, entering the second half down by 4 points. The Lakers seem to be struggling with their shooting tonight. I wonder if they can withstand the impact of the Nuggets' golden duo, Charles Barkley said worriedly. Smith analyzed, I think the key to the Nuggets' first half lead lies in their bench. The Lakers were outscored 17-5, especially with J.R. Smith, who single-handedly scored 15 points. Absolutely insane. Charles Barkley nodded. In the second half, both sides are bound to make tactical adjustments. Let's look forward to an exciting showdown in the second half. During halftime, the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room was subtle. Kobe apologized in the locker room, saying, "Sorry, guys, my shooting touch was off tonight. I'll do my best on defense." The teammates nodded one after another, and Kobe continued, "Tonight, we'll focus our tactics around Gubai. I believe victory will ultimately be ours." Everyone silently encouraged themselves. One key reason for falling behind in the first half was Kobe getting caught in a vicious cycle of missed shots, which affected the team's chemistry and impacted everyone's shooting rhythm. Halftime quickly passed, and the second half of the game resumed. The Nuggets launched an attack, but the Lakers clearly strengthened their defense in the second half, leaving the Nuggets players somewhat at a loss. Iverson made a mistake while jumping to pass the ball. The basketball was intercepted by Kobe, and the Lakers quickly launched a defensive counterattack. Gubai performed his signature move of dribbling in place beyond the three-point line. With Irving's red badge activated, a series of feints almost made Carmelo Anthony feel as if he were in outer space. Whoosh! Seizing the perfect moment, Gubai gathered the ball and shot forward like an arrow, leaving the ball unstoppable. Under Anthony's stunned gaze, Gubai charged into the paint, facing the former shot-blocking king of the '96 golden generation, Marcus Camby. On a day when the Great Rock rises with the wind, it soars straight up to 90,000 miles. Bang! In mid-air physical confrontation, Gubai flexibly twisted his waist and abdomen. While Camby was descending, he was still soaring in the air. The terrifying hang time stunned the audience on sight. The next second, boom! Gubai executed a two-handed folding slam dunk in mid-air, smashing the basketball fiercely into the hoop. After landing, Gubai looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, pounding his chest fiercely to vent the frustration of the first half. He turned to the Nuggets bench and mercilessly shouted, "Damn it, call the police. I'm single-handedly destroying you. This is unbearable." J.R. Smith on the bench instantly stood up. But soon, J.R. calmed down, recalling Gubai's ferocious record, and shivered all over. The bold fear the reckless. Although J.R. is defiant, he's no fool. Nuggets on the attack. Carmelo Anthony, after a hesitation move on the perimeter, takes a quick dribble step, jumps, and releases a signature jump shot for three. The basketball traces a beautiful arc in the air. Swish! Nothing but net. Kobe shrugged. This guy, is he on fire tonight or what? Even with a hand in his face, he still made it. Answer ball response. Back on defense. Gubai mimicked the move, facing Iverson's defense, raised his hand and shot a three-pointer. Same position as Anthony. The basketball in the air seemed to be equipped with GPS, precisely heading toward the hoop. Swish! Precision guided. Oh! The fans at the scene stood up and cheered excitedly. Gubai regained his touch, giving the Lakers a glimmer of hope. Although the Nuggets maintained their good shooting form, Gubai relied on his strong individual ability to help the Lakers stabilize the score in the third quarter. The third quarter is over. 78-78. The two sides ended in a draw, returning to the same starting line. Tonight's game was quite intense, with the Lakers hoping to continue their winning streak, while the Nuggets were determined not to be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. The only one injured was Iverson, who scored only 6 points in this game, overshadowed by Gubai to the point of barely seeing the sun. During the intermission, the Lakers' home court offered fans a treat. Tonight's lucky audience member had the chance to win $20,000 by making a half-court three-pointer. A lucky fan wearing a Gubai number 3 jersey was selected. At half-court, it was clear this guy had practiced. After 4 attempts, on the 5th try, he made a precise logo shot that sent the ball into the basket. He won the $20,000 prize and excitedly raised his hands in celebration. The intermission quickly ended, and the thrilling fourth quarter began. The game began, and J.R. Smith continued to play his role as a streaky shooter. Despite struggling with his touch in the third quarter, he stepped up again in the fourth quarter to attack. Kobe also regained his rhythm, responding with consecutive pull-up jump shots. With 7 minutes and 11 seconds left in the fourth quarter, Gubai and Melo returned to the court. The two engaged in a head-to-head showdown, with Melo punishing the Lakers' defense with mid-range shots, hitting them with precision. Meanwhile, Gubai had one approach attack, relentlessly driving through and tearing apart the Nuggets' paint. Both sides entered a phase where neither was willing to back down, with the point difference consistently hovering around 5. When the clock reached the final 35 seconds, the Lakers led the Nuggets 114-112, holding a narrow 2-point advantage. Wow, tonight's game is truly an adrenaline-pumping showdown. The game has reached a critical moment, and this play is crucial. Who will the Nuggets give this possession to? During the commentator's pause. Sideline ball. Carmelo Anthony comes around to receive the inbound pass outside the three-point line. Standing in front of him is tonight's familiar rival, Kobe Bryant. With a hot hand tonight, Melo has already scored 41 points. There is no doubt that Gubai has already secured the right to breathe, while Iverson now has only 12 points. As time quickly passed, Anthony began to make his move. After dribbling a step forward, he faced Kobe in front of him, rose up, and directly shot the ball. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air. Swish! Nothing but net. Lakers 114 to Nuggets 115. After scoring, Anthony performed his signature three-point celebration move, 3 fingers to the head. Iverson, J.R. Smith, Martin, and Camby rushed over to high-five and chest bump Anthony in celebration. OHMYGOD. Carmelo, oh my god, Carmelo hit a game-winning three-pointer beyond the arc over Kobe Bryant's defense. At the commentary table, Smith roared loudly. Anthony really has a big heart, he doesn't hesitate at critical moments. Charles Barkley exclaimed, 44 points, is this Melo's night of glory? Could the Lakers' winning streak be coming to an end? The Lakers have only 15 seconds left on the clock. Logically speaking, there's still enough time to organize one last offensive play, whether it's 2 points or 3 points to win the game. Pause. The Zen Master called for a timeout. On the Lakers bench, the Zen Master was setting up the final play. The team had 2 key assassins, making the choice at this moment quite abundant. Should the ball go to Gubai, who had already scored 40 points tonight, or to Kobe, who, despite his extensive clutch resume, had been cold-handed in this game? At this moment, fans around the world were fixated on this final play, their hearts seemingly about to leap out of their chests. The cameraman's lens focused on Gubai and Kobe, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Gu, we need you to make the move at the last moment. Kobe's eyes sparkled with determination. Kobe, you draw the defense. If Gu gets double-teamed, you take over the game. Gubai nodded in response, his heart filled with fighting spirit. Kobe looked at Gubai, feeling no hesitation in his heart. If it were someone else, he would never trust them, but Gubai was the younger brother he held in the highest regard. The timeout ended, and the battle resumed. Practical challenge, sideline throw. Odom quickly throws the ball in. Kobe starts like a cheetah, drawing the Nuggets' defensive attention, and the scene becomes instantly tense. Gubai uses Bynum's screen to sprint from the flank, and the moment he catches the ball beyond the three-point line, the atmosphere in the arena reaches its peak. Carmelo Anthony closely followed Gubai like a shadow. The spotlight on the scene seemed to shine just for the two of them. Kobe was on the side holding off the Nuggets defenders, and no one dared to rashly step forward to double-team. Clear out, it's time for one-on-one. The moment to decide victory with one shot has arrived. Bang bang bang. Gubai began dribbling skillfully on the court, searching for an opportunity to break through, his sharp eyes observing the situation on the field. Time is ticking away second by second. 9, 8, 7, 6. Gubai moved to the right, and at the moment Sweet Melon stepped on the three-point line, he instantly made a decision. Bang! Gubai quickly gathered the ball and, raising his hand, executed a sudden pull-up three-pointer, catching everyone off guard. At that moment, everyone's breath came to a halt. Swish! The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air, as if time had frozen in that instant. Still closely following, Melo couldn't interfere with this deadly three-pointer. Lakers fans and players clasped their hands tightly, silently praying for the basketball to go into the hoop. The next second. Swish! The basketball spun around the rim like a shooting star twice before finally plunging into the net. Sealing the deal. Beep! The final whistle sounded, and the air was filled with incredible cheers. The goal light is on. The game is over, Lakers 117 to Nuggets 115. After scoring, Gubai sprinted to the center of the court, passionately pointing at his arm and shouting, "Ice in my veins." Oh, we won, wow. Gubai hit an unreasonable pull-up three-pointer over Cameron's defense to seal the game. Gubai secured the victory at Staples, he is our hero. The entire Staples Center erupted instantly, with fans dancing and shouting in excitement. In the Huagwa Live broadcast room, this three-pointer instantly ignited a frenzy. God descends, Gubai's final moment turns Anthony's 44 points into nothing. Game-winning shot, counter-game-winning shot, tonight's game was so thrilling it left people breathless. Congratulations to Gubai for scoring 43 points again, another brilliant 40-plus performance. A forced melon may not be sweet, but it definitely quenches thirst. Tonight my Gubai is your Gudad, too dominant, this three-pointer is truly unbelievable. On the other end of the court, Anthony rested his hands on his knees, his face full of unwillingness, staring intently at the celebrating Gubai, his heart bitter. I feel so bitter inside. Wow! The Staples Center instantly erupted, with deafening cheers surging like a tide. On the court, the Lakers players darted like arrows toward the figure who had created the miracle. Gu! You are our superhero. 11 consecutive wins. The shouts of teammates echoed under the dome of the arena, and Bynum was so excited he almost tore his jersey apart. Sidelines. Kobe clenched his fist, his eyes blazing as he watched Gubai being tossed into the air by the crowd, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This kid always brings surprises. In the VIP box above, the Nike executive's face was ashen as he slammed the data report against Eric Sprung's chest. This is what you call needs observation? We've missed out on the next Michael, the era's benchmark. Outside the glass window, colorful streamers poured down in celebration of Gubai's 43 points and game-winning shot. Anthony adjusted his headband as he walked toward the scorer's table, giving a heavy high-five to the sweat-drenched Gubai. Damn, a buzzer beater. Gubai, you didn't even leave me a second. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Because facing Cameron, I have to give it my all. Gubai smiled as he took the towel handed over by the staff. I don't want to be counter-killed by you. At this moment, Iverson suddenly darted out and gave Gubai a headlock. Rookie, did you steal those defensive moves from Gary Payton's tapes? Gubai just smiled without saying a word. He couldn't possibly say it was given by the system. Standing aside, Kobe crossed his arms and interjected, now you know who the Lakers' most fearsome defender is? The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter, while the flashlights of the reporters behind them captured this moment as a classic. After the pleasantries, the players gradually left through the player tunnel. Inside the player tunnel, Gubai gave his game shoes to a fan who came to the venue to support him. At the same time, he took a marker from the on-site staff and signed his name. 12-year-old Zach LaVine jumped up excitedly after receiving Gubai's shoes. Gu, I want to play like you and fly on the court in the future. Gubai rubbed the head of the seemingly familiar boy. Then you'll have to learn how to score against my defense first. This joke made the accompanying staff burst into laughter, and no one expected this conversation to become a classic NBA moment 10 years later. As Gubai walked away, he vaguely felt that this kid looked somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't recall who it was. Wait, Zach LaVine? Inside the team locker room, the champagne cork popped and sprayed wildly. Odom held up his phone, live-streaming Bynum's robot dance. Guys, this video is definitely going to get more views on YouTube than Justin Bieber. Fisher stood on a chair, belting out a classic by Queen. And by the locker, Kobe quietly watched the scene before him. On this night, he was no longer the lone hero shouldering the heavy burden alone. This has been particularly evident this season, as Gubai's appearance reignited his hope for the championship. Chatting, let's go for one. Gubai handed over the champagne. The Black Mamba took it and, in a rare move, drank it all in one go. You know what, kid? I'm starting to look forward to our playoffs now. Evening. Back home. Gubai and Megan watched a movie together. As emotions ran deep, the two gazed at each other affectionately, and the scene gradually blurred. Approximately 10,000 words omitted. In the end, Megan Fox was beaten to the point of complete defeat. Megan lay on Gubai's chest. Gu, you're too fierce, I beg you, please spare me. That won't do, I haven't even used my full strength yet. Help, darling, if it really doesn't work, find me another sister. Amazing. Lonely as snow. Gubai could only gaze at the starry sky outside the window, appearing superior. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, completely eliminating Megan Fox. Task reward, $1 million plus Kidney Warrior entry *. Hearing the system's prompt, Gubai was visibly stunned. Strange and peculiar knowledge had increased again. The next day, Gubai's news of a game where he dominated with 43 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks once again made the front pages of major headlines. ABC Radio, ups and downs, buzzer beater, counter buzzer beater, Gubai's three-pointer sends the Nuggets home. Outdoor sports, Gubai's three-pointer pulls Kobe out of the meeting room. The magical Eastern kid continues his miracle. ESPN, averaging 30-plus points per game since the start of the season, in a league of his own among all NBA stars, is Gubai really a rookie? TNT Sports, Gubai drops 43 points, leading the Lakers to an easy 11-game winning streak. Cleveland Chronicle, King LeBron James scores 41 points, leads the team to victory over the Magic, and wins the battle for the Eastern Conference top 3. Last night, LeBron James delivered a stunning performance with 41 points, 7 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal, once again capturing everyone's attention. However, the headlines were stolen by another name, Gubai. Inside a luxurious mansion in Cleveland. WTF? I scored 41 points to beat the Magic, and yet there's barely any coverage? Have I fallen out of favor? LeBron James sat angrily on the couch, his phone scrolling incessantly in his hand, his face full of confusion and anger. He thought to himself, ever since this season started, almost all the headlines have been about Gubai and Kobe, while my goal of being the league's #1 feels increasingly out of reach. Once upon a time, people said I would take over Kobe's mantle. Now everything has changed, and it's all about discussions of Gubai's future achievements. F***K. The furious young emperor slammed his palm against the wall, and the phone instantly died. Los Angeles International Airport. The Lakers' private jet quietly rested on the tarmac as players boarded one after another, the air filled with tension. The entire Lakers team was well aware that the game against the Jazz would be a tough battle. Zen master Phil Jackson was quietly discussing tactics with the assistant coaches, while the players focused on their pregame preparations. Devils home court. This is the consensus among NBA players regarding the Vivint Arena in Salt Lake City. Situated at an altitude of 1,300 meters, the high-altitude home courts. Thin air quickly drains the stamina of visiting players. Even more intimidating are the fervent fans here, whose deafening cheers are enough to strike fear into any opponent. The Jazz currently rank 4th in the Western Conference this season, with an 11-5 record making them a formidable opponent. This team carries countless painful memories for Rockets fans. The classic pick-and-roll duo of Deron Williams and Carlos Boozer once broke the hearts of many Rockets supporters. In those years, the Rockets suffered crushing defeats in the first round of the Western Conference playoffs, their postseason ambitions repeatedly thwarted by the Jazz. Mehmet Okur's outside shooting became a lingering nightmare for Rockets fans. On the plane, Gubay adjusted his seat slightly, found a comfortable position, and slowly closed his eyes to rest. The 2-hour flight from Los Angeles to Salt Lake City was the perfect opportunity for him to recover his energy. Altitude sickness is a challenge that every visiting player must face when coming to Salt Lake City, and preparation must not be taken lightly. This game is of great significance to the Lakers. Defeating the Jazz not only solidifies their top ranking in the Western Conference but also propels them toward a winning streak record. Although there is still a long way to go to match the legendary 33-game winning streak, the hope of breaking the remaining winning streak records in the league remains alive. The fifth longest winning streak in league history, an 18-game streak jointly held by the Celtics, Knicks, and Bulls, awaits to be surpassed. Meals must be eaten slowly, and the road must be walked step by step. Whoosh! The Lakers' private jet began taxiing. Gubay looked out through the cabin window at the gradually receding Los Angeles nightscape, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Salt Lake City, here I come. U.S. time, November 30th. Salt Lake City. The Energy Solutions Arena, a stadium with a capacity of 19,911 seats, was packed to the brim. The Jazz's home fans are passionate like fire. Tonight, the Lakers come with a must-win determination, aiming to secure victory on the Jazz's turf. In the previous game at the Staples Center, the Jazz lost the first match, and tonight marks the second encounter between the two teams. From any perspective, the Jazz have no reason to lose. Both teams' players have already taken to the court and started warming up. Perhaps due to the effects of altitude, the Lakers' players' shooting performance appears slightly off. However, Gubay remains completely unaffected. Altitude or not, it's simply a piece of cake for him. His shooting is still as steady as ever. A large number of excited fans had already flooded into Hwagwachilnyu's live stream room. Has the game not started yet? We're all here to watch Gubay crush the Jazz. I hate the Jazz so much it makes my teeth ache. +1, I absolutely have to see my bro Gu ruthlessly destroy Deron and Boozer from the Jazz, and that annoying Okur too. The camera cuts back to the court. The game is about to begin, and Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan has given an interview to reporters. Reporter: hello, Coach Jerry. Everyone knows the Lakers' starting backcourt duo is one of the most formidable in the league. What defensive strategy will you employ against them tonight? Jerry Sloan: Gubay and Kobe are indeed a very strong backcourt duo. Tonight, we absolutely cannot approach this game with a conventional defensive mindset. I will make special strategic arrangements targeting Lakers starting guard Gubay as the offensive initiator, and we will always maintain high attention on Kobe. Reporter: thank you for the interview. Wishing you a perfect victory at home tonight, ending the opponent's 11-game winning streak. The big screen at the Jazz's home court displayed the starting lineups for both teams tonight. Los Angeles Lakers: Gubay, point guard; Kobe Bryant, shooting guard; Luke Walton, small forward; Lamar Odom, power forward; Andrew Bynum, center. Utah Jazz: Deron Williams, point guard; Ronnie Brewer, shooting guard; Andrei Kirilenko, small forward; Carlos Boozer, power forward; Mehmet Okur, center. Jump ball. Jump ball at the center line between both sides. Pop. Amid the cheers of the home crowd, Okur successfully snatched the basketball over Little Shark Bynum's head. Deron dribbled past half-court, and the game officially began. Bang! After crossing half-court, Deron, who often relied on his weight to overpower smaller point guards, encountered Gubay, who was equally strong and sturdy, and instantly felt a bit uncomfortable. The nickname Eat, Sleep, Beat Paul wasn't given for nothing. Seeing no opportunity, Deron and Boozer executed a classic Utah pick-and-roll, with Deron passing the ball to Boozer. Facing the defense of the left-handed magician Odom, Boozer forced his way forward and chose a skillful jump shot. Clang! Unfortunately, Boozer's touch was off tonight, and the basketball hit the rim. The Little Shark quickly grabbed the rebound and passed the ball to Gubay. Gubay swiftly dribbled past half-court and launched a fast break. SHIT stop him, double team, double team. Jazz head coach Sloan watched Gubay charging forward and hurriedly shouted to the players on the court. Seeing this, Darren and Brewer immediately rushed to double-team Gubai. Double-teaming right at the start, even the commentators on site were stunned. So Sloane's strategy is, when in doubt, go for the double-team? I'm not a delicate little prince, I've got strength and skills. Before the double-team could form, Gubai made a no-look pass and sent the ball directly to Kobe on the other side. Swoosh! Kobe caught the ball, his steps swift as he charged into the 3-second zone, spinning gracefully for an easy layup. Swish! With a crisp sound, the basketball swished into the hoop. The Lakers lead the Jazz 2-0. After scoring, Kobe clenched his fist in an excited celebration. Gubai looked at Darren in front of him and shook his head slightly. I'm not alone, you'd better double-team me tonight. Turnover. Darren crosses half-court and passes the ball to Boozer. Tonight, Boozer is determined to launch a fierce attack on Odom, vowing to carve out a path of blood. Boom. Physical confrontation, Boozer spins, strong layup, the basketball goes in steadily. Lakers tied 2-2 with the Jazz. Wow, that's an incredible footwork. Boozer scored with ease in the Lakers' paint. Jazz fans and commentators on site cheered excitedly. The atmosphere was as heated as a volcano about to erupt. Lakers possession. Gubai dribbled past the half-court line, facing the Jazz players' double team, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of challenge. Tonight, Sloane's strategy seemed to focus entirely on shutting Gubai down, preventing him from scoring. Smack! Gubai made a swift pass, perfectly finding Kobe, who had used a pick-and-roll to get free from the baseline. Kobe caught the ball. The Jazz defense was visibly a step too slow. If it had been another player, the Jazz's defensive switch might have been considered timely, but tonight's opponent was the Black Mamba. Kobe, without hesitation, immediately fired after catching the ball. A three-point shot, with the basketball tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Swish! Swish, right on target. 5-2. You'd better leave me open all night. Kobe, after scoring a three-pointer, shouted loudly toward the Jazz fans on the sidelines, as if an invisible pressure instantly enveloped them. Sloane watched this scene, his brow tightly furrowed. Kobe's on fire tonight, and the cost of double-teaming Gubai is truly substantial. Why do the Lakers have two players of this caliber? F***K. Jazz on offense. Kirilenko faced Luke Walton with ease and confidence, flexibly laying the ball into the basket with a baseline drive. 5-4. On the other end, Kobe used another pick-and-roll to stop abruptly for a jump shot, easily scoring again. 3-4-3 to start the game. Kobe used an almost domineering scoring method to tell Jerry Sloane that our team doesn't just have one scorer, he is still the best shooting guard on the planet. The commentator on the sidelines exclaimed excitedly. His partner beside him agreed, the Jazz must change their defensive strategy. If Kobe gets going, tonight's game will become incredibly tough. At that moment, the Jazz made a passing error on the court, and Kobe stole the ball. Defensive counterattack, Kobe's quick pass, Gubai speeding towards the frontcourt. After receiving the ball, Gubai faces the entire Jazz defense. He accelerates and, relying on his physical superiority, directly powers through the Jazz. Charging into the paint, facing Boozer. Bang! In mid-air physical confrontation, Gubai grabs the ball with one arm, raising it high like a burning torch. Boom! He fiercely slams the ball into the hoop, sending Boozer flying to the sidelines near the photographers. Wow! OMG! Gubai's domineering and unreasonable solo drive and slam dunk left the home fans stunned, as if time had come to a standstill. Such satisfaction, truly satisfying. Damn, I've been annoyed by this arrogant guy for a long time. The fans in the livestream room instantly erupted. I can't wait to see how Gubai deals with this guy next. The game quickly entered the lineup transition phase. So far, Kobe has delivered an explosive performance with 15 points, and the team is leading the Jazz by 7 points. Kobe's outstanding performance has successfully helped Gubai alleviate the pressure of double teaming. Gubai and Kobe, two poisons, you have to choose one to swallow. Time comes down to 7 seconds left in the first quarter. Kobe quickly advances the ball from the backcourt, facing Kirilenko in front of him. With time running out, he takes an ultra-long three-pointer from the logo. The basketball traces a rainbow in the air. Swish! Beep! The ball goes in, the light flashes. Kobe hits a long-range three-pointer. Nobody can stop me. After sinking the three-pointer, Kobe stared dominantly at the Jazz players. Wow, great shot. Beautiful, solid. Lakers players excitedly rushed over to celebrate with Kobe. The Lakers led the Jazz 34-24 in the first quarter, entering the second quarter with a 10-point advantage. In a single quarter, Kobe scored 21 points. The Jazz's defense completely collapsed. The intermission quickly ended, and the second quarter began. Gubai tonight is playing a time mismatch with Kobe, leading the bench lineup to take on the Jazz's chaotic rotation. Lakers on the attack. Facing the defense of Jazz bench player Matt Harpring. Swish! Gubai suddenly launched a cold arrow from beyond the three-point line, directly pulling up for a three-point jump shot. The basketball flew toward the hoop as if equipped with GPS in midair. Swish! A shot through the heart. 37-24. AK-47 Kirilenko wants to go for a layup. Smack! Gubai appeared behind him at some point, delivering a volleyball-style block and slamming the ball onto the backboard. Kwame Brown picked up the rebounded basketball. Gubai slowly dribbled past half-court and executed a pick-and-roll with Kwame Brown. The Jazz's defense was momentarily caught in a dilemma. Kirilenko didn't know whether to stick close to Gubai or focus on delaying the pick-and-roll. Gubai didn't care about all that, hitting a killer shot from the perimeter to crush their spirits. Confidently, Gubai attempted another three-pointer. Swish! Swish, right on target. 40-24. After scoring, Gubai looked at the defender in front of him, Kirilenko, and sprinkled some cumin. Even the air has more presence than you when you're defending. AK-47 Kirilenko from the Big Goose suddenly went silent. On the other hand, the Lakers. Gubai started the second quarter on fire, unleashing his shooting prowess from beyond the arc and quickly sinking 2 three-pointers. The point difference between the two teams instantly widened to as much as 16 points. Timeout. Jazz head coach Sloan, overwhelmed, called for a timeout. Wow, we can see that Gubai's touch is still excellent. In the first quarter, although he didn't take many shots, he still scored 6 points. But in the second quarter, less than 2 minutes into the game, Gubai has already scored 6 points. The live commentator analyzed. Timeout is over. Darren was sent onto the court ahead of schedule, and Sloan also realized that apart from Darren, it seemed like no one on his side could really match Gubai. Of course, Darren couldn't either, it's just that relatively speaking, he might be slightly more effective. But, is Darren really capable of dealing with Gubai when he's in the zone? Over here. The Jazz are on the offense. Darren steps up to organize the Jazz's attack, and it indeed improves a bit. A quick pass to Oker, who hits a three-pointer in response. Back to the other end. Gubai, who has already gone berserk, starts firing from the perimeter. Facing Oker after the pick-and-roll mismatch. Boom boom boom. After a series of between-the-legs dribbles, Gubai's crossover instantly shook Oker, causing him to fall to the ground. Ankle breaker. Then, Gubai shoots a super long three-pointer, raising his hand and firing directly. The basketball traces a beautiful arc in the air. Swish. Nothing but net. 3 consecutive three-pointers. After scoring, Gubai performed his signature move, good night. Salt Lake City. Wow. Damn, this kid just stole the whole show. Kobe exclaimed as he watched Gubai dominate on the court. The Lakers bench waved their towels excitedly with all their might. Gubai, who found his rhythm in the next quarter, also made the Jazz's defense suffer greatly. One offensive play. Boozer was met with a thunderous block by Bynum under the basket, ruthlessly denying him. Gubai quickly advanced with the ball, facing the Jazz defender, faked a shot and delivered a real pass, perfectly deceiving his opponent. Deceiving the defender, a high lob pass to the basket led to a soaring Odom. Bang. Odom slammed the basketball fiercely into the hoop. After scoring, Odom let out a long roar toward the sky. Odom, who hadn't met Khloe Kardashian yet, was incredibly fierce. After scoring this basket, the Lakers' lead has already reached more than 20 points. Less than half a game. The game seems to have entered garbage time, with just over a minute left in this quarter. Gubai has already racked up 17 points. Kobe played in the first quarter, Gubai played in the second quarter. The Zen master angrily threw the tactical board, seemingly fearless. What other tactics do I need? Just give the ball to Kobe and Gubai. Fans back home were completely ecstatic. Serves you right for bullying my Yao. Bet you didn't expect to end up like this today, little Jazz. Gubai is too strong, teaming up with Kobe like twin swords eat, sleep, and crush the Jazz. Take it, take it. The first half of the game quickly comes to an end. The Lakers lead the Jazz 62-42. Leading by nearly 20 points on the road, they've almost secured the victory. The Jazz's devilish home court is now silent, utterly still. Kobe delivered 27 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals in the first half, while Gubai posted an astonishing stat line of 26 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks. The two combined for 53 points in the first half. Such firepower left all the stars watching the game exclaiming, terrifying indeed. In the Spurs locker room, Duncan looked at the huge point difference, combined with the performances of Kobe and Gubai, and shook. his head, saying, "This year, it seems the Lakers have risen again. We have one more opponent on our road to the championship." Next to him, Ginobili looked at Gubai, and the fear of being dominated by him in the past resurfaced in his mind. Parker asked softly, "I still have the same question, is this guy really a rookie?" "Tim, he's as precocious as you." Duncan touched his head, "Maybe. Isn't he also a representative of precocious maturity?" The phrase "the future is yours" left a lifelong impression on LeBron James. Halftime quickly passed, and the second half of the game resumed. The Lakers gave the Jazz no chance to fight back, with only 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in the third quarter. Lakers offensive possession. Facing the irrational Boozer, Gubai turned the impossible into the miraculous. In the moment of losing balance and falling to the ground after being fouled, he decisively tossed the ball toward the basket. The basketball rolled around the rim. Swish! And smoothly slid into the basket. The referee blows the whistle, the basket counts, 2+1. And 1. Kobe, Odom, and Luke Walton quickly stepped forward to help Gubai up. As Gubai stepped onto the free throw line, the frenzied Jazz fans shouted loudly, "MVP, MVP, MVP." Darren and Boozer, the two star players, looked grim and sullen. The fans had lost their confidence after being crushed. How could this game go on? Swish! At the free throw line, Gubai steadily made the penalty shot. Lakers 94-66 Jazz. The point difference has reached as much as 28 points. This game has no suspense at all. If it weren't for this being the Jazz's home court, Sloan would have surrendered long ago, showcasing his ultimate skill of substituting 5 players at once. The game is still ongoing. The last 11 seconds before the end of the third quarter. Gubai holds the ball outside the arc, once again facing Yao's nemesis Oker. Whoosh! Gubai quickly changes direction, accelerates, and completes an overtake on the curve in an instant. Breaking into the Jazz's territory alone, facing Kirilenko and Boozer's defensive support. Gubai maneuvers skillfully, executing a smooth underhand layup. Clang clang clang. The basketball bounced twice on the rim. Swish! Hollow shot into the net. Last-second layup puts the ball in. End of the third quarter. Los Angeles Lakers 102-72 Utah Jazz. Easily entered the fourth quarter with a 30-point lead. With this brilliant layup, the game completely turned into garbage time. Final. Los Angeles Lakers 120-96 Utah Jazz. Successfully defeated the opponent by a 24-point margin on the road, extending their 4-game winning streak against the Jazz. The Lakers truly are the Jazz's nemesis. The beauty of the NBA lies in this: you counter me, I counter you, with different playing styles targeting each other. At the moment the final buzzer sounded, Gubai and Kobe exchanged a smile, their tacit understanding needing no words. After winning this game, the Lakers have achieved a 12-game winning streak. Since the start of the season, apart from losing to the Hornets, they have almost maintained a perfect record, claiming the top spot in the league and the Western Conference. 15 wins and 1 loss, the pride of being number 1 in the league. The Celtics, Hornets, Pistons, Spurs, and Cavaliers can only look up from behind. Afterward, Kobe and Gubai exchanged hugs and greetings with the Jazz players. On the court, they are opponents, but off the court, they are brothers, comrades fighting together. The NBA is, after all, a vast arena. Darren scored 21 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists in this game. It seems decent, but his shooting percentage was shockingly low. He took 19 shots. On the other side, Kobe finished with 38 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 steals, while Gubai had 41 points, 8 rebounds, 10 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, a near triple-double performance. Just 2 rebounds short of completing a triple-double in 3 quarters. This is absolutely maddening. If only the Jazz hadn't struggled for just 3 quarters, a triple-double would have been easily within reach. At the same time, Gubai scored 41 points again after dropping 43 points in the previous game. 2 consecutive games with 40-plus points, an astonishingly high efficiency. The Guku duo combined for 79 points. The commentator on the sidelines couldn't help but start summarizing the post-game highlights. The Lakers' dazzling combination of 2 offensive masters boasts a terrifying scoring power that even surpasses the Nuggets' dynamic duo. They are the strongest backcourt duo in the current NBA. The Lakers' only weakness now is their interior presence. I believe Kupchak will bring in a seasoned big man to help them push through the playoffs. As for the Jazz, today's loss was not unjustified. Darren was completely dominated by Gubai, who turned out to be such a formidable guard that he lost his physical advantage. After the game, Jazz head coach Sloan also commented on the defeat. Although we made a lot of tactical preparations before the game, the players' execution and Kobe's performance caught me off guard. Tonight we lost again, but if we meet in the playoffs, I believe we will perform better. After defeating the Jazz, the entire Lakers team went to a nightclub in Utah to relax. Gubai lounged casually on the sofa, playing dice and drinking games with everyone. Odom, Farmar, and others danced gracefully with the ladies in front of the dance floor. Gubai looked at his jubilant teammates and secretly calculated in his heart, if I score another 40+ in this final game, it seems like the Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month awards are pretty much secured. Honestly, I'm already a bit excited. I wonder what good stuff I'll get to improve myself this time. Gubai, system, let's discuss something. Can I get an advance on the Player of the Month award? System, just wait patiently. Gubai, so stingy. System. At this moment, a fair-skinned hostess from Sakura country, clearly still a schoolgirl, interrupted Gubai's thoughts and walked up to him. Brother Bai, have a drink. Gubai glanced at her and thought she was the best quality among the hostesses tonight, and her looks also matched Asian aesthetics. Okay. Cheers to happiness, let's drink. Proper nightclub, proper hostess, brothers. Los Angeles. The entire Lakers team quickly flew back home after finishing their away game against the Jazz, filled with anticipation. The next game is tomorrow. Considering the team's tough battles this month and their excellent performance, the Lakers decided to give everyone a day off to relax. Gubai returned to his apartment with a backpack, his face full of excitement. In the exclusive esports room, he eagerly turned on the newly configured latest computer, ready to play a round of the currently popular game, CS. Since the WNV team won the WCG championship in 2005, the number of domestic players has skyrocketed, becoming a nationwide craze. Before LOL emerged, CS was the sensation that swept across the entire internet. Bang! Gubai executed a mid-lane flick shot, precisely taking down the opponent's main sniper, instantly igniting his fighting spirit. At that moment, ring ring, the sudden ringing of the phone on the table shattered the tense atmosphere of the game. Gubai saw it was Feigen calling and immediately picked up. Gu, congratulations! You're quite an influential celebrity now. Feigen's opening words left Gubai momentarily stunned, filled with confusion. What do you mean? Feigen said without reservation, Time magazine just called and invited you to participate in a cover shoot in Los Angeles this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Gubai instantly understood the truth of the matter. It turns out that his recent wild performance, which could practically be called Gu madness, had caught the attention of Time magazine's editors, who were planning to feature him on a cover issue. Time magazine is no ordinary publication. Only a few players have graced its NBA cover, including Jordan, Bird, Magic Johnson, Black Mamba Kobe, and King James, among other big names. As the first Chinese player to enter the NBA, it's only natural to cause a sensation. Before ending the call, Feigen mysteriously said, Gu, I heard there's a super beauty partnering with you for this shoot. As for her identity, it's a secret for now. Gubai's heart trembled. Goodness, this old guy is actually playing suspense. After hanging up the phone, Gubai's curiosity was completely piqued. Who exactly is the mysterious female guest? Could it be the one he's been longing for? Filled with anticipation, he decided to prepare for the upcoming shoot to absolute perfection. Griffith Observatory. One of Los Angeles' iconic landmarks, Griffith Observatory is a popular filming and magazine shoot location, featured in works like La La Land and more. At this moment, the square in front of the observatory is bustling with activity as the Time magazine shooting team works intensively. Staff members shuttle back and forth, adjusting lights and setting up equipment, creating a lively and energetic scene. Mike, move that reflector a bit more to the left. Chief photographer Edward adjusted the sunglasses on his nose and shouted into the walkie-talkie. Today, we're shooting a theme that combines sports and cinema. His voice exuded confidence, as if today's shoot would become a classic moment in history. Highlighting the melody of youthful passion, the brilliant collision between basketball superstar Gubai and world-class beauty, Jessica Alba. With his words, the atmosphere instantly ignited, and everyone eagerly anticipated the arrival of this visual feast. Another round of busy work. The entire event venue has been set up. Mike wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over to Edward. Mr. Edward, the venue has been arranged according to your requirements. The basketball hoop, the starlight backdrop, and that specially made rotating platform are all ready. Hearing this, Edward nodded. Everyone take a break. Once the lead actor arrives, the shoot will officially begin. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the dressing room, Jessica, your condition is absolutely perfect today. Makeup artist Lucy praised while styling Alba's hair. The beauty in the mirror had honey-toned skin, golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and expressive eyes that seemed capable of captivating anyone's soul. Assistant Lucy, while fixing her hair, exclaimed, "Jessica, you look absolutely radiant today. I bet that basketball kid's eyes will be glued to you." Jessica curled up a meaningful smile. That Eastern kid who led the Lakers to create miracles one after another? Her voice carried a hint of playfulness. "I'm quite curious, if he's so good on the court, how would he perform off the court?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she was already imagining collaborating with Gubai. Perhaps it was fate's joke, but in this timeline, Jessica had yet to meet her destined soulmate, maintaining the freedom and ease of a single aristocrat. As the universally acknowledged goddess of the NBA, Jessica Alba's charm was irresistible. With Mexican, French, and Danish heritage, her blonde hair, blue eyes, and full lips made her a living Barbie doll. Jessica Alba, the NBA's #1 goddess adored by all, had her beauty and figure recognized wherever she went. Even Jeremy Lin was one of her admirers. Kobe once publicly stated that he wanted to date Jessica Alba. As Gubai's sports car roared into the underground garage, he was still speculating about who his partner for tonight's collaboration would be. "Hopefully, it's not some difficult-to-please big shot," Gubai muttered as he walked into the elevator, filled with anticipation. Gubai quickly arrived at the shooting location. Editor-in-chief Rooney and photographer Edward hurriedly approached Gubai upon seeing him arrive. "Gu, you're just in time." Their faces were brimming with excitement. After speaking, the two of them sized up this basketball rising star. Standing at 198 centimeters tall, with a handsome face, a tall and well-proportioned figure, the perfect clothes hanger, and a hint of roguish charm, he was simply a lady killer. Even though the two had seen their fair share of handsome men and beautiful women, they were still stunned by Gubai's good looks. "Hello, gentlemen." Gubai politely shook hands with the two, exuding confidence. Under the tent at this moment, Jessica Alba was sipping orange juice. Looking at Gubai, who was even more striking today in a crisp white shirt, she was instantly captivated. He has such a youthful vibe. With the male and female leads in place. All right, Edward shouted loudly, "Everyone's here, let's get started." Gubai also noticed Alba, who stood out like a shining star in the crowd. "Damn, it's her." His heart skipped a beat. Although Megan was already very alluring, this global goddess of sensuality was equally captivating. Ding dong, the system has detected the host is currently shooting for a magazine. Rewarding the host with the Golden Actor entry *gold. As the system's voice fell, Gubai instantly felt that this shoot wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. The shoot proceeded quickly. Following Edward's instructions, Gubai and Jessica Alba posed in various positions for the shoot. Due to the nature of the shoot, some physical contact was inevitable. Gubai glanced at Alba, and it seemed she wasn't too resistant either. It appeared that his good looks had indeed been quite helpful. "Perfect!" Rooney exclaimed excitedly, "Now let's do a more intimate pose. Jessica, wrap your arms around Gu's neck. I want that kind of subtle yet close feeling." Edward's voice carried a hint of excitement. Jessica walked closer slowly, and Gubai could smell the faint citrus scent of her perfume. When her slender arms encircled his neck, the two were so close they could feel each other's breath, and the air was filled with a tense yet thrilling atmosphere. The distance between them was only 0.01 centimeters. Gubai gazed into those beautiful eyes, and a sudden sense of daze surged in his heart, as if time had frozen at this moment. "You're even more photogenic than I imagined," Jessica said softly, her warm breath brushing past like a spring breeze, instantly igniting a spark in Gubai's heart. Just as the ambiguous atmosphere reached its peak, an accident occurred. Jessica's high heel suddenly got stuck in a gap in the floor, and she pitched forward, as if time itself had frozen. "Ah!" With a startled cry, Gubai instinctively reached out to catch her, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. At this moment, he was her hero. System prompt, host, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To others, it seemed like just a moment of a hero saving a damsel in distress, but only the two involved knew that amidst the chaos, Gubai's palm had landed squarely on the softness in front of Jessica. Worse still, as if possessed, he gave it a squeeze, inwardly crying out that this was bad. Jessica let out a barely audible whimper, her cheeks instantly blooming with two rosy clouds, like flowers in full bloom, shy yet captivating. The staff hurriedly stepped forward to assist, while Gubai quickly pretended as if nothing had happened and released his hand, though internally he was furiously complaining, "System, you set me up. The distance between us was only 0.01 centimeters. Gubai gazed into those beautiful eyes, his heart surging with emotion, as if time had momentarily stood still. "You're even more photogenic than I imagined," Jessica said softly, her warm breath brushing past like a spring breeze, striking directly at Gubai's heart. Just as the ambiguous atmosphere reached its peak, an unexpected incident occurred. Jessica's high heel suddenly got stuck in a crack on the floor, causing her to lurch forward. Ah! A startled cry, Gubai instinctively reached out to catch her, instantly transforming into a hero. System prompt, host, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To others, this was merely a moment of a hero saving a damsel in distress. But only the two involved knew that amidst the chaos, Gubai's palm had landed squarely on the softness in front of Jessica. What was worse, he inexplicably pinched it. Jessica let out a barely audible whimper, her cheeks instantly blooming with two crimson clouds, like roses in full bloom. The staff hurriedly stepped forward to assist, while Gubai quickly pretended as if nothing had happened and let go of his hand, though his heart was in turmoil. System, you're messing with me. System, host, your drool is almost dripping to the ground, just creating a little opportunity for you. Gubai, listen to me, thank you. Jessica adjusted her disheveled skirt and sneaked a glance at Gubai's innocent expression, silently pondering in her heart, he probably didn't do it on purpose. After all, it was to save me. Love struck alert. Love struck alert. This little incident actually made the final shoot go more smoothly, as if the red thread of fate had tightly connected them. The chemistry between the two grew increasingly intense, with every exchange of glances sparking like fireworks, leaving even the experienced Edward utterly stunned. The shoot wrapped up quickly thanks to their perfect coordination, as if time itself had paused for them. Edward and Rooney excitedly reviewed the footage. Amazing. This is definitely the sexiest sports feature I've ever shot. That's a wrap. With the photographer Edward's shout, the entire team erupted in cheers, the atmosphere ablaze with excitement. Rooney approached Gubai and Jessica, excitedly inviting them, you two must come to tonight's celebration party. Skybar Bar, it's on me. The two exchanged a glance from a distance, their minds in perfect sync, nodding simultaneously as if their souls connected at that moment. Skybar Bar. The crowd surged. Los Angeles nightlife was just beginning to heat up. Having just parked the car, Gubai pushed open the heavy glass door of the bar, greeted by a wave of alcohol and perfume scents, along with deafening electronic music. Goo! Over here! Rooney waved from the sofa in the VIP area, surrounded by more than a dozen staff members. Gubai noticed Jessica sitting alone on a high stool in the corner, sipping a blue cocktail in small sips. Edward grabbed Gubai's shoulder. Our leading man is finally here. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. He handed Gubai a glass of amber whiskey, ordered especially for you, Gu. Gubai smiled as he took the wine glass, but his gaze unconsciously drifted toward Jessica. Jessica had already changed into a silver sequin short skirt on the way, looking even more stunning and captivating under the lights. As if sensing the gaze, Jessica suddenly looked up in Gubai's direction. Don't just stand there. Rooney nudged Gubai, go say hello to your leading lady. Didn't you two have great chemistry during filming? Edward also joined Mike and the others in egging him on. Gubai made his way through the dancing crowd and sat down beside Jessica. Mind if I sit here? Jessica's red lips curved into a smile. Of course, our leading man. Jessica's enchanting eyes seemed as if they could steal a person's soul. What a seductress. Gubai sighed inwardly. The two of them then enjoyed some wine and chatted for a while. Gu, I've been thinking about what happened during the shoot today. Jessica's fingertips unconsciously brushed her wrist as she gazed directly at Gubai, her eyes filled with allure. The moment you caught me, I think I felt a little flutter in my heart. With that said, Jessica didn't forget to adjust the angle of her long legs as she crossed them. Gubai's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Looking at such a stunning beauty, he could only silently recite in his heart, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The system's notification sound suddenly exploded in his mind, warning. Host's heart rate is too fast. Suggest deep breathing to stay calm. Gubai took a sip of wine to cover up, quickly changing the subject. Is your foot okay? Jessica was about to respond when a piercing whistle interrupted her. Three thugs in studded leather jackets squeezed up to the bar, the snake tattoo on the arm of the red-haired leader rippling with his flexing muscles. Hey, sweetheart, he leaned closer to Jessica. Drinking alone is so boring, isn't it? Let us keep you company. Our specialty is playing the flute. Looking at the group of thugs, Jessica shed her earlier charm and turned her face away coldly. Sorry, I'm with my friend. Please leave. Friend? The red-haired man glanced at Gubai and sneered, that scrawny body can satisfy you? His companion let out a lewd laugh and reached out to touch Jessica's golden hair. Gubai suddenly stood up, his 198 centimeters height casting a shadow. This is my final warning. You'd better not make a move. The red-haired man froze for a moment, as he was known in this area as Little Kuan, then flew into a rage. A yellow-skinned kid wants to play hero? He suddenly grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it toward Gubai. Boxing King Ali's red entry triggered. The strongest man of 7 billion iron-blooded Ngannou's combat entry red triggered. Only the system's notification sound could be heard. In Gubai's eyes, their movements at this moment were like a movie in slow motion. Swoosh! Gubai sidestepped to dodge, the glass bottle grazed his shirt sleeve and shattered against the wall. In the moment the opponent staggered, Gubai's right fist drew a sharp arc. Bang! The fist landed squarely on the red-haired man's jaw, the dull sound of bones colliding instantly silencing the surroundings. The man fell backward like a broken puppet, knocking over 2 bar stools. Boss! The other 2 rushed forward, but Gubai stepped in front of Jessica with a quick stride. At that moment, the bar security finally arrived, and the crackling sound of the electric baton scared the thugs into retreating repeatedly. Just you wait. They dragged the unconscious red-haired man and fled in panic, still turning back to throw out threats. Gubai glanced disdainfully at the fleeing group, a bunch of trash, not even worth looking at. Wow! So handsome! Cheers erupted at the scene. Some young girls even felt like they were falling in love, their gazes toward Gubai gradually becoming dreamy. Jessica hurriedly stepped forward as if protecting her prey, standing in front of Gubai, seemingly declaring her sovereignty to everyone. Gubai moved his hand slightly and realized that the punch he had just thrown was too forceful, causing the skin on his knuckles to scrape and beads of blood to seep out. You're bleeding. Jessica grabbed his hand, took a wet wipe from her bag, and carefully treated his wound, her gaze filled with concern. It seems that tonight, not only did I save you, but you also made my heart flutter. Jessica's voice was soft yet firm, as if imbuing Gubai's heroic act with even greater significance. A surge of warmth rose in Gubai's heart, and a different kind of light flickered in his eyes. Tonight, he was not just an actor, but a true hero. Her eyelashes cast fine shadows on her cheeks, and the scent of citrus mixed with vanilla lingered around Gubai's nose, as if tempting him to delve deeper into this dreamlike world. Actually, there's no need to. Gubai's words trailed off halfway, a mix of nervousness and anticipation surging in his heart. Jessica's thumb gently caressed the back of his hand, the sensation like an electric current running down his spine, making him involuntarily hold his breath. At that moment, Jessica lowered her head and directly kissed his hand. Everyone in the photography crew was stunned. WTF? Big news. Do you know, Jessica suddenly looked up, her eyes burning with intensity. This is the first time someone has protected me like this. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. In Hollywood, most people are just after my beauty, but you're different. Gubai thought to himself, actually, we're all the same, all drawn to your looks. Just as his thoughts were running wild, Jessica continued. Murmuring, Gu, I actually noticed you during your first summer league game. Today is the first chance I've had to meet you like this. After saying that, Jessica paused, realizing the atmosphere felt a bit off, and suddenly burst into laughter. That sounded kind of cliché, didn't it? But she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she leaned in closer. In the distance, Edward held up his phone and shouted, Gu, you're trending. Someone uploaded the video of you punching someone to Facebook. The video slowed down the moment Gubai threw his punch, accompanied by the caption, the other side of the Lakers rookie off the court. He was fierce as a tiger, knocking his opponent down with one punch, fully showcasing his tough guy persona. Jessica leaned in to look at the screen, her hair brushing against the side of Gubai's neck. Looks like tomorrow you'll dominate both the sports and entertainment sections. Her breath carried the minty scent of mojito, intoxicatingly alluring. Gubai habitually spread his hands. Honestly, I'm used to trending topics by now. I'm actually a low-key person. Jessica playfully stuck out her tongue. Who would believe that? Amid the cheerful atmosphere, the gathering came to a successful end. In the parking lot, Jessica suddenly turned around, her gaze intense. Are you free this weekend, Gu? Gubai's heartbeat skipped a beat, and he smirked. Jessica, is this a date invitation? Just repaying today's life-saving favor. Jessica blinked slyly, but couldn't hide the blush on the tips of her ears. Her playfulness made Gubai's heart race wildly. She took out her phone number. As they exchanged contact information, their fingers briefly touched on the screen, as if a spark ignited the flames in their hearts. Gubai looked at the newly added Jessica contact in his phone, and the system notification sounded at just the right moment. Temporary task, strategy for Jessica released. Task completion rate 60%. It is recommended that the host prepare a white shirt, which aligns with Jessica's aesthetic preferences. System, you really are something else, a true city dweller who knows how to have fun. Gubai thought to himself with a sigh. The night breeze gently swept away the traces of alcohol. Gubai watched the taillights of Jessica's sports car fade into the distance, shook his head, and thought, sometimes, fate just comes like this. On one side is Jessica, on the other side is Megan. Looks like I'll have to use the Kidney Warrior entry. Sometimes, you just have to use a gun and unleash a like a dragon move to conquer women. Fortunately, Megan had already mentioned several times after eating Goobai's lollipop and practicing basketball together that she really couldn't handle it alone anymore. Goobai could only shake his head at this. What can I do when this system is so improper? System, who are you calling improper? Without me, you'd still be single. Goobai. U.S. time. December 2nd. The NBA officially announced last month's players of the month early on. East, Dwight Howard, Orlando Magic. West, Goobai, Los Angeles Lakers. Last month, the Superman averaged 23.8 points, 15.2 rebounds, 1.4 assists, 0.7 steals, and 2.7 blocks per game, delivering a terrifying 20+15 performance, and leading his team to a 14-4 record, ranking second in the Eastern Conference. Meanwhile, Goobai stunned the entire league with his jaw-dropping stats of 36.4 points, 7.7 rebounds, 9.3 assists, 2.3 steals, and 2.1 blocks. The Lakers achieved an astonishing 14-1 record in November. Goobai's selection was a foregone conclusion. His 82-point record is enough to make any player proud for a lifetime, not to mention the various new records he set. As for the Eastern and Western Conference Rookies of the Month, they were announced at the same time. East, Alien. West, Goobai. Eastern Conference Best Coach, Pighead Rivers. Despite the Celtics suffering a heavy blow at home, the team led by Pighead still dominated the East with a 13-2 record. Western Conference Best Coach Zen Master Jackson, whose Lakers indisputably claimed the top spot in the league. The moment the Player of the Month was announced, the media and fans went completely wild. Goobai's average stats were simply mythical. In NBA history, no player has ever achieved an all-around monthly average, minimum of 10 games, of 36.4 points, 7.7 rebounds, 9.3 assists, 2.3 steals, and 2.1 blocks. The closest comparison would be Michael Jordan, 1988-89 season with an average of 32.5 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 2.9 steals, and 1.8 blocks, but he fell slightly short in blocks. Current players like Kobe, LeBron, Anthony, Garnett, and Wade have also never reached such comprehensive performance levels. What's most surprising is that Goobai not only excelled offensively but also stunned on the defensive end. Averaging 2.3 steals and 2.1 blocks per game, his stats are entirely on par with Jordan's MVP season, 1988 MVP season with 3.2 steals and 1.6 blocks per game, and Hakeem Olajuwon, single-season average of 2.1 steals and 3.5 blocks. Goobai's defensive efficiency can already be compared to these two legends, and unsurprisingly, both of them were MVP winners in those seasons. The latest NBA official MVP rankings have been released. 1. Goobai. 2. LeBron James. 3. Kobe Bryant. 4. Dwight Howard. Goobai firmly outshines a host of superstar players, successfully leading the MVP rankings. A team featuring two players in the top 3 of the MVP rankings instantly caused a sensation across the entire league. Championship-aspiring teams are scrambling in the free market to seek trades and strengthen their rosters, as the Lakers' terrifying performance has put immense pressure on them. Teams like the Celtics, Cavaliers, Magic, and Spurs are all highly active in the free market. Goobai's commercial value is steadily increasing, with the global attention on both the player and the Lakers skyrocketing. Sponsorship deals, jersey sales, and ticket prices have all set new records, further driving the NBA's international market expansion. The Lakers' global home game viewership has increased by 217%. Goobai's jersey sales have broken the rookie single-month record, surpassing LeBron James in 2003. The average courtside seat price at Staples Center has surged to $8,500 per game. The Blue Shoes organization has held multiple meetings to discuss Goobai's training fee, even suggesting that he should pay 50% of his NBA salary as a training fee, which is utterly shocking. Some members of Blue Shoes even communicated with Goobai's agent team, Figan, who was stunned. "You expelled Goo, and now you shamelessly want him back, and even demand money." Of course, such a deal was firmly rejected. Ultimately, the matter ended in an unpleasant fallout. As Goobai ranks first on the MVP list, his versatile performance has rapidly accelerated the trend of position blurring, encouraging more players to develop comprehensive skills, scoring plus playmaking plus defense, influencing youth training and team tactics. It is said that young talents in college, such as Stephen Curry, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook, are now studying Goobai's various playing styles, with Harden even analyzing Goobai's step-back moves on videotape at 4 a.m. Topics about him are trending on social media and sports forums, with the entire league basking in Gubai's brilliance. ESPN, the best player of the month in history, Gubai. TNT, the pinnacle of offense and defense, the Chinese star sweeping through the NBA. Bleacher Report, the NBA is swept by Gu's whirlwind, his terrifying strength is shocking. CBS Sports, top of the MVP rankings, Gubai's strength is undeniable, destined to become a two-way superstar in the future. At night, the Staples Center was brightly lit, bustling with noise and excitement. The fans' enthusiasm was like a blazing fire, sweeping through the entire arena. The spirited Dwight Howard, carrying his newly earned Player of the Month honor and accompanied by 4 quietly dedicated teammates, confidently walked into the Staples Center. In the locker room, Gubai was methodically preparing his game gear, his expression focused, like a warrior readying himself for battle. "Congratulations, kid, on winning Player of the Month." Kobe suddenly appeared silently, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. "But what's surprising is, you actually managed to win over my goddess." "What goddess?" "I didn't." Gubai looked completely innocent, though his heart tightened. "Still denying it? Look at your photos and videos, they've already leaked. Isn't this you?" Kobe teased, a mischievous smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I said that person wasn't me, do you believe it?" Gubai defended himself, but Kobe clearly wasn't buying it. "Believe you? No way." Kobe reluctantly put on his shoes and said seriously, "By the way, your sports drink body armor, I've been drinking it recently, and it actually tastes pretty good. I invested in this project." Gubai responded bluntly, $5 million franchise fee, not a penny less. Alright, you little money grubber, but I want some shares." A hint of greed flashed in Kobe's eyes. "No problem, I'll discuss it with Mike Rebel. You're a global-level NBA superstar with immense influence, we must tie you to our ship of thieves." Gubai agreed without hesitation. "Alright, you're scheming against me." The two started playfully teasing each other, the atmosphere light and cheerful. Old Fish, watching this side of Kobe, couldn't help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity. What kind of magic does this rookie have to make Kobe treat him like this? At that moment, the Zen master, Phil Jackson, also walked into the locker room with a faint smile on his face. "Congratulations, Coach, on winning the Western Conference Coach of the Month award for last month." The players clapped and cheered in celebration. Phil Jackson pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to quiet down, then gathered the team together. "Tonight, our opponent is the Magic, led by Dwight Howard. Their strategy is 1 star with 4 shooters, and we need to crush them on the perimeter. As for the inside," the Zen master glanced at the young Shaq, Bynum, and Odom. "Just make sure you don't get crushed." Young Shaq, Bynum and Odom exchanged glances, on the verge of tears. "Old man, are you serious?" The two silently pondered how to deal with the onslaught of the Superman, as a tense atmosphere spread through the locker room. Staples Center Arena. Inside the venue. Wow! Fans held colorful support signs, waved support sticks, and their enthusiasm was fiery, instantly drowning the entire venue in cheers. The LED screen flashed a highlight reel of Gubai Shinyua's brilliant plays, graceful fadeaway jump shots, sharp breakthrough dunks, cold-blooded three-pointers at critical moments. Every frame of the footage elicited cheers and excitement from the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen," the voice of the onside DJ thundered, "let's give the warmest applause to welcome the owner of the Lakers, Mr. Jerry Buss." The entire crowd instantly erupted. The elderly yet spirited Buss slowly walked toward the center of the court, holding a silver trophy symbolizing the Western Conference Player of the Month. He smiled and waved to the crowd, but his gaze remained fixed on Gubai, who was rising from the bench. "Gu," Old Bass's voice echoed through the arena via the microphone, "this trophy is one you earned with your strength, and your performance can be said to rival Michael Jordan. You are also the second player in our team's history to win Player of the Month during your rookie season, Magic Johnson, December 1979. Now, we need to add another name to this list, Gubai." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause once again. "But what I want to say goes far beyond this." He paused, and the arena gradually quieted down. "I have witnessed the showtime of the magician, and I have accompanied Kobe through his transformation from number 8 to number 24. And tonight, I want to make a promise to all Lakers fans." Old Buss suddenly raised his voice, lifted his hand, and gave Gubai a heavy pat on the shoulder. "This kid will only belong to Los Angeles in the future. As long as I am sitting in this chair, no one can make him wear another team's jersey." "Wow! Gubai! Gubai!" Amid the deafening cheers of the fans, Gubai accepted the trophy representing the Player of the Month award. He lowered his head to glance at the engraving Western Conference Player of the Month on the trophy, took a deep breath, and leaned closer to the microphone. "First of all, This trophy should have my teammates' names engraved on it. He turned his head to look at Kobe, as well as Fisher, Luke Walton, Bynum, Ariza, and others who were watching from over there. Without your outstanding performances, half of my assists would have turned into turnovers. Ha ha. The audience burst into good-natured laughter. And Derek Fisher, the video of you accompanying me for extra practice at the gym at 4 a.m. has been deleted. After all, no one would believe a 35-year-old veteran could still be this competitive. From the Lakers bench came Old Fish's mock angry shout. When Gubai finally finished thanking every teammate and coach, the camera pans to the third row of the audience. Jessica Alba, dressed in a Gubai No. 3 jersey, is covering her mouth, her enchanting eyes glistening with tears. Her best friend beside her laughs and nudges her with an elbow. Hey, your Chinese boy is way more handsome than that Chris Evans from Fantastic Four. What are you talking about? Jessica quickly pokes her friend's side. With so many people watching her, it's just too embarrassing. The camera pans again to the Lakers legends on the sidelines, Magic Johnson and James Worthy. The two legends also stood up and applauded, expressing their approval of Gubai. On the other side of the court, at the Magic's half-court, Dwight Superman Howard, who was stretching, watched the scene unfold and curled his lips into a mischievous smile. Player of the month, huh? After the award ceremony ended, both sides continued warming up. Gubai went to the bench to drink water and suddenly received a system notification. Congratulations to the host for winning Player of the Month plus Rookie of the Month. The Double Yolks task has been successfully completed, and the task rewards have been issued. Golden entry *1, purple entry upgrade card *2. Host, would you like to use them now? Gubai looked at Howard on the opposite side, who had an air of no one but me, and immediately said, use them right away. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden entry, Carter's dunking ability, gold, *1. Carter's death-defying dunk, the windmill dunk. I've been envious of those for a long time. Now, with top-tier physical talent plus Carter's dunking ability, I must showcase some tricks to the little beast tonight. As for the remaining purple entry upgrade cards, Gubai reviewed the purple entries he currently possessed: Paul's stealing ability, purple; McGrady's pull-up jumper, purple; Agile shooter, purple; and White Chocolate's passing, purple. After some consideration, Gubai ultimately chose to upgrade Agile shooter. As a flash of white light passed, in Gubai's anxious anticipation, congratulations to the host for an RP outburst, successfully leveling up, and upgrading the quality of flexible archer to gold. After the upgrade, Gubai opened the attribute panel, full of confidence. Name, Gubai. Height, 198 centimeters. Weight, 95 kilograms. Wingspan, 214 centimeters. Speed, 97. Strength, 89. Jump, 99. Stamina, 98. Ball control, 95. Passing, 79. Layup, 79. Dunk, 89. Mid-range, 89. Three-point, 89. Steal, 89. Blocks, 69. Rebounds, 69. Defense, 89. Just one step away. Gubai silently motivated himself, his shooting attribute instantly soaring to 89. If he can break through to 90, he will transform into a fearsome presence akin to the Grim Reaper. Thinking of this, his fighting spirit burned like flames, bringing him one step closer to his goal of becoming an NBA legendary superstar. Back to the court. Reporters on the sidelines interviewed the Lakers' opponent tonight, Dwight Howard, who also won last month's Eastern Conference Player of the Month award. Player of the Month? Howard deliberately raised his voice, taunting, "My goal this year is DPOI. Should I teach him how to talk to a real superstar?" As soon as he finished speaking, Howard delivered a powerful two-handed dunk under the basket. The force was immense, shaking the entire arena. The Magic wanted to stir things up, but the Lakers were not about to back down. Gubai nailed a logo shot three-pointer with precision, then turned to the camera and confidently declared, "Tell Dwight, tonight the hoop is like the entrance to Disneyland, closed to the Magic." At the commentary table, Mike Breen excitedly slammed the desk, tension in the air. I love watching rookies tear up the veterans' script. The entrance ceremony quickly unfolded, and as the starting players entered, the atmosphere instantly soared. Starting lineups: Los Angeles Lakers, Gubai, point guard; Kobe Bryant, shooting guard; Luke Walton, small forward; Lamar Odom, power forward; Andrew Bynum, center. Orlando Magic, Jameer Nelson, point guard; Keith Bogans, shooting guard; Hedo Turkoglu, small forward; Rashard Lewis, power forward; Dwight Howard, center. Beep, the referee's whistle sounded, and the starting players from both teams headed to the center circle, with tension filling the arena. Jump ball. The big screen switched to the pre-game interview footage. Howard's fierce words and Gubai's logo shot three-pointer response alternated on display. Dear viewers. Mike Breen's voice was hoarse with excitement. The showdown between last month's Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Month starts now. As the whistle blew, the battle horn had sounded. Gubai would give it his all, vowing to write his own legend in this game.